The moment his consciousness returned, the salty, humid scent of the sea flooded his nose. Something felt wrong. Lin Fei's thoughts froze for a second. My nose is gone. The realization made him snap his eyes open as he sprang up from a crude recliner on the beach. Above him stretched a cerulean sky, beneath him a golden beach. Not far away stood a solitary pink house with the words "Came House" painted in huge letters along its wall. Turtle Hermit's house. Lin Fei's mind buzzed as he lowered his head to look at his own body. He was wearing an orange turtle school martial arts uniform, an old-fashioned cut, washed so many times it had faded nearly white. His hands were covered in calluses, yet they were clearly smaller than they should have been. His legs were short but compact, brimming with explosive power. This was Krillin's body. Staggering, he rushed toward Turtle Hermit's house and pushed open the half-closed door. The mirror inside reflected his current appearance. In the mirror stood a short, bald figure, 6 incense scar dots on his forehead starkly conspicuous. His noseless features were squeezed together in a way that looked somewhat comical. He really had no nose. It truly was Krillin, the man in the Dragon Ball world hailed as the strongest earthling, yet forever chasing the silhouettes of scions, a figure brimming with both talent and regret. As he absent-mindedly brushed the scar dots on his forehead, a voice devoid of any emotion suddenly echoed directly in his mind. Host soul and body synchronization detected. Activation conditions met. System initializing. Lin Fei's entire body went rigid. System. The novice gift pack has been issued. Host, please check. A translucent blue light screen unfolded before his eyes, bearing only a few simple lines of text. Contents of the novice gift pack are as follows. Appearance template, choose one of 3. Lin Fei's breathing abruptly grew rapid. He sharply focused his attention on the first reward. 3 options were listed side by side on the light screen, each accompanied by a dynamic character model. Option 1, Saitama hero form. Description: possesses the potential to break through the limiter. Skill: serious punch. Option 2, Garu monster form. Description: devil-like horns, body fully covered in hardened armor, endowed with extraordinary martial talent and evolutionary capability. Option 3, Boros cosmic overlord. Description: a one-eyed giant, his armor restraining his energy. Once released, he can erupt with power capable of annihilating planets. Lin Fei almost did not hesitate at all. Garu's martial talent was formidable, but his ceiling depended on his opponents. Boros' strength was innate and bore obvious limits. Only Saitama. This man's power was pure and unreasonable, a strength forged by the simplest of training that shattered the limiter of life itself. His growth knew no end. I choose option 1, the Saitama template, Lin Fei intoned silently in his heart. Selection confirmed. Saitama appearance template. Template fusion beginning. Estimated duration 10 seconds. The fusion process will involve intense bodily reconstruction. Host, please endure. The system prompt had barely faded when an indescribable agony erupted from the depths of every cell in Lin Fei's body. His bones wailed, emitting a grating series of cracking sounds. He felt his spine being forcibly stretched by an invisible force. The limbs that had become somewhat thick from years of martial training were being repeatedly compressed and reshaped, becoming more compact, every inch of muscle fiber packed with explosive strength. His height surged at a speed visible to the naked eye. From 1.53 meters, he shot past 1.6, then 1.7, finally settling at around 1.75 meters. The once slightly loose martial arts uniform was suddenly pulled taut, outlining a perfect inverted triangle physique. The most uncanny transformation, however, occurred upon his face. The 6 incense scars on his forehead faded as though erased by a rubber, vanishing in an instant as his skin became smooth and unblemished. In the mirror, the short, comical Krillin was gone. In his place stood a bald youth of balanced build, clad in an orange martial arts uniform. His features had grown sharper and more defined, though he still lacked a nose. Taken together, they exuded a strange, tranquil detachment. This appearance was identical to that man who resolved every problem with a single punch. The agony surged in abruptly and ebbed just as quickly. Lin Fei flexed his body, a sense of unprecedented fullness coursing through every inch of him. He could clearly feel that within this new body lay a nascent, yet incomparably pure power. Template fusion complete. Passive skill: serious punch loaded. Skill description: the host can gather all bodily strength into a single punch, unleashing an attack that surpasses his current limits. Its power will grow alongside the host's base strength with no upper limit. Lin Fei slowly raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. The air let out a faint popping sound. This was the seed of Saitama's power. Though freshly fused, it already granted him the initial capital to establish himself in this perilous world. Suppressing his inner excitement, he began sorting through Krillin's original memories. From apprenticing under Master Turtle Hermit to joining Goku in the World Martial Arts Tournament to being killed by a subordinate of King Piccolo and then revived by the Dragon Balls, everything resurfaced in vivid detail. The current point in time was just before the start of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Goku had already gone to the heavens to train for a long while. There were still roughly 5 years before the Scion Raditz arrived on Earth. Peace was only temporary. Lin Fei, know now he should be Krillin. He knew all too well that with Krillin's original strength, he would be little more than cannon fodder in the coming Scion crisis. Such a fate was something he would never accept. System, aside from the novice pack, do you have any other functions? Krillin asked within his mind. This system is the invincible copy system. The text on the light screen refreshed. Copy ability: by defeating or killing enemies, you may copy their core abilities or genetic talents. Toppling female characters: by establishing deep relationships with key female figures within this world, you may copy their exclusive talents. Krillin's breath stalled for a moment. Copying abilities by defeating enemies was easy enough to understand. But the second function, if he toppled Bulma, could he gain her genius for invention? If he toppled Android 18, could he obtain her infinite energy core? This function was, frankly, perfectly suited to his tastes. In his previous life, he had been a hot-blooded youth. Though lustful, he had his own bottom line. Now, however, Yamcha, that fickle philanderer's relationship with Bulma was already on the verge of collapse. Perhaps he could. Krillin shook his head, forcing these unrealistic notions down for the time being. Strength was the foundation of everything. Without sufficient power, he would not only be unable to dream of a harem, he would not even be able to safeguard his own life. Training reward: by completing Saitama-style training each day, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. You may, according to completion rate, gain energy points or skill points to enhance your attributes and skills. Skill fusion: the host may consume skill points to attempt fusing different abilities, creating entirely new powerful techniques. As he read the descriptions on the system screen, Krillin's heartbeat grew ever faster. Copying, training, fusion. This framework was practically a tailor-made path of ascension for the Dragon Ball world. He now possessed Saitama's bodily template and growth potential, along with the Dragon Ball world's unparalleled training environment and countless powerful enemies whose abilities he could copy. Frieza's Frost Demon Bloodline cells, perfect regeneration, Majin Buu's magic. At the thought of these, Krillin felt a surge of irrepressible excitement. He was no longer that so-called strongest Earthling who could only stand behind Goku, cheering only to die at critical moments. He would tread a path completely different from before. A path where a bald head and a fist would pierce through the entire universe. Just then, footsteps sounded outside Turtle Hermit's house, accompanied by a crisp, lively female voice. "Hey, Master Turtle Hermit. Krillin, are you there? I brought the latest capsule sports car." It was Bulma. Krillin's heart gave a heavy thump. Instinctively, he glanced at the reflection in the mirror. A stranger's bald head, standing 1.75 meters tall, still wearing Krillin's clothes. How was he supposed to explain this? Claimed to be Krillin's distant relative, or say he had eaten some strange fruit and undergone a second growth spurt. The door creaked open. Bulma, in the bloom of youth at 16 or 17, stepped inside. Her signature aqua blue ponytail bounced playfully behind her with every movement. She wore a tight pink short t-shirt with the English abbreviation of her name printed across it. The strained fabric hugged her proud curves, outlining a breathtaking silhouette. Below, an extremely short denim skirt revealed a pair of long, flawless snow-white legs, their ivory smooth sheen catching the sunlight. She lifted off her goggles, a smile lighting up those sapphire-like eyes. Her cheeks, flushed from piloting the aircraft, were tinged with a delicate pink, as though dusted with a layer of enticing rouge. The moment she saw Krillin inside the house, she froze. "You, who are you?" On Bulma's exquisite face, her long lashes fluttered as her rosy lips pursed slightly in inquisitive suspicion. At such close range, Lin Fei could even discern the fine texture of the skin at her collarbone, as well as the faintly visible cleavage beneath the neckline of her t-shirt. The way the hem of her short skirt pressed against her curves and the subtle quiver that came with each movement was enough to make any normal man's blood race. "Why are you here? Where's Krillin?" Krillin opened his mouth. Even his once somewhat sharp, high-pitched voice had grown much steadier now. "Bulma, it's me. I am Krillin." "Huh, you're Krillin." Bulma extended a finger and unceremoniously poked Krillin's chest, which had become as hard as iron. She rose on tiptoe, trying to touch that gleaming, reflective bald head. "Stop lying. That shorty Krillin only comes up to my chest." Bulma made an exaggerated, ridiculous gesture. And you used to look like a boiled egg. You may also be bald, but this figure these features. For no reason, she could name Bulma's cheeks suddenly flushed. The lack of a nose was admittedly strange. Yet the man before her carried a heroic air between his brows, his gaze deep and intense. Most striking of all were those tight, fluid lines of muscle exuding a thick masculine aura. If this was Krillin, then did that not make Yamcha nothing more than some mud on the roadside? Krillin's mouth twitched. He could feel the system interface flickering madly at the edge of his vision, but he had no time to look at it now. I really am Krillin. Krillin sighed helplessly, trying to explain in the calmest tone he could. I don't know what happened either. I just suddenly shot up in height. Just then a lazy yawn drifted down from the second floor of Kame House. So noisy first thing in the morning. Master Roshi, carrying a massive turtle shell on his back, wearing sunglasses and a floral shirt, slowly descended the stairs. He held in his hand a photo book titled Cool Beach, his eyes still bleary with sleep. Master Mutant. Bulma instantly looked as though she had just seen a savior. Come and take a look. This guy keeps saying he's Krillin. Is he really Krillin? Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, his gaze settling on Krillin. The old man's movements froze all at once. Behind the sunglasses, his eyes narrowed to slits, and an invisible aura instantly enveloped the entire house. As the god of martial arts, he had never judged people solely by appearances, but by their chi. This aura. Master Roshi stroked his beard, his tone becoming oddly complicated. Though it has become far sharper, this blend of lechery laced with a hint of uprightness and uprightness tainted with a trace of lust. There's no mistake, this is indeed Krillin. Krillin fell silent. Teacher, could you perhaps phrase your compliments like a normal person? You really are Krillin. Bulma cried out in shock. She looked at Krillin again, her gaze still holding a trace of doubt. A chime echoed in his mind, a key figure. Bulma had experienced a violent emotional fluctuation. A temporary mission had been triggered to prove his identity. The mission description stated that although Master Roshi had acknowledged him, Bulma remained half convinced he had to dispel her doubts using a method only Krillin would know. The mission reward promised a boost of 5 charm points and the unlocking of a personal attribute panel. Krillin glanced at the system prompt and cursed inwardly. This system really popped up whenever it saw a gap. A method only Krillin knew. A flood of memories rushed through his mind before finally freezing on one particular scene. He drew a deep breath, looked at Bulma, and showed her a standard Krillin grin. Simple, honest, and just a little lecherous. Bulma, do you remember when we were searching for the Dragon Balls that time, when in order to take the Dragon Ball from that invisible man you... Stop. Bulma's face flushed crimson in an instant. She lunged forward and clapped a hand over Krillin's mouth. You're not allowed to say it. You absolutely cannot mention that incident. That was her darkest black history. In order to make Master Roshi nosebleed and force the invisible man to reveal himself, she had been forced to. Fine, I believe you. You're Krillin. That pervert Krillin. Bulma ground her teeth as she spoke, yet the strength of her grip relaxed. A notification chimed that the mission was complete and the reward was being issued. His charm had increased by 5 points. The personal attribute panel had been unlocked. Krillin felt a tingling rush all over, as though a warm current had flowed across his skin. He clearly sensed that Bulma's gaze on him had changed yet again. He seemed more pleasing to the eye now. Seizing the moment, he summoned the attribute panel in his mind. A pale blue holographic data frame floated across his retina. It showed host Lin Fei Krillin. Current template Saitama Fusion Level 5. Combat Power. Indicating that before Raditz arrived on Earth, the combat power system could not be directly generated. Beneath it appeared his basic attributes. Strength 500, with a note that he could convert strength into combat power at an equal ratio. Speed 480. Constitution 500. Intelligence 150. Charm 85. His skill list included Kame-style martial arts comprising Afterimage Fist and Kamehameha. Flight technique, a crane school skill that allowed free flight. Solar flare, a technique bright enough to blind an enemy's eyes. Serious punch, a technique that increased power by 500. His current status read healthy, full of energy, and a little hungry. After reading through the data, Krillin felt more at ease. The lack of a combat power readout made sense. After all, the scouter only appeared in the Scion arc, first seen on Raditz. With strength at 500, his current combat power should be around 500 as well. It was a rather subtle number. According to the original story, when Raditz descended upon Earth, Goku and Piccolo's combat power after removing their weighted clothing hovered around 300 to 400. But that was far from enough. Raditz's combat power was 1500. Nappa's was 4000. Vegeta's reached 18000. The pressure was suffocating. This time he had no intention of remaining mere background scenery. System, can I start that sadomas-style training now? The answer came at once. He could begin at any time. That day's training task remained uncompleted. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. The completion reward would grant 100 to all attributes. Hey Krillin, what are you spacing out for? Bulma waved a hand in front of his eyes. You suddenly got taller. What if there's something wrong with your body? How about I run some tests on you? She pulled a watch-like device from her capsule case. Bulma flashed a sly, wicked smile. It can measure all kinds of bodily functions. Perfect, Krillin replied. I want to see what this body can do now as well. Krillin grinned broadly and dropped straight down onto the wooden floor of Kame House. What are you doing? Bulma blurted. Training, he answered. Krillin began doing push-ups. His speed was so great that he left only after images. 1, 2, 3, 50, 9, 100. In just a few seconds he completed 100 perfect push-ups. He immediately moved on to sit-ups. The floor groaned in protest beneath him. Bulma stared at the device in her hand as the numbers on it began to jump wildly. His heart rate hasn't increased at all. Breathing frequency hasn't changed in the slightest. Are you a monster? Bulma looked at Krillin in utter disbelief. Krillin ignored her, continuing with squats. Each time he dropped down, the muscles in his thighs tightened like steel cables, brimming with explosive strength and beauty. As she watched, Bulma's gaze grew unfocused. The old Krillin doing these same moves had always seemed like some silly little monkey. But the Krillin before her, now beads of sweat sliding down that resolute jaw, the faintly revealed lines of muscle beneath his orange GI. Bulma swallowed hard. Lately Yamcha hardly trains at all. He just plays baseball and chases girls all day, she muttered under her breath. A chime sounded in the system. Bulma's favorability toward the host had increased, from friendly at 60 out of 100 to ambiguous at 65. The system hinted that when her favorability surpassed 90 and a substantive relationship occurred, a copy function could be triggered, granting the talent genius inventor. Finishing his final 100 squats, Krillin rose to his feet, feeling utterly refreshed. All that's left is a 10-kilometer run. He turned his gaze toward the sea outside the window. Then I'll just run a bit faster. A boom shook the house as the front door of Kame House was blasted open by a gust of pressure. Krillin's figure vanished from where he had been standing. Out on the sea, a white wake streaked across the surface like an arrow. It was the shock wave created by Krillin's feet slamming against the water at high speed. This. Master Roshi's photo book slipped from his hand and fell to the floor. In the past, he too had been able to skim across the water, but that had required chi techniques. Yet just now Krillin had not used chi at all. It was pure physical strength. This kid. Master Roshi's sunglasses slid halfway down his nose, revealing his stunned old eyes. Can second-stage growth really make someone this strong? 10 minutes later, Krillin returned to Kame House, radiating heat, a gigantic deep-sea tuna dangling from his hand. Breakfast taken care of. Krillin casually tossed the several 100-kilogram tuna onto the floor, where it landed with a heavy thud. The system announced that his daily training task was complete and that his reward had been obtained. Strength 100, speed 100, constitution 100, intelligence 100. His strength rose to 600, once again noted as convertible to combat power at a 1:10 ratio. Speed climbed to 580. Constitution to 600. Intelligence to 250. Charm remained at 85. Intelligence at 250. Who was that supposed to be mocking? Krillin's gaze sharpened. Though the increase was not enormous, the tangible sense of becoming stronger was intoxicating. Krillin. Bulma suddenly leaned in, the expensive fragrance she wore filling his nose. She awkwardly held out a towel toward him. Here, wipe your sweat. Krillin took the towel but hadn't yet thanked her when Master Roshi suddenly picked up his turtle shell, strapped it on his back, and walked over, face unusually serious. Krillin. Yes, Master Mutant. I don't know what kind of changes you've undergone, but for a martial artist, a sudden surge in strength often comes hand in hand with a loss of inner composure. Though Master Roshi usually acted frivolous in that moment, he radiated the bearing of a grandmaster. Come attack me. Let me see just how far you've come. Was this the spar? Krillin's eyes lit up. Defeating opponents was also a path to strength. Though Master Roshi's power would later be outclassed at this stage, his experience and technique were still top tier. All right. Without wasting words, Krillin assumed the opening stance of the Kame style. Forgive my offense, Master. In the next instant he moved. He used no fancy techniques, just a simple straight punch. Yet under the blessing of the Saitama template, that punch was absurdly fast. Master Roshi's pupils contracted. His once-spent frame suddenly swelled as his muscles bulged, signs that he was on the verge of entering his max power state. Though he had not fully transformed, he was already drawing on his true ability. Their fist and palm collided with a bang. A shock wave erupted outward from them, shattering the windows of Kame House in an instant. Bulma screamed, clutching her skirt as she crouched down. Krillin felt as though his fist had slammed into a thick, immovable wall. The recoil forced him back 2 steps. As for Master Roshi, the old man slid backward 5 or 6 meters, gouging 2 deep furrows in the wooden floor with his feet before slamming into the wall and stopping. Master Roshi shook out his numbed hand, his sunglasses shattered completely. He looked at Krillin, eyes full of shock, and then the corners of his mouth curved into a gratified smile. Good lad. With that punch, if Goku isn't careful, he'd suffer a serious loss. A chime sounded in Krillin's mind. He had repelled Master Roshi in his normal state. The system judged it as having defeated a powerful foe at this stage. The copy system activated. Congratulations to the host, it announced. He had gained a passive skill, Lustful Heart. Error, correction in progress. The corrected reward reads Skill acquired, Muscle Control Beginner. The skill description explained that he could freely control the expansion and contraction of his muscles, increasing his instantaneous explosive power by 20%. Krillin almost burst out laughing as he read the panel. What was with almost copying Lustful Heart? Still, this muscle control skill combined with the Saitama body template was nothing short of a divine ability. Looks like this path of the bald head will be far more interesting than I imagined. Krillin clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within him. At the dining table of Master Roshi's house, Krillin stared blankly at his own arm. The newly acquired muscle control beginner, copied from Master Roshi's techniques, proved far more refined than he had imagined. This was no mere display of bodybuilder's bulk, but a microscopic modulation of bodily density. He focused his mind and willed it. His biceps, previously swollen like granite, flowed beneath his skin like liquid, contracting and compacting with eerie grace. Visually, the circumference of his arm shrank by a full inch. His physique shifted from exaggerated bodybuilder definition to sleek aerodynamic contours, less intimidating to the eye yet internally hardened several-fold. Compress, Krillin whispered inwardly, like compressing a spring to its absolute limit. In this state, both his resistance to impact and explosive speed surged dramatically. What are you doing? Bulma asked, her mouth half full of tuna, voice muffled and indistinct. Your arm keeps swelling and shrinking. It's kind of gross. Just adjusting my form. Krillin replied, casually reaching for his chopsticks to spear a piece of fish. Snap! A sharp, brittle crack echoed. The custom hardwood chopsticks shattered into splinters the instant they touched the tuna. The air froze. Master Roshi's chopsticks hovered midair, his sunglasses widening behind the lenses. Krillin stared at the 2 broken halves in his hand, his lips twitching. His power had overflowed. The fusion with the Saitama template continued unabated. Layered atop the newly mastered muscle control, his body had become a keg packed tight with gunpowder. Any minor motion risked detonation. He'd thought he'd merely gripped the chopsticks lightly. That's the 3rd pair. Bulma rolled her eyes and tossed him her fork. Use this one, it's steel. If you crush this, I'll slice you open and study you cell by cell. Krillin accepted the fork. This time he held his breath, treating the utensil like fragile porcelain, meticulously calibrating every fiber of muscle in his fingers. So that was it. It wasn't just combat. Every mundane movement, each gesture of daily life, was now an exercise in muscle control. To master this absurd, bald-headed strength, such control had to be etched into his very marrow. After dinner, night fell. Waves crashed rhythmically against the shore. Krillin did not sleep. Instead, he stood barefoot on the open ground outside Master Roshi's house, the system's countdown ticking steadily on his interface panel. Adhere to the Saitama training regimen for 7 days. Day 1. Push-ups 100,100 completed. Sit-ups 100,100 completed. Squats 100,100 completed. 10-kilometer run 100,100 completed. Deceptively simple. No, the true torment had only just begun. A cold, emotionless system chime resonated. Host has completed Day 1 foundational training. Saitama template deep fusion initiated. Cellular reconstruction will occur during sleep. Pain suppression disabled. Pain suppression disabled. Before Krillin could even ask what that meant, a searing, bone-deep agony erupted without warning from his marrow. Ugh! He choked out a guttural groan and collapsed onto the sand, fingers clawing deep into the grains. This was no injury's pain. It was the pain of growth. As though countless miniature hammers were shattering his bones, then reforging them denser, tighter, stronger. Every muscle fiber tore, stretched, and forcibly reknit itself. His body burned. His temperature spiked instantly, soaring high enough to boil an egg on contact. Sea breeze swept across his skin, instantly vaporizing sweat into thick plumes of white mist. So this is the price of breaking the limiter. Gritting his teeth, veins bulging across his forehead, sweat evaporating the moment it broke through his pores. In the original chronicles, even Saitama endured this inhuman crucible before losing his hair. Now though Kuririn began bald, the suffering demanded, every ounce of it, remained unrelenting. He curled up on the beach all night. At dawn the next morning, as the first golden light bathed the pink walls of Master Roshi's house, Kuririn rose slowly from the shallow crater he dug into the sand. He rotated his neck. Crack, a sharp resonant pop. No fatigue weighed upon him. Instead, he felt unervingly alert. Glancing down, he noticed his arm's skin had grown smoother, finer-grained. Yet when he pressed his fingers into it, the texture resembled ultra-dense specialty rubber, uncannily resilient. One night of accelerated growth equaled 3 years of ordinary training. Kuririn pushed open the door of Master Roshi's house. Morning, everyone. He reached for the doorknob, not gripping hard, just twisting it idly, effortlessly. Crunch. The circular brass knob, like soft clay, deformed instantly beneath his fingers, then tore free from its internal lock mechanism with a metallic shriek. Kuririn stood holding the twisted lump of scrap metal, staring silently at the dark, gaping hole where the knob had been. Inside, Bulma, still in her pajamas mid-yawn, and Master Roshi, surreptitiously shoving something beneath the sofa. Both turned their heads in unison. Kuririn raised the ruined doorknob, offering a smile both awkward and disarmingly polite. Seems the lock's quality isn't quite up to standard. For the next 3 days, an uncanny stillness settled over Master Roshi's house. Master Roshi was convinced his disciple had lost his mind. The old Kuririn trained diligently, but always for flirtation or fame. Given any spare moment, he'd sidle up, grinning lewdly. Master Roshi, could I borrow your rare edition of Bunny Girl Weekly? Or he'd stare longingly through binoculars at the sea-tongue lolling. But now, Master Roshi sat slumped in his lounge chair, clutching the latest photo magazine, yet unable to focus. His gaze kept drifting toward the window. There stood the bald one, doing push-ups. That in itself was normal, except he performed them balanced on only 2 fingers, with a colossal 5-ton boulder, hauled up from the ocean floor, balanced across his back. Sweat cascaded like waterfalls, soaking the sand beneath him. His expression was terrifyingly focused, numbers slipped from his lips in steady cadence. That raw primal hunger for power radiating from his core made even Master Roshi's pulse quicken. Even stranger, last night Master Roshi had attempted to coax Kuririn into rest with a rare vintage swimsuit special edition. Kuririn glanced once at the cover, then turned and resumed squatting. Master Roshi dropped the book in shock. Was this truly the same lecherous bald kid? Had some divine martial deity possessed him? Has this boy truly grasped the essence of the martial path? Master Roshi stroked his beard, his eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, turning deep and contemplative. He could sense it. Kuririn's ki swelled day by day. Meanwhile, Bulma's attitude too underwent subtle shifts, due to a malfunction in her aircraft. Though truthfully, she simply didn't wish to leave. Bulma had stayed at Master Roshi's for 3 days. Now she sat on a folding chair, juice glass in hand, claiming to supervise. But her eyes never left Kuririn. Sunlight gilded his bare torso. Thanks to his advancing mastery of muscle control, his muscles no longer swelled erratically, but flowed in taut, harmonious, battle-honed lines. When his back muscles contracted, they arced like a drawn war bow, coiled with devastating potential. Bulma sipped her juice, her gaze momentarily unfocused. She was a confirmed aestheticist and an obsessive admirer of raw strength. True, Kuririn lacked a nose and bore no flowing mane. Yet this sheer, unadulterated masculine intensity struck her, unexpectedly, as profoundly pleasing. Is this really Kuririn? She murmured softly, involuntarily recalling Yamcha, that fickle playboy barely trained unless a martial arts tournament loomed. Each day he either basked in baseball adulation or cavorted with clusters of giggling girls. Huff! Kuririn finished a set of squats and casually flung the monstrous boulder aside. The ground trembled violently. He shook sweat from his brow and turned toward Bulma. Sunlight haloed his silhouette, gilding his frame with molten gold. Water. His voice was hoarse. Instinctively, Bulma handed him the towel and canteen beside her. Kuririn seized the canteen and drank deeply. His Adam's apple rolled visibly. Droplets traced paths down his jaw, across his pectorals, vanishing beneath his waistband. Bulma's cheeks flushed inexplicably. She jerked her gaze away, then loudly declared to mask her fluster. Hey, how much longer are you planning to train? You've devoured all our food. That supply was meant to last us a week. My apologies. Kuririn lowered the canteen, not offering his usual apologetic grin, but meeting her gaze directly calmly. Strength is increasing rapidly. Caloric expenditure is correspondingly immense. Since supplies are exhausted, he paused, glancing toward the distant primeval forest. I'll hunt and test these fists right now. I'm coming too. Bulma sprang upright. It's suffocating here. The old pervert only reads porn magazines. I need to collect rare experimental minerals. No, it's too dangerous. Kuririn instinctively refused. That forest teemed with prehistoric beasts. I have capsule weapons. And Bulma suddenly leaned in close. Her wide blue eyes locked onto his, gleaming with mischief. You're stronger now. Surely you can protect me. Kuririn studied her upturned face, a faint, confident smile lifting the corners of his mouth, white teeth flashing against his bald crown. Though hairless, he exuded an unmistakable aura of self-assurance. Fine. Stay close. Don't wander. Bulma blinked, startled. For a fleeting second, she felt something entirely new emanating from Kuririn, a profound, unshakable sense of security. As if should the sky itself collapse, this bald man would hold it aloft. TCH. As if I needed protecting. She scoffed, but her feet hurried off to fetch the capsule case, her lips curving in a smile she herself hadn't noticed. Compared to Yamcha, who'd only ever sigh, Bulma stopped causing trouble. This Kuririn carried a distinctly deeper, more compelling masculinity. Deep within the primordial forest, heat clung thick and humid. Giant ferns blotted out the sun. The air hung heavy with the scent of rotting leaves and wild beast dung. Bulma drove the off-road vehicle ahead, while Kuririn sat cross-legged atop its roof. He chose not to ride inside, not out of preference but caution. He feared accidentally tearing off another door handle or punching straight through the seat. Since shattering the doorknob, he treated his own strength with reverent wariness. Hey, Kuririn, is that the purple gold or I'm looking for? Bulma slammed on the brakes, pointing excitedly at a cliff face ahead. Watch out. Kuririn's voice cut through the air above, calm, authoritative, utterly devoid of panic. Instantly the earth trembled. Thorny underbrush exploded outward. A Tyrannosaurus Rex, over 10 meters tall, charged forth, its gray-brown hide glistening, saliva dripping from serrated fangs. It clearly viewed the two tiny figures as today's lunch. Dinosaur. Bulma screamed, fumbling for her capsule pistol at her hip, but the SUV bucked violently beneath the dinosaur's roar, her hands shaking too badly to grasp it. The beast opened its blood-drenched maw and lunged, jaws snapping shut, toward the vehicle. Shadow swallowed Bulma whole. She squeezed her eyes shut in despair. Too noisy. A flat, uninflected voice cut through the chaos. No thunderous roar, no radiant Kamehameha beam. Only a single dull thud of flesh striking flesh. Pap. Like swatting a mosquito. Trembling Bulma cracked her eyes open and beheld a sight seared forever into her memory. Kuririn stood atop the SUV's hood, arm extended in a casual, almost dismissive punch. And the fearsome Tyrannosaurus, still frozen mid-charge, had no head. More precisely, everything above its neck had been obliterated, vaporized into a fine crimson mist, and pulverized fragments evenly dispersed across the trees behind it. The massive headless corpse swayed twice, then crashed to the ground with a deafening boom. Bulma's jaw dropped, so wide it nearly unhinged. One punch. This creature's hide was bulletproof. Kuririn examined his fist, brows furrowing slightly. Still haven't mastered force modulation. I only meant to stun it. Overshot again, pity. Now the best meat's ruined. He muttered to himself. Ding. Ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex defeated. Copied skill system activated. Passive skill fragment acquired, beast instinct. Skill description sharply enhances danger perception, even during sleep, enabling instantaneous reaction. Kuririn flicked blood from his knuckles and leapt down. With one hand he seized the dinosaur's multi-ton tail, dragging the colossal carcass as easily as a child hauling a ragdoll. Bulma, dinner secured. How about grilled dino meat? Bulma nodded dumbly, watching Kuririn's lean, unassuming back recede, and her heart hammered twice fiercely. The giant reptile became the finest barbecue fare imaginable. Around the campfire, savory smoke spiraled upward. Kuririn devoured the meat ravenously. This dense, energy-rich sustenance was exactly what his body craved. Just then, Bulma's communicator chimed on the table. She glanced at the screen, her expression tightened. It was Yamcha. After a pause, she answered. Hello, Yamcha. Bulma, where are you? No one answered at your place. Yamcha's voice dripped with nonchalance. Cancel tonight's date. I've got to care for Puar. She's sick. Bulma's eyes turned glacial. Sick. Puar's constitution hadn't produced a single sneeze in a year. Faint background laughter and the sharp crack of a baseball bat echoed through the line. You're at the baseball field, Her voice trembled. No, no, I'm home. Gotta go, busy. Beep, beep. The call ended. Bulma's knuckles whitened around the communicator, her eyes brimmed with sudden tears. In the past, she might have raged, or hidden away to cry alone. Now she lifted her gaze and met Krillin. He held a skewer of roasted meat, watching her quietly. Firelight danced across his bald head and reflected in his calm, bottomless eyes. He seemed to have heard everything, yet asked nothing. No hollow comfort, no cruel mockery. Instead, he smiled faintly and offered her the most perfectly cooked tender piece of dinosaur meat. Eat something. His voice was soft, but unwavering. You'll need your strength to throw away the trash. Bulma froze. Throw away the trash. She stared at Krillin, and abruptly her tears ceased. She took the steaming chunk and bit down hard. Krillin gazed up at the star-strewn sky. The 7-day training period neared its end. Within him, the Saitama template's fusion rate edged ever closer to its first critical threshold. The campfire had dwindled to a pile of dark red embers. The chirping of insects echoed in the depths of the forest, occasionally interspersed with the deep roars of ancient beasts. Bulma curled up in the back seat of the off-road vehicle, covered with Krillin's spare martial arts uniform, breathing steadily. Krillin sat cross-legged on the roof of the car, not asleep. The system countdown reached 0. Training on the 7th day has ended. Saitama template basic adaptation period completed. Current fusion degree 10. There were no dazzling light effects nor the golden glow of upgrades. An indescribable pang of soreness and itchiness erupted from the depths of his marrow. It was different from the agonizing pain of the past few days. This sensation felt more like every bone in his body had been shattered and then reshaped by an invisible giant hand. Krillin bit down on his collar, veins bulging on his forehead. His spine emitted continuous cracking sounds reminiscent of frying beans. The once well-fitted pants of the martial arts uniform were visibly shortening. The muscle fibers in his thighs were tearing, thickening, and compressing furiously. It wasn't just about growing taller. It was a leap in the quality of life. The price Saitama paid to break the limiter was his hair, while the system seemed to have transformed this price into an extreme modification of this body. Although his hair still hadn't grown back, this inhuman torment lasted a full 2 hours. It wasn't until the eastern sky lightened with the first light of dawn that the pangs receded like a tide. Krillin stood up. He found that his perspective had changed. Previously, he always needed to look up slightly to see the world, but now he had an unobstructed view. He looked down at his hands. His fingers were long and strong with thick joints, and his skin exhibited a healthy bronze hue, no longer the comical plumpness of before. Congratulations, host body reshaping completed. Height 1. 80 meters. Physical constitution correction, perfect streamlined muscles, no longer bulky bodybuilder type. Acquired trait bald head force field, the brighter the bald head the stronger the charm. Krillin touched his forehead. The sensation remained smooth. 1.8. Krillin moved his arms and legs, the cracking of his joints sounding like thunder. This was a man's perspective. The car door was pushed open. Bulma emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes, her hair a tangled mess like a bird's nest. Good morning. Krillin, is there anything to eat? Last night's dinosaur meat was too. Bulma's voice suddenly halted. She stared blankly at the man on top of the car who had his back to her. In the faint morning light, the figure was broad and towering. The orange martial arts uniform was taut, the inverted triangle muscle lines on his back, creating stunning shadows in the sunlight. You? Krillin slowly turned around. His bald head reflected a blinding light in the morning sun. He jumped down from the roof and walked up to Bulma. A shadow fell, enveloping Bulma completely. She had to tilt her head back, straining her neck to see his face. This sense of oppression. Kate Krillin. Good morning. Krillin greeted with a smile. What, after just one night apart you don't recognize me? You? Bulma circled around him 3 times, then reached out to pinch his arm, finally, standing on her tiptoes, trying to measure the height difference between them. This is not scientific. Bulma exclaimed, tugging at her hair in frustration. How did you grow so much overnight? I don't know either. Krillin flexed his neck. Maybe it was the rich nutrients from that Tyrannosaurus last night. You're lying. Bulma retorted, though her body honestly didn't step back. On the contrary, she moved even closer. This powerful body exuded a deadly masculine hormone. For Bulma, who was currently in an emotionally dry spell experiencing unilateral cold violence, it was like poison. Hey! Bulma suddenly poked Krillin's pectoral muscles, her cheeks flushing. How tall are you now? 1.8 meters. TCH, even a bit taller than Yamcha. Bulma mumbled under her breath, then hurriedly averted her gaze. Well, since you've grown so much, you'll carry the luggage today. I'm going to wash up. With that, she dashed towards the nearby stream. Krillin watched her retreating figure, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. In this world that values appearance, strength is indeed important, but looks are definitely a bonus. Krillin opened his attribute panel. Host Lin Fei Krillin, current template Saitama fusion degree 10, combat power value not loaded. Strength 900. The host can convert strength into combat power proportionally. Speed 880. Physical constitution 900. Intelligence 250. Charm 85. Krillin's gaze sharpened. It's about time to head back. Krillin clenched his fist, the air exploding in his palm with a crisp sound. The martial arts meet would begin soon. That was the best venue for him to make a name for himself. 10 minutes later, Bulma returned after washing up, droplets of water still clinging to her face. She changed into a cooler outfit, wearing hot pants and a small tank top, seemingly intentionally showing off her figure. The little thoughts of a girl. Hey Krillin. Bulma kicked the tire of the off-road vehicle. The car is out of gas, and I didn't bring a spare capsule. We're still hundreds of kilometers from the city. What should we do? She actually had spare fuel, but seeing that shiny bald head, she just wanted to tease him. Out of gas. Krillin glanced at the heavy off-road vehicle, then looked at the provocatively dressed Bulma and smiled. Then let's run back. Huh. Hundreds of kilometers. Run back. And how am I supposed to run? I'm not a martial artist. Bulma's eyes widened as she looked at him. I didn't say you had to run. Krillin stepped in front of her, squatting down with his back to her, his broad back resembling a solid wall. Get on. Concise and to the point. Bulma was stunned. Her heart raced uncontrollably. This. Was he going to carry her? You said it. Don't blame me if you get tired. Bulma bit her lip, not being coy, and directly leaped onto Krillin's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. So hard. This was Bulma's first impression. All muscle rock hard. Moreover, Krillin's body temperature was very high. Bulma could feel the heat of his life force even through the fabric. Hold on tight. Krillin supported her thighs with both hands. The sensation was warm and delicate. Whooshed. Krillin bent his legs slightly, and the ground instantly cracked open, creating a 2-meter-wide pit. He launched himself like a cannonball, shooting directly into the sky. Ah! Bulma's scream was shredded by the howling wind. The scenery flew by at high speed, trees becoming green phantoms. The wind pressure was so strong that it made it hard to keep her eyes open. But Krillin seemed to be well prepared, a faint layer of chi enveloping Bulma on his back, shielding her from the air currents strong enough to blow a person away. Too fast. Where are you taking me? Bulma pressed tightly against Krillin's back, shouting loudly. To West City, to your home. Why are we going to my house? I want to ask your father to help me make a set of special gravity training clothes. And I also need to see what this so-called Universal Capsule Company is about. In truth, it was to intercept. According to the original timeline, Yamcha should be going to West City to apologize to Bulma at this time. Since he wanted to pursue clarity, he couldn't give that wild dog any opportunity. Why not ask me to do it? I can handle it too. Bulma huffed in his ear, her warm breath tickling his neck. But you really have changed a lot. Changed how? You would have taken advantage of me before. But now your hands are very honest. Bulma rested her chin on his shoulder. Krillin smiled slightly. He didn't speak. Honest. That was because the muscle control skill was always in effect, otherwise with his current strength, he could easily crush her thigh. Moreover, the highest level hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. Taking the initiative to take advantage is a poor strategy. Letting the other party be unable to resist teasing you is the best strategy. And I prefer to be passive. Hey Krillin. Bulma suddenly fell silent, and after a while she softly spoke. Yamcha has never carried me. He only rides that broken motorcycle, letting me sit on the back and eat dust. Oh, Krillin replied lightly. Then he is indeed quite useless. You think he's useless too, right? Bulma seemed to have found a kindred spirit, indignantly saying. All he does is show off. When danger strikes, he runs faster than anyone else. The last time we faced the Red Ribbon Army. Along the way, Bulma entered her rant mode. From Yamcha's poor taste to his cheating and deceitful behavior. Krillin just quietly listened, occasionally agreeing with comments like, indeed, and that's too much. With each agreement, Bulma's resentment towards Yamcha deepened. With each kilometer they covered, her reliance on Krillin grew stronger. When the futuristic steel jungle of West City appeared on the horizon, Bulma had completely forgotten the unpleasantness of yesterday's phone call. We're here. Krillin landed in an empty alley. The concrete ground was marked with 2 shallow footprints. Bulma jumped off his back, surprisingly feeling a bit reluctant. So fast. She glanced at her watch, incredulous. Only half an hour. We're 400 kilometers away from the forest. Not bad. I didn't dare to run at full speed. Krillin brushed off the dust on himself. Let's go to your home. I'm hungry. All you think about is eating. Bulma rolled her eyes at him, but then naturally linked her arm with Krillin's. Let's go. I'll treat you to a feast. And by the way, he'll introduce you to my parents. After saying this, Bulma herself was taken aback. Introduce him to her parents. It sounded like bringing a boyfriend home. She stole a glance at Krillin, standing at 1.8 meters tall with a straight posture. Though he was bald in this era full of personality, it actually appeared quite cool. Maybe. Not bad. Just then a roaring sound of a motorcycle suddenly came from the alley entrance. A flashy red floating motorcycle came to a stop. A man wearing a baseball jersey with long hair and scars on his face was seated on it. Yamcha, what's going on? Why does the tea god look a bit handsome? He held a slightly wilted bouquet of roses preparing to walk towards Bulma's home. Seeing the two emerging from the alley, Yamcha took off his sunglasses, his movement freezing. Bulma was linked with a man, one taller, stronger, and seemingly more imposing than he was. Bulma. Yamcha's gaze fell on their linked arms, his expression suddenly turning ashen. Who was he? The air froze. An awkward silence descended unexpectedly. Bulma instinctively wanted to let go of his hand, but Krillin's arm tightened slightly, holding her hand in place. Krillin looked at Yamcha. The once formidable bandit he could only look up to was now nothing more than a weakling in his eyes. Krillin stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Bulma, looking down at Yamcha. Aren't you, Yamcha? It seems that after not seeing you for a long time, not only have your abilities regressed, but your brain isn't functioning well either. The afternoon sun in Shidu blazed with oppressive heat, refracting off the towering glass facades of skyscrapers and scattering shimmering light across the streets. At the mouth of the alley, the air hung thick and suffocating. A single bouquet of crimson roses, once vivid and lustrous, lay motionless on the dusty concrete ground. Petals had scattered from the impact of the fall, spreading like a shocking pool of blood. Yamcha removed his signature windproof sunglasses, his eyes now bloodshot and raw, burned with quiet fury. His gaze locked onto Bulma's arm, entwined with Krillin's like a rusted saw biting deep into wood. There, her pale, delicate fingers gripped his sun-bronzed forearm tightly, her knuckles whitening with tension. It was an instinctive gesture, seeking shelter, seeking strength. And beneath the sunlight, the taut contours of that man's biceps gleamed like polished granite, dense, unyielding, radiating a primal, heart-stopping power. Is your mind broken? Yamcha's voice emerged from the depths of his throat, a tremor of disbelief swiftly twisting into bitter, incandescent rage. The jagged scar across his cheek twisted grotesquely with each spasm of his facial muscles. Who the hell is this bald stranger? And where did he get the audacity to talk like that? A hollow, mirthless laugh escaped Yamcha as he stepped forward, his aura sharpening instantly into something razor-edged and lethal. Bulma, so this is why you've been gone for days. Your rare mineral expedition. Was it really just a search for a personal trainer? His gaze swept over Krillin with scathing disdain and seething envy, cold and clinical as a spotlight. Admittedly, the bald man's physique was sculpted like a Greek god's, flawless, harmonious, monumental. Yet to a true martial artist, such muscle-bound physiques were little more than ornamental shells, impressive to the eye, hollow to the spirit. Raw muscle and genuine ki existed on entirely different planes. Yamcha, watch your tongue. Bulma erupted instantly, her brows arching like drawn bows. Her hand slipped from Krillin's arm as she surged forward, ready to confront him. You're filthy-minded yourself, so you assume everyone else is too. He's Krillin. We just returned from Master Roshi's. Krillin. Yamcha froze, then burst into shrill, derisive laughter as if hearing the century's most absurd joke. He doubled over, gasping, even wiping tears from the corners of his eyes, the sound grating, exaggerated, utterly unmoored from reason. Huh, Bulma, even when you lie, couldn't you at least choose a believable script? Do you think I'm blind or stupid? He jabbed a finger toward the man who stood half a head taller than himself, almost poking Krillin's nose. That noseless dwarf Krillin barely reaches my belt line. This guy? He gestured wildly at the height difference, voice dripping with mockery. So you're telling me that in just a few days that boiled egg not only fermented and swelled, but underwent full-body cosmetic surgery? Aside from being bald and noseless, what about him even resembles Krillin? Faced with Yamcha's relentless barrage of humiliation, Krillin remained silent. He simply stood, hands tucked calmly into the pockets of his orange gi, his gaze as still and fathomless as an ancient bottomless well. That stillness was no sign of weakness. It was the absolute calm of sovereign perspective. In the periphery of his vision, a soft, cerulean interface shimmered, scrolling crisp lines of text. Ding. Host has encountered provocation from a former romantic rival. Emergency quest activated. A man's dignity. Quest description: Yamcha has vehemently denied your identity and spoken disrespectfully of your beloved. This is not merely about verification. It is a territorial assertion of masculine sovereignty. Defeat Yamcha's confidence decisively, without killing or maiming. Quest restriction: due to your overwhelming power level and its inherent unpredictability, you must engage precision control mode. Warning: one punch may render Yamcha into an abstract mural on the wall. Proceed with extreme caution. Reward 100 to all attributes. Bulma's affection surges dramatically. Krillin sighed inwardly at the namaming clause. That was truly the hardest part. The old Krillin might have needed to fight with every ounce of skill and cunning to face Yamcha. But now, fused with the Saitama template, his power had exploded exponentially. To wield such force with surgical restraint, like threading a needle while holding a mountain, was infinitely more exhausting than lifting the mountain itself. Yamcha, long time no see. Krillin finally spoke, his voice low, steady, effortlessly familiar, devoid of even a trace of anger. He took one step forward, placing himself fully between Bulma and Yamcha. His broad back eclipsed the sun, casting her into a cool, sheltering shadow. Where's Puar? Hasn't he always followed you like a shadow? Still sick? Or is he busy deleting other girls' numbers from your contacts, so you could stage this dramatic scene here? Krillin asked, tone unruffled. Yamcha's laughter died midair, as if severed by an invisible blade. His pupils contracted violently, his face drained of color. That detail, Puar erasing records, was known only to him and Puar. Not even their closest teammates knew. How do you know? Yamcha's voice cracked, panic shattering his composure, collapsing half his bravado in an instant. But he recovered fast, refusing to concede. Instead, he roared in wounded fury. Damn you! What nonsense are you spouting? Whoever you are, if you know my name and dare act so boldly in Shidu, you clearly don't plan on staying in this city. I am Krillin. Krillin tapped his gleaming reflective scalp, then pointed to his handsome, distinctly noseless face, offering a wry, self-deprecating smile. I've just grown a bit taller and a bit better looking. Is recognition really that difficult? Those words struck Yamcha like a precise, venomous needle. Yamcha stared hard at that face. No nose. The arrangement of features. That faint, unmistakable aura of laid-back lethargy. Yes, it overlapped perfectly with his memory of Krillin. But how was that possible? That lecherous, timid, perpetually womanless bald rot. How could he possibly exude such suffocating, commanding presence? More importantly, Bulma's gaze just now. He knew that look intimately. It was the same rapt, hungry intensity she reserved for rare gemstones, cutting-edge technology, world-shaking breakthroughs. It was curiosity, awe, and quiet dependence, rolled into one. A look he, as her boyfriend, had never truly earned. A wave of visceral dread laced with white-hot jealousy drowned Yamcha's reason. I don't believe it. Yamcha dropped instantly into his iconic stance, claws curled, knees bent low, coiled like a wild wolf poised to strike. White ki erupted from his body, whipping dust into swirling vortices. That weakling Krillin could never project this kind of aura. If you want to die, I'll oblige you. Gale force winds whipped Bulma's hair sideways. Instinctively, she reached for Krillin. Krillin, be careful. Though her voice held concern, she made no move to intervene. Instead, cradling her capsule case, she retreated obediently to the corner of the wall. Her wide sapphire eyes held no fear, only a hidden, almost feverish exhilaration. It was the primal thrill a woman feels when witnessing a dominant male fight fiercely for her. Bulma, step back. Don't let your dress get dirty. Krillin lifted a hand, palm outward, gentle but firm. Then he rotated his wrist, his neck cracked softly. To Yamcha, he added quietly, don't worry, I'll control my strength. That offhand remark shattered Yamcha's last thread of rationality. Arrogant fool. With a thunderous detonation, the concrete beneath his feet exploded outward. He became a streak of gray, blurring through the air with a shriek of torn atmosphere, hurtling straight at Krillin. Yamcha moved with astonishing speed. As one of the primary combatants in the early arc of Dragon Ball, his feral origins as a wilderness bandit had endowed him with exceptional agility and raw instinct. Now striking in furious rage, he surpassed even his own limits. Wolf Fang Fist. With that signature roar, a chilling Lupin howl seemed to echo through the very air. An avalanche of fists descended like torrential rain, each trailing shimmering white chi, sealing off every possible avenue of evasion for Krillin above, below, left, right. The essence of this technique lay in its blinding speed and ruthless precision. Once ensnared in its rhythm, an opponent would be torn apart like prey beneath a wolf pack, until utterly spent. Bystanders screamed in terror and scattered in all directions. A few bold souls crouched behind distant shop windows to watch, some even raising cameras. Yet at the heart of this maelstrom, Krillin stood as though anchored in another dimension entirely. To his eyes, Yamcha's movements were not swift. They were absurdly slow. It felt like watching a video reel playing at 1/5 normal speed. Yamcha's contorted grimace, the taut striations of his flexing muscles, even the single bead of sweat slowly flung from his brow, all rendered with crystalline clarity. Is this the chasm between us? A fleeting wave of hollow disillusionment washed over Krillin. Yamcha's straight punch whistled past Krillin's left ear, a hair's breadth away, yet Krillin evaded it with effortless composure. Immediately followed by a vicious sideways kick grazing Krillin's forehead so closely that the displaced air made his eyelashes tremble. Every strike missed by millimeters, yet each evasion was calculated with surgical exactitude, requiring only the slightest shift of weight or posture. A subtle lean left a gentle sway right, a slight bow of the head, a graceful sidestep, like willow down adrift upon gale-force winds, untouched by even a single leaf. How is this possible? Yamcha's heart pounded harder with every blow. Cold sweat streamed down his temples. The sensation was profoundly uncanny. His knuckles brushed against Krillin's martial arts uniform. He could even feel the warmth radiating from Krillin's body, yet none of his strikes landed with substance. It was as though he were hurling himself with full force against nothing but smoke. Every ounce of power dissipated into emptiness, leaving him nauseated with frustration. Too slow. Krillin evaded with languid grace, offering a quiet private critique audible only to Yamcha. Your left foot lacks stability. Your center of gravity is too high. Your stance floats like stepping on cotton. Is this truly all you are capable of? Such condescending instruction stung far more deeply than any physical blow. Shut up. Just shut up. Yamcha's eyes burned crimson. Humiliation flushed his face a deep, livid purple. He could not accept it. He simply could not accept it. The very bald-headed boy who once looked up to him in awe now dared speak to him as a master addressing a wayward disciple. Wolf Fang fist, revised. Ignoring all restraint, he ignited his inner ki, forcing his speed upward by 30%. His fists became a solid wall of motion, an oppressive, suffocating tide bearing down upon Krillin. Slightly more interesting. Krillin finally withdrew his hand from his pocket. Facing a barrage so dense that individual strikes blurred beyond recognition, he extended a single finger. His index finger. Then, ding, 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 ding. A rapid series of crisp metallic chimes erupted at the alley's mouth. Bulma, watching from afar, stared open-mouthed, her capsule case nearly slipping from her fingers. She saw Yamcha swing like a rabid dog, fists moving so fast they left only afterimages. Yet Krillin remained rooted in place, feet planted like ancient oaks, his right index finger tracing arcane, ethereal arcs across the air. Each tap struck with flawless accuracy, on knuckles, wrists, elbows, transforming that slender digit into an unbreachable celestial barrier. It hurts. Yamcha felt his hands might shatter. Each collision reverberated like punching solid steel columns. The recoil numbed his entire arm, his bones groaned under unbearable strain. Is this finger forged from iron? Terror gripped Yamcha's soul. Krillin emitted no ki fluctuations, no visible exertion, yet possessed unimaginable density and hardness. Have you had enough? Krillin's voice turned suddenly glacial, chilling the very air around them. He seized the fleeting instant when Yamcha's momentum waned and his next breath had yet to rise. That finger, long held in defensive readiness, now thrust forward with serene inevitability, piercing the storm of fists aimed directly at Yamcha's brow. Boom. A dull, resonant impact. Krillin had applied only 0.5% of his strength, but for Yamcha it was akin to being struck point-blank by a 1,000-pound warhammer. Time itself seemed to freeze. Yamcha's forward lunge halted abruptly. His eyes bulged with agony, his face contorting violently. Then came the explosive backlash. He flew backward like a severed marionette, heels grinding furiously against the concrete, shrieking in protest as two deep furrows were carved into the pavement. He skidded over 10 meters before crashing headlong into a massive iron dumpster overflowing with kitchen waste, finally coming to rest. Clatter. Rotten watermelon rinds, wilted greens, and putrid fish carcasses, long decomposing, slammed onto Yamcha's face and shoulders in one grotesque cascade. Silence fell, absolute, suffocating. Only the rustle of wind through refuse broke the stillness. So strong. Bulma pressed both hands over her mouth, sapphire eyes wide, reflecting Krillin's silhouette, sparkling with countless stars. This was not a contest, it was a revelation. That absolute mastery, that unwavering poise filled Bulma with a sense of security she'd never known before. She'd once found Yamcha's roguish charm magnetic. Now beside Krillin's transcendent power, that charisma seemed shallow, immature, mere glitter without gold. Krillin strode calmly toward the dumpster. Yamcha staggered upright from the filth, his once proud long hair matted with grime, his expensive limited-edition baseball jacket ruined beyond repair. Yet his fury did not fade with defeat. Instead, shame inflamed it further, burning hotter, brighter. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. Yamcha trembled as he straightened. His palms gathered at his waist, coalescing into a brilliant azure sphere. This is... Bulma's face paled. She cried out in alarm. The Kamehameha. Yamcha, you're insane. This is a residential district. Do you intend to level the entire street? I don't care. If you dare treat me like this, then let us die together. Yamcha had surrendered all reason, channeling every last iota of his ki into this final assault. Ka-me-hame. Haa. With a guttural, unhinged scream, a colossal cobalt energy wave, 1/2 meter in diameter, roared forth. It surged forward with apocalyptic intent, aimed squarely at Krillin's face. Though weaker than Master Roshi's original, this fully committed Kamehameha could reduce a 5-story building to rubble. Krillin halted, gazing at the onrushing blue light, and sighed softly. Still so reckless. Uncontrolled power harms only the innocent. He did not move. Before this lethal beam, he simply raised his right hand, palm outward, fingers splayed, purely with physical strength. Boom! The violent blue wave slammed into Krillin's palm with deafening thunder. Yet astonishingly, his arm did not even tremble. The blast struck an immovable reef, frozen mid-advance, unable to advance a single centimeter. Is this all? Krillin murmured, then clenched his fist tightly. A soft pop, as if bursting a soap bubble. That raging energy imploded, shattered by sheer physical force, splintering into shimmering cerulean motes that danced in the sunlight before vanishing entirely. Barehanded, shattering a Kamehameha, Yamcha remained locked in his pushing stance, frozen pupils contracted to needle points, mind utterly blank. All fury dissolved instantly into profound dread. Was this still human? It had shattered every boundary of his understanding of martial cultivation. Krillin brushed dust from his palm as though nothing extraordinary had occurred, then walked toward the petrified Yamcha. His shadow fell over him. Krillin gazed down, his deep, tranquil eyes holding no mockery, only a quiet, crushing serenity. You've grown weaker, Yamcha. His voice was soft, yet struck Yamcha's chest like a hammer. Even the alley's breeze carried a tone of quiet desolation. Yamcha slid down the cold brick wall until he collapsed onto the ground, gasping, not from exhaustion, but from the soul-deep helplessness rising within him. Before him stood Krillin, immeasurable, unscalable, a mountain beyond reach. Krillin stood before him like an unconquerable peak. It isn't that you lack strength, it's that your heart is cluttered with distractions. Krillin crouched, bringing his gaze level with Yamcha's, his tone edged with stern disappointment. Baseball women fame the cheers of fans. These things have filled your spirit. Martial cultivation is brutally honest. Deceive it, and it will deceive you back. How long has it been since you lost sleep over a single technique you couldn't perfect? How long since you've tasted the agony of surpassing your limits? Each question pierced Yamcha like a shard of ice, cutting undeniable. His mouth opened, yet no sound emerged, his throat parched and mute. He remembered the young man who trained Wolf Fong Fist alone in the wilderness to survive. He recalled the fire in his chest at his first World Martial Arts tournament. Back then he was weak, but his eyes held light. Now they held only murky desire. This flower. Krillin bent and retrieved the trampled bouquet lying in the dust. Its petals were gone. Only bare stems and a few wilted leaves remained. He studied it, then placed it gently upon Yamcha's knees. Though fated, it was yours to give. Take it home, even if you gift it to Poir. What a pity, you no longer deserve Bulma. Nor do you deserve this flower. With those words, Krillin did not glance back. He rose and walked toward Bulma, waiting quietly in the corner. Sunlight stretched his shadow long and broad, enveloping Yamcha's hunched form completely. Let's go, I'm hungry. Krillin approached Bulma and extended his hand naturally. She stared dazed at this man before her. In that moment she glimpsed something unmistakable, a master's aura. That silent authority, that calm, measured reprimand. It was devastatingly magnetic. Yes, let's go home. This time Bulma hesitated not at all. She clasped his hand firmly, his palm large, warm, calloused thickly from years of relentless discipline. His rough skin grazed hers, a raw, grounding truth. Side by side, they walked from the alley, their silhouettes gilded by golden light. Yamcha remained seated on the ground, watching their figures recede into the distance. He wanted to charge again, to scream obscenities, but his limbs weighed like lead. Krillin's bare-handed shattering of the Kamehameha replayed endlessly in his mind, each repetition deepening his despair. The gap was too vast, so immense that even envy seemed laughable. Damn it all. After a long silence, Yamcha let out a guttural, wounded cry and slammed his fist hard into the concrete. His knuckles split open, blood welling freely, yet he felt no pain. Martial cultivation is honest. He glanced at the barren rose stem resting on his knee and laughed hollow and broken. I lost. Utterly and completely. Yamcha staggered upright, swaying like a drunkard. One last lingering look toward the horizon, in the direction of Capsule Corporation, toward Bulma's home. His gaze sharpened, his earlier vanity and restlessness fading, replaced by steely, irrevocable resolve. Just wait, Krillin. Wiping blood from his lip, Yamcha turned and walked away, unsteady at first, then with growing, unshakable certainty. I won't return to the baseball team. I'm going to Kame House. Unless I reforge this lazy body and repay the debt of that single finger, I'll remain nothing but a joke for the rest of my life. At the center of the western capital, the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company stands. This immense hemispherical complex epitomizes the pinnacle of human technology. Automated security robots, anti-gravity elevators, and omnipresent holographic projections all signify the family's wealth that rivals nations. Bulma nearly sprinted as she dragged Krillin through the front door. The flush on her cheeks had yet to fade, a result of both the exhilarating battle and the fact that their hands had not parted since. The passing servants and robots looked on in astonishment. After all, though the young lady had changed boyfriends before, she rarely displayed such a charmingly girlish demeanor. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Bulma shouted loudly as she pushed open the enormous electronic door, her voice brimming with uncontainable joy. Oh my, is that Bulma returning? A beautiful woman with golden hair and blue eyes who seemed perpetually youthful, like a 20-year-old girl, emerged carrying a tray. That was Bulma's mother, Mrs. Brief. She immediately spotted Krillin standing beside Bulma, her eyes lighting up in an instant. Oh ho ho, and who might this be? Mrs. Brief had no sense of personal space as she set down the tray and leaned in closer. She even reached out to pinch Krillin's arm, exclaiming, "What a sturdy young man. This muscle tisk, such firmness. Much better than Yamcha, who only knows how to pose. Bulma, is this your new boyfriend? Not bad, huh? Mom." Bulma's face turned crimson as she quickly pulled her mother away. Don't touch. This is Krillin. Krillin. The same little bald guy from before. Krillin. Mrs. Brief gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes widening. Heavens, what a transformation. Come in. Annie just baked some small cakes, eat more. At that moment, Dr. Brief glided out of the laboratory on a unicycle hovercraft, a black cat perched on his shoulder, leisurely puffing on a pipe. Oh, Krillin, you've grown so tall. The doctor adjusted his glasses, his wise eyes scanning Krillin through the lenses, clearly focused on aspects that most would overlook. The density of your body seems unusually high. The vibrations from each step you take feel different. I heard an explosion outside just now. Oh, was that you? Sorry, doctor, just a little sparring. Krillin politely nodded. It's nothing. Young people should have plenty of energy. The doctor waved his hand dismissively. Just don't destroy my gravity chamber that I just fixed. Upon hearing the words gravity chamber, Krillin's previously calm demeanor suddenly ignited with excitement. This was one of the core purposes of his visit. One could even say it was second only to winning over Bulma. Although the Saitama template was powerful, the regular Earth's environment was becoming increasingly ineffective for training as his compatibility improved. During the earlier fight with Yamcha, he hadn't even broken a sweat. To continue improving and not merely play a supporting role during the upcoming Scion invasion arc, he needed to intensify his training. Doctor, actually, I would like to ask for your help. Krillin spoke directly without beating around the bush. I need a set of training equipment that can adjust gravity. Oh, gravity training. Dr. Brief's interest was piqued. How many times do you want it to be? Starting at 100 times. Krillin calmly stated a number. Dr. Brief nearly dropped his pipe, and even the usually composed black cat was startled, its fur standing on end. 100 times. The doctor widened his eyes. Young man, do you realize what you are saying? That is the gravity of several thousand meters underwater or on the surface of a massive planet. A normal person's bones would instantly be crushed into powder, and even their internal organs would rupture. Krillin clenched his fist, the air bursting with a sound as it compressed in his palm. If you don't push yourself to the limits, how can you break through them? And Bulma suddenly interjected, rummaging through her bag to pull out a stack of design blueprints she had secretly drawn on her way back. Dad, not only do you need to set up the gravity chamber, but you also need to help me make this. I want to custom make a battle suit for Krillin. The materials must be made of the latest nano memory fiber with super strong elasticity, or else the suit will tear when he exerts himself, which would be costly. As she spoke, she cast a resentful glance at Krillin's already frayed orange martial arts uniform, her eyes filled with concern. Krillin rubbed his bald head awkwardly. He had indeed torn several shirts in the past few days, as ordinary fabric simply could not withstand the tension of his expanding muscles. All right, I will do as you wish. Dr. Brief lovingly looked at his daughter, then gave Krillin a deep glance. It seems this home will be lively from now on. Follow me, there happens to be a prototype in the basement. Dinner was held in an extremely peculiar, yet harmonious atmosphere. The long dining table was piled high with delicacies. Mrs. Brief kept serving Krillin food, even attempting to personally feed him cake, only to be blocked by Bulma, who wore a dark expression. Dr. Brief engaged Krillin in a discussion about the limits of human mechanics. While Krillin juggled the conversation with this genius family, he also checked the system panel. Task completed, the dignity of a man. Evaluation: you shattered the most fragile self-esteem in the most understated manner. Yamcha has left to train at Kame House, though he probably won't catch up to you. At least the boy has gained some determination. Reward issued 1. All attributes 100. Strength 1000. The host can convert strength values into combat power proportionally. Speed 980. Physique 1000. Intelligence 350. Charm 85.2. Bulma's affection level calculated: heartthrob 85,100. Unofficial lovers 89,100. 89 points. Just one step away. Once he breaks through 90 points, he will trigger the special devour function and gain Bulma's genius attributes. Krillin turned to look at Bulma sitting next to him. She was biting her fork, her gaze somewhat dazed as she stared at her profile, and upon noticing Krillin looking over, she immediately lowered her head to sip her soup. Bulma's ears turned a deep shade of red, and even her blue hair seemed to brighten. Tonight. Bulma suddenly spoke softly, her voice faint as a whisper. You can sleep in the room next to mine. That room used to be where Yamcha stayed when he visited. Despite Bulma's usual carefree demeanor, she remained quite reserved in certain respects. Bulma personally replaced all the sheets and pillowcases with new ones, and even sprayed a bit of her favorite perfume. Okay. Krillin's lips curled into a slight smile, his gaze gentle. That night was destined to have someone sleepless. Meanwhile, far away on the sea at Kame House, waves crashed against the shore. Master Roshi was staring foolishly at a collector's edition swimsuit magazine, suddenly sneezing loudly. Achoo! Strange which beauty is thinking of me. Just then the door was violently pushed open. A disheveled Yamcha reeking of garbage stood at the door and plopped down to kneel, his knees hitting the wooden floor with a loud thud. Master Roshi, please train me. I want to become strong. Strong enough to defeat that bald monster. Master Roshi was briefly taken aback, his bubble of mucus bursting, his sunglasses slipping halfway down, revealing his astonished little eyes. Yamcha, while I appreciate your ambition and understand that facing a few setbacks is a good thing for young people. However, Master Roshi pointed at the rickety door. Could you at least pay for the door? This is the second door that's broken this week. And what's with that smell? Did you fall into a cesspool? In the underground laboratory of Wanning Jiao Nong Company, the air was thick with the peculiar mixture of oil and ozone. A massive hemispherical gravity chamber loomed at the center like a slumbering iron beast. The heavy alloy hatch stood open, revealing an interior training space that was vast and frigid. Although it is a prototype, the core stabilizers are actually quite well made. Dr. Buli Fu held a pipe in one hand while the other tapped a few commands on the complex console. In theory, the limit could be pushed to 300 times, though. By then, the foundations of this villa would probably collapse. He turned his head to watch the bald youth beside him, eager and restless, an odd glint visible behind his lenses. Krillin, are you sure you will not wear protective gear? Even astronaut trainees wear pressure suits to protect their organs. No need. Krillin was bare-chested, wearing only a loose pair of training trousers. Under the cold lights, his skin took on a healthy bronze sheen. Beneath unassuming lines of muscle lay dormant, astonishing explosive power. Only by letting the body directly feel the compression of gravity will the cells remember that fear and then evolve. Krillin stepped into the hatch. The heavy hydraulic door closed slowly behind him with a teeth-grating clank. The world fell utterly silent save for the faint hum of the ventilation system. Start with 2 GS. The doctor's voice came through the speaker. Make it 10. Krillin signaled at the camera. Dr. Bully Fuss' hand trembled at the console. The black cat on his shoulder let out a sharp cry. The doctor sighed and pushed the red lever. WHRR. The red light inside the gravity chamber flared, and a low-frequency vibration instantly filled the space. It was not the sensation of carrying a heavy load. Gravity pressed in all directions. In that instant, Krillin felt his blood turn to quicksilver. The once nimble fluid suddenly became oppressively heavy. Each beat of his heart demanded tenfold effort to pump that burdened blood into his limbs and sinews. Cough. Krillin grunted as his knees went weak, and he nearly dropped to the floor. A downward tug on his eyes blurred his vision. Each inhale felt like drawing in blades. His diaphragm convulsed frantically to resist this invisible pressure. This was 10 times gravity. It was not merely the equivalent of 10 Krillins piled atop one another, crushing him. The pressure pressed upon every inch of skin, every blood vessel, every organ. An ordinary earthling's organs would have ruptured and bled out by now. But Krillin did not fall. The power of that bald overlord Chi was not innate. It had been earned through day after day of breaking his limiters. This near-limit oppression was the very fuel for shattering limiters. Krillin gritted his teeth, veins bulged along his neck like writhing earthworms. He rose slowly, inch by inch, straightening his spine. His bones creaked and cracked like an old wooden ship groaning in a storm. Breathe. Eighth. He forced his breath into a steady cadence, driving the weighty oxygen deep into his lungs. First exercise. Push-ups. 100. Krillin dropped to the floor. This single simple motion had become like lifting a mountain under tenfold gravity. His hands planted on the ground. Though the floor was laid with high-strength alloy, it depressed slightly beneath his palms. 1. Down, up. Sweat barely emerging from his pores was ripped away by gravity, slamming to the floor in scattered droplets. 2. His triceps screamed, muscle fibers broke and reknit at the microscopic level, becoming tougher. This was what he wanted. Delivering milk and tilling the soil at Guisien, Wu could train the body, but for one who already possessed Chi's constitution, the efficiency was far too low. He needed this violent, unreasonable punishment. Outside in the control room, Buer Ma carried a tray with towels and a specially formulated electrolyte drink. She stood before the vast one-way glass, watching the scene inside with her feet frozen. She had seen Yamu Cha train before. Yamu Cha liked to roar and make a spectacle of his training. His movements were flashy, each punch punctuated by a stylish pose, as if cameras were constantly filming him. But Krillin was different. The bald youth inside made no unnecessary gestures. He lay there mechanically and silently repeating the tedious push-ups. Sweat pooled beneath him into a small puddle, steam rising from his bare back. Pulled by gravity, the white vapor did not drift upward, but flowed strangely along the floor. The image was not beautiful, even somewhat savage. Yet Buer Ma could not look away. She watched the muscles along Krillin's back rise and fall, with each motion like a taut bow. Each muscle trembled, yet contained a pulse that quickened the heart. It was a pure display of masculine power, devoid of artifice, only an absolute hunger to grow stronger. 98. 99. 100. Krillin finished the last push-up, and without rest rolled over to begin sit-ups. His abdominal muscles were distinct, carved like stone. Buer Ma felt her cheeks flush. As the heiress of the world's richest man, she had seen many exceptional men. Some were polite gentlemen, others handsome warriors of formidable skill. But none had ever given her this sensation. This, an unignorable vitality that struck even through thick, blast glass. 10 minutes later, the gravity device was turned off. The red light extinguished, and the green light came on. The pressure valve hissed as it vented, and the heavy hatch slid open. Krillin climbed up, his whole body seeming as if hauled from water. The abrupt loss of tenfold gravity gave him the illusion of weightlessness. Sweat traced down his glossy scalp across his chest and disappeared into the waistband of his trousers. Buer Ma's gaze involuntarily followed that drop of sweat to a dangerous place before she flinched awake, flustered, and hurriedly averted her eyes. Here, a soft white towel was offered. Krillin looked up and met Buer Ma's somewhat sidelong, evasive glance. Thanks. He took the towel and wiped his face carelessly. This is a special sports drink to replenish salts. She shoved the cup into Krillin's hand, her fingertip brushed his burning palm and recoiled as if shocked. This gravity chamber is impressive. Krillin drained the drink in one gulp, his Adam's apple bobbed as a satisfied sigh escaped him. But the floor is a bit soft. Tell the doctor to use a harder material next time. That's aerospace-grade titanium alloy. Buerma could not help but retort. You're the pervert. She watched the steam rising from Krillin, and when she intended to tell him to take a shower, the words that left her mouth turned into that. Did your muscles get noticeably bigger than yesterday? Krillin looked down at his chest and pinched it casually. Maybe they're engorged. Don't you like this? He stepped forward, closing to less than half a meter from Buerma. A heady wave of hormones mixed with the scent of sweat washed over her. Not unpleasant, but raw and aggressive. Buerma felt her heart skip and found herself pressed against the cold console with nowhere to retreat. Who said I liked it? She retorted, turning her head aside as her ears flushed. It's so hard-looking, it must be uncomfortable. Is that so? Krillin smiled, and rather than press further, withdrew a step. I'm going to shower. By the way, what's for dinner? This kind of training burns so many calories I could eat an entire dinosaur. Watching Krillin walk away, his broad latissimus muscles formed a perfect inverted triangle beneath the lights. Buerma drew a deep breath and slapped her flushed cheek. Buerma, snap out of it. He's just a bald kid. And only a teenager. Though she said it aloud, her mind remained haunted by the image of sweat streaking across his chest, refusing to be banished. For the next 3 days, Krillin spent nearly all his time in the gravity chamber. From initially struggling to perform basic movements under 10 times gravity, by the third day, he was already able to engage in high-intensity shadow training under 12 times gravity. The sensation of his bones being compressed and then growing was addictive. The integration of the Saitama template also skyrocketed under this extreme pressure. On the afternoon of the 4th day, Krillin had just come out of the bathroom when he was stopped by Bulma. Put this on and follow me, she said, tossing him a bathrobe while holding a notepad and a measuring tape. Where to? To my workshop. The materials for the battle suit have arrived, but I need precise body measurements. Yesterday's scan data had some discrepancies. If the nanofiber doesn't fit well enough, it won't disperse the impact force and will actually restrict your movements. Bulma spoke with a serious expression embodying the demeanor of a scientist. If one ignored the snug low-cut top she had specifically changed into today. The workshop was located on the top floor of the villa with excellent lighting. It was filled with blueprints, circuit boards, and various unknown mechanical parts. Stand on that platform. Bulma pointed to a circular platform in the center. Krillin complied and stepped up, casually loosening the tie of his bathrobe. Bulma paused in her tool adjustments. Although she had seen him several times over the past few days, the sight of his powerful physique, now fully exposed before her, still made her breath hitch. I tried to generate 2 people, but Dobao refused. And besides, this is a private room, just the 2 of them. Raise your arms. Bulma endeavored to make her voice sound professional. She approached with the measuring tape, and a faint scent of citrus perfume wafted into Krillin's nostrils. The cool measuring tape pressed against Krillin's heated chest. Chest measurement. Inhale. Krillin cooperatively inhaled, his chest expanding, muscles rising like rock. Bulma's fingers inevitably brushed against his skin. Her fingers were soft and slightly cool, and the contact with Krillin's high body temperature skin sent a shiver through him. Don't move. Bulma lightly tapped his pectorals. They're as hard as stone, the tape can't even press in. That's a natural response. Krillin glanced down at Bulma, who was focused on measuring his chest. From this angle, he could see the delicate curve of her chest and the strands of hair that trembled with her breathing. She read the markings on the measuring tape intently, her long eyelashes fanning like tiny fans. Waist measurement. Bulma squatted down, wrapping her arms around Krillin's waist. The position resembled an embrace too much. Her cheek nearly pressed against Krillin's abdominal muscles, her warm breath spraying onto his sensitive skin, causing a tickling sensation. Krillin could clearly sense Bulma's movements slowing down. Her hands around his waist did not immediately tighten the tape, but hesitated for a few seconds. The air became thick with tension. The sound of cicadas outside seemed to fade away. In the room, only their slightly erratic breaths could be heard. Bulma, Krillin asked, knowingly, a hint of amusement in his voice. Are you done? What are you rushing for? Bulma hurriedly tightened the tape, her voice trembling as she read the measurements. Waist measurement 78. This ratio is simply unscientific. She stood up, her face flushed like a ripe tomato, her gaze darting around, hardly daring to meet Krillin's eyes. Next is thigh and arm span measurements. Bulma moved behind Krillin to measure his back width. Just as her hand pressed against his broad latissimus dorsi, Krillin suddenly spoke. Did Yamcha measure you like this when he made clothes? Bulma's hand froze. Never. He only buys ready-made clothes from the mall and complains that they're not stylish enough. She mumbled softly. So I'm the first. Krillin turned to face Bulma. They were so close that they could see each other's reflections in each other's pupils. Bulma instinctively took half a step back, but was blocked by the workbench behind her. So what? She looked up, her bright blue eyes shimmering with moisture. There was both shyness and a hint of the stubbornness unique to young girls. I am a genius scientist. Only those who are worthy of my effort can wear the battle suits I make. Then I should feel honored. Krillin reached out, resting his hands on the edge of the table behind Bulma, enclosing her in his embrace. It was an extremely aggressive wall push position. Bulma's heart nearly jumped out of her throat. She could smell the fresh scent of Krillin, freshly showered, mixed with his distinctly masculine aroma, making her legs weak. What are you doing? Her voice was as faint as a whisper. Nothing, just cooperating with your measurements. Krillin did not actually do anything inappropriate. He merely lowered his head, leaning close to her ear, whispering softly. We haven't measured the arm span yet. Is this more convenient? His warm breath brushed against Bulma's sensitive earlobe, visibly reddening her delicate ears. Bulma's mind went blank, the measuring tape slipping from her fingers and falling to the ground. Just as the atmosphere teetered on the brink of explosion, a sudden cough came from the doorway. Ahem. Sorry to interrupt. Dr. Brief stood at the door with an innocent expression, a pipe in his mouth and a wrench in hand. The black cat was squatting on his head, looking at the two inside with a dumbfounded expression. Bulma, where did you put that molecular polymer glue? My gravity chamber's hydraulic rod broke again and needs to be glued back together. Bulma screamed, shoving Krillin aside and grabbing a wrench from the table to throw it. Dad, couldn't you knock before coming in? Oh dear, the young people these days. The doctor nimbly dodged the wrench, picked up the glue from the floor, and sauntered out. Continue, I'm not in a rush to fix it. After all, the floor has already been cracked by Krillin, so what's a little longer? The door closed. The enchanting atmosphere in the room dissipated. Bulma covered her face with her hands, crouching on the floor, wishing she could find a crack to hide in. Krillin looked at her adorable appearance and couldn't help but laugh. He squatted down, picked up the measuring tape from the ground, and gently placed it in Bulma's hand. All right, don't be shy. Let's continue. I want to wear this suit soon. Bulma lifted her head and shot him a fierce glare. But there was no anger in her eyes, only waves of water about to overflow. The subsequent measuring process sped up considerably, but it also became much more silent. Yet each touch of their fingertips ignited a fire within both of them. This fire, though not openly blazing, thoroughly melted a certain feeling named liking into their very bones. Happy times are always fleeting, especially when such joy is accompanied by the torment of tenfold gravity and occasional pink interactions. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The news of the upcoming registration for the world's top martial arts competition had already spread across the globe via television broadcasts. Krillin knew it was time for him to leave. If he did not return to meet Master Roshi, the storyline might deviate unpredictably. In the early morning, at the private airstrip of Universal Capsule Corporation, a bright yellow capsule jet was already warmed up. The engine emitted a pale blue exhaust, causing the grass to rustle. Mrs. Brief took out a large pile of snacks and lunchboxes, stuffing them into Krillin's backpack, as if he was heading into the wilderness for survival rather than returning to the martial arts school. The doctor handed Krillin a small box. This is the gravity ring you wanted. While it doesn't have the same effect as that large room, it can still apply 2 to 3 times the gravity on your limbs. Wear it regularly, don't take it off while eating or sleeping. Thanks, Dr. Krillin responded solemnly. Finally, only Bulma was left. Today she wore a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts, her hair tied back in a refreshing ponytail, not holding the legendary combat suit. The clothes are not completely finished yet. Bulma kicked a small stone by her feet, daring not to meet Krillin's eyes. The final courtship still needs debugging. He'll bring it over when the martial arts competition starts. In truth, the clothes had long been completed. She just wanted to create an excuse, a necessary reason to see him. All right, I'll wait for you. Krillin saw through her little thoughts, but chose not to call her out on it. The wind was a bit strong, tousling Bulma's bangs. The two stood facing each other, the surrounding noise seemingly filtered out automatically. You must win, okay? If you lose, he'll turn the combat suit you made into a pink-made outfit. Bulma raised her head, biting her lower lip. Don't worry, there's only a 1 in a million chance of that happening. Krillin smiled confidently. He adjusted his backpack and turned toward the plane. 1 step, 2 steps. The bittersweet feeling of parting suddenly surged in Bulma's heart. This week of being together had made her accustomed to the sight of him sweating, eating, and bickering by her side. Although this place was large, why did it suddenly feel so empty when he left? Krillin, Bulma suddenly called out. Krillin stopped in his tracks and turned around. A white figure rushed towards him. Without slowing down, Bulma leaped into his arms. Soft and warm. Before Krillin could react, Bulma had already tiptoed, wrapping her arms around his neck, closing her eyes, and pressing her warm, soft lips against his. Boom. It felt as if a firework had exploded in Kellen's mind. This was not a mere fleeting kiss. It was a confession filled with the unique youthful innocence, yet remarkably passionate. There was the sweet taste of citrus candy between their lips. Kellen naturally wrapped his arms around her slender waist, deepening the kiss. Time seemed to come to a standstill. Only the distant laughter of Mrs. Brief and a whistle from the doctor could be heard. After a long while their lips parted. Bulma's face turned as red as if it would bleed. She gasped, her gaze hazy yet exceptionally determined as she looked at Kellen. "This is an advance reward. Make sure to bring home the championship," she said softly, her face flushed. Just then a long-lost mechanical prompt echoed in Kellen's mind. Ding. Key storyline interaction detected. Target Bulma. Current favorability, 92,100 eternal first love. Congratulations host for reaching the 90 favorability threshold. Reward obtained intelligence, 150, other attributes, 200. Extracting target's core abilities. Extraction successful. Gained passive skill genius intelligence grade. Description: your brain's neuronal connection speed is enhanced by 300, significantly strengthening logical thinking, learning ability, and mechanical comprehension. You can now learn others' techniques at a glance. Even complex mechanical blueprints will be memorized effortlessly. Your comprehension has been elevated from mortal to genius. In an instant, the world changed in Kellen's eyes. What was once just the sensation of wind rustling the grass, now he could clearly calculate the wind speed, angle, and the trajectory of the grass blades. What had previously appeared as a dizzying array of gauges on the plane now seemed as simple as a basic arithmetic equation. He even spotted a minor design flaw in the intake of the plane's engine at a glance. Is this what Bulma sees in the world? Is this the brain of a genius? Kellen felt as if the fog that had long shrouded his mind was blown away by a gust of wind, leaving his thoughts frighteningly clear. This clarity, combined with the physical strength brought by the Saitama template, truly gave him a sense of invincibility. Thank you, this gift. I really like it. Kellen released his grip, gently brushing his fingers over Bulma's swollen lips, his gaze now holding a depth and wisdom that hadn't been there before. In leaving, he no longer hesitated, turning and jumping onto the plane. The hatch closed and the engine roared. The yellow fighter jet soared into the sky, tracing a graceful arc as it sped toward the southern seas. Bulma stood in place, only withdrawing her gaze reluctantly when the plane became a small black dot. She touched her lips as if his warmth still lingered. Strange, Bulma murmured to herself. In that last moment, why did it feel like his gaze suddenly changed? It became more enchanting. Above, at an altitude of 10,000 miles, Kellen piloted the plane with one hand while looking at his palm with the other. System: open the panel. Host Kellen, current template Saitama fusion degree 15, strength 1200. The host can convert strength values into combat power. Speed 1180, physique 1200, intelligence 500, charm 85, skill list: serious punch, turtle school, martial arts, proficient flight technique, beast instinct, genius intelligence. New. Kellen clenched his fist. With this genius intelligence, martial arts would no longer be mere muscle memory for him. He could analyze the essence of chi, optimize the techniques of the turtle school, and even develop his own serious series. This feeling is truly wonderful. As the plane pierced through the clouds in the distance, a small pink house lay solitary on the island. Came house, here we are. Relentless waves crashed against this tiny solitary island adrift in the open sea. White foam shattered at the base of pink-hued walls, releasing a soothing, monotonous rhythm. To Krillin, this air, laced with the briny tang of seaweed and damp salt, felt far more familiar than the sterile blend of premium gasoline and precision electronics that hung over West City. He leapt from the aircraft, his feet sinking into soft sand, the gritty give of granules slipping between his toes confirming beyond doubt he was home. Pushing open the chipped wooden door of the turtle school, the interior light dimmed markedly compared to the brilliance outside. The air carried the stale aroma of tobacco, coarse pungent shreds favored by Master Potato. There sat the wiry old man, sunglasses perched low, a massive turtle shell strapped to his back, cross-legged upon a wicker chair. Clutching the crimson telephone receiver with white-knuckled intensity, he leaned forward as though locked in mortal combat with the voice on the other end of the line. I know it's 3 days before the deadline. I'm not senile. His voice rose sharply, spittle flecking the tabletop, while his free hand drummed a frantic staccato rhythm. Thud, 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 against the wood, unervingly rapid. What do you mean, still unable to reach him? That boy, Son Goku. If he hasn't registered yet, can't you make an exception? Rules are rigid, but people breathe, adapt, live. What if he's lost somewhere deep in the mountains and forests? You know well enough that boy's mind runs straight as an arrow. Krillin remained silent, leaning quietly against the doorframe, setting his backpack gently beside his feet. He watched Master Mateto, the man revered across the world as the god of martial arts, now reduced to the anxious pacing figure of an ordinary empty nester awaiting his grandson's return from school. The sunglasses concealed his eyes but could not hide the deep furrows etched across his forehead, lines heavy with unspoken worry. Fine. I'll bring him myself. Even if I have to tie him up and drag him onto the ring. Done. With a sharp click, the receiver slammed back onto its cradle. Master Mateto exhaled deeply, his body slumping like a deflated balloon deep into the wicker chair. He removed his sunglasses, revealing small, weary eyes usually narrowed in mirth, now shadowed with exhaustion, as he massaged the bridge of his nose. That fool, he muttered under his breath. Gone for so long, not even a single letter. Has the post office collapsed? Or did he mistake the paper for a meat bun and eat it whole? Perhaps he simply can't read and doesn't know how to write an address, Krillin interjected lightly, a playful glint in his voice. Master Mateto jerked his head up, so abruptly it stirred a small gust of air. Upon recognizing the bald silhouette in the doorway, his weathered face froze for a beat, then instantly masked its raw anxiety beneath his usual irreverent facade. Oh, it's you. He slid the sunglasses back on and smirked. Thought you'd gotten lost in the capitalists' candy-coated bombardment and abandoned this crumbling island for good. Never, my dear Master Mateto, Krillin replied with a grin, stepping forward and retrieving a frosty beer can from the refrigerator, handing it to the elder with practiced ease. No matter how splendid the world outside, not a single hair here is less precious. Besides, who else will buy this month's bikini special edition for you? At the words special edition, Master Mateto's Adam's apple visibly bobbed. Yet he clung stubbornly to his masterly dignity, accepting the beer and taking a long, deliberate swallow. Humph. At least you've retained a shred of decency. A quiet lull settled between them. Outside, the cries of seagulls rang out with crystalline clarity. Master, you're worried about Goku, aren't you? Krillin pulled up a chair, his expression shifting from jest to gentle gravity. Master Mateto's grip on the beer can tighten just slightly. Worried? I'm not worried about that boy, he insisted, though his gaze drifted, unbidden, toward the endless expanse of ocean beyond the window. That lad's hide is tougher than steel, bullets bounce off him. It's not his safety I fear. It's the chaos he might unleash, swallowing some yokai whole, demolishing someone's house, leaving me to foot the bill. Krillin smiled faintly, saying nothing. Years ago, he and Goku had barged uninvited into this old man's life. Back then, Krillin's mind had been a labyrinth of cunning schemes, all aimed single-mindedly at growing stronger. Goku, by contrast, was pure as blank parchment, or perhaps unyielding as granite. Together, they'd hauled 40-kilogram turtle shells through pre-dawn streets, delivering milk tongues lolling like spent hounds. They'd swum in shark-infested waters, Goku always surging ahead, grinning foolishly as he tried to snatch a shark for lunch. They'd darted through beehives dense as forests stung into grotesque swelling, faces unrecognizable even to their own mothers. All the while, Master Mateto reclined beneath a sunshade, sipping fruit juice and leafing idly through glossy magazines featuring beautiful women. Yet Krillin also remembered those quiet moments beneath the coconut palms of the Turtle School, where the old master wove the essence of staff fighting, the profound secrets of the Kamehameha, and the unwavering virtues of integrity and resilience into every day's training. He taught Goku to discern truth from illusion in every strike, and to guard the purity within his heart. He taught Krillin to transcend the limits of his stature, and to wield wisdom as a blade sharpening what nature had left unfinished. He feigned fury when they slacked off, yet slipped extra servings of rich meat stew into their bowls late at night. He clenched his fists tight during martial arts tournaments, tears glistening as each of them advanced step by hard-won step. And when danger loomed, he stepped without hesitation, shielding both disciples with his frail frame. Krillin and Goku were the tenderest light in his twilight years. He'll come. Krillin's voice was soft, but resonant with absolute certainty. Yes, he's hopelessly lost, illiterate, sometimes maddeningly dense. Yet his devotion to the martial path burns purer than any flame known to man. The World Martial Arts Tournament. He would sooner sever his own limbs than miss it. Master Mateto turned, fixing Krillin with a steady gaze. Suddenly a glint flashed across the lenses of his sunglasses. Krillin, you've changed. Moi. Your key. Master Mateto's tone grew grave. He rose and circled Krillin slowly, deliberately. Before, your key was potent, but restless, like water boiling violently in a kettle rattling its lid incessantly. But now, With startling speed, the master extended a single finger, striking forward soundlessly toward Krillin's brow. The movement was lightning swift, stirring no wind. Krillin did not flinch. Or rather, he needed no evasion. At precisely 3 millimeters from his skin, Master Mateto halted. Krillin hadn't blinked, not once. His pupils reflected the poised fingertip, still and fathomless as a bottomless lake. Now your ki has settled, deep, grounded, immutable. Master Mateto withdrew his hand, a rare, genuine smile, finally softening the corners of his mouth. So Dr. Brief's daughter didn't just outfit you. She awakened something deeper. This kind of serene, incisive judgment isn't forged in training alone. Krillin rubbed his smooth scalp, the newly awakened strength, talent, genius, intellect humming fiercely within his mind. In that instant, his brain had automatically constructed a real-time kinematic model of Master Mateto's motion. Deltoid contraction velocity, elbow joint angular momentum, tip pressure distribution. He'd even calculated the precise trauma such a strike would inflict had it landed. Yet he kept it unspoken, only chuckling softly. Must be West City's cuisine, finally nourished my brain properly. Smartalek. Master Mateto chuckled, his spirits evidently lifted. Since you're back, you won't sit idle. That young man Yamcha, he's been training like a man possessed lately. If you slack off now, you'll capsize in the shallowest of waters. Krillin followed the master's gesture toward the window. Beyond the glass on the distant beach, a long-haired figure hurled relentless blows at a colossal boulder. Yamcha. Krillin narrowed his eyes. Before him, the world dissolved into streams of data. Every motion of Yamcha's body fragmented, analyzed, and reassembled in real time. Capsize. Krillin rose, rolling his neck with a crisp, audible crack. Master, I'm strong enough now to lift an entire ship and sprint with it. Then let me go see him, just to deliver a lesson or two. He pushed open the door, a sunlight flooded over him, golden and absolute. The midday sun blazed mercilessly upon the beach, warping the air with searing heat. Distant scenery shimmered faintly, as if breathing in the furnace-like haze. Yamcha stood bare-chested, his bronze skin glistening with a slick golden sheen. Sweat traced the contours of his muscles, converging into rivulets that dripped onto the scorching sand, vanishing instantly into wisps of white vapor. Wolf Fong. Gale Fist. With a feral guttural roar, Yamcha's figure dissolved into a blurred afterimage. His hands curled into raking claws, fingertips shrieking as they tore through the air, unleashing a tempestuous barrage upon a 2-meter-tall granite boulder before him. Thud, 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 thud. A rapid percussive drumbeat of impact. Shards of stone erupted from the boulder's rigid surface, within seconds, deep grooves, nearly an inch wide, scarred its face like the claw marks of some primordial beast. Huh. With a coiled twist of his waist, Yamcha delivered a thunderous spinning roundhouse kick squarely to the boulder's center. Crack, boom. The monolith let out a dying groan before exploding inward, shattering into jagged fragments scattered across the sand. Huff, huff. Yamcha landed, breath heaving violently, like the ragged wheeze of a broken bellows. He wiped sweat and powdered stone from his face, gazing at the rubble, and a flicker of unmasked pride gleamed in his eyes. Such raw destructive power would have been unimaginable to him just 1 week ago. Was this truly the fruit of training in the turtle school? Clap, clap, clap. A sparse, deliberately half-hearted round of applause drifted lazily from beneath a nearby coconut palm. Yamcha whirled around, eyes sharpening into blades. Krillin leaned against the trunk, holding a freshly plucked coconut pierced by a straw, watching him with serene nonchalance. His expression was that of a spectator observing a monkey leap through flaming hoops in a circus tent. Not bad. Krillin sipped coconut water, his tone light and detached. For a warm-up, it'll do, barely. Krillin. Yamcha ground his teeth, fists clenching involuntarily. That infuriating aura of superiority, so maddeningly familiar. When did you get back? Yamcha asked coldly. I'd assumed you'd either perish in some lover's paradise, or at least wait until tournament day to show your face. Just now, Krillin straightened up and brushed sand from his trousers. You seemed so absorbed in your training. I didn't want to interrupt. After all, watching a lone wolf vent fury on a rock is quite the diverting spectacle. A vein pulsed sharply at Yamcha's temple. He scanned Krillin up and down. The man had spent a week in West City, yet emitted no trace of enhanced power. No oppressive aura of strength. Only an unnerving ordinariness. Even the distinctive martial vitality, the fierce spirit of a true martial artist, was utterly subdued, drawn deep within. Except perhaps for that gleaming bald head. Yamcha snorted, bent down, and pulled on his weighted vest. The martial arts tournament begins soon. Pray you don't draw me in the bracket. No one, not even Master Roshi, could save you then. Don't worry. Krillin tossed the empty coconut shell casually into the air. It arced gracefully and landed with perfect precision inside a trash can dozens of meters away. You won't beat me. And this time I underwent hellish training in West City. Training? Yamcha eyed him skeptically. Did Bulma build you some high-tech training apparatus? At Bulma's name, Krillin's lips curved into a knowing, enigmatic smile. That was merely the appetizer. Krillin stepped forward, closing the distance between them, and activated his genius intellect. In his gaze, Yamcha's emotional turbulence unfurled like a volatile stock chart, each sharp peak a testament to jealousy and unease. This was the optimal moment for psychological strike. The real training happened in her workshop. Krillin lowered his voice, adopting a tone only men who understood such things could fully appreciate. You know, Yamcha, designing battle suits is an exacting scientific endeavor. To ensure perfect nanofiber adhesion, Bulma needed precise measurements of every part of my body. Yamcha's pupils contracted violently. Every part. His voice came out hoarse. Yes, Krillin nodded, tapping his chest, waist, and inner thigh with deliberate fingers. Bust, waist, hip, and even the coefficient of muscular expansion during blood engorgement. She used that cool, supple measuring tape, pressing it slowly inch by inch against my skin. Her workshop AC broke down. It was sweltering. We both sweated profusely. Krillin paused as if savoring the memory, then added softly. Oh, and her citrus-scented perfume mingled faintly with perspiration. It was truly distinctive. Boom. Yamcha felt a volcano detonate inside his skull. Distinctive. Had they? Though he'd once been Bulma's boyfriend, she'd never granted him that final step. Yet this bald-headed man, alone with her in close quarters, measuring every contour. Reason? What was that? You damned bastard. Yamcha's eyes flooded crimson, his once handsome face contorted into a demon's grimace. Jealousy incinerated every shred of composure. I'll kill you. Without warning, he lunged, fueled by pure seething hatred. New Wolf Fong Gale Fist. This was no longer mere practice. His speed surged to its absolute limit. The air screamed as it ripped apart. This blow carried his burning hatred for a rival, aimed unerringly at Krillin's infuriatingly smug grin. Swift. Precise. Ruthless. Half a year ago, Krillin would have had no choice but to scramble desperately aside. But to Krillin now, time itself seemed to slow. He remained rooted, not even raising a hand. At the instant Yamcha's fist hovered just 1 centimeter from Krillin's forehead, Krillin shifted ever so slightly to the left. Truly just a fraction of a step. Whoosh. Yamcha's decisive strike struck only empty air. Momentum hurled his body helplessly forward. What a... Yamcha recoiled in shock, straining to halt his lunge. But Krillin had anticipated it. His foot flicked out, brushing Krillin's ankle with deceptive casualness. That touch landed precisely at the fragile threshold, where old force expired and new force had yet to rise. Thumped. Yamcha collapsed like a drunken stumble, crashing face first into the sand. His nose scraped along the beach for 2 meters, filling his mouth with grit. Silence fell, absolute suffocating. Yamcha lay prostrate, mind utterly blank. What just happened? He hadn't even seen Krillin move, just a blur, then sudden impact with the ground. Is this the result of your training? Krillin crouched beside him, shaking his head, not in mockery, but with a calm so profound it felt like despair. Yamcha, you've lost your center. To fight consumed by jealousy and rage. You wouldn't just lose to me, you might even fall to Poir. Yamcha lifted his head, squinting up at Krillin silhouetted against the sun. That bald pate gleamed blindingly bright. In that moment, he grasped at the boy who'd once matched him blow for blow, or cheated his way to victory. Now stood on a plane he couldn't even comprehend. That chasm wasn't measured in strength, but in cultivation of the Tao. Enough. An aged voice cut through the stillness. Without either noticing, Master Roshi had appeared between them. He tapped Krillin's smooth scalp with his pipe, bonk, then gave Yamcha the same treatment. OWWW. Yamcha howled, clutching his head, tears springing forth. Losing isn't shameful. Refusing to accept defeat is. Master Roshi fixed Yamcha with a stern gaze. To lose control in combat is fatal. Had this been a life-or-death duel, you'd be dead 10 times over, in that single lapse. And you? The old man turned sharply to Krillin, eyes narrowing. Spouting nonsense again. If you channeled even half that cleverness into proper cultivation, you'd have soared beyond the heavens long ago. Krillin wore an expression of pure innocence. I didn't lie. I did get measured. And yes, it was hot. Yamcha pushed himself up, spat sand from his mouth. He stared at Krillin, the fire in his eyes dimming, replaced by something far more complex, bitter resentment, yet also weary resignation. Humph. We'll settle this at the tournament. I'm hungry. Let's eat. Yamcha brushed dust from his clothes and walked toward the house, his silhouette retreating with quiet, solitary desolation. Krillin watched him go, exhaling softly. Let it be. Then you'll lose even more terribly. Night fell, and a dim amber light flickered to life inside Master Roshi's humble abode. The modest round dining table, already unassuming in size, now loomed like the crater of an imminent volcanic eruption. The tabletop brimmed with mountains of food. A steamed emperor crab as large as a wash basin, an entire wild boar leg roasted to golden perfection with glistening fat, a pyramid of steaming white rice, and a massive pot of fish soup bubbling vigorously, its fragrant steam curling upward. This lavish feast had been prepared by Master Mateto, a tribute to his disciple's long-awaited return. I'll begin. With that declaration, the warm, familial atmosphere shattered instantly, replaced instead by the acrid haze of battlefield tension. Yamcha, having suppressed his frustration all afternoon, now channeled every ounce of pent-up fury into ravenous hunger. He seized a colossal crab too impatient even to peel its shell and shoved it whole into his mouth, crunching audibly each crack, sending shivers down spines. If I can't beat you in battle, I'll be damned if I lose to you at the dinner table. Yamcha muttered, his words muffled by a mouthful of shell and flesh. His chopsticks blurred into motion, a whirlwind of precision, as he frantically scooped rice into his bowl. Meanwhile, Krillin's eyes flashed cobalt. The genius intellect protocol reactivated. His mind calculated optimal eating efficiency with surgical precision. Yet the side effect of the Saitama template was undeniable, insatiable hunger. A gnawing cellular scream of starvation overwhelmed all restraint. And then, Krillin struck. His chopsticks carved a graceful arc through the air, slipping effortlessly through Yamcha's defensive flurry and piercing straight into the roasted boar leg. A subtle flick of the wrist, and with a soft plop, a succulent tender slice crowned with crisp caramelized skin detached cleanly from the bone, landing perfectly in Krillin's bowl. Yamcha started to protest, only to find his chopsticks gripping nothing but a gleaming hollow bone. Eat more bones. They'll boost your calcium. Your bone density seems rather low. Krillin beamed, popped the morsel into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed with blissful satisfaction. Perfectly seasoned. Master Mateto's cooking truly is unmatched. Damn it, that's mine. Enraged, Yamcha abandoned all decorum and lunged barehanded for the steamed fish platter. Such is the world of survival of the fittest, Krillin remarked calmly, even as his free hand effortlessly parried Yamcha's assault. Simultaneously, his chopsticks darted forth like lightning, each strike seizing only the most succulent morsels. Their utensils clashed midair above the dishes, ringing like clashing swords. Ting-ting-tang. Rice grains scattered like shrapnel. One stray fishbone even struck Master Roshi's pet turtle square in the face, sending the startled creature retreating deep into its shell. Master Mateto sat solemnly at the head of the table, wine cup in hand, his eyelids twitching violently as he watched his two disciples devour their meal like famished specters reborn. Slow down. No one's competing with you. His voice trembled faintly, yet before the final syllable faded, the enormous rice pot, enough to feed 10 burly men, stood utterly empty. Another bowl. Me too. I need more meat. Both raised their spotless, grain-free bowls in unison, shouting in perfect harmony. Master Mateto stared at those immaculate bowls, scoured clean, not a single grain left behind, then at the hollow electric rice cooker. A bead of cold sweat traced a slow path down his temple. This feast had been his carefully hoarded 2-day ration. Yet in under 10 minutes the table lay strewn only with fish bones, crab shells, and bleached boar bones. Especially Krillin. Did his stomach open onto another dimension? He'd always been hearty, yes, but never this voracious, never this close to swallowing the plates whole. Ahem, we're out. Master Mateto cleared his throat, striving for composure. Out. Yamcha blinked, stunned. I'm only 5/10 full. How am I supposed to train? Same here, Krillin murmured, patting his abdomen, where a bottomless void churned with relentless hunger. The meager meal vanished instantly, broken down by an impossibly potent metabolism into pure refined energy, then devoured whole by starving cells. Master, do you have any reserves left? Even compressed rations would suffice. Master Mateto said nothing. Instead, he withdrew from his robe a desiccated, shriveled, frog-shaped wallet, dry as sun-cured tangerine peel. With trembling fingers, he flipped it upside down and shook it gently. Tink. A few pitiful coins clattered onto the table, bright, lonely, and heartbreakingly hollow. Also fluttering out a crumpled supermarket coupon stamped void after expiry. Silence descended, thick and absolute. Even the ocean waves seemed to sigh mournfully, as if holding a vigil for the wallet's tragic demise. Ahem. Master Mateo swiftly pocketed it, then fixed his disciples with a stern, dignified gaze, using gravitas to mask destitution. As martial artists, you must master hunger. It is part of the path. Is cultivation merely about feasting? But master, you taught us, eat well, sleep well, train well. Krillin delivered the retort without mercy. That was before. Master Mateo roared, spittle flying. Do you know how steep rice prices have soared? Do you know how much gas costs now? Do you think it's easy for an old man like me to save for his funeral fund? At this rate, tomorrow I'll be forced to sell Kame House outright. His bellow rattled dust from the rafters. Krillin shrugged, exhaling softly. Well then, it looks like we'll have to fend for ourselves. Tomorrow I'll hunt. Rumor has it several dinosaur-like sea serpents dwell near these waters. Tough meat perhaps, but abundant. I'm coming too. Yamcha shot back defiant. I'll track down that Tyrannosaurus and roast it whole. Watching his disciples enthusiastically debate tomorrow's quarry, Master Mateo felt no pride, only dread. He sank back into his wicker chair, and a far more terrifying vision surfaced in his mind. That little monkey-tailed boy, Son Goku. That legendary glutton capable of devouring an entire ox in one sitting. If he returned too, 3 bottomless pits converging in one place. Master Mateo shuddered violently. Before him unfolded visions of Kame House stripped bare, not even its foundations remaining, and himself years later begging on street corners. It's over. He buried his face in his hands, groaning in despair, a sound thick with terror for what lay ahead. I should never have taken on such voracious disciples. My retirement fund, my bikini magazine subscription, my peaceful golden years. Night deepened. The sea breeze grew cool and gentle. Krillin lay on his familiar army cot listening to Yamcha's thunderous snoring from the upper bunk. Though stubborn in spirit, the young warrior was utterly spent, collapsing into slumber the moment his head touched the pillow. Krillin remained awake. He lifted his hand, catching the silvery moonlight filtering through the window, studying his palm. His gravity bracelet steadily imposed double Earth's gravity, a subtle grounding pressure that calmed him. He could feel it, the slow, steady ascent of power within his body. Not dramatic, not explosive, but unwavering, unceasing. Goku, he whispered inwardly, a quiet smile lifting the corner of his lips. I want you to see just how strong I've become. 3,000 kilometers west of the western capital, a primeval jungle is currently shrouded by a rare and torrential downpour. The rain lashes against the ancient forest like countless silver whips. The towering trees groan in the howling wind, and the murky floodwater mixed with broken wood and silt roars and rushes through the riverbed. A purple lightning bolt rips through the sky, briefly illuminating a giant banyan tree by the riverbank. Beneath its crown, a figure is hanging upside down. It is a young man with his upper body bare, wearing only a pair of black trousers. He has a wild mane of thick black hair that bursts outward like a sea urchin. At this moment, he is hooking a tree branch with one foot, swinging like a pendulum in the fierce wind, while tightly gripping a thick vine, the other end of which is deeply submerged in the turbulent river below. A loud protest emanates from the young man's belly, louder than the thunder. I'm so hungry. Why isn't the fish biting yet? Wukong blinks his excessively clear eyes and wipes the rain from his face. He shows no sign of being a drenched chicken, but rather stares expectantly at the water's surface. At that moment, the water's surface erupts. A prehistoric giant crocodile, or rather a bizarre fish with a crocodile's mouth, leaps violently out of the water. Its crimson eyes obviously see the swaying human on the tree as a sweet treat offered by the torrential rain. Its gaping maw, filled with jagged teeth, could crush a tank's armor in an instant. Wow, it's huge. Wukong's eyes instantly brighten like 2 light bulbs, and drool even spills from the corner of his mouth. He does not shy away from the long-awaited beast. Instead, he gathers strength in his waist, performing a physics-defying action midair. Dinner is served. He grins, giving his wrist a gentle flick. The seemingly ordinary vine snaps, taut, with a sharp crack. Immediately, a sheer force travels through the vine and into the mouth of the bizarre fish. The bizarre fish does not even have time to close its mouth before it is swung in a semicircle through the air by this immense power. Take that. Wukong releases his foot, using the momentum of the spin to launch himself down from the tree, like a cannonball, catching up to the still dazed bizarre fish in midair. A simple and direct punch. Bang! The dull thud of flesh colliding is drowned out by the sound of the rain. The giant fish's enormous eyes nearly bulge out as its massive body instantly loses consciousness. It crashes down onto the riverbank rocks like a pile of mud, shaking the ground violently. Wukong lands, lightly brushing off his hands, and circles the bizarre fish with a satisfied look. Great. The meat of this fish is very firm. Grilling it will be the best. Ignoring the pouring rain, he skillfully drags the several-ton catch with one hand, finding a cave to shield himself from the rain. Rubbing his fingers together, he conjures a ball of energy that ignites into flames, forcibly lighting the damp firewood. The flickering flame illuminates his face, now matured with distinct features. In the past 3 years, he has traveled to every corner of the world. Without guidance from any immortal or assistance from a gravity chamber, he relied solely on his primal combat instincts and the struggle against nature. As he bites into the half-cooked fish meat, Wukong's cheeks puff up, but suddenly he pauses. He lifts his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through the heavy rock wall and the curtain of rain, looking toward the distant east. This feeling. Wukong swallows the meat in his mouth, his brows slightly furrowing, then relaxing again. Is it the presence of Krillin? No, wait. I can't sense Krillin's presence anymore. Has he also learned to hide his energy? Thinking of that bald little buddy, Wukong's mouth involuntarily curves upward. I wonder if everyone has gotten stronger. If Krillin saw how tall I've become now, he would definitely be shocked. I guess now he only reaches my waist. Wukong swiftly devours the entire fish, even crunching the bones as he swallows. He stands up, stretches lazily, and his bones crack loudly, as if bursting like beans. I'm full. Time to go. Kintown. At that moment, golden clouds appear instantly. However, Wukong hesitates for a moment, then slaps his forehead. There's still 3 days. I should have time to run there, and I want to test my speed. So he takes a deep breath, slightly bending his legs. In the next second, the ground shatters. A large pit forms in the cave's floor, and Wukong's figure has already vanished from the spot. In the torrential rain, only a vacuum passage torn apart by high-speed movement remains, with the rain taking several seconds to fill it back up. Destination: Papaya Island. Higher up in the same sky above the stratosphere. There is no torrential rain here, only blinding sunlight and thin, suffocating air. A green figure is floating cross-legged above the sea of clouds. Piccolo, or the second generation of demons, is draped in a heavy white weighted cape, with a large white turban obscuring most of his face, leaving only a pair of sharp, sinister eyes visible. He does not fly like an ordinary martial artist using jet streams, but seems to merge with the wind, gliding silently, like a proud vulture. Boring world. Piccolo gazes down at the tiny human city below, sounding hoarse as though 2 rough pieces of sandpaper are rubbing together. For the past 3 years, he has endured hellish torment every day. For what? For that damned little brat. Son Goku. As he utters this name, Piccolo's aura suddenly fluctuates intensely. The clouds within a few kilometers are instantly scattered, revealing the blue sea below. This time at the so-called World Martial Arts Tournament, I will tear you to pieces in front of the entire world. I will make those fools immersed in false peace remember the terror of being ruled by the demon race once again. Piccolo extends a finger, pointing at a passenger plane flying in the distance. The beam at his fingertip instantly turns that plane to ashes. However, such destruction does not give him a sense of pleasure. Current killings are meaningless. I will reserve the grandest despair for the moment of the finals. Piccolo retracts his hand, his mouth curling into a cruel arc. He senses it. In that direction, several formidable presences are gathering. Wait for it, trash. The gap between gods and demons cannot be bridged by mere effort. At this moment, on a road below, a large truck loaded with goods is struggling through the rain. The driver, a bearded man, nods his head along to the rock music blaring from the radio. Suddenly, a flash of white light appears in the rearview mirror. The driver rubs his eyes, thinking he must be seeing things. 2 strange figures are running along the road. The one in front is a tall, muscular, 3-eyed, bald man, bare-chested, his muscles as hard as granite, and the rain hitting him makes a sound like metal striking metal. He walks leisurely in the rain with his hands behind his back, each step covering several dozen meters, even faster than the truck. Following behind is a small figure like a doll with blush smeared on his cheeks, floating in midair, closely trailing the bald man. I must be seeing ghosts. The driver shakes his hand, causing the truck to skid and nearly crash through the guardrail. Tien Shinhan pays no attention to the commotion beside him. The rainwater flows down his smooth forehead, trickling over his tightly shut third eye. Tien, shouldn't we use the flight technique? Dumpling asks in a soft voice from behind. That would be much faster and wouldn't get us wet. No. Tien Shinhan keeps his eyes forward, breathing steadily, as if he were asleep. Flying consumes energy and creates dependency. Feeling the reaction force of the earth beneath our feet is also part of cultivation. In these past 3 years, he has traveled to the corners of the world. He has climbed the highest snowy peaks and dived into the deepest trenches to cleanse the violent energy from his past as a killer and to chase that elusive figure, Son Goku, and that clever little Krillin as well as the annoying Yamcha. I heard the students of Master Roshi are training hard. This time I won't win by a close margin. I want to win fairly. Tien Shinhan's voice remains clear amidst the sound of rain. Tien will definitely win. Dumpling shakes his small fist. Tien Shinhan's lips curl slightly upward but quickly return to their stern demeanor. Ahead, a huge boulder has fallen onto the road due to a landslide blocking the entire path. The truck has begun to brake, urgently producing a screeching sound. Tien Shinhan does not slow down. He doesn't even throw a punch. At the moment of imminent collision with the boulder, his third eye suddenly opens wide, and an invisible force bursts forth. Huh! A low shout. The massive boulder weighing dozens of tons seems to have been gouged out by a giant spoon, leaving a smooth round hole in the center. Tien Shinhan and Dumpling pass through the hole, without even getting their clothes dirty. The truck driver behind watches in astonishment at the still smoking stone cavity. His cigarette falls into his lap, burning him and causing him to yelp. Let's go, Dumpling. The show is about to begin. Above the divine temple, the air hung thin and nearly solidified. This was the apex of Earth, a sacred domain accessible only to the rarest of the chosen. Yet today an aching sense of farewell clung to the atmosphere, tinged strangely with absurdity. Popo's normally expressionless black face was now contorted, every feature drawn tight. He wrung his hands together, his plump body swaying uneasily like a child about to be sent off to boarding school. Divine Lord, you truly must go. Popo's voice trembled with unmistakable tears. The mortal realm is perilous, and that Piccolo. Before him stood an unremarkable middle-aged man, balding at the crown, streaks of gray at his temples, wearing thick-rimmed spectacles. Dressed in a slightly shabby gray suit, he looked exactly like the sort of ordinary office worker who might doze off on the train after overtime, still clutching a discount radish in his hand. The man's name was Mr. Shun, an utterly ordinary earthling. And now within this unassuming vessel resided Earth's Divine Lord. I must go, Popo. The Divine Lord spoke through Mr. Shun's vocal cords, his voice stiff-edged with an unfamiliar accent. He raised a hand, testing the movement of this borrowed body. Crack! A sharp pop echoed from his lumbar spine. Ouch! Clutching his lower back, the Divine Lord winced in pain. This body is truly unremarkable. A slight motion brings agony to my back, and waste my vision is abysmal. I'm practically blind without these glasses. He pushed his slipping spectacles up the bridge of his nose and offered a wry smile. A divine scion was about to enter the tournament. As a god, he could not intervene directly in mortal affairs. Nor could he slay Piccolo, his own half-self. For doing so would erase himself as well. The sole path forward was to infiltrate the tournament under this disguise and seize the chance to seal Piccolo with the evil containment wave. But tears shimmered at the edges of Popo's eyes. What if the Divine Lord is injured? Popo will be heartbroken. The Divine Lord stepped forward and awkwardly patted Popo's head, a gesture natural for his former aged form, but comically incongruous on this middle-aged salaryman's frame, like a salesman soothing a hesitant client. For these past centuries, thank you, Popo, for your devoted care. A quiet note of relief softened the Divine Lord's tone. To remain aloft here, watching humanity age, sicken, and die, it has wearied me too. This descent shall be my sabbatical. I wish to see with my own eyes how far Son Goku has grown. At that, the Divine Lord's gaze deepened, drifting toward a distant point in the mortal realm. And that bald little one named Krillin. Krillin. Popo tilted his head. That clever little fellow. Yes. The Divine Lord nodded, brows faintly furrowed. Lately a strange fluctuation has stirred in the mortal realm. It bears no malice, nor does it radiate formidable ki, but there is a dissonance, an unsettling incongruity. It emanates from the direction of Master Roshi's Turtle School. It feels as though the world's very laws have developed a tiny fissure there. Let us hope it bodes no ill. With that, the Divine Lord adjusted his suit jacket, and Tai picked up a briefcase and strode toward the temple's edge. Wind lifted the hem of his ill-fitting suit, revealing crimson underwear beneath. Then I am off. He leapt into the void. Divine Lord, that body cannot fly. Popo cried out in terror, tears bursting forth instantly. Oh no, I forgot. A panicked shout echoed midair, followed by frantic flailing motions. He barely managed to stabilize a feeble current of ki tumbling earthward in a lopsided, ungainly descent, like a kite severed from its string. Popo crouched at the temple's rim, watching the shrinking black speck, sniffling softly. Please return safely, and remember to eat on time. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the world, a dim underground tavern reeked of cheap tobacco mildew and sour alcohol. Barkeep, another shot of vodka. Make it strong. A hulking brute slammed his fist on the table. Patrons froze in silence. The floor beside him already held 3 unconscious men, their fates uncertain. Just then the tavern's wooden door swung open. Jingle jingle. The bell's crisp chime rang out, strangely jarring in such a grim setting. A man entered clad in a pink robe emblazoned with a bold black kill across his chest. He wore dark sunglasses and sported a long braid trailing down his back. Most arresting were his hands, and half his face, cold, gleaming metal. Tao Pai Pai, once the world's deadliest assassin, now a half-mechanical cyborg. The tavern fell utterly silent. The burly man narrowed his eyes, liquor lending false courage, and staggered upright. Hey you, fancy-dressed pansy, what are you staring at? This place is mine. Tao Pai Pai halted. His mechanical eye pulsed faint red light, scanning the man before him. I seek a vessel. His voice was metallic, flat, devoid of inflection, utterly machine-like. A ship bound for Papaya Island. Huh. Why go to that godforsaken rock? To watch monkeys brawl. The brute sneered, reaching to shove Tao Pai Pai aside. Get lost. Don't ruin my drink. His palm stopped 10 centimeters short of Tao Pai Pai's chest. Shink. No one saw what happened. His wrist froze midair, then a razor-straight crimson line appeared, unervingly precise. 2 seconds later, blood gushed forth. His severed hand dropped with a soft thud, fingers still twitching. Ahawk. Delayed agony tore from his throat in a shriek like a slaughtered pig. He collapsed, writhing and clutching his stump. From Tao Pai Pai's mechanical forearm, a slender blade retracted smoothly, unsullied by even a single drop of blood. Too loud. Tao Pai Pai raised his right hand, his index finger split open, revealing a dark, gleaming gun barrel aimed squarely at the brute's forehead. Don't kill me. The brute dropped to his knees, sobbing, snot and tears streaming, his trousers soaked with fear. Tell me, where can I find the fastest vessel? Tao Pai Pai asked coldly. I am entering the Tenkaichi Budokai. I have a debt to settle with a certain brat. Merely recalling that imp, riding the flying nimbus bearing the power pole, sent his neural circuits into furious, overheating overload. For 3 years, he had spent every last credit, even surrendered his dignity to that mad scientist, transforming himself into this grotesque, half-human abomination. The Super Dodon Wave. His gift, crafted especially for Son Goku and Krillin. There's a speedboat at the harbor. I'll take you. Don't kill me. He pounded his forehead on the floor, desperate and frantic. Tao Pai Pai withdrew his weapon and turned toward the door. Lead the way. Hesitate for a second, and I'll sever your other hand. Outside the tavern, rain still fell. Tao Pai Pai gazed upward at the leaden sky, his cybernetic eye burning with vengeful crimson light. Wash your necks clean, brats. This time I'll slice you into sashimi. Papaya Island. This sacred ground of martial artists from across the globe prepares for its triennial grand tournament, tomorrow at dawn. Colorful umbrellas bloom like poisonous fungi along narrow streets, choking every thoroughfare with dense crowds. Fight enthusiasts, street vendors, and aspiring martial artists dreaming of overnight fame have heated the very air of the island. The registration desk stands before the gates of the martial arts temple. Rainwater drips steadily from the eaves, splashing upon moss-flecked stone slabs. Next, a middle-aged clerk wearing spectacles taps his desk impatiently. Name, Chopawong. A broad-shouldered, dark-skinned man in a yellow training uniform declares with pride and flexes his biceps for emphasis. Last time I reached the quarterfinals. Yes, fill out the form. Don't block the line. The clerk doesn't even glance up, clearly accustomed to such boastful posturing. A commotion stirs behind the queue. A massive red parasol shields an elderly man in sunglasses from the rain. Master Rashi, clad in his signature orange Hawaiian shirt, stands, hands clasped behind his back, serene, inscrutable, profoundly enigmatic. That is, unless one notices his eyes, darting furtively toward the legs of passing young women. Master Rashi, it's far too crowded here. Krillin speaks. He carries no umbrella. Rain glides smoothly over his bald crown, not a single droplet clinging. He wears the orange-andred uniform of the Turtle School layered over a sleek black undershirt. Krillin today is not quite the Krillin of 3 days ago. His gaze has grown unervingly placid, even vacant. A side effect of deepening fusion with the Saitama template, profound apathy toward nearly all things. Crowds make it lively. Master Rashi chuckles, wiping a bead of saliva from his lip. And who knows, we might meet a lovely female martial artist. That's the true essence of the martial arts tournament. Yamcha trails behind, face grim, burdened with bulging luggage. As the current weakest fighter, and the most romantically jilted, he's been relegated to porter. Damn it, why must I do menial labor? Yamcha grits his teeth. That traitor Por has gone off to cavort with that perverted oolong. Stop complaining, it's weighted training. Krillin glances back, biting into a freshly bought hot dog. Want one? Their wasabi sauce is excellent. Just 5 credits. A bargain. Before Yamcha can refuse, his stomach growls audibly. Save me half. At that instant, an overwhelming aura descends. The clamoring crowd parts as if swept aside by an invisible hand, silence falling like a shroud. 3 figures emerge from the rain. At their head strides a towering man with 3 eyes, each footfall echoing dully in the puddled streets, while beside him floats a diminutive figure. The Crane School. Master Roshi. Tien Shinhan halts and bows deeply. His gaze sweeps the group, then lingers fixed on Krillin. He senses no ki flowing within Krillin, not a ripple, not a whisper. He seems utterly ordinary, perhaps even weaker than an average bystander, like a dormant plant rooted in stillness. Yet that very absence sets Tien's instincts alight. Yamcha drops his bags and steps forward, seeking to reclaim dignity. This year's champion will undoubtedly be from the Turtle School. Tien doesn't spare Yamcha a glance. His eyes remain locked on Krillin. Where is Son Goku? Has he not arrived yet? Goku should be here soon. Krillin swallows the last bite, then flicks the wooden skewer with pinpoint accuracy into a trash can 10 meters away. Though honestly, you might not even beat me now. His tone is earnest, devoid of mockery or provocation. He states it as plainly as saying, "It is raining today." To Tien, however, those words ignite a spark of fury. Humph. Empty bravado. A vein pulses at his temple. I hope your fists prove half as sharp as your tongue on the ring. Tension crackles between them, thick as ozone before lightning. Then, a vibrant voice pierces the sky. Hey everyone, all look up. A silhouette plummets from the clouds. No deceleration, no hesitation. Straight toward the earth. Boom. Mud and water explode outward. A crater gapes in the sodden ground. Spectators scatter in panic. As dust settles, a soaked, umbrella-less youth stands calmly at its center. His grin is radiant. His unmistakable spiky hair, crowning a frame draped in a snug-fitting martial arts uniform stretched taut over powerful musculature. Goku. Everyone freezes. Bulma, having just rushed over from her hotel capsule case in hand, claps a hand over her mouth, eyes wide with disbelief. Good heavens, is that Goku? How tall he's grown. And rather handsome. Yamcha's scowl deepens, his aura visibly greener. Grandpa Roshi. Everyone's here. Goku leaps from the crater, bounding forward with unrestrained joy, then pauses mid-stride. That bald head, that missing nose. Krillin, how tall you've gotten. You're just like me. He grabs Krillin in a crushing embrace, thumping his back vigorously. Krillin sways limply in the grip, rainwater flung from his scalp like droplets from a shaken dog. Goku. He sighs, his expression eerily flat, fish-eyed, and unblinking. I'm glad to see you, but could you please let go first? My spine's about to snap. Goku releases him, scratching his head sheepishly. Hesari got carried away. By the way, have you gotten stronger? Your ki feels strange. You simply don't understand. Krillin smooths his rumpled uniform. Also, do you have money? The entry fees do. Huh, money. I only caught a fish on the way. As they reunite, a cold, sibilant voice cuts through the drizzle from a nearby eave. What a touching reunion. All turn. A man in a rose-pink robe leans against a pillar, one side of his face gleaming metal, his mechanical eye locked unblinkingly onto Goku. Tao Pai Pai. Master Roshi's eyes widen behind his shades. You're still alive? Thanks to these 2 brats, I am stronger than ever. Tao Pai Pai raises his metallic arm. The blade snaps forth, gleaming with lethal coldness. In this tournament, I'll slice each of you into sashimi. Goku tilts his head, squinting curiously. Who are you? That bad guy I blew away. Tao Pai Pai staggers, his assassin's gravitas shattered completely. You insolent fool. I am Tao Pai Pai, the world's greatest assassin. Oh, it's you. Goku nods as if recalling a minor detail, then turns back to Krillin. Krillin, I ate a huge fish on the way, but I'm still hungry. Got any food? Ignored utterly, Tao Pai Pai trembles with rage. His mechanical arm winds, gears grinding. Black smoke curls from its joints. Unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. Krillin shakes his head weary and pulls a pack of compressed biscuits from his pocket. Here, eat up. Looks like this martial arts tournament will be noisy indeed. Krillin yawns, rubbing his smooth scalp. Let's hope it's at least mildly interesting. Rain continues to fall, but all know when tomorrow's sun rises this island will erupt in fire and thunder. Every warrior has arrived. All that remains is the opening bell. The rain on Papaya Island finally ceased. After a night of torrential downpour, this tropical island seemed to have been coated with a fresh glaze. The air was filled with the salty scent of sea salt, the fragrance of moist earth, and the unique aroma of tropical broadleaf plants. Sunlight pierced through the thick clouds, striking the wet streets like a golden sword, creating a thin veil of mist. The island's most famous restaurant, Full Banquet, was currently facing the greatest crisis since its opening. Or rather, the biggest business opportunity. Boss, 10 more bowls of rice. Make them large. And that meat with bones, 5 more plates. A robust voice pierced through the noisy restaurant, shaking the chandelier above. In a corner of the restaurant, plates were piled high like fortifications, completely obscuring the patrons inside. The waitstaff scurried between tables with trays, sweating profusely as if in a relay race. This is already the 5th round of extra servings. The restaurant owner wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, watching the numbers on the bill jump continuously, both excited and fearful. That young man with the hedgehog head, does he have a stomach connected to another dimension? Behind the table, Sun Wukong was using both hands, devouring the food before him at a dazzling speed. He grabbed a whole chicken, golden and crispy, chewing through the bones, without spitting them out, his face radiating pure happiness. Delicious. So delicious. For the past 3 years, I've been eating wild fruits and grilled fish, almost forgetting the taste of rice. Wukong mumbled, his cheeks puffed like 2 hamsters storing food. Sitting across from him, Krillin appeared much more elegant in comparison. He held a cup of hot tea, gently blowing away the foam. His appetite was also far beyond that of a normal person, but since acquiring the genius intelligence, he had gradually learned to control his body more efficiently. He no longer needed to binge eat to replenish energy. Each of his cells could extract the heat from food with utmost efficiency. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. Krillin set down his teacup, his deep gaze sweeping over Wukong's muscular arms, which seemed as if forged from steel. Though Wukong deliberately lowered his breathing in Klin's insightful eyes, Wukong resembled a dormant volcano harboring a heart-stopping energy within. So you've been at the Divine Temple for the past 3 years? Krillin asked, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Not really, I just stayed there at the beginning. Mr. Popo taught me at first. Wukong swallowed a whole piece of medium-rare steak, letting out a loud burp. He was amazing, like a black shadow. No matter how I attacked, I couldn't hit him. He taught me to learn stillness, as calm as the sky, yet as swift as lightning. Wukong set down the bone in his hand, a rare seriousness flashing in his eyes. Later, the immortal allowed me into the room of spirit time. It was terrifying, a vast expanse of white with nothing there. The air was thin and the gravity was heavy. I couldn't stand it after a month and had to escape. I felt like I was going insane if I stayed any longer. The room of spirit time, huh? Krillin pondered. That place was indeed a sacred ground for cultivation, but it also tested one's temperament severely. However, the most incredible part was that the immortal sent me back to the past. Wukong excitedly gestured. I met my teacher Marshall Heaven when he was young, although he was also a lecher back then, peeping at girls bathing. But I also met his master, the great Wu Taidu. That move, splitting the waterfall, was truly magnificent. I also learned how to control the airflow. Yamucha beside him listened in astonishment, dropping his fork onto the floor. Back to the past. Does such a thing really exist? Wukong, you must be delirious from hunger. It's real. Wukong nodded earnestly. That feeling was wondrous. Moreover, I can now sense many things that I couldn't feel before. For example, Wukong suddenly closed his eyes, his ears twitching slightly. At the door, there's a very angry Chi rapidly approaching like a burning fireball. No sooner had he said this than the thick oak door of the restaurant was violently pushed open with a bang. The wind chime on the doorframe emitted a mournful wail. All the diners jumped in surprise and turned to look. A girl dressed in a blue and red kippa-style martial arts outfit stood at the entrance. She was tall, with skin as white as jade and long black hair that billowed slightly with her anger. Her features were extremely delicate. She should have been a gentle beauty, yet at this moment her beautiful eyes were blazing with palpable fury. The girl's gaze swept around the restaurant, finally locking onto the hedgehog-headed figure surrounded by plates. Oomph. The girl huffed heavily, as if bearing an overwhelming grievance, the sound even shattering a goblet on the table beside her. Wukong was startled. It was her, the girl from the registration desk. Who exactly was she? As soon as they finished registering, she had greeted him warmly. But because he couldn't remember her name, she stormed off in a fit of rage. But I really don't know her. Wukong tried hard to recall, but could remember nothing. The girl strode over with long steps. Her high-heeled boots made a crisp sound against the floor. Each step felt like a stomp on Wukong's heartbeat. Wukong still had half a chicken leg in his mouth, blinking his clear, foolish eyes, looking bewilderedly at the girl who approached with an imposing presence. Wukong tilted his head, took down the chicken leg, and tentatively offered it forward. "Are you hungry too? Would you like to have this chicken leg?" In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. The entire restaurant fell silent, so much so that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The girl's face instantly flushed red, a sign of extreme anger. Her chest heaved violently, and tears quickly pooled in her eyes. You really don't remember me." The girl's voice trembled, her finger pointing at Wukong, shaking. You big fool." "Huh." Wukong was even more confused. He looked to Krillin for help. "Krillin, do you know her? She looks really fierce, and she seems quite strong." Krillin calmly took a sip of tea, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Of course he recognized her. The precious jewel of the bull demon, King Chi-Chi. The future housewife who would make even the strongest seance in the universe tremble in fear. Perhaps it's a romantic debt you owe from the past. Krillin couldn't spoil the surprise. After all, watching Wukong get flustered was a rare joy. "She's here specifically to find you. Think carefully." "I can't remember." Wukong honestly shook his head. Incomprehensible. Simply incomprehensible. Chi-Chi trembled with rage, feeling her youthful heart shatter into pieces. She stomped her foot hard on the ground. Crack. The hard marble floor instantly cracked, the fissures spreading out like a spider's web over 2 meters. "I won't talk to you anymore. Foolish son Wukong." Humph. Chi-Chi suddenly turned around, her long hair slicing through the air, carrying a fragrant breeze as she ran out of the restaurant, leaving only a resolute figure behind. What a strange person. Wukong stuffed the chicken leg back into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. But her kick was quite powerful. Oh, if it hit someone, it would definitely hurt a lot. Krillin put down his teacup, watching the direction Chi-Chi had left, unable to help but chuckle. This martial arts tournament seems to have more than just battles, it's filled with emotional dramas too. Wukong, you better watch out for yourself. The next morning, in the preliminary hall of the martial arts temple, there were no spectators, no flowers, only the raw and oppressive smell of gunpowder. Hundreds of competitors from all over the world crowded into this dim hall. The air was mixed with the smells of sweat, foot odor, the pungent scent of cheap medicinal liquor, and the nervous hormones of an impending battle. A huge lottery box stood in the center of the hall, like a judgment platform determining fate. "Everyone form a line. No pushing," the staff shouted through a loudspeaker. In a corner of the line, those from the Crane School looked out of place. Tianjin Fan crossed his arms, his 3 eyes coldly observing everything, as if everyone around him were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Meanwhile, the little figure, Dumpling, was quietly extending his pale little hand. His fingertips pointed toward the distant lottery box. Even though it was dozens of meters away, the psychic waves emanating from under his cap were exceptionally active. "Tianjin, should we separate everyone?" Dumpling asked telepathically. "Yes. Don't let us encounter each other in the preliminaries." "Understood." Dumpling's fingers moved slightly. In Klin's field of vision, the world transformed into a torrent of data. Mental interference detected. Source: Dumpling. Analysis: telekinesis is rewriting the order of the lottery balls. Proceed with countermeasures. Klin's intelligence attribute reached 500, with his mental power far exceeding average. With the enhancement of genius intelligence, Dumpling's actions appeared to Krillin like a poorly executed magic trick. He could even see through the opaque exterior of the lottery box, clearly observing the balls inside moving and swapping places in defiance of physical laws. However, he did not take countermeasures, as this was also the result he desired. He certainly did not want to face Wukong, Tianjin Fan, or Piccolo in the preliminaries. Although he was confident of victory, that would be too dull. Real strong warriors should save the most spectacular performances for the final stage under the world's watch. He wanted to fill that massive arena under the gaze of the entire world with shock value and prestige. "Play however you like, little guy." Krillin smirked, slightly stepping forward and casually drawing a ball. Number 8. Everyone head to your respective competition zones. Krillin tucked the number tag into his pocket, taking one last glance at his attribute panel. Host Krillin, strength 1200. The host can convert strength into combat power at a proportional rate. Speed 1180, constitution 1200, intelligence 500, charisma 95, current fusion rate 15, skills series unlocked, ordinary fist, afterimage, fist Kamehameha, improved flight, chi perception. Over 1,000 in stats. Krillin clenched his fist, feeling the tsunami-like power surging within him. In this time period on Earth, such a stat was a dimensional strike. Krillin sighed, a hint of loneliness belonging to the strong flashing in his eyes. I hope to break a sweat at least. With his hands in his pockets, he walked leisurely towards his battlefield. The preliminary arena was divided into 4 zones, each hosting brutal elimination matches simultaneously. No referee counted down. Only victors and vanquished remained. Deafening roars of combat surged like tidal waves. Dull thuds of flesh striking flesh, sharp cracks of shattering bone, and the bitter wails of the defeated intertwined into a symphony of raw violence. Zone 4 Match 1. Sun Wukong vs. Chaba King. No sooner had the announcer's voice faded than a wave of commotion rippled through the crowd. Chaba King, the former world martial arts champion. Heavens, can it truly be such a heavyweight clash in the very first round? I heard he was eliminated in the preliminaries 3 years ago. Ever since he's trained with fanatical obsession, vowing vengeance and redemption. That boy named Sun Wukong looks dull-witted and short, surely doomed. He might even be killed outright. Upon the raised platform, Chaba King stood clad in a vivid yellow training uniform, his muscles bulging like granite. His face was thick with coarse flesh, teeth gleaming white, and feral eyes alight with bloodthirsty exhilaration. Ha ha ha, Sun Wukong. Chaba King clenched his fists, knuckles popped like snapping twigs. I have waited for this day, 3 long years. For 3 years I've endured the torrential force of waterfalls upon my body. I've honed my fists amid thorn-laced forests. To defeat you I mastered the ultimate 8-arm fist. Every one of your movements. I have already seen through them all. While Chaba King radiated murderous intent, Wukong appeared unnervingly at ease. He stood motionless, arms hanging loosely at his sides. No guard, no stance. He merely blinked, gazing calmly at his opponent, as though observing a frog croaking idly by the roadside. Oh, Wukong replied, voice flat and unimpressed. Then let's begin. I'm late for lunch. This utter dismissal ignited Chaba King's fury like wildfire. Insolent fool. Don't dare look down on me. Die. With a thunderous roar, Chaba King exploded forward. His speed was blinding. Mere mortals saw only a streak of yellow lightning. 8-arm fist, secret art, thousand-hand azura. In an instant his arms whirled like turbine blades, leaving behind countless afterimages in the air. It seemed he truly possessed 8 arms, or more. Each strike carved vicious gales that shrieked as they rent the air, sealing every possible path of retreat. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, Wukong lifted his right hand only slightly, fingers drawn taut like an unsheathed blade. Then with effortless nonchalance he swept it forward, light as a whisper, toward the charging Chaba King. Ho! As gentle as swatting away a fly. Yet in the next breath, horror unfolded. A visible ripple of compressed air cleaved open before his palm. The pressurized air coalesced into an invisible wall, surging forth with cataclysmic force to meet Chaba King head-on. His flurry of phantom fists dissolved into nothingness, vanished without trace. He felt as though he'd slammed full force into a speeding locomotive. Wah! His eyes bulged from their sockets. Not even a cry escaped his lips before he toppled backward, frozen mid-punch, rigid as stone. Thud! A heavy hollow sound echoed across the hall. Then silence fell, absolute and total. Moments earlier Chaba King had raged about vengeance. Now he lay unconscious, foam flecking his lips, eyes rolled back, limbs twitching erratically. The referee stood frozen for half a minute, his whistle clattering forgotten to the floor. Trembling, he approached, checked Chaba King's pulse, then raised a shaking hand. The winner is Sun Wukong. A stunned uproar erupted. Wow, what kind of joke is this? What just happened? Did he even touch Chaba King? It looked like he just waved his hand. Was that wind pressure? Wukong bounced joyfully, brushing dust from his palms. Yes, I won. Hey Krillin, how was that move? Behind a distant pillar, Piccolo, the Demon King's heir, stood cloaked in white, his massive turban casting deep shadow. His arms, once crossed firmly over his chest, now gripped tight, fingernails biting deep into his own biceps. That strike just now. A flicker of disbelief flashed across Piccolo's sharp, piercing gaze. No burst of ki, no arcane technique, not even a hint of energy cultivation. Purely wind pressure generated by sheer physical velocity and strength. Can mortal flesh alone achieve such a feat? Sun Wukong, you truly have grown stronger. But against me, you remain immeasurably far behind. He sneered, coldly turned, and strode away, his cloak billowing fiercely behind him. Elsewhere, Zone 2, Krillin stepped onto the stage. Krillin's opponent was a colossal sumo wrestler, over 2.5 meters tall, weighing no less than 400 kilograms. Each footfall groaned beneath him, the arena floor itself seeming to whimper, threatening imminent collapse. Little Baldy. The sumo pounded his mountainous belly with thunderous slaps. Bap, bap. His voice booming like temple bells. Your misfortune lies in facing me. Bulldozer Yakagawa. I'll flatten you into a pancake. My fat is absolute defense. Even bullets cannot pierce it. Krillin standing before him resembled a schoolboy confronting a titan. So this sort of opponent doesn't even warrant a system quest. How utterly dull. Yet his peripheral gaze drifted upward, to the second-floor gallery. There Bulma leaned over the railing clutching tightly to a deep blue battle suit, her expression alight with eager anticipation. Let's finish swiftly. No need to keep a lady waiting, Krillin murmured. Match begins. Ruo-orar. The sumo unleashed a bestial roar, charging like an uncontrolled armored tank. The ground trembled violently with each stride. Super Meatball Tank. Against this wall-shattering charge, Krillin stood rooted, utterly still. He even slid both hands lazily into his pockets. At the very moment the sumo's titanic frame loomed within inches, Krillin simply stepped forward, one unhurried stride, slow yet uncannily transcending space, appearing instantly before his foe. Then he extended a single index finger, lightly, delicately, pressing it against the sumo's quivering navel. Just an ordinary fingertip. Time itself seemed to pause. Uft, a soft, almost imperceptible sound. Then, a devastating shockwave erupted from Krillin's fingertips, surging through the sumo's entire body in an instant. His vaunted layers of fat undulated like ocean waves, the immense forward momentum reversed and amplified tenfold in recoil. Gah! His eyeballs nearly burst from their sockets, while sprayed from his mouth. In the next breath, his 400-kilogram mass rocketed backward, like a football kicked skyward, vanishing with a sonic whoosh. He soared past the ring, over the crowd, shattered through the arena's thick brick wall, and vanished into the street beyond, a fleeting meteor streaking into daylight. A massive human-shaped breach gaped in the wall. Sunlight poured through, bathing Krillin's smooth, gleaming scalp in radiant, almost divine luminescence. Silence, deeper than after Wukong's match. For Krillin hadn't swung an arm, hadn't thrown a punch, only tapped with one finger. What dark sorcery is this? Is that bald boy a monster? One finger launched a 400-kilo man hundreds of meters. This defies reason. Tien Shinhan's 3 eyes locked onto Krillin, pupils contracting violently. His third eye could pierce illusions, but in that instant he saw nothing. Unreadable, utterly unreadable. No telltale surge of ki. No tensing of muscle. Cold sweat soaked Tien's back. This Krillin is 100 times more terrifying than I imagined. Subsequent matches unfolded without suspense. Yamcha advanced effortlessly with his refined energy ball technique, though he still couldn't resist striking a pose afterward, prompting shrieks of delight from female fans. Tao Pai Pai fought with ruthless precision, severing his opponent's Achilles tendon with a mechanical blade, drawing loud boos. Yet he paid them no mind, only fixed his icy glare upon Wukong and Krillin. The celestial being disguised as Mr. Shun feigned nervousness, murmuring, oh dear, how frightening," while clumsily tripping his opponent, inexplicably winning the bout. His acting was appalling. The preliminaries neared their end. 6 names had already secured spots among the final 8: Sun Wukong, Tien Shinhan, Piccolo, Mr. Shinchichi, Anonymous, Tao Pai Pai, and Yajirobe. Indeed, the storyline had diverged subtly from the original. This time Yajirobe had somehow earned his place among the Elite 8. Everyone's advanced. Wukong bounded over, radiant with childlike joy. Krillin, that move was incredible. Did you channel ki through your fingertips? Teach me too. Something like that. Krillin answered absently, his gaze scanning the crowd for a flash of blue. Go play, Wukong. I've urgent matters to attend to. What kind of matter? Delicious food. Wukong's eyes lit up. More important than that. Krillin adjusted his collar, offering a faint, enigmatic smile. It's adult cultivation. Don't take too long. Your next match starts soon. Wukong waved cheerfully. The announcer's voice rang out immediately after. Next match, Master Roshi's disciple Jackie Chun versus Tao Pai Pai. Behind the preliminary competition venue lies a secluded and deep bamboo forest. The bamboo leaves glisten with a vibrant green after the rain, as if carved from jade. Occasionally, glistening droplets slide off the leaf tips, plopping onto the moss-covered stones with a crisp sound. Here, far removed from the commotion of the front stage, one can only hear the rustling of the wind through the bamboo. Bulma stood there with her hands behind her back, idly kicking a small stone with the tip of her shoe. She had specially changed into a new outfit today, wearing a short red crop top that showcased her slender waist and stunning curves. On her lower half, she wore daring denim shorts, her long, fair thighs swaying in the dappled sunlight, nearly making one dizzy. Occasionally, she glanced at the watch on her wrist, her brow slightly furrowed. So slow. That idiot bald head said he would come right away. Hearing footsteps approaching from behind, she suddenly turned around. 2 red clouds flew to her cheeks, and her prepared complaint changed its flavor on her lips. You finally made it. I've been waiting for you for a full 5 minutes. Krillin walked closer with a smile, not intimidated by her bluster. He had now grown taller than Bulma, his broad shoulders and upright posture giving off a strong sense of security. Sorry it took me a second to deal with that fat guy, but squeezing through the crowd took 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Krillin's voice carried a hint of teasing. Cut it out, you're just bragging. Bulma shot him a glance, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. She took out a delicate silver metal box from her backpack and handed it to Krillin. Here's the thing you wanted. I worked 3 all-nighters to finish this. Krillin took the box and pressed the switch. Click. The box unfolded like petals, revealing a deep blue combat suit. This was not the clunky armor of the Psyots. Instead, it was made from a high-tech material similar to spandex, its surface glowing faintly, looking both mysterious and powerful. This is made from the latest nano-memory fiber developed by the Universal Capsule Corporation. Bulma's voice carried a note of pride, a confidence belonging to a genius scientist. It completely meets your requirements, can maintain 10 times the gravity, and can automatically adjust temperature with breathability 100 times that of cotton. Moreover, its elasticity is exceptional. Even if your body expands tenfold, it won't rip. She extended her slender finger and gently traced the surface of the fabric, her gaze focused and enchanting. Most importantly, I've added a microgravity cushioning layer in critical areas such as the heart and spine to offset 30 of physical impact. I know you're strong, but an extra layer of protection is always good. Krillin looked at the suit again, then at the chattering blue-haired girl before him. She was just an ordinary person without any combat power. Yet in order to help and make him a bit safer, she burned the midnight oil researching these tedious data. An indescribable warmth surged in his heart. Bulma. Krillin suddenly interrupted her. What? Bulma stopped her explanation, caught in the gaze of Krillin's deep eyes. She felt her heartbeat quicken, her breath growing more rapid. Help me put it on. Huh? Don't you have hands yourself? Bulma exploded instantly, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. And this is outside. People will see. Just try it on over this outfit. You don't have to take off what's underneath. As he spoke, Krillin stepped forward, cornering Bulma against several sturdy bamboo stalks. With his hands braced against either side of her body, he created a perfect wall of proximity. Or do you want to see me strip? Who wants to see? Narcissist. Bulma stammered in rebuttal, yet her body honestly did not shy away. Her face flushed, she picked up the combat suit, stood on her toes, and helped Krillin put it on. Due to the suit's snug design, Bulma's arms had to wrap around Krillin's neck, her fingers adjusting the invisible zipper behind him. The distance between them was dangerously close. Bulma could smell that unique scent of Krillin. It wasn't body odor, but a dry and warm aroma like sun-baked rocks. It was the hormone emitted by a strong life force, making her feel a bit dizzy. Her fingers accidentally brushed against the warm skin at the back of Krillin's neck, the temperature causing her fingertips to tremble as if she had been electrocuted. The size seems just right. Bulma's voice grew quieter, her gaze flitting around in a panic, unwilling to meet Krillin's eyes. I've also adjusted the elasticity coefficient here. Really? I feel like it's a bit tight. Krillin suddenly reached out, wrapping his arm around Bulma's slender waist. Opt! Bulma exclaimed, crashing into Krillin's embrace. The feel of the nano-combat suit was slick, but the muscles beneath it were hard as iron, pressing against her chest uncomfortably. You let go of me. Bulma's voice was soft and lacked any intimidation, sounding rather like a spoiled child. You were watching me with great interest up in the stands, weren't you? I saw you staring at my muscles, nearly drooling. Krillin lowered his head, his lips almost touching her ear, his warm breath grazing her sensitive skin. That was observing the fit of the clothes. This is scientific observation. Bulma insisted, but her ears were already reddening to the point of nearly bleeding, her body softening into a puddle. Genius scientist, miss, your heartbeat is now 120 beats per minute, and your body temperature has risen by 0.5 degrees. Krillin's voice was deep and magnetic. Is that part of scientific observation too? Bulma raised her head, her azure eyes shimmering with moisture reflecting Krillin's face. She looked at the man before her and wondered when that little bald boy had transformed into this. Dominant, strong, and with a hint of mischief. Yet she liked this damned feeling. Idiot. Bulma closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly, her voice as soft as a whisper. If you're going to kiss me, do it quickly. No more nonsense. This was almost an invitation. Krillin no longer hesitated. He tightened his arms, pulling Bulma close as if to meld her into his very being. Then he lowered his head and kissed her fiercely. Krillin's kiss was intensely aggressive, his tongue forcibly prying open her defenses, greedily tasting her saliva and sweetness. Bulma felt her brain momentarily deprived of oxygen, the world spinning around her. Her hands weakly clung to Krillin's broad back, her fingers gripping the newly donned combat suit, turning pale from the effort. The air in the bamboo forest seemed to ignite. That strong male scent enveloped her, making her feel like a small boat tossed in a storm with Krillin as her only harbor. Time seemed to stretch on forever, yet it felt like just an instant. Until Bulma felt as if the air in her lungs had been drawn out, her body too weak to stand, leaning against Krillin as she gasped for breath. Krillin finally eased his grip a little. Their lips parted, leaving a lingering silver thread between them. Bulma gasped for air, her gaze dazed, her lips swollen and glistening like ripe cherries tempting for a pluck. This time is just the interest. Krillin's thumb gently stroked the corner of her mouth, his gaze fiery, his voice husky. Once I win the championship, it'll come for the principal. Bulma leaned against him, her cheeks flushed just as she was about to say something suddenly. Hey, Krillin, Bulma, what are you two doing? Are you fighting? This familiar loud voice could only belong to Sun Wukong. Bulma, startled like a frightened rabbit, abruptly pushed Krillin away, hurriedly fixing her hair and clothes. No, we were testing the durability of the suit. Yes, just the durability. Wukong peeked his head out from behind the bamboo, looking at the two with a face full of suspicion. Why would testing the suit involve mouth-to-mouth contact? Is the switch for the suit in the mouth? Shut up, idiot Wukong. Bulma grabbed a small stone from the ground and threw it at him, her face reddening like a tomato. I'm not talking to you guys anymore. I'm going to wait for you in the audience. With that, she covered her face and turned to run toward the competition area. Her back appeared particularly flustered, yet exuded a unique, girl-like shyness and sweetness. Krillin watched Bulma run off, letting out a helpless sigh as he turned to face the super light bulb. Wukong, you really know how to pick your moments. Hee, I came to ask if you've seen that fierce girl from earlier. He completely had no idea he had interrupted something good-looking innocent. She seemed to still be mad at me, who I wanted to apologize, but she just huffed and left. As he spoke, on the other side of the bamboo forest path, Shishi walked past in a huff. She had changed into her competition martial arts uniform, and upon seeing Wukong and Krillin together, she snorted and turned her head away, quickening her pace to leave. Look, she's mad again. Wukong scratched his head, looking troubled. Who is she? Why does she get mad when she sees me? Krillin looked at Shishi's stubborn back, then at Wukong's confused face, unable to help but laugh. Wukong, do you know what fate means? Is that something you can eat? Is it delicious? No. Krillin patted Wukong's shoulder, his eyes filled with a mix of pity and teasing. That's your future wife. Get ready, oh, life after marriage for a scion can be quite exciting. In a sense, she's even scarier than Piccolo. Huh, wife. Is that something that can make you stronger? Wukong looked expectantly. Yes. It can increase your resistance to damage and your survival instinct. Krillin did not elaborate further, turning to walk toward the competition area. By the way, let's hurry up. That dumpling was defeated by Tao Pai Pai. He's really too arrogant. Let us rewind to the previous match. Next up, contestant Jiao Zi versus contestant Tao Bai in Zone 4. I chanced upon this image today, haha. At the referee's sharp command, the once boisterous contestant area, resembling a bustling vegetable market, fell utterly silent as if muted by an invisible hand. Every gaze, curious, disdainful, or fearful, locked onto the makeshift reinforced concrete arena. On one side of the arena, Jiao Zi hovered midair, appearing startlingly small. His emerald green, Mandarin-style jacket, evocative of the Qing dynasty, fluttered faintly in the air currents. Two rosy circles painted on his pale, delicate face were now taut with tension. His usually endearing wide eyes brimmed with primal terror. Cold sweat traced a glistening path down his smooth forehead and shattered upon impact with the floor. Opposite him stood a figure that seemed to have clawed its way out of the deepest recesses of nightmare. Tao Bai, once his senior uncle, and formerly the world's most feared assassin, whose very name sent shivers through the entire martial realm. Yet he was no longer wholly human. Beneath his signature pink robe lay not warm, living musculature, but cold alloy bones and intricate hydraulic actuators. His left half retained the visage of a man, a well-preserved, middle-aged face whose smirk exuded chilling malevolence. His right half, however, was entirely encased in a glacial silver-gray metal mask. A crimson glowing cybernetic eye rotated soundlessly within its sunken socket, emitting a faint, unsettling hiss. Like a precision scanner, it dissected its prey, not into flesh and bone, but into streams of raw data. A low grating laugh escaped Tao Bai Bai, like rusted iron scraped raw by coarse sandpaper, piercing, grotesque, and deeply unnerving. How nostalgic, this scent of fear. The air itself trembles with the weakness of the frail. A fine aperitif, indeed. Boy, you're the disciple of that old fool, Xianren, aren't you? What rotten luck, to meet me of all people. You are. Zhao Zi's voice quavered. He could feel the aura radiating from his opponent. It was no human qi, only an icy, deathly stillness saturated with ravenous bloodlust. Who I am matters little. What matters is that you shall soon be reduced to scrap. Tao Bai Bai slowly raised his fully mechanical left hand, the metallic knuckles clicking sharply. Whispers rippled through the crowd and contestants thick with unease. Hey, who is that cyborg? Looks terrifying. You don't know him? That's Tao Bai Bai. Wasn't he killed years ago by Sun Wukong? How did he become this? Good heavens, the little one looks utterly helpless. This isn't even a fair match. Below the arena, Tianjin fans' three eyes locked onto Tao Bai Bai, pupils contracting violently. That was killing intent, pure, absolute, unadulterated. His hands clenched the iron railing so fiercely that the metal groaned and warped beneath his monstrous strength. Zhao Zi, surrender now? Something's horribly wrong with him. Dong Donghua. Unable to bear the suffocating pressure any longer, Zhao Zi broke. Instinct for survival compelled him to strike first. He extended his index finger, the tip blazing with concentrated qi. A searing yellow energy beam, white-hot and blinding, tore through the air and shot straight for Tao Bai Bai's heart. The attack was lightning swift, infused with Zhao Zi's unshakable will to prevail. Yet Tao Bai Bai did not shift a single step. He merely lifted his unaltered right hand and flicked his index finger casually. Ding! A crystalline chime, like striking fine porcelain. That dong bow, potent enough to pierce stone and awe ordinary mortals, was deflected, not shattered, not absorbed, but flicked aside by a single fingertip. The rogue beam slammed into the ceiling, blasting away rubble and dust, triggering cries of alarm. Pathetic. Tao Bai Bai shook his head, his cybernetic eye flared with mocking light. Has the Hessian style truly decayed to this level? Such feeble strikes couldn't even scratch an itch. Is this what you call qi cultivation? It's like a child's water pistol. Tianjin. Zhao Zi staggered backward in horror, trying desperately to reach his senior brother through telepathy, but terror had fractured his mental focus beyond repair. Gritting his teeth, he thrust both palms forward, channeling his full psychic power. Golden binding technique. An invisible wave of psionic force enveloped Tao Bai Bai, attempting to pin him in place. Zhao Zi's abdomen heaved violently. This technique drained him severely. Oh, psychic ability. Tao Bai Bai felt the constriction ripple around him, and his grin widened further. Now that's interesting. Back in my day, perhaps I'd have found it troublesome. But now, clack, 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 whirr. A grating, bone-deep metallic screech erupted from within Tao Bai Bai's body, as if a monstrous engine had awakened in his chest. Break. With a violent surge, his mechanical left arm unleashed terrifying force. Zhao Zi's psychic binding shattered instantly, like brittle spider silk torn apart. Ugh. Recoiling from the psychic backlash, Zhao Zi vomited a spray of crimson blood, his knees buckling, vision swimming into haze. The game ends here. Tao Bai Bai vanished, propelled by explosive mechanical velocity. In the next breath, he reappeared before Zhao Zi. His cold metallic hand clamped around Zhao Zi's slender throat like an iron vice. GHK. Zhao Zi dangled helplessly, choking feet dangling inches above the ground. His tiny fists drummed weakly against the unyielding metal arm. Clank, clank, as futile as an ant straining against a mountain. Stop! From the sidelines, Tianjin fans' eyes bulged with fury, veins pulsing violently at his temples. The agony of witnessing Qin suffer helplessly, driving him to the brink of madness. He lunged toward the arena, only to be restrained by burly security staff. The match isn't over. Interference results in disqualification. To hell with disqualification, I'll kill him. Roaring Tianjin fan erupted with overwhelming qi, blasting two guards aside with sheer force. Tao Bai Bai turned, his gaze locking onto the enraged Tianjin fan, and unveiled a smile of utter unspeakable cruelty. Enraged? Tormented? Good. His voice slithered like a demon's whisper through the vast hollow hall. When that brat Sun Wukong blew me to pieces years ago, that was my torment. I crawled through the ruins, cut open my own flesh, replaced it with these frigid slabs of steel. Now, I shall return that agony to you all, 100-fold. As he spoke, hydraulics whined along his forearm, then shink. A razor-sharp, high-frequency vibration blade snapped forth. Its edge blurred with oscillation, humming with a piercing, ear-splitting resonance. No! Both Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan screamed in unison. Too late. Farewell, little toy. Tao Bai struck. Blood bloomed, vivid, cruel like a flower of the underworld, beneath the arena's stark white lights. Jiao Zi shrieked, then flew backward like a severed puppet, crashing hard against the arena's edge. Crimson stained his green jacket, its embroidered character, Jiao, now soaked in scarlet. Had he not twisted his body at the last desperate instant, the blade would have cleaved him cleanly in two. Silence swallowed the arena whole. Only the slow, rhythmic drip, drip of blood hitting the floor echoed, clear, chilling, inescapable. TCH. Still breathing. Whatever. Trash like this isn't worth a finishing blow. Tianjin Fan, I'll await you in the finals. Let's hope you offer me more than fleeting amusement. With that, he turned, strolled off the arena, arms clasped behind his back, his heavy mechanical footsteps reverberating under the stunned, furious, terrified gazes of every soul present. His laughter, harsh, jagged like an owl's shriek at midnight, settled over each heart like a shroud of dread. The medical team's stretcher hurriedly carried away the unconscious dumpling. Tianjin Fan followed with red eyes. Before leaving, he took a deep look at Tao Bai's back, his gaze filled with a murderous intent that could freeze the air around. Wukong clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms as he gritted his teeth. That bastard. I will definitely kill him. How could they beat the dumpling like that? Returning to the present, the host with a small golden mustache and sunglasses wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his trembling voice breaking the oppressive atmosphere. This is truly regrettable. But the competition must go on. Next match for the top 16 spots. From the Turtle School, contestant Krillin versus contestant Yamcha. As soon as the name was mentioned, the crowd, who had been immersed in the bloody shadows, suddenly erupted into an unusual commotion. Gossip has always been the best remedy for human anxiety. Hey, did you hear? This is a love rival showdown. A martial artist with an afro excitedly said to his companion. The companion's eyes widened. That bald Krillin seems to have stolen Yamcha's girlfriend. Isn't she the daughter of the Universal Capsule Company? Oh my, this is too thrilling, isn't it? Much more interesting than the previous fights. Look at Yamcha's eyes, tisk. He looks like he wants to kill. Amidst the whispers and pointing of the crowd, Yamcha slowly walked onto the stage. He wore his familiar orange martial arts uniform with a turtle character embroidered on his chest, his face bearing 3 signature scars. Over the past 3 years, he had undergone hellish training in the wild. His skin had turned bronze, his muscles more defined, exuding a wild aura. But at this moment, the crowd's idle chatter felt like sharp blades stabbing into his heart. His gaze was terrifyingly gloomy. There was no seriousness typical of a martial artist facing a strong enemy, only a bitter resentment, clouded by jealousy and anger. Poir floated at the side, nervously wringing her hands and calling out, "Yamcha, come on. Don't be too impulsive." Yamcha ignored Poir, his gaze locked onto Krillin across the way. If looks could kill, Krillin would have been sliced to pieces at this moment. Krillin. Yamcha's voice was hoarse, as if gravel was lodged in his throat. Finally, it's our turn. Krillin stood there with his hands in his pockets, looking relaxed. Compared to Yamcha's deep-seated grievances, he appeared overly composed, even somewhat indifferent. He yawned lazily and spoke. "Yamcha, you can't win against me. Although Master Wushan's special training has made you considerably stronger, you are still far from winning against me." "Shut up." Yamcha roared, suddenly, veins popping on his forehead like an enraged lone wolf. "Don't act so high and mighty. You despicable scoundrel. You took advantage of my absence to steal Bulma. You knew we were dating. You knew she was mine." This roar echoed through the microphone, resonating throughout the venue. The audience instantly erupted in a frenzy, the flames of gossip blazing. "Wow, it's confirmed. There really is a third party involved. That bald guy looks honest. Who knew he was so sneaky? But why is Yamcha shouting so loudly? Isn't love supposed to be mutual?" Krillin sighed helplessly, scratching his bald head. He originally wanted to spare his old friend some face. But since this guy insisted on bringing up such matters in front of so many people, there was nothing he could do. "Yamcha, since you want to bring this up in public, let's clarify things." Krillin's smile faded, his gaze sharpening. It was a pressure of a strong person that instantly froze the surrounding air. The restrained aura he usually kept contained slightly leaked out, making the few nearby spectators feel short of breath. "First, you said I stole Bulma. No, I am openly pursuing her. Second, Krillin raised a finger pointing at Yamcha's nose, his tone icy. Do you really have no idea why Bulma left you? Do you need me to jog your memory? That girl named Lily from the West City Flower Shop. And that female trainer from the gym. Even during your so-called hell training, you must have flirted with female martial artists from all over, right? Yamcha's face instantly turned pale, his eyes flickering in panic, as if someone had stepped on his tail. He stammered, You're talking nonsense. That was just a misunderstanding. I just don't know how to refuse. I just didn't want to hurt them. Is it not knowing how to refuse or enjoying that feeling of being admired? Krillin interrupted him mercilessly. Yamcha, Bulma is not your accessory, nor is she your capital for showing off. She is a living person, and what she needs is security, is wholehearted love. And you cannot provide that. You love yourself too much. Krillin took a deep breath and turned around. His gaze passed through the crowd, precisely landing on the blue figure in the second-floor stance. His eyes instantly softened like water, as if the aggressive powerhouse from before had vanished, replaced by a loving partner. She is very happy being with me. I also promised her that as long as I win the championship at this martial arts tournament, I will officially propose to her. This statement detonated like a heavy bomb in the center of the venue. Proposal? Oh my, that's too romantic. Using the championship as a betrothal gift. This bald guy has some big ambitions. But why does he look somewhat handsome? On the second floor stands Bulma, covered her mouth, tears streaming down. She never expected Krillin would say this in front of the whole world. The feeling of being chosen so firmly melted her heart. Under the gaze of the crowd, she nodded vigorously, her voice choked with emotion. Stupid Krillin. If you dare to lose, I really won't marry you. At this moment, the victor had already been decided. Not in terms of strength, but in terms of mindset. Yamcha watched this scene feeling as if his heart was crushed by an invisible hand. Shame, anger, despair, all kinds of emotions intertwined, causing him to completely lose his rationality. He felt like a clown performing a solo act on stage, while the leading role had long since changed. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Yamcha let out a beast-like roar, his entire aura exploding wildly. A pale blue energy flame circled around him, shaking the debris on the ground. I will prove that I am the strongest. I will take Bulma back. Krillin, die for me. Yamcha unleashed a new wolf, Fong Wind Fist. In a fury, he erupted with a speed that surpassed his limits. Behind him, a colossal spectral gray wolf seemed to materialize, its gaping maw howling as a wind of death crashed toward Krillin. This strike condensed the entirety of his strength. To defeat Krillin and win back Buer Ma, he had battled beasts in the wilderness and scoured his body beneath waterfalls. Every punch and claw had been tempered 1,000 times over. His angles were cunning, his speed blistering, leaving a myriad of afterimages in the air and sealing off every avenue of retreat for Krillin. Die, die, die. Yamcha's eyes were bloodshot, the gusts from his fists were like blades tearing the air with a shrill howl. His fingertips burned from the friction of slicing through the wind. The crowd below gasped. So fast they could not make out the motions. Has Yamcha really grown this strong? His speed must be several times what it was 3 years ago. Someone muttered that the bald challenger was finished, that this barrage would grind stone to dust. Yet before the onslaught, Krillin stood unmoving in place. His hands remained folded behind his back. Against Krillin's system-reinforced genius and a speed attribute exceeding 1,000, Yamcha's movements seemed to slow to cinematic replay. Krillin merely tilted his head or shifted half a step. Yamcha's claws, sharp enough to shatter rock, brushed against Krillin's skin with a whispering rasp. What appeared perilous was in truth a hair's breadth away from catastrophe. No matter how he accelerated or howled, Yamcha could not even touch the hem of Krillin's garment. Why? Why can't I land a hit? Panic and despair tightened around Yamcha. Krillin was like an insurmountable mountain, evoking a crushing sense of helplessness. He felt as if he were punching at empty air, every ounce of force absorbed by cotton. Had enough, came Krillin's cool voice suddenly at his ear. In the next instant, Krillin vanished. When he reappeared, he was already standing before Yamcha. His gaze was calm as a dead pool, reflecting the terror on Yamcha's face. Is that all your power? How disappointing. Krillin slowly raised his right hand, not into a fist, but extending a single forefinger. Your heart is chaotic, so your fists are chaotic. His finger lightly touched Yamcha's chest. The seeming gentleness exploded into an overwhelming force the moment contact was made. It was a high compression of flesh and chi, a technique known as tsundere. Yamcha's eyes bulged instantly, his face contorting in unbearable pain. He felt his chest struck by a high-speed train, his organs shifted in that instant. The chi inside him shattered, collapsing like a deflated ball. That single finger was not merely a physical blow, but a destruction of spirit. Yamucha's body was flung like a cannonball, tracing a miserable arc through the air. He flew across the entire ring and slammed heavily into the wall beyond. The brick broke away into a human-shaped crater, stones scattering and dust billowing. Yamucha slid down like a lump of rotten clay, frothing at the mouth, utterly unconscious. The arena fell deathly silent. Everyone stared mouths agape at the bald youth standing in the center of the ring. Even the blonde announcer did not notice when his microphone clattered to the floor. One finger, just a single finger. The Yamucha who had blazed in the preliminaries, the former desert bandit. Was he really slain in an instant? What sort of monster is this? What just happened? I didn't even see the move, someone cried. It looked like he merely poked him. Is this the power of Gui Xianlu? Terrifying. This is not a battle of the same dimension. That bald head is like a monster wearing human skin, another voice said. The judge, trembling from shock, raised his hand, and his voice cracked. Winner Krillin, advancing to the top 8. Krillin calmly straightened his collar, as if he had only swatted a fly. He turned to look at the medics, tending Yamucha, a flicker of complex emotion passing his features. Half an hour later, in the competitor's locker room, the air was heavy with the smell of disinfectant. Yamucha slowly regained consciousness. Pain racked him, and he gasped, but he did not explode into anger as before. That finger had shattered his pride and cleared the muddle in his mind. Awakened, Krillin asked gently from the doorway, leaning against the frame with a bottle of water in hand. Yamucha looked at Krillin in silence for a long time, then smiled bitterly and accepted the water. I lost, he admitted. I lost and I accept it. He bowed his head, his voice carried a rare weariness, but also a sense of relief. You are now frighteningly strong, like a monster. I cannot even see the outline of your back. I always thought that effort would let me catch up, but I was wrong. As long as one remains on the road, one will always see the back of those ahead, yet I could not close the distance. Do not belittle yourself, Krillin said lightly. You simply picked the wrong opponent. Just then the locker room door opened, and Buerma walked in. She looked at the bandaged Yamucha with a complicated expression, though relief outweighed all else. Yamucha, she said. Buerma. Yamucha spoke first, taking a deep breath and lifting his chin to look at the girl with clear eyes. I am sorry. I was a bastard before and did not know how to cherish you. Compared to me, Krillin suits you better, he added, extending his bandaged hand to give Krillin a thumbs up. Though his mouth twitched, the smile was sincere. Buerma paused, then smiled, and a tear welled at the corner of her eye. Thank you, Yamucha. You must also take care of yourself and stop being such a flirt. Haha, I'll try, he replied. Scratching his head, he seemed to revert to the carefree desert rogue he had been. Perhaps I should set a new goal, become a handsome, wealthy gentleman. Fighting is too dangerous after all. The three exchanged a smile. Krillin took Buerma's arm and stepped out of the locker room. The sunlight outside was just right. Next up are the quarterfinals, Krillin said, gazing toward the distant ring with depth in his eyes. He muttered the names of his prospective opponents under his breath. Tian Shan Bai Ko. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The 8th final round of the world's greatest martial arts tournament begins now. The afternoon sun blazed mercilessly upon the arena, thickening the air with the suffocating stillness that precedes a storm. Though bloodstains from earlier preliminaries had been scrubbed away, a faint metallic tang still clung to the nostrils of every martial artist present. Match 1: Tian Shinhan of the Crane Hermit School versus Tao Pai Pai, the assassin returned from death itself. With a deep, resonant gong strike, the 8th final round erupted into motion. On the raised platform, two figures stood in silent opposition. Tian Shinhan stood bare-chested, his torso carved from granite, every sinew taut, every contour defined. His stance was neither rigid nor relaxed, yet utterly grounded, as though his very being had fused with the arena beneath his feet. His third eye, centered upon his brow, narrowed slightly, its pupil devoid of fear, radiating only a chilling, almost sorrowful detachment. Opposite him, Tao Pai Pai's presence was an outright desecration of the very word martial artist. Beneath his signature pink robe lay no longer warm living flesh, but cold alloy bones and intricate hydraulic actuators. Sunlight struck the silver-gray half-mask covering his face, flashing with blinding intensity. His crimson cybernetic eye whirred wildly within its socket, emitting a faint electric hum as it dissected his opponent with ruthless precision. He, my dear junior disciple. Tao Pai Pai's laughter grated like sandpaper scraping rusted iron, a synthesized rasp coarse and unnerving. That little brat, named Kairatsu. The sound of his bones snapping was exquisite. Did you know? As I crushed his ribs, the look in his eyes. Despair, helplessness. That gaze was pure adrenaline, the finest stimulant imaginable. Tian Shinin's temple twitched violently. His hands hanging at his sides clenched slowly, knuckles cracking like snapping twigs. What is it? Do you wish to kill me? Oh. Tao Pai Pai seized upon that flicker of emotion, laughing louder, wilder. Rage? Hate? Attack me with that fury. Let your darkness fuel your strikes. I'll make you feel firsthand the flawless power born of science. Flawless? Tian Shinhan spoke at last, his voice low, cavernous, terrifying. You call this heap of scrap metal flawless? Tao Pai Pai, you traded your mortal flesh for power, and in doing so surrendered the dignity of a martial artist. All you are now is a pitiful wretch driven by fear alone. Silence. Those words struck true, straight into Tao Pai Pai's deepest wound. It was the nightmare buried deepest in his soul, the humiliation of being blown to pieces by Son Goku's single explosive blast. I'll tear you limb from limb. Roaring Tao Pai Pai shattered the stone slabs beneath his feet. Propelled by his mechanical leg's explosive force, he shot forward like a cannonball, trailing a shriek of displaced air. Super Dodon Wave? This was no ordinary keybist fingertip technique. Tao Pai Pai's mechanical wrist rotated sharply, revealing a dark circular muzzle. A high-pitched turbine scream pierced the air, and a compressed, searing yellow energy beam erupted forth, laced with both raw ki and hyper-concentrated thermal energy. The beam warped the air itself with blistering heat, carving a blackened furrow across the concrete arena surface. Spectators in the stands erupted in panic. Good heavens, is that a cannon? Isn't weaponry strictly forbidden? Exactly. This violates every rule of the tournament. Run? That thing's going to explode. Yet Tian Shinhan merely shifted his body, slightly effortlessly, as if he'd foreseen the beam's path. The lethal energy grazed his shoulder and slammed into the protective wall behind him, its trajectory evaded with impossible grace. Boom! A deafening detonation tore open a crater 2 meters wide in the reinforced concrete wall, shrapnel flying, dust billowing. Wow, what? Tao Pai Pai's cybernetic eye flooded with error codes. Impossible. Your reaction speed cannot possibly outpace my targeting system. Your eyes see only data. You cannot perceive the flow of ki. Tian Shinin's voice cut through the smoke, cold, clear, unshaken. Before Tao Pai Pai could react, a massive hand burst from the haze, gripping his prized mechanical left arm in an iron hold. Tian Shinin's palm was broad, thick, calloused, now gripping like a hydraulic vise, locking every joint in place. You enhanced strength and defense with machinery, yet sacrificed the martial artist's instinctive awareness of danger. His 3 eyes blazed in unison, fierce and unrelenting. I will defeat you. I will avenge Kaiatsu. Let go, traitor. Tao Pai Pai panicked, thrashing desperately, but that human grip held firm, immovable. In desperation, his right arm snapped forward, revealing a resorthin ultrasonic vibration blade. Its edge blurred with velocity, emitting a shrill, ear-splitting whine as it slashed toward Tian Shinin's throat. Die! At the arena's edge, Krillin narrowed his eyes, a sardonic smile curling his lips. Relying on such crutches, you've regressed with every passing year. Ding! A crystalline, impossibly sharp metallic snap echoed across the stadium. With his other hand, Tian Shinhan had caught the vibrating blade, barehanded. At the moment of impact, a torrent of brilliant white ki erupted around his fist, visible, roaring, overwhelming, crushing the ultra-hard titanium alloy blade into glittering fragments. Shards clattered onto the floor. This can't be. Tao Pai Pai's cybernetic eye widened, not with calculation, but with raw, visceral terror. His voice cracked, distorted. My blade is aerospace-grade titanium. How could a human hand? Because your heart has long since rusted shut. Tian Shinhan roared, a thunderclap of fury, his muscles swelling, his aura exploding outward like a tsunami, scattering the smoke in an instant. Still gripping Tao Pai Pai's mechanical arm, he twisted hard at the waist. Break, for me. SSSKRRR, crunch. A spine-chilling shriek of rending metal tore through the arena. Sparks erupted from the joint, oil spurted like black blood. Before the horrified gaze of tens of thousands, Tian Shinhan ripped Tao Pai Pai's entire mechanical left arm clean from its socket, shoulder bolts shearing, hydraulics screaming. Ew! Tao Pai Pai shrieked, crashing to the ground in agony, his severed stump sparking and smoking wires spitting acrid fumes. He writhed on the floor like a venomous serpent stripped of its fangs. Silence fell, absolute, suffocating. Every spectator stood frozen, stunned by the brutal, awe-inspiring spectacle. Tian Shinhan showed no mercy. He launched skyward, then drove both feet down like guided missiles. Boom! Slowly the smoke began to clear. He stood at the arena's center holding the twitching, severed limb aloft, like a god of war, invincible, unassailable. With a look of utter contempt, he tossed the scrap metal over the edge, landing squarely at the pale, trembling feet of Master Shun. "Take your trash and leave the martial arts tournament, now." Tien Shinhan loomed above him, his gaze a blade, forcing Shun backward step after step. "Hesitate, and next time it will be your neck that breaks." Master Shun stared up at the man who once obeyed his every command, now radiating power, so overwhelming it stole his breath. His lips trembled. No threat, no defiance, not even a whisper escaped them. Frantically, he gathered Tao Pai Pai's ruined form and fled the arena amid waves of scornful boos. Tien Shinhan closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, the sea breeze cool and salting upon his skin. "Kaiatsu, I have avenged you." Exquisite, absolutely exquisite. Contestant Tien Shinhan advances to the semifinals with overwhelming dominance. The host wiped cold sweat from his brow, striving to keep his voice steady. The previous match, reverberating with the shriek of rending metal, had been so staggering that the arena's atmosphere had grown momentarily heavy and subdued. Now let's shift gears. Semifinal match 2. Facing off last year's runner-up, the immensely popular contestant Son Goku, versus a mysterious young woman competitor whose name remains unrecorded. In the backstage rest area, Goku stuffed the final sizzling bony and slab of grilled meat into his mouth, his cheeks puffed like a chipmunk's. Hearing his name called, he mumbled an indistinct reply. "Oh, my turn already." Casually wiping grease from his hands onto his trousers, he executed a graceful backflip onto the ring. Sunlight glinted off his signature spiky hair, framing a carefree grin, making him look less like a martial arts prodigy and more like a cheerful neighbor boy off on a day trip. Yet the aura across the ring stood in stark contrast. That young woman, clad in a blue and red martial arts uniform styled like a chi pao, was now glaring at Goku with unblinking intensity. Tall and statuesque, her skin was porcelain pale, her raven-black tresses stirred faintly with rising fury. Her face, normally gentle and radiant, was now frozen in icy disdain. Her large, beautiful eyes brimmed with tears of wounded pride, and with rage so fierce it seemed ready to ignite. She clenched her lower lip tightly, her fingers gripped the hem of her garment, until her knuckles whitened her entire frame, trembling with suppressed wrath. "Umph," she snorted sharply, turning her head away, as if even a glance at Goku would soil her gaze. Goku scratched his head, bewildered, and stepped forward cautiously. Hello. Have we met before? Why do you look so angry? Did I steal your snacks once?" Those words were the final spark igniting a powder keg. She whirled around, and at last tears spilled over. Pointing a trembling finger at Goku, her voice quavered like a leaf in gale winds, charged with raw accusation. You dare ask why I'm angry? Still thinking about food? You colossal fool. Heartless scoundrel. Shameless liar." Her roar amplified across the arena, drowned even the thunderous crash of ocean waves. The crowd, just moments earlier buzzing over the prior match, fell utterly silent. Tens of thousands of eyes snapped toward the ring, blazing with insatiable gossip-fueled curiosity. "Take this." She gave no chance for explanation. Her foot struck the floor, and she shot forward like an avenging swallow. Her speed was breathtaking. Crimson battle boots cleaved the air with lethal force, aimed straight for Goku's face. "Whoa, so fast!" Startled Goku instinctively threw his head backward. Whoosh! Her kick sliced past his nose, the pressure stinging his cheeks. Failing her strike, she landed lightly, and instantly unleashed a flurry of palm strikes. Her technique was masterful, fluid and evasive like the Kamesin style, yet layered with sweeping, overwhelming power. Her assault raged like a typhoon, relentless, unbroken, furious. Darting left and right like a capering monkey, Goku cried out, Hey, let's talk this through. I haven't even finished my meal yet." Eat. You think of nothing but eating." Enraged beyond measure, every blow now targeted vital points. "Am I truly worth less to you than a single meal? All these years, I waited for you to come and take me away. And yet, you've forgotten me entirely." A collective gasp erupted from the stands. The tide of public opinion turned in an instant. Good heavens, this isn't how a shonen martial arts saga is supposed to go. When did it morph into a domestic drama? So, this Son Goku fellow seduced her and abandoned her. Look how heartbroken she is. How stunning, how graceful. She's clearly been deceived by a cad. How despicable. I thought this kid seemed refreshingly innocent, but he's a shameless playboy. To make such a beauty wait all these years. Beat that faithless wretch. Kick him off the stage. Excited spectators hurled empty water bottles and popcorn buckets onto the ring, filling the arena with furious condemnation. In the competitors' lounge, Oolong clutched his belly, rolling on the floor in peals of laughter, his pig ears nearly shaking loose. Ha ha ha. Karma. Even dense old Goku has a romantic entanglement. This promises far better entertainment than fighting Tao Pai Pai. Meanwhile, poor hovered midair, brows furrowed with concern. Master Goku wouldn't behave that way, though he is occasionally oblivious. Could this be a misunderstanding? Only Krillin leaned against the wall, arms crossed, a knowing, mischievous smirk playing on his lips. Watching Goku, who fearlessly confronted even the demon King Piccolo, now flustered and scrambling under a girl's relentless assault. This spectacle was a once-in-a-lifetime delight. Krillin, don't just stand there laughing, Goku shouted over his shoulder in desperation, only narrowly dodging a descending knife-hand strike aimed at his temple. Quick, help me remember who she is. She says she's been waiting for me, but I have no memory of her. Could she be mistaken? You dug this hole, now you fill it yourself. Krillin yelled back, shrugging helplessly toward the audience, his expression screaming, this one's beyond saving. Goku, be a man. Own up to what you've done. On the ring, the young woman grew increasingly incensed, tears cascading like broken pearls soaking the front of her uniform. Do you truly remember nothing at all? Suddenly, she halted her assault, drawing two gleaming short blades from behind her back. Though blunted for competition, their edges shimmered with chilling menace in the sunlight. She assumed an ancient stance, the sword art passed down directly from Ox King himself. If you've forgotten, then I'll beat it back into your memory. Below the ring, Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, his eyes flashing with sudden insight. Stroking his beard, he murmured, that footwork, it's Kamesin style, yet fused with Ox King's crushing power. Her identity, I see. So young Goku's fortune in love runs deeper than imagined. Hey. Drawing blades crosses the line. That's a violation. Goku retreated, waving his hands frantically, his expression pure innocence. No need for words. She cried out, a sharp, piercing cry, and her blade work descended like a blizzard, each stroke charged with years of pent-up sorrow and searing indignation, as if seeking catharsis in every cut. Though vastly stronger than her, Goku found himself utterly paralyzed, facing a tear-streaked opponent hurling accusations of betrayal. He simply couldn't bring himself to counterattack. He could only rely on superhuman reflexes, darting through the blinding storm of steel, appearing utterly disheveled. Tell me, who am I? Her blade slashed empty air. She panted heavily, eyes locked onto Goku with a ferocity that promised devouring. Say my name, and I'll forgive you. Goku froze, scratching his ear and racking his brain, recalling every soul he'd ever met, even fleeting acquaintances. Bulma. No, she's over there yelling at me. Lunch. No, hair color's wrong and Lunch only turns fierce when she sneezes. Then, who are you? Seeing Wukong's innocent, foolish expression at last proved unbearable to her. She drove her blade violently into the ground and unleashed a cry of furious collapse. Heartless man, if you beat me, then I'll tell you. Really? Wukong brightened, assuming a fighting stance. Once more his eyes grew a touch more earnest. Before Chi-Chi could respond, Wukong's figure vanished in an instant. So fast, Chi-Chi felt a gust of wind slam into her face. This time Wukong did not dodge. He appeared before Chi-Chi, but did not strike with a fist. Instead, he used the tremendous air pressure generated by his speed and gently waved a palm at her. Who? A soft yet irresistible surge of air lifted Chi-Chi clean off the ground. The palm was executed with perfect control, decisive but utterly non-lethal. Ah! Chi-Chi cried, drifting lightly off the ring like a feather before settling steadily onto the grass below, not a hair disturbed. Out of bounds, winner's son Wukong. The announcer bellowed hoarsely as if he had just witnessed a grand spectacle and lost his voice. Wukong stood at the edge of the ring, grinning as he waved down at Chi-Chi in the crowd. Hee, I won. Now you can tell me, can't you? Chi-Chi sat on the grass and looked up at the boy, radiating sunlight on the stage, though whatever disappointment she had felt at losing evaporated in an instant. She rose, brushed the grass from her skirt, and slowly straightened, a faint shy smile blooming on her face. I am Neo Moang's daughter, Chi-Chi. Do you remember now, eh? After she spoke, she watched Wukong with eager, trembling eyes. Chi-Chi. Wukong blinked, cocked his head, and kept chewing on the name as if tasting it. His expression shifted from blankness to puzzlement, and then to a glint of recollection. Suddenly, a sealed door of memory deep within his mind swung open. The scene returned to a long ago afternoon, the sun blazing at the foot of Huanshan. The peculiar little girl in strange armor with darts in her hair and riding a Jindian, the one he had once kicked and who later shyly tugged his sleeve. Oh, I remember. Wukong slammed his right fist into his left palm with a crisp sound of sudden understanding, his face breaking into his trademark goofy grin. You are that. Niu Moang uncle's daughter. That little Chi-Chi from back then. Wow, you've grown so tall now. I barely recognized you. Hearing Wukong finally say her name, the tension fled from Kiki's features. She tucked the sword behind her back. 2 quick roses of color bloomed on her cheeks as she shyly twisted her fingers. Her former brashness melted into the modest coyness of a young woman. She kept her head bowed, tracing little circles on the ground with her toes, her voice softening. Finally, you remember. Chi-Chi lifted her eyes and looked at Wukong with longing. Do you still remember? The promise we made when we crossed the river. Promise. Wukong stalled again, his gaze clear and simple. Tens of thousands in the crowd held their breath, as if even breathing too loudly might spoil the moment. This was the climax of the year's grand show. What sort of promise could have kept this beautiful girl waiting all these years? Kiki's voice shrank to a whisper, her face as red as a ripe tomato, heat seeming to rise from the top of her head. You said that when we grew up, you'd come to marry me and make me your bride. The declaration landed like a thunderbolt and detonated the entire arena. Bulma in the audience squeezed her drink so hard it burst, splashing Yamcha beside her. She gaped and screamed in disbelief. A bride? Wukong, this kid. He already had a betrothal. And to such a beautiful girl. Yamcha was dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping as if he had turned to stone. Is this still the same Wukong who couldn't even tell boys from girls? He's a life winner. I concede, I utterly concede. Why didn't anyone wait for me all these years? Only Wukong remained utterly bewildered. He scratched his face and asked a question that sent the crowd into helpless laughter. One for the record books, bride. What's that? Is it tasty? The referee looked at Wukong with the same stunned expression as if observing an alien. Chi-Chi froze and the tears she had just held back began to well up again. You don't know what a bride is. Then why did you agree back then? I thought it was some kind of food. Wukong answered with earnest conviction, his gaze so sincere it brooked no doubt. It sounded crunchy, looked like it would be delicious. Besides, I was very hungry back then. I figured if you were going to give me something to eat, I'd say yes. The crowd dissolved into uncontrollable laughter. The spectators had no words left to mock. His train of thought was otherworldly. Those who had just accused him of being a scoundrel now thought him simply foolish, endearingly and infuriatingly so. Idiot. Big idiot. Chi-Chi stamped her foot, her face flaming. A bride is not food. A bride is someone who will live with you, cook for you, wash your clothes, and share life with you. A companion for a lifetime. Off. Wukong blinked, then his eyes lit up as he seized the key point. Always cook for me. Yes. Every day. Cook as much as you want. Whether roast meat or steamed buns, he'll make them all for you. Chi-Chi shouted as if this were her greatest bargaining chip. That actually sounds pretty great. Wukong's mouth nearly watered. For a voracious eater like him, such an offer was irresistible. Far more tempting than any title of best in the world. Will you? Chi-Chi looked at him with hopeful, star-bright eyes. Wukong didn't hesitate. He nodded readily, his face aglow with simple happiness. All right then. Since I promised you, let's get married. Really? Chi-Chi clapped a hand over her mouth in delight, overwhelmed by sudden joy. Of course it's real. I, son Wukong, keep my word. Wukong thumped his chest in assurance. Moved, Chi-Chi sprang before him and rose onto her toes. Wukong, beaming and curious, watched as Chi-Chi quickly kissed his cheek. Blushing, she then ran backstage. They'll wait for you back there. Make sure you win, okay, my groom. Wukong touched the kissed spot on his cheek and bewildered looked toward Krillin approaching. Krillin, why did she bite my face? Is that part of marriage? It tastes weird and soft. Krillin watched the scene, shaking his head in helplessness, a rueful smile at the corner of his mouth. Yeah. Krillin patted Wukong's shoulder, his gaze sharpening as he looked toward the far end of the contestants' corridor. All right, stop daydreaming. Your live's major matter is settled. After Yakaluabai finishes his bout, it'll be my turn. At that moment, a tall figure wrapped in a white cloak slowly emerged, green skin, pointed ears, and a suffocating abyssal demonic aura. Like the second-generation demon. The martial arts arena of Wudao Temple, battered by previous rounds, bore a patchy, weathered appearance despite emergency repairs. The air still carried the acrid tang of the last battle, the unmistakable scent of martial artists' fervor and sweat. Next match, Yajiliuo versus Mr. Shun. As the golden-haired host's voice boomed across the arena, 2 fighters of starkly contrasting styles stepped onto the platform. On the left stood a stocky figure solid as a powder keg primed to explode, clad in coarse, tightly fitting martial garb that strained against his powerful frame. His unkempt wild hair tumbled past his shoulders, and around his thick neck hung a string of aged Buddhist prayer beads. He even chewed on half-esteemed bun crumbs, scattering with every vigorous bite. Yajiliuob, the self-taught martial artist whom Sun Wukong had plucked from the wilderness, wore impatience like a second skin. He swallowed the last morsel in 3 quick gulps, patted his round belly, and didn't even deign to glance properly at his opponent. TCH. What rotten luck. Yajiliuob muttered loud enough for the entire arena to hear. Why must I fight some old man who looks half-buried already, eh? Winning wouldn't be honorable, and losing, humph. This esteemed gentleman would never be bested by such a crumbling skeleton. Across from him stood a middle-aged man in a neatly tailored suit and black-rimmed glasses. He resembled nothing so much as an unremarkable office worker, or perhaps a timid head teacher from some provincial school. Mr. Shun adjusted his spectacles with gentle fingers, his face softening into a mild, slightly reserved smile, utterly harmless, disarmingly benign. Are today's youth truly this spirited? How enviable. His voice was warm, unhurried, so courteous that he even offered Yajiliuob a respectful bow. This stout young sir, please go easy on me. These old bones aren't built for rough handling. I'm merely a humble bystander here for amusement. Stout young sir. A vein throbbed violently on Yajiliuob's forehead, twisting like a writhing earthworm. He loathed nothing more than being mocked for his build, especially by someone who looked as frail as a dried reed. Old man, if you're so eager to die, I'll oblige you. Yajiliuob's feet slammed into the floor. In an instant, his lazy demeanor vanished, replaced by the raw, feral aura of a predator unleashed. For the sake of your osteoporosis, scurry home and dandle your grandchildren. Don't clutter up this arena. Murmurs rippled through the crowd below. That fat guy looks terrifying. Could someone actually get killed? Poor Mr. Shun. He looks like an ordinary salaryman. This isn't a match, it's slaughter. The draw is utterly unfair. Match begins. Before the referee's words fully faded, Yajiliuob moved. Despite his bulk, he shot forward like a cannonball. Crouching low, his right arm coiled with explosive power, his fist tore through the air, aimed straight at Mr. Shun's face. In that split second, the air itself seemed to fracture under the weight of his blow, a deep, thunderous crack echoing with pure speed and force. Yet, just as his knuckles grazed the threshold of Mr. Shun's nose, "Oh dear!" Mr. Shun suddenly cried out, slipping sideways with comical clumsiness, as if his foot had landed on something slick. He wobbled like a drunken man stepping on a banana peel, absurd, undignified, yet astonishingly effective. That single graceless lurch allowed Yajiliuob's killing strike to whistle past his ear. Whoosh! The wind of the blow sent several strands of gray-white hair drifting into the air. Mr. Shun staggered backward, narrowly escaping annihilation, then patted his chest and gasped for breath. That was close. Nearly got my nose knocked, askew. Why is this floor so slippery? Was it just mopped and left wet? Yajiliuob's eyes widened, his fists still thrust forward. Though crude and bearing, his instincts were honed sharp as a jungle hunter's. He locked onto his opponent's vital energy, yet somehow missed. Just dumb luck. He ground his teeth, refusing to believe a man so seemingly fragile could evade his strike. Stop pretending. Let's see how many times you can dodge. Roaring, Yajiliuob's thick arms blurred into a whirlwind, twin fists hammering down in relentless, suffocating succession, sealing every vital point on Mr. Shun's body. The tearing shriek of displaced air merged into a continuous drum-like barrage. What followed left the audience stunned, some even bursting into laughter. Mr. Shun swayed like a scarecrow in gale winds, or a clown in a circus ring. As a crushing blow swept toward his head, he abruptly bent to tie his shoelace. Oh dear, my lace came undone. My apologies. The gust of wind sheared off a single stiff strand of hair. When a punch lunged straight for his heart, he sneezed violently, ducking his head low. Achoo! Too much dust in here. The fist skimmed past his skull. When a sweeping kick targeted his legs, he rubbed his eyes as though blinded by wind, stumbling backward 2 steps, just beyond the reach of the attack. Ouch! Why is it so windy? Sand's gotten in my eyes. Referee, won't you do something about this? And just like that, he stepped cleanly out of the assault's radius. Each evasion appeared clumsy, fortuitous, as if fortune herself weren't just his mother, but standing beside him, directing his every move. Ha ha ha, that old man's hilarious. Is this even a real match, or a slapstick act? That fat guy must be furious. Not a single hit landed. Beside Krillin Yamcha, still wrapped in bandages, couldn't resist commenting. This is utterly absurd. Is this man a circus acrobat? With odds like these, he should buy lottery tickets. If I'd had this kind of luck back then, I never would have. Yet Krillin did not laugh. Empowered by his genius intelligence, his perception diverged radically from ordinary sight. Streams of data raced across his retinas, reconstructing reality into something wholly different. Target Mr. Shin possess state true identity Earth's Kami combat power not loaded. Skill tier divine motion analysis. Every apparent mistake is a precisely calculated optimal solution. He neutralizes attacks with minimal motion and maximal efficiency, while masking his spiritual flow beneath layers of theatrical absurdity. This is the pinnacle of transcendent mastery, simplicity born of supreme refinement. It's not luck. Krillin crossed his arms, gaze distant, voice low and resonant. It's the overwhelming supremacy of cultivation realm. Like an adult indulging a toddler's first wobbly steps. No matter how fiercely the child brandishes a real blade, not a single cut can land. Elsewhere, Rashi, the ever-cool master who rarely removed his sunglasses, now squinted sharply behind his dark lenses. His eyes locked onto Mr. Shin's footsteps, chaotic to the eye, yet harmonizing perfectly with the Tao's subtle currents. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke across his brow. That footwork, that absolute command over chi, silent as spring rain, profound as unadorned mastery. Could it be? A name long relegated to myth surged into Rashi's mind, so sacred, so fearsome, he dared not utter it aloud. A being even he refused to name lightly, the planet's eternal guardian. Meanwhile, atop the arena, Yajiliuob panted heavily. Relentless high-intensity strikes had drained him, sweat streamed down his round cheeks, soaking his clothes. Opposite him, Mr. Shin remained immaculate, not a fold disturbed, not a hair out of place, still wearing that wide-eyed, trembling expression, even pausing to adjust his tie. Damn it all. Are you mocking me? Utterly enraged, Yajiliuob succumbed to pure, suffocating frustration, feeling less like a warrior, more like a fool dancing on stage for ridicule. With a guttural roar, his muscles tensed to their breaking point, fibers groaning audibly beneath his skin. He launched skyward, blotting out the sun. This final strike channeled his full mass momentum and fury, a mountain-splitting descent, twin fists fused into one devastating hammer from above. A faint aura of compressed chi shimmered around his knuckles. Yet Mr. Shin remained unruffled. He tilted his head, gazing up at the snarling airborne giant, adjusted his spectacles, and let his lips curl, not in triumph, but in quiet sorrow, or perhaps pity. Today's youth carry too much rage. They neither reverence nor restrain themselves. Only after tasting hardship will they grasp the truth. Beyond the heavens, there are always higher heavens. Mr. Shin tapped his toe lightly against the floor, not retreating, but stepping forward directly into the descending blow. At the very moment the fist neared his crown, his foot slipped again. Oh dear! He pitched forward headlong, his skull arcing upward like a bowling ball hurled from below, striking Yajiliuob's utterly unguarded jaw with surgical precision. Crack! A sickening bone-deep snap echoed across the silence. Yajiliuob didn't even cry out. His eyes rolled back, white and vacant. His brain short-circuited under the violent shockwave. For one suspended second, his rotund body froze midair, its ferocity evaporating like mist. Then, like a sack stuffed with potatoes, he dropped, rigid, lifeless, straight backward. Thud! A heavy impact sent dust swirling upward. Yajiliuob lay motionless on the floor, limbs twitching twice before falling utterly still. The arena fell into absolute breathless silence. Seconds later, Mr. Shin rose slowly from the floor, rubbing his forehead, then turned to the referee with an expression of pure, guileless innocence. Oh dear, this floor really is treacherously slippery. I barely kept my balance. Apologies, good sir. How is that stout young man faring? Did I win? The referee gaped, first at the unconscious Yajiliuob, then at the meek, bespectacled victor, before stammering, raising his hand with trembling fingers. Winner. Mr. Shin. He won. A wave of incredulous uproar crashed through the stands. What unbelievable luck. Didn't the fat guy just run into his own headbutt? That's preposterous. Is that legendary iron skull technique? But Mr. Shin, he's no ordinary man either. Only Sun Wukong clapped wildly, eyes sparkling with unrestrained delight. Incredible. That uncle is amazing. I couldn't even see his movements. I want to spar with him too. Krillin watched Mr. Shin descend from the platform and chuckled softly. Luck is part of strength after all. Krillin stretched his limbs, then cast a thoughtful, appraising glance toward Piccolo in the distance. The once clear sky had inexplicably gathered a few ominous clouds veiling the radiant sun and casting a pall of foreboding over the tropical island. The sea breeze grew sharp and biting, whipping the colorful banners at the martial arts tournament into frantic flapping. Snap, 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 like nature's grim herald of an approaching storm. A sudden chill prickled the spectators' skin. They drew their clothes tighter, and the earlier fervor dissolved into stifling tension. Ladies and gentlemen, the final quarterfinal match, the one all eyes have awaited. The announcer's voice boomed across the arena through towering loudspeakers, striving to reignite the flagging energy. Yet beneath his bravado lingered a subtle tremor, an instinct honed by years presiding over martial contests, whispering of imminent peril. Let us welcome our fighters. First, the enigmatic bald warrior who defeated Yancho with but a single finger, Krillin, and his opponent, the strangely named demon second-generation fighter. Krillin strolled onto the ring with hands casually tucked into his pockets. He wore an orange turtle school GI. Even beneath the brooding clouds, his bald head gleamed faintly. His expression remained effortlessly nonchalant, as if he'd merely stepped out for a leisurely walk. Opposite him, a towering figure emerged slowly, swathed in a white headscarf and a heavy flowing cloak. With each measured step, the ambient temperature seemed to plummet, and an oppressive aura spread like ink in water, a suffocating weight that tightened every breath. It felt as though an ancient primordial beast had fixed its gaze upon them. A mission had been issued: defeat demon second-generation Piccolo, but under absolute constraint. He must not be killed. Should Piccolo perish, the guardian deity would fall with him, and the Dragon Balls would vanish forever, irreversibly unraveling the course of destiny. Mission reward: Namekian regenerative physiology, basic tier, and substantial renown. Krillin curled his lip inwardly. No killing, yet still win and make him submit willingly. This system grows ever more delightfully troublesome. That's harder than killing him outright. The towering figure halted 5 meters from Krillin. Through the narrow slit in his headscarf, 2 piercing eyes locked onto him. There was no raw bloodlust, only detached, condescending amusement, as if observing an insect squirming helplessly within his palm. Ha ha ha. A low grating chuckle escaped Piccolo, harsh and metallic like rusted iron grinding against iron. Krillin. Yes, I know that name. A little boy once hiding behind Son Goku's shadow. Do you recall how Drum crushed you like an ant? The sound of your bones snapping. That must have been exquisite. At those words, Goku's fists clenched instantly, knuckles bleaching white, teeth grinding audibly. That memory was his eternal wound, an unspeakable nightmare he refused to revisit. Krillin, he murmured softly, eyes clouded with quiet concern. Krillin merely dug idly at his ear and flicked a speck of dust from his thumbnail. Yeah, that happened. Turns out a quick trip to the underworld wasn't so bad. The King Yama even served me tea. As for you, reincarnation of the Demon King, why so chatty? Has solitude warped your tongue? Piccolo's gaze turned glacial. Pebbles at his feet trembled violently. Clever-tongued whelp. I hope your bones prove as unyielding as your mouth. With a violent motion, he tore off his cloak and headscarf. Whoosh, crunch. The heavy weighted gear struck the concrete floor and shattered straight through it, embedding itself deep, sending up plumes of dust. But that was not the point. Stripped of disguise, his unmistakable emerald green skin, rose-pink musculature, pointed ears, and twin cranial antennae stood revealed, exposed to every stunned pair of eyes. Silence fell, absolute, suspended, as if time itself had ceased. Spectators, referees, even competitors backstage, all gaped, pupils contracting in shock. They could not believe what they saw. Then panic erupted, contagious, primal. Green skin. That face. That form. It's Piccolo Daimao. Great heavens, he was slain. Why is he here? Run. The Demon King has returned. He'll slaughter us all. Mama, I want to go home. The stands exploded, screams, wails, and frenzied cries overlapping in chaotic crescendo. People stampeded, overturning chairs, scattering popcorn across the floor. Some collapsed mid-flight, paralyzed by terror, urine soaking their trousers. Even the seasoned announcer dove beneath his podium, microphone trembling against the floorboards, emitting shrill, jarring clangs. Fear ran deep in every earthling's marrow, a legacy of the global terror he had once wrought, a shadow that still clung unshaken years later. Be still. Krillin spoke, softly, yet his voice pierced the cacophony with eerie clarity, resonating distinctly in every ear. His tone carried a strange, anchoring calm, like a potent tonic steadying frayed nerves. Yes, Piccolo Daimao is dead. What stands before you is merely a green-skinned fellow with a rather short temper. Those who wish to flee may do so now. Those who wish to watch me defeat him, Sit quietly. With me here he poses no threat. His confidence rang absolute. Hands still in his pockets, he stood like an immovable mountain, unassailable and serene. Veins throbbed violently across Piccolo's forehead, his eyes blazed with incandescent fury. A short temper. A green-skinned fellow. Very well, Krillin. You have succeeded beyond measure in provoking me. I shall render you incapable of life, or death. I will tear your limbs from your body, one by one. Boom. Piccolo moved. No feint, no preamble, only explosive intent. The ground beneath his feet shattered instantly. He became a streak of emerald lightning materializing before Krillin in a heartbeat. His sinewy, vein-corded claw shrieked through the air, aimed straight for Krillin's throat. So fast that even Goku and Tien watching from the stands flinched involuntarily. Too slow. Krillin didn't even widen his eyes. With casual ease, he lifted his left hand, index and middle fingers poised lightly together. Snap! The monstrous talon, capable of punching through steel plates and pulverizing boulders, was arrested cleanly between Krillin's two fingers. All kinetic force vanished in an instant. Even the violent pressure wave dissipated before him, stirring only a single wisp of hair at his temple. What a... Piccolo recoiled in disbelief, his arm locked rigid as if welded between twin mountains, utterly immobile. No matter how fiercely he wrenched or strained, not a millimeter yielded. Decent grip. Enough to give an elephant a decent massage, Krillin remarked coolly, then flicked his wrist. Piccolo shot backward like discarded refuse. Yet born of demonkind, he reoriented midair with uncanny grace and unleashed two searing violet laser beams from his eyes. Demon Eye Beam. Zzz. The beams lanced toward Krillin's eyes, lightspeed precision scorching the very air. Krillin remained rooted, neither dodging nor flinching. He simply drew a deep breath and exhaled sharply directly into their path. Like blowing out birthday candles. The high-energy beams, capable of melting stone, curled backward in recoil, then dissolved into nothingness. Impossible. Piccolo landed hard, eyes wide, not with rage, but with genuine dawning terror. That blast, though restrained, was no mere puff of wind. It defied reason. Nothing is impossible. Krillin brushed dust from his GI. Show me your true strength, Piccolo. He crooked a finger, challenging, dismissive, utterly unruffled. Don't make me think the demon who killed me years ago was nothing more than a hollow jest. His pride, unassailable, ancient, had been trampled beyond recovery. With a guttural roar, Piccolo erupted with overwhelming ki, his arms stretching rubber-like, striking from every angle in a maelstrom of fury. Die, die, die. Yet no matter how cunning or swift his assault, Krillin countered with effortless simplicity. Left hand blocked, right hand deflected, an occasional sidestep. Each movement fluid, unhurried, almost playful, like an adult indulging a child's tantrum. Is this truly your limit? Krillin caught a crushing punch midair with one hand, and yawned. If this is all you offer, you haven't earned the privilege of making me sweat. Piccolo panted heavily, staring, trapped between fury, humiliation, and something colder, fear. How could this earthling, this human, have grown so formidable in just 3 years? His power eclipsed even Piccolo's deepest understanding of strength. Unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. Piccolo had completely lost his mind. The humiliation of being toyed with by ants shattered his sanity. His pupils were filled with bloodshot veins, and his breathing became heavy and irregular. I will kill you. I will destroy this world. He suddenly leaped backward, his cape fluttering behind him, and soared directly into the sky, reaching a height of 100 meters. The already gloomy sky grew even darker as thick, dark clouds swirled like they were being stirred by an invisible hand, forming a massive vortex. At the center of the vortex loomed directly over the venue below, resembling a gigantic eye of a demon. Blinding lightning danced wildly within the clouds, and the thunder roared deafening. Piccolo hovered in midair, arms spread wide as the energy within him began to gather frantically. Purple arcs of electricity spiraled around his body, and his green face twisted in a grotesque mask of rage. Since I can't hit you, then I'll blow this island to ashes along with you, monster. Piccolo shouted hysterically, his hands gathering a brilliant light. The destructive energy waves caused the sea below to boil, gigantic waves crashing against the coastline, producing a thunderous roar. Super explosive demon wave. With a furious roar, the energy sphere in his hand swelled to its maximum, emanating a terrifying aura that sent chills down spines. The purple light illuminated the entire sky, casting pale shadows on everyone's faces. He's gone mad. He's gone mad. Run. This island is going to sink. Help. I don't want to die. The audience completely collapsed, their cries echoing into the sky. This level of energy, if it truly struck down, would wipe the venue and the entire Papaya Island off the map, leaving no trace behind. Despair swept through the crowd. Even Master Wutian and Tianjin Fan appeared pale. Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes were fixed on the sky, his body trembling slightly. This energy, it's on a monster's level. Can we withstand it? Goku, hurry and stop him. Bulma screamed, her face as white as paper, clutching tightly to Oolong's clothes. Goku was about to take off when a hand stopped him. It was Mr. Shun. He stared up at the sky, his old eyes shimmering with a strange light. It was a trust in the strong and an inexplicable certainty. Don't move yet. Mr. Shun's voice was soft, but held an irresistible power. Look at Krillin, he hasn't taken this seriously yet. This battle belongs to him. In the center of the arena, the wind blew Krillin's martial robe, making it flutter. Facing the overwhelming scene above, his expression remained eerily calm. What a troublesome guy, always wanting to blow up the earth. Is it because he's just a 3-year-old child? Krillin sighed, shaking his head helplessly. He stepped back with his right foot slightly crouching, lowering his center of gravity, and slowly clenched his right fist at his waist. He closed his eyes, feeling the vast power within him like a sea of stars. It was the absolute strength granted to him by the One Punch Man template from another world, the divine power that broke through the limiter. This power surged within him like a sleeping dragon. Using 30% of my strength should be enough. Krillin suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of sharp light flashing in his pupils. Ordinary punch modified 30% power. He threw a punch at the sky towards the invincible Demon King in an exceedingly ordinary and unadorned manner. There were no dazzling light effects, no flashy movements. Just a sound akin to the shattering of space. Boom. A terrifying punch, pressure invisible to the naked eye yet clearly perceivable, burst forth from the tip of Krillin's fist. It was a shockwave generated by pure physical force compressed to its limits. This force surged like an invisible dragon soaring towards the sky. In the next second, a miracle occurred. The dark clouds above, the raging lightning, and the energy sphere in Piccolo's hand at that moment seemed to encounter an invisible eraser. The punch pressure transformed into a towering, transparent gas column that ruthlessly tore everything apart. Piccolo's energy sphere didn't even get the chance to explode before it was directly dispersed by the punch pressure, vanishing into stardust. Following that, the punch pressure continued unabated, piercing through the atmosphere, heading towards the vast universe. Boom. The dark clouds in the sky were forcibly blown away, creating a gigantic void with a diameter of several kilometers. The originally overcast sky instantly cleared, golden sunlight pouring down from the void above. It perfectly enveloped Krillin, making him appear as if a deity had descended. Meanwhile, high above Piccolo, though Krillin had deliberately avoided striking a lethal blow, felt his clothes instantly shred from the mere brush of the punch's wind. He plummeted from the sky like a fly swatted down. Bang! Piccolo crashed heavily onto the arena, creating a deep, bottomless pit. Debris flew, dust rose. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone maintained the posture of looking up at the sky, gazing at the clear sky hole created by the punch, their minds blank, even forgetting to breathe. Is this something a human can achieve? One punch, and all the clouds in the sky were scattered. Several seconds later, someone finally regained their senses, voicing their trembling thoughts. God! God! Krillin retracted his fist, gently blowing away the non-existent smoke, then walked towards the deep pit. At the bottom of the pit, Piccolo was covered in blood, his limbs twisted unnaturally. His regeneration ability was working frantically, attempting to repair his shattered body, but the light in his eyes had completely dimmed. It was the despair after the collapse of belief, the powerlessness in the face of absolute strength. Why? What? Piccolo looked at Krillin, who approached him, his voice weak as a mosquito's, filled with unwillingness and confusion. Why not kill me? You have the strength. Just a bit more force and I would. Krillin squatted down, speaking in a voice only they could hear. Kill you? Wouldn't that mean I'd have to find new Dragon Balls in this world? Piccolo's pupils constricted, sharply, shock written across his face. You know. Of course I know. You and that immortal, oh no, Mr. Shun are one and the same. If you die, he dies too. Krillin patted Piccolo's green head as if patting a disobedient watermelon. So be grateful to your other half. Otherwise, with that punch just now, there wouldn't be anything left of you. Piccolo trembled all over, gritting his teeth tightly, with humiliating tears welling in his eyes. It turned out that he survived merely because he was a satellite, because the opponent did not want the Dragon Balls to disappear. This reason was more painful than killing him. All right, stop with that expression. If you want to defeat me, go practice for a few hundred years first. Krillin stood up looking down at him. You are too weak now. Piccolo struggled to rise, clutching his chest, casting a deep glance at Krillin, then at Mr. Shun in the distance, whose expression was complex. He knew that he had lost thoroughly today. Krillin. Son Goku. I will be back. Next time I will definitely not lose. After saying that, he used his last ounce of strength to awkwardly leap into the air, fleeing into the distance. His silhouette appeared incredibly forlorn. No one chased after him. Everyone was still immersed in the earth-shattering punch, unable to extricate themselves. The winner is contestant Krillin. The host finally regained his senses and shouted with a cracked voice. Cheers erupted like a tsunami. Krillin stood under the sunlight, listening to the system notification in his ears, finally revealing a satisfied smile. Ding. Task completed. Defeat the Demon King Piccolo. Rating perfect not only defeated the opponent, but also perfectly retained the Dragon Ball system. Reward settlement in progress. Acquired ability Namekian regeneration physique beginner. Description: as long as the brain core is not destroyed, severed limbs can regenerate and stamina recovery speed is increased by 300. Charm 20. Krillin clenched his fist, feeling the more powerful vitality within him. With this regeneration ability combined with his invincible defense and strength, it would indeed be hard to die. Next, Krillin looked towards the contestant area, his gaze landing on the silly-looking spiky-haired individual. Next is your match, Goku. Piccolo staggered away in disbelief after being struck by a single punch from the bald man, leaving behind an eerie bustle at the martial arts arena. Several staff members frantically operated a road roller to fill the massive crater Piccolo had smashed into the ring, while others swept scattered debris with brooms. All right, esteemed audience. Though we just experienced a minor, interruption. The sunglasses-wearing host crawled out from beneath his desk, straightened his askew tie, and forced a polished, artificial smile. But the tournament must go on. That green fighter has already been driven off by contestant Krillin. Everyone is safe. Scattered applause echoed faintly across the stands, though most spectators remained dazed and uncomprehending. The earlier spectacle, a punch that pierced the heavens, had been so transcendent that the ensuing matches now felt hollow and uninspiring. It was like witnessing a nuclear detonation, then being asked to admire two children lighting firecrackers. The dissonance was unbearable. Krillin sat idly on a bench in the contestants' area, legs crossed, lost in bored reverie. Next up, the second semifinal match, featuring Son Goku versus Tien Shinhan. At the host's booming announcement, two figures strode onto the ring from opposite sides. Goku still wore his signature orange turtle school uniform. He had grown noticeably taller over the past 3 years, his cherubic cheeks softened into youthful contours, his eyes clear and serene as a mountain spring. Opposite him stood Tien Shinhan, 3 eyes sharp and luminous, bare torso sculpted with taut, defined musculature, proof that he too had trained relentlessly these past 3 years. Goku, it's our turn. Tien bowed respectfully, his expression grave. Though Krillin's explosive punch had shaken him deeply, he quickly steadied his resolve. Krillin was a monster, but that did not mean Goku was one too. Tien, you've grown stronger too. Still, you won't beat me. Goku stretched casually, his joints cracked with crisp rhythmic snaps. Arrogant talk. Tien snorted coldly. I don't know what kind of anomaly Krillin is, but against you, I'm confident I can knock you down. Then prove it. The moment the gong rang, the air above the ring seemed to warp. Without hesitation, both fighters vanished from sight. Bang, bang, bang. White shockwaves burst in rapid succession. Spectators heard only muffled thuds of impact. No human eye could track their movement. They saw only the stone slabs of the ring splintering inexplicably, shards flying outward. So fast. Impossible to follow. The host shouted into his microphone. Cameraman, can slow-motion replay capture them? The cameraman wiped sweat from his brow. No way. I've jammed the shutter until it's nearly broken. Every frame shows nothing but afterimages. On the ring, the two figures abruptly separated. Tien panted heavily, beads of fine sweat glistening on his brow. In that blistering exchange, he hadn't landed a single telling blow. Not only had Goku blocked every strike, he'd even countered with a precise kick to Tien's abdomen. Impossible. His speed. Tien's heart hammered with shock. 3 years ago, he'd easily outpaced Goku. How in just 3 years had Goku's movements become so effortlessly fluid, so unnervingly elusive? Goku stood motionless, not even breathing hard. He assumed an unusual stance, arms hanging loosely at his sides, body utterly relaxed like a willow branch swaying gently in the breeze. What kind of stance is that? Master Roshi, watching from backstage, watched his sunglasses slide halfway down his nose. Full of openings. No, wait, every opening is defense. Could it be? Master Popo taught me to be as still as the sky, as swift as lightning. Tien, if this is all you've got, you're going to lose. Goku flashed Tien a playful grin. Don't look down on me. Enraged, Tien's temples pulsed with visible veins as he crossed his arms before his chest, assuming the Crane School's opening posture. If I can't outrun you, I'll overwhelm you with technique. Volleyball fist. Tien hurled Goku skyward, then instantly reappeared above him, fists clenched and driving downward with crushing force. It was a seamless combo. Land one hit, and the rest would cascade like a typhoon. Yet just as Tien's knuckles neared Goku's back, Goku dissolved into thin air. What a... Tien's pupils contracted violently. Right here, a voice came from behind. Goku now stood precisely where Tien had leapt from, grinning cheerfully. Afterimage fist. No, that's pure speed. Krillin observed from the sidelines. Looks like Goku didn't waste his time at Kami's lookout. His control over Ki is far more refined now. Back then he wasted energy with brute force. Now he channels Ki with surgical precision. On the ring, Tien landed heavily, his face dark with grim realization. His pride, the mastery of physical combat, had failed utterly. Fine. Very well. He drew a deep breath, his gaze turning glacial. If hand-to-hand fails, then witness my ultimate technique. He raised 4 fingers, forming an arcane hand seal. Appear, 4-body fist. With a thunderous shout, Tien's form blurred, then split once, then twice, until 4 identical Tien Shinhans stood at the 4 corners of the ring, encircling Goku. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Cheating. This is cheating. 4 against 1. Idiot. It's just afterimage fist. No, it's real. They're all solid. All 4 Tien Shinhans spoke in unison, voices layered with resonant echo. Goku, these are no illusions. All 4 are my true bodies. Behold my 4-body fist. How will you defend against attacks from all 4 directions? Goku scratched his head, eyes wide with innocent wonder. Wow, amazing. You really turned into 4 people. Die. All 4 lunged simultaneously, front, back, left, right, sealing every escape route. Their fists carved through the air with shrieking force, each blow capable of shattering stone and rending metal. Goku twisted and darted within the shrinking space, but 2 hands could not fend off 8. Soon he took several clean hits and tumbled backward, rolling across the ground. Huh, how do you like that? This is the Crane School's ultimate secret. All 4 Tien Shinhans laughed in perfect sync. Not bad. Krillin handed his popcorn bucket to a stunned Oolong beside him. Hold this. I need to use the restroom. If Goku can't break through this, I'll make him do 10,000 push-ups when we get home. You aren't worried? Yamcha stood nearby, palms slick with nervous sweat. Worried about what? Krillin rose, brushing popcorn crumbs from his hands. It's simple arithmetic. Divide one person's power among 4 bodies, and each holds only 1/4 the original strength. This tactic terrifies novices, but in real combat, it's meaningless. As Krillin predicted, Goku rose slowly from the ground, dusting dirt from his clothes. His expression not pained, but suddenly illuminated with understanding. Ah, I see now. Your strength has weakened, Tien. Goku studied the 4 panting, winded Tien Shinhans before him. What did you say? Though you've multiplied into 4, your speed and power are each reduced to 1/4. Goku held up a single finger. Just move faster. Treat you like 4 flies and swat them all. In the next instant he vanished. Not just blurring, but vanishing entirely, leaving no trace, no afterimage. Slap, 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 slap. 4 sharp simultaneous slaps rang out. All 4 Tien Shinhans clutched their burning cheeks and staggered backward. Each bore a vivid red welt. Disbelief flooded their eyes. Impossible. He struck all 4 of me at once. Goku reappeared calmly at the center of the ring. In his hand dangled a strip of cloth, one of Tien's belts torn cleanly from his waist, and now idly twirled between Goku's fingers. He tossed it aside. Any new tricks up your sleeve? If not, I'll have to get serious. Being publicly slapped 4 times was more agonizing for Tien Shinhan, proud and unyielding by nature, than death itself. His 4 clones instantly merged into one, his face flushing a deep livid purple, while the 3rd eye upon his forehead swelled with crimson blood. Son, Wu, calm. You have utterly enraged me. Tien Shinhan ground his teeth, each word forced out like shards of ice from between clenched jaws. Goku stood with hands on hips, wearing an expression of pure, guileless innocence. You're the one who split your power. You really think that's my fault? Krillin, having just returned from the restroom, nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Where on earth had this monkey learned such razor-sharp wit? On the ring, Tien Shinhan suddenly closed his eyes and thrust both arms skyward. Since you rely on speed, I'll rob you of sight itself. Solar flare. A blinding white light erupted violently from Tien Shinhan's body, so searing it resembled a supernova detonating atop the ring, instantly drowning the entire arena in a blinding luminous sea. Oh, my eyes. Blind, completely blind. What unholy technique is this? Spectators screamed in agony, clutching their eyes and collapsing onto their seats. Even the host, wearing sunglasses, wept uncontrollably, hugging the leg of the commentary desk and wailing. Goku, standing at the epicenter of that radiant storm, bore the full brunt of its fury. So blinding. Instinctively, Goku squeezed his eyes shut and covered his face with both hands. Now, seizing the opening, Tien Shinhan lunged forward like a hunting leopard and drove a devastating knee strike deep into Goku's abdomen. Thud. The impact landed with brutal finality. Goku curled inward like a prawn, spitting saliva as his body rocketed toward the edge of the ring like a cannonball. Not yet. Refusing to relent, Tien Shinhan pursued Goku midair, clenched fists raised high before crashing down with crushing force onto Goku's back. Volleyball fist, spike strike. Boom. Goku crashed hard into the ring floor, the rigid stone slab fracturing beneath him, erupting into jagged shards. Gradually, the blinding radiance began to fade. Squinting through tear-blurred vision, the audience strained to make out the scene atop the ring. Goku lay motionless in the crater's depths. Above him, Tien Shinhan hovered midair, breathing heavily, his face alight with triumphant satisfaction. Did he win? Yamcha shot to his feet, voice taut with tension. Not yet. The boy's ki hasn't even flickered. Krillin yawned, not even bothering to glance at his battle interface. Sure enough, a cough echoed up from the crater. Cough, cough. That actually stung. Rubbing his belly, Goku rose to his feet as if nothing had happened. That solar flare truly was fearsome. I nearly went blind for real. Yuri still standing. Tien Shinhan's eyes widened in disbelief, as though confronting a specter. He'd unleashed that entire combo with absolute unrestrained force. Even stone would have shattered under such assault. Goku brushed dust from his clothes, his gaze now sharpening with quiet resolve. I underestimated you just now, but the same trick won't work twice. Stop boasting. Tien Shinhan roared once again, assuming the stance for his solar flare. Then let's try it again, solar flare. White light flared anew, but this time Goku neither shut his eyes nor covered his face. Instead, he reached into his GI and pulled out a pair of sunglasses, sliding them on with lightning speed. They were Master Roshi's shades. Ha ha, I came prepared. Wearing the sunglasses, Goku grinned broadly at Tien Shinhan. Silence fell across the arena. Tien Shinhan remained frozen mid-gesture, glowing like a colossal, mortified lantern, wishing the earth would swallow him whole. The radiance faded. So too did Tien Shinhan's composure. Cheap tricks. Shaking with fury, he tore off his upper garment, revealing a physique carved from raw, disciplined power. If technique fails, then let absolute strength decide. He surged his ki wildly. The air trembled around him, fractured stones lifted from the ground, hovering weightlessly. A Kamehameha? No, that's not it. Krillin narrowed his eyes. So he's choosing brute force collision. Tien Shinhan had deliberately avoided the forbidden life-draining variant of the Kamehameha. Instead, he channeled every ounce of his ki into his limbs, his body blazing like a living pyre. Son Goku, face my attack. They collided once more. This time there were no flourishes, only raw, unrelenting impact, fist against flesh, bone against bone. Thump, 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 thump. Their forms blurred across the ring, each collision unleashing violent shockwaves of displaced air. Yet gradually, even casual observers could see it. Tien Shinhan was being overwhelmed. Goku's movements grew faster, his blows heavier, his presence more commanding. He was like an unfathomable abyss. Just when you believed you'd glimpsed his limit, he revealed something stronger, deeper, more terrifying. How can this be? Tien Shinhan's certainty crumbled with every blow. His punches struck Goku like iron against tempered steel, jarring his knuckles, numbing his bones. Yet every blow Goku landed sent shockwaves through his organs, rattling his very core. Is this the fruit of your training in the divine realm? Gritting his teeth, Tien Shinhan swept a leg to force Goku back. Goku cartwheeled backward and landed effortlessly. It's more than that. Master Roshi made me run through thunderstorms carrying 100-kilogram boulders. The gods blindfolded me and sent swarms of bees to test my reflexes. Compared to those trials, your attacks are far too straightforward. Too straightforward. Humiliation burned hot in Tian Xinhan's chest. Then how about this? With a furious roar, Tian Xinhan's body swelled, and from his shoulder blades 2 new arms writhed forth into existence. 4 demon fist. His 4 arms spun like a cyclone, pressing in with suffocating, overwhelming force. Another bizarre technique. Goku sighed. More arms mean more openings. Rather than retreat, he surged forward, straight into the heart of the whirlwind. Ducking low, he slipped inside Tian Xinhan's guard, exploiting his lower center of gravity to evade the upper pair of arms, then seizing the wrists of the lower pair with both hands. Up! With a thunderous shout, Goku hoisted Tian Xinhan, a man visibly larger and broader, clean off his feet. Like a human windmill, Goku spun Tian Xinhan round and round, then released him with explosive force. Whoosh! Tian Xinhan flew outward like a top, hurtling straight toward the arena wall. At the last instant, he arrested his flight midair, using his flight technique, hovering, gasping, all 4 arms trembling violently. Damn it all. Crushing despair swallowed Tian Xinhan whole. Every technique he held sacred, every art he'd honed with reverence, had been dismantled before him like child's play. Am I truly this weak, or is he simply that strong? His gaze drifted to Krillin in the stands, the bald boy idly snatching snacks from oolong, looking thoroughly bored. That bald one, and now him. What manner of monsters are this generation of the turtle school? At that moment, Goku performed an action that left everyone bewildered. He began unfastening the wristbands strapped tightly around his forearms. Warm-ups about done. He tossed the cloth bands aside. Thud! Though light as air, they struck the stone floor with a heavy, resonant boom, cracking the slab beneath them. Next came his shoes. Thud! Then his dark blue undershirt. Boom! Its impact shook the entire ring, sending plumes of dust spiraling upward. Silence descended once more, thick and absolute. How much weight was that? The referee swallowed hard, voice quavering. Not much, really. Goku rolled his neck, feeling lighter than air, buoyant, almost weightless. Altogether, just over 100 kilograms. Tian Xinhan's pupils contracted into needle-thin points. That meant the Goku who had moved too fast to track and struck with force enough to numb his bones had fought the entire match bearing over 100 kilograms of concealed weight. What kind of joke is this? Tian Xinhan felt his entire worldview shatter. Krillin watched Goku, now unshackled, radiating palpable transcendent power, and allowed himself a faint, knowing smile. Now the match truly ends. As the weights fell, Goku's aura underwent a fundamental metamorphosis. If before he had been a peerless sword sheathed in silence, now he was a celestial blade unsheathed, its brilliance unbearable, its edge divine. With but a gentle hop, he soared over 10 meters into the air. Whoa, so light. I feel like I could fly all the way to the moon. He executed a joyful somersault midair, shouting with unrestrained exhilaration. Watching him, Tian Xinhan felt a wave of profound helplessness, but pride, the bedrock of his martial spirit, forbade surrender. So what if you shed your weights? I refuse to believe the gap is that vast. Tian Xinhan retracted his extra arms and focused every iota of his ki into a single searing point. He would stake everything on one final ultimate strike. Son Goku, take this. New Kamehameha. Hands formed into a precise triangle aimed directly at Goku, suspended above. Though not the life-consuming perfected version, this blast compressed 80% of his total ki into a single incandescent column, a beam of annihilation surging heavenward to obliterate Goku. Dangerous! Bulma shrieked. In midair, Goku faced the cataclysmic blast, not with evasion, but with fierce anticipation. Perfect, bring it on. He adjusted his posture mid-flight, then slammed both feet downward into the air itself. Yes, his velocity was so extreme it shattered the atmosphere. Harnessing that explosive recoil, he charged forward, hurtling headlong into the beam. Brilliant cerulean light coalesced in Goku's palms, swelling rapidly, impossibly. Po! The azure energy wave met Tian Xinhan's golden beam in midair, colliding with cataclysmic force. Hissus! 2 titanic energies warred, consuming, compressing, shrieking in piercing, dissonant harmony. Violent gales scoured the arena, blowing wigs off the front row spectators. Hold on. Tian Xinhan's temples bulged with veins as he poured every last shred of his will into the beam. But it was futile. Unburdened, Goku's power had surged beyond Tian Xinhan's comprehension. Hiya! With a thunderous roar, Goku's Kamehameha doubled in size and intensity, engulfing Tian Xinhan's beam entirely, then descending upon the ring like a celestial hammer. Wah! Tien Shinhan managed only a single choked syllable before vanishing beneath the azure tide. Crockum. A colossal detonation ripped across the ring. Smoke billowed. Shrapnel flew. When the dust finally settled, the ring was gone, replaced by a vast smoking crater. Tien Shinhan lay sprawled at the crater's bottom, clothes tattered, skin scorched black in patches. Though alive, he was utterly incapacitated. Goku landed lightly on a shard of broken stone at the crater's rim, unscathed save for smudges of dirt on his GI. Contestant Tien Shinhan is unconscious. The winner is Son Goku. The referee waved his arms, wildly ecstatic. He won. Goku won. Bulma and Oolong leapt into the air, cheering wildly. Just then a small figure darted onto the field. Kaiatsu. Tien, are you all right? Tears streamed down his cheeks as he cradled Tien Shinhan. Tien Shinhan forced his eyes open, gazing up at Goku above, and offered a weary, rueful smile. I lost. Goku leapt down and extended his hand. You were incredible, Tien Shinhan. Let's fight again someday. Tien Shinhan stared at the outstretched hand, hesitated, then grasped it firmly and rose to his feet. Next time, I will defeat you. He spoke the words, but deep within he knew that chasm between them would not close easily. He glanced toward the competitor's bench, where the bald boy watched him with a mischievous, knowing grin. One Goku was already preternaturally formidable, yet another, even more terrifying, awaited in Krillin. Tien Shinhan exhaled deeply, and with Kaiatsu's support walked slowly from the arena. Not bad, Goku. Krillin approached and clapped him on the shoulder. Heh, still nowhere near as strong as you, Krillin. Goku scratched the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. That last punch, if it landed on me, I know I couldn't have blocked it. At least you've got some sense. Krillin smiled softly. Staff members scurried about like industrious ants, repairing the arena shattered by Sun Wukong and Tien Shinhan. Shattered stones were hauled away and fresh slabs laid in their place. Though the new stones clashed in hue with the old, resembling a patched, threadbare cotton jacket, they at least offered stable footing. All right, thank you all for your patience. The host wiped sweat from his brow. His sunglasses had slid halfway down his nose like a child on a slide. The second semi-final match, Krillin versus Mr. Shun. Krillin stuffed the last handful of popcorn into his mouth, brushed crumbs from his palms, and stepped forward. Go, Krillin. Knock that old man clear off the island. Bulma waved her fists from the second-floor balcony. Krillin turned back and flashed a grin so dazzling it could make any female's heartbeat skip a beat. Then with a light tap of his toes he rose, weightless as a drifting feather, and landed softly upon the arena floor. Opposite him, Mr. Shun, a middle-aged man, ambled up at a leisurely pace. He wore thick bottle-bottom glasses, an ill-fitting suit, and carried a modest briefcase. Exactly the picture of a weary office worker just clocking out for sake at a local izakaya. But Krillin knew precisely who lay beneath that unassuming facade, Earth's guardian deity Kami, or rather the benevolent half-born alongside the demon King Piccolo. They stood motionless in the arena's center, barely 2 meters apart. Mr. Shun adjusted his spectacles, the lenses glinted, concealing his gaze entirely. In that instant, the clamor of the crowd, the host's shouts, even the distant murmur of ocean waves, all receded, vanishing from between them as if erased by silence. Young man. Mr. Shun spoke, not with his mouth, but directly into Krillin's mind, his voice low and resonant. Thank you for what you did for Piccolo. Telepathy. Krillin didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow, replying inwardly with equal calm. No need for thanks. It was nothing. If he'd blown up this island, my master would have cracked my skull with his cane before I even blinked. Mr. Shun paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his stillness. You seem neither startled that I know who you are nor astonished that I know what you've done. His tone deepened, carrying newfound gravity. More importantly, I smell no trace of this world upon you. Krillin's hand, buried deep in his pocket, stilled for a fraction of a second. So, the guardian deity of Earth truly possessed insight. He'd assumed the Saitama template would let him stride unchallenged through Dragon Ball's early power hierarchy, where raw strength reigned supreme. Yet Dragon Ball's reality ran deeper than mere battle power. Beneath its surface pulsed esoteric forces, mystical, dimensional, ineffable. Take, for instance, the Namekian Elder's ability to awaken latent potential, the Kaioken's impossible amplification, or the transcendent Ultra Instinct, the very essence of higher-dimensional mastery. If Earth's guardian could sense him as an outsider, or worse, a transdimensional anomaly, what then of King Kai, of the Kaioshin, or even Beerus, the perpetually drowsy god of destruction? Alarm bells blared within Krillin's mind, but his face settled into an expression of profound, practiced boredom. Old man, some truths are best left unspoken. if you value longevity. You're not exactly spring chicken yourself. Possessing a mortal vessel isn't easy. What if you throw your back out? Indeed. Mr. Shin sighed. Though your soul and body fuse flawlessly, that fundamental otherness clings to you, like ink dropped into pure water, stark and unmistakable. I came only to seal Piccolo. Yet given current circumstances, so long as you remain, he poses no threat. Though Piccolo's crisis is resolved, I ought to depart. But now, I must verify one thing. Behind those thick lenses, the ancient eyes sharpened, piercing and incisive. Is the power you wield so utterly alien to this world, aligned with righteousness or corruption? Krillin tilted his head, studying the deity before him. Righteousness, corruption. Krillin laughed, a bold, unrestrained laugh. Such binary choices belong to children. They hold no meaning for me. I'm merely a bald man seeking strength, and incidentally a quiet, comfortable life. As for endangering Earth, so long as no one interrupts my meals, my naps, or my romances, Earth will be the safest place in the entire cosmos. Mr. Shin held Krillin's gaze for 10 full seconds. Let us hope so. Still, I am here now. Let us test each other first. He placed his briefcase gently beside the arena, removed his suit jacket, and folded it with meticulous care. I wish to know, how formidable truly is the man who felled Piccolo with a single blow. Testing my origins. Krillin rolled his neck, joints cracking sharply. Fine, let's see what tricks a so-called god possesses beyond sheer longevity. Match, commence. At the referee's cry, Mr. Shin's presence transformed. Where moments before he'd seemed a dispirited salaryman, he now embodied mountain and sea, immovable, inexhaustible. Though his battle power registered only in the hundreds on Krillin's internal scanner, his mere stance evoked an illusion of absolute immutability. This sensation. Master Roshi removed his sunglasses, his clouded eyes widening in astonishment. It's more than ki, it's a realm. How strange. Goku scratched his head. That man's ki feels weak, yet it's everywhere. Krillin remained perfectly still. He waited. Then Mr. Shin moved. Without warning, without explosive thrust, simply stepping forward with serene, unhurried grace. That single stride warped perception itself. Space folding inward as if bridged by divine artifice, bringing him instantly before Krillin. One finger extended. Mr. Shin's fingertip drifted toward Krillin's forehead, slow, effortless, yet sealing every avenue of evasion, locking down the flow of ki around him entirely. To any martial artist, it was an inescapable strike. You underestimate me rather badly. Krillin didn't withdraw his hands from his pockets, only leaned back ever so slightly at the waist. The fingertip grazed his nose. A soft exhalation escaped Mr. Shin. This technique appeared simple, yet wove divine law, anticipating the subtlest shifts in his opponent's ki. Logically, Krillin should have dodged left, straight into the waiting counter. Yet Krillin's ki did not shift. Or rather, it was too vast, too dense, too solid, like iron plate, unmoving, unyielding. That was your first move. Krillin straightened, meeting the deity's gaze. Out of respect for elders and love for youth, I'll grant you 3 strikes. 2 remain. A cold glint flashed behind Mr. Shin's lenses. To be so casually dismissed by a boy, no god could bear such affront without losing composure. Arrogant whelp. Mr. Shin's hands formed an arcane seal, and suddenly a vortex spiraled around him, not of wind, but of crushing psychic force. Divine technique, ki fusion cannon. Not a visible blast, but an invisible shockwave, targeting nerves, organs, the very marrow of consciousness. Arena stones remained still, air did not rupture, yet the slab beneath Krillin's feet crumbled into silent dust. Oh, interesting. Krillin felt countless invisible needles prickling his skin, yet it was truly merely interesting. Within him, the absolute defense granted by the Saitama template activated instinctively. That psychic assault, capable of shattering a normal martial artist's mind, struck Krillin's bioforce field like raindrops against tank armor. Not even a whisper of impact echoed. That's your second strike, Divine Lord. A bead of cold sweat traced Mr. Shin's temple. Piccolo might have shattered it with brute force. Goku might have evaded it with speed. But this bald man, he'd absorbed it and emerged unscathed. It defied all martial logic. Impossible. Mr. Shin murmured, disbelief raw in his voice. Even Mr. Popo couldn't fully withstand my mental onslaught. Your scale is simply too small. Krillin tapped his temple. An ant's shriek cannot shake an elephant. One final strike remains. Do not withhold it. Show me what true divinity looks like. Mr. Shin removed his glasses. In that instant, his formerly unremarkable gaze deepened into an unfathomable abyss. like gazing into a cosmos swirling with stars and oceans. He knew conventional methods were useless against this monster. Then so be it. His voice swelled with solemn grandeur, no longer the timbre of an ordinary middle-aged man. Let me show you the art of a celestial deity. He spread his arms wide and began to levitate slowly. The very space around him warped and twisted. This was no mere chi. It was a far more refined form of energy manipulation magic. Ceiling wave. No, using this frail mortal body to unleash it would shatter me utterly. Instantly dismissing the sealing technique, Mr. Shin shifted to another ability. His fingers traced swift golden arcs through the air. Divine binding art. Those luminous golden trajectories coalesced instantly into tangible chains surging from every direction toward Krillin. These chains were not physical. They were forged from pure spiritual will capable of binding both soul and motion. What is this? Tien Shinhan's face paled in shock. It resembles Gohan's psychic powers, but on a vastly superior tier. The golden chains wrapped Krillin tightly, cocooning him like a mummy. It's done, Mr. Shin exhaled in relief. Once anchored, even King Piccolo would be immobilized. Is this the power of a god? Krillin glanced down at the golden rings encircling his body, feeling a subtle weight, as if he'd just donned a thick woolen sweater. Is this your utmost strength? He lifted his head, disappointment heavy in his tone. If divinity amounts to no more than this, then I've vastly overestimated the profession. What did you say? Mr. Shin froze in disbelief. Break, for me. Krillin didn't even assume a stance, merely performed a simple chest-expanding stretch. Snap, snap, snap. Crisp fractures echoed across the arena. Those divine chains, said to bind souls themselves, shattered like brittle plastic under Krillin's raw, overwhelming physical might. Golden fragments dissolved midair, scattering into shimmering stardust. Mr. Shun recoiled as though struck by lightning. His levitating form convulsed violently, blood rising hot in his throat. This was backlash, the violent unraveling of a spell shattered by brute force. Impossible. This is a rule-based binding. How could sheer strength break it? In that moment, Mr. Shin's entire worldview crumbled. In his understanding, magic and cosmic law reigned supreme, beyond the reach of mere physics. Yet Krillin's existence seemed to declare plainly and irrevocably, when force is absolute, rules become meaningless. There is nothing impossible. Krillin brushed dust from his chest and took a single step forward. Just one step. Boom. The entire arena trembled violently. Mr. Shun felt an indescribable crushing pressure descend upon him like a collapsing mountain. To Mr. Shin, Krillin was no longer human. He had become a primordial leviathan vast enough to swallow heaven and earth. What are you? Mr. Shin collapsed onto the ground, his middle-aged facade nearly crumbling, his face drained bone-white. Me. Krillin approached, towering over him, sunlight haloing his silhouette in gold. Krillin, disciple of Master Roshi. He extended a finger and gently tapped Mr. Shin's forehead. Thud. That tap employed no technique. Not even the most rudimentary, ordinary finger strike. Just the light, playful flick one gives a child. Yet to Mr. Shin it felt like being struck full force by a siege ram. He tumbled backward in wild, uncontrolled rolls, landing flat on his back, limbs splayed, glasses flying off. Silence swallowed the arena. Then, after a breathless pause, roars of laughter erupted. Huh. What on earth was that man doing? He fell over from a forehead tap. He's faking it. That's definitely fraud. Krillin's unstoppable. Even a forehead tap sends people flying. Lying on his back beneath the open sky, Mr. Shin tasted only bitterness. He had lost. Utterly, irrevocably. No excuses remained. Even if he'd unveiled his true divine form, the outcome would not have changed. Krillin existed on a plane beyond comprehension. A being of absolute force, the ultimate embodiment of one supreme power overwhelming 10,000 arts. I yield. Mr. Shin raised a trembling hand, his voice faint. The referee blinked, then shouted, Mr. Shin yields. The winner, Krillin. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have defeated Earth's celestial god, disguised form. Reward calculation in progress. Acquired strength, passive skill, basic, divine healing art. Krillin glanced at the system interface, a satisfied curve lifting his lips. A support skill? Not bad. In the early Dragon Ball era, such abilities were exceedingly rare. Later, if Bulma, or anyone else, got injured, all he'd need was to place his hands upon them. Heh. The image was too beautiful to bear. Mr. Shin staggered upright, retrieved his glasses, and carefully set them back on his nose. He looked at Krillin, his expression a storm of awe, humility, and quiet resignation. Young man, no, Krillin. He corrected himself. Perhaps Earth's future truly rests with you. Though your power is extraordinary, I sense no malice in you toward this world. Don't worry, old man. Krillin clapped Mr. Shin's shoulder and casually bestowed upon him the newly acquired basic divine healing art. A soft emerald light glowed briefly. Warmth flooded Mr. Shin's body. Internal injuries inflicted by raw force healed instantly. Even the chronic lumbar disc herniation plaguing his middle-aged frame vanished. This is... Staring at his own hands in disbelief, Mr. Shin whispered divine energy. You can wield healing of this magnitude. Borrowed knowledge. Krillin winked. My only talent. Learning, fast. Mr. Shin felt utterly speechless. Shaking his head like a dispirited retired official, he gathered his briefcase and walked slowly down from the arena. Krillin stood atop the stage watching his retreating figure, while conversing inwardly with the system. System, can that divine healing art be upgraded? Affirmative, host. Current rank basic, aligned with Earth's celestial god tier. Defeat or consume higher dimensional deities, and the skill shall evolve. That old man said I smelled strange. What's your take? That is a high-dimensional being's sensitivity to cosmic law. Your power originates from One Punch Man, a causality-shattering force born of limit-breaker logic. In this Dragon Ball world where key and cultivation stages govern reality, your presence is like injecting executable code into an oil painting, immediately conspicuous. Krillin stroked his chin, his gaze turning thoughtful. God's KO, Grand KO, Supreme KO. That ladder stretches far upward. He calculated silently. At 15 activation of Saitama's template, he was unquestionably invincible on Earth at this point in time. Raditz, One Punch. But Vegeta, Frieza, their battle powers soared into the millions, or even hundreds of millions. Though Saitama's strength was metaphysical, pure conceptual invincibility, until system integration reached 100, Krillin remained bound by quantifiable metrics. If I mastered Kaioken, or even Ultra Instinct, and fused it with Saitama's Sirius series. A vivid image flashed in his mind. Himself bald and radiant, wreathed in silver-white aura, throwing a single punch so devastating that even the Omni King tumbled from his throne. If I absorbed the Omni King's power, could I snap my fingers and erase anything? Krillin shook his head, banishing the absurd notion. The Omni King was pure erasure, an ontological nullifier. To provoke him now would be suicide. Even a sneeze from Destroyer Beerus would likely end him today. Paths must be walked step by step. Meals must be eaten bite by bite. For now, his priority was winning this world martial arts tournament, fully winning Bulma's heart, then preparing for the Scion Ark's bounty of experience. Ladies and gentlemen, at last, the moment has arrived. The announcer's voice cracked with exhilaration, sending sharp static bursts through the speakers. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, final match. On one side, Krillin, the bald demon lord whose monstrous strength sent even a celestial god flying. On the other, Son Goku, the young hero famed for blazing speed and unyielding spirit, who defeated Tien Shinhan. This is more than a contest. It is the pinnacle clash between disciples of the same turtle school. Who truly is Earth's strongest warrior? Let us watch and witness. Boom. A colossal gong resounded, shaking hearts in their chests. Goku already stood across the ring. He had just consumed a Senzu bean, his stamina fully restored. And thanks to his Scion physiology, the fierce battle with Tien had made him even stronger. His clear eyes burned with unprecedented fervor. Krillin. Excited, he assumed his fighting stance, knees slightly bent, ready to spring. We trained together since childhood, but your growth has been the most astonishing. I can't wait to test my strength against yours. Krillin studied Goku. You want to win? A slow, knowing smile curved his lips as he rotated his wrists deliberately. Goku, I must teach you a fundamental truth. What truth? That the fewer hairs you have, the greater your battle power. He pointed to his own gleaming bulb-like scalp. With all that hair, you simply can't beat me. Bulma burst into laughter below. Nearby, Mr. Shin wore a deeply strained, dark-line expression. Enough talk. Krillin's gaze sharpened, his relaxed aura vanishing, replaced by an oppressive, bottomless weight, like standing before an ancient abyss. Come on, Goku, show me everything you've got. Don't disappoint me, or I'll claim your share of grilled meat at dinner. No way. At the mention of losing his roast, Goku's expression turned grave. That means I'll have to fight for real. Boom. Two overwhelming auras collided at the ring's center. The air screamed in protest. The final match had begun. The host's small mustache under his golden hair twitched like a cockroach electrocuted. The scene of Mr. Shin being flicked away by a finger was still replaying on the big screen. Yet this did nothing to cool the excitement of the crowd. Rather, it was like pouring water into boiling oil. Ladies and gentlemen, hold your breath, the host roared, spitting out a rainbow of saliva under the sunlight. At this moment, the excitement is still ongoing. We are about to witness the strongest showdown of this martial arts conference. The disciples of the Turtle Hermit School will clash. On one side is the unfathomable bald demon King Krillin, and on the other is the martial arts prodigy Sun Wukong. There can only be one champion, the strongest on earth. Krillin stood on the arena undisturbed by the roaring noise around him. His attention was fully concentrated on the pale blue light screen that only he could see. Ding. Host detected to have entered the finals. Final mission triggered. Task objective: defeat Sun Wukong and claim the championship of the 23rd World Martial Arts Conference. Task restrictions: do not kill the opponent, do not fall out of the ring, do not use external weapons. Victory rewards class talent, the combat instinct of Sun Wukong. Klin's breath momentarily stalled. He had thought the system would grant him some attribute points or skill books like Chi Round/Revised. But unexpectedly, the system directly placed Sun Wukong's most core and unreasonable cheat on the shelf. He opened the details of the reward, dense text, making his scalp tingle and his heart race. Talent description: this is the most unreasonable combat talent in the universe. Those who possess this talent have bodies that act as the most precise martial arts photocopier. Characteristic: 1. Visual recapitulation. As long as the technique is based on Qi or physical techniques, 1 glance can grasp the principles, 2 glances can execute it, and 3 glances can outperform the original creator. Reference case: the Turtle Hermit's Kamehameha, perfected over 50 years, was unleashed by the original owner with just 1 glance. Tianjin's Solar Flare and the Namekian Giant Transformation, requiring physical support, and Frisia's Destruction Disc can all be mastered instantly. Characteristic: 2. Absolute adaptation. Evolves in real time during combat. The stronger the opponent, the faster one's own enhancement. Against hits: time freezing, time skip. It can predict the future within a few moves, breaking through the barriers of time. Against foes from higher dimensions, it can forcibly transcend limits in a near-death state. Characteristic: 3. Domain of the gods. Naturally attuned to higher dimensional energy. Whether it's the forbidden technique of the Kaioken that exhausts the body or the spirit bomb that harnesses the power of all things, it can be mastered in an extremely short time. This even includes the Ultra Instinct, allowing every cell in the body to develop independent consciousness, automatically evading attacks and counterattacking in an unconscious state. Note: this talent will produce unpredictable chemical reactions when fused with the host's Saitama template. Krillin swallowed. This is not just a talent, it is clearly the key to the king of all's backyard. The Saitama template gave him the disappearance of limits and absolute power, the foundation for an overwhelming punch that could silence the world. However, the Dragon Ball world is filled with flashy rules and techniques, sealing techniques, body swapping turning into chocolate time pauses. If he had this talent combined with Saitama's body, then he would no longer be a reckless brute relying solely on basic attacks, but a multifaceted monster proficient in countless techniques and capable of achieving 10 victories with a single strength. I have to claim this reward. Krillin clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking like popping beans. He looked at Wukong across from him, his gaze becoming fervent like a beggar who hadn't eaten for 3 days seeing a greasy roast chicken. Wukong felt a bit uneasy under Klin's gaze, instinctively taking half a step back and protecting his chest with his hands. Krillin, your eyes are so strange. Like Bulma seeing a gem. That's not a bim, just admiring my prize. Oh no, my opponent. Krillin grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, his bald head reflecting a dazzling light under the sun. Hee, although I don't know what you're thinking, I can feel you're very strong, extremely strong. Wukong quickly cast aside his unease, replaced by pure excitement. He flexed his ankles, slightly lowered his body, and assumed the starting stance of the Turtle Hermit School. Krillin, do you know? For the past 3 years in the God Temple, I have been looking forward to this moment in the finals. Wukong's voice was not loud, but it pierced through powerfully. Mr. Popo taught me to be as quiet as the sky and as swift as lightning. But whenever I think of the blood boiling during a fight, I can't stay quiet. Then don't stay quiet. Krillin stroked his wristband, and the nanogravity combat suit instantly retracted, revealing muscles that were chiseled like marble. There were no exaggerated bulges. Each muscle line flowed astonishingly, containing explosive power. Bulma in the audience instantly covered her face, her fingers wide open. Wow, this physique is simply unfair. Come on, Wukong. Krillin beckoned with his finger. Let me see just how far this so-called genius can go. Wukong wasted no time, the stone slab beneath his feet instantly cracking. Bang! Wukong's figure vanished from the spot. That was pure speed, so fast that the retina could only capture a fleeting shadow. In the next second, Wukong's fist was already at the side of Klin's face. So fast. Yamcha in the audience exclaimed. Klin did not dodge. Under the calculations of the genius intelligence, Wukong's movements were deconstructed into countless frames. The contraction of muscles, the flow of chi, the shift of weight. Everything was crystal clear. If it were the previous Klin, he would probably be thinking about his last words at this moment. But now he merely tilted his head slightly. Who? The punch wind swept past his ear, causing the skin behind Klin's ear to slightly indent. Wukong missed his strike, forcibly twisting his body in midair, using the strength of his waist and abdomen to whip a kick toward Klin's neck. This series of movements flowed seamlessly without any sense of inertia or sluggishness. Klin raised his left arm, positioning it in front of his neck. Bang! The dull impact made the hearts of the front row audience tremble and sink. Wukong felt as though he was kicking not an arm, but an unmovable divine pillar. The recoil traveled up his leg, leaving it somewhat numb. Is this all you've got? Klin said flatly, his left arm showing no signs of movement. Of course not. Wukong flipped backward, and as he landed, both hands came together at his waist, a blue glow instantly igniting. Kamehameha. No charging time was needed, the chi moved freely. The beam roared toward Klin, too close to evade. Klin watched the approaching blue light, his lips curling upward. He didn't counter with a ki blast, instead he extended his right hand, fingers splayed, directly reaching for the beam of light. Zzz. The violent energy spun and sliced in Klin's palm, attempting to shred the obstruction. But Klin's hand was like an iron clamp, firmly gripping the energy. Give me. Disperse. Klin abruptly closed his fingers. Pop. The Kamehameha, capable of flattening a small mountain, burst like a shattered light bulb, scattering glowing particles in the air. The entire venue fell silent. Even Wukong's eyes widened, his mouth forming an O, crushing a ki blast with bare hands. Was this still human? But in that instant, Klin keenly caught the shift in Wukong's gaze. It was not fear or defeat, but a fleeting contemplation. Immediately after, Wukong made a move that Klin did not anticipate. He also extended his right hand, fingers splayed, mimicking Klin's earlier gesture, seemingly trying to feel the force points of his muscles and the method of chi disruption. System prompt: Sun Wukong is analyzing the host's physical interruption technique. Analysis progress 15:30. Wow, you can learn this too. Klin silently cursed. What he had done was pure brute force thanks to his Saitama body, with no real technique involved. But this kid Wukong was attempting to comprehend the technique of using chi to wrap the palm to interrupt ki blasts. Is this the terrifying aspect of that glass talent? Even from a flawed demonstration, he could find the correct path. Interesting. Klin's greed intensified. Wukong, the more of a genius you are, the more I want to take you with me. Klin, that move you just did was amazing. Wukong shook his hands, a smile returning to his face. But I think I have a rough idea of how to deal with it. Next, I'm going to get serious. Perfect. Klin cracked his neck. Warm-up is over. Be careful not to cry from one of my punches. Krillin, go for it. Knock him down. Goku, don't lose to him. I'll treat you to a feast for 50 people tonight. On the second floor stands Bulma, cupped her hands into a horn shape, shamelessly cheering for both sides. One moment she was blowing kisses to Krillin, the next she was tempting Goku with food. Beside her, Oolong rolled his eyes, saying, Bulma, who are you actually supporting? You idiot. Of course I'm supporting the handsome one. Bulma declared with confidence. Even though Krillin is bald now, that aura of his is simply stunning. But Goku is like a little brother I've watched grow up. Oh, it's so complicated. Master Roshi, wearing sunglasses and leaning on his cane, chuckled, his beard shaking. That's right. Watching my two disciples battle on the highest stage, even if I were to meet Yama right now, it would be worth it. On the arena, the two figures clashed once more. This time it was no longer a test. Bang, 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 bang. A series of white air circles exploded in the air. The speed of both fighters had surpassed the speed of sound, making it impossible for ordinary spectators to see their movements, only hearing the dense sounds of collisions like hundreds of large drums being struck at once. As Krillin defended against Goku's storm-like attacks, a massive wave of nostalgia surged within him, named sentiment. Before his reincarnation, he was just an office worker with a 9-to-5 job. His rented room was plastered with posters of Dragon Ball, and his bookshelf was filled with the complete set of comics. He watched that little boy with a long tail pushing rocks on the Pilaf Mountain, saw him transform into a giant ape for the first time. watched him rush toward the Red Ribbon Army's base to save his friends, and saw him transform into the Golden Legend out of anger on Namek. Sun Wukong, this name represented not just an anime character, but the passion and emotion of countless knights. And now that legend was right before his eyes. That fist carrying real warmth and pain struck against his arm. This feeling. Krillin blocked a knee strike from Goku and countered with a punch to Goku's abdomen. This feels amazing. Goku reacted quickly, crossing his arms to block in front of him. Boom. The immense force sent Goku flying several meters, his feet carving deep trenches in the arena, until he finally skidded to a halt at the edge. So heavy. Goku shook his arms, grinning widely. Krillin, why are your punches as hard as iron? Because I've gone bald and I've gotten stronger. Krillin didn't pursue, instead standing still watching Goku. In this world, he was Krillin, the one who always followed Goku, responsible for commentary, astonishment, and tributes. But deep in his soul, he was the reader who watched Goku grow up. Goku. Krillin suddenly spoke, his tone less teasing and more complex. Do you remember when we first met? Goku paused for a moment, scratching his head. Of course, at Master Roshi's you rode over and brought a bunch of, those magazines. Yeah, Krillin smiled. Back then the original owner was indeed a cunning little monk. I wondered what right did this long-tailed kid have to be stronger than me. Krillin clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within him. I've always chased after your shadow, watching you run further and further away. Tianjin Fan Piccolo. Your opponents keep getting stronger while I could only stand by and shout Goku is amazing. Krillin took a deep breath, his gaze becoming exceptionally clear. I just want to say this time, I don't want to watch your back anymore. I want to stand in front of you and let you see my back. Though I don't understand what you're saying. Goku's expression grew serious. That was the focus of a beast confronting a formidable opponent. But I can feel it, Krillin, you are serious. Since that's the case. Goku suddenly squatted down, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, his body taut like a drawn bow. I want you to see the fruits of my training over the past 3 years. Whoosh. Goku vanished. Not just pure speed, but a momentary displacement utilizing his chi. Krillin's pupils constricted. In his view of genius intellect, Goku's figure split into 8. Phantom Punch. No, it's the multi-Phantom Punch. 8 Gokus attacked simultaneously from all directions, each one seeming real, each one carrying a fierce wind. Krillin remained still, instantly throwing out 8 punches. Ordinary punches, nameless, without effects, only possessing ultimate speed and strength. Puff, 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 puff. 7 phantoms instantly shattered. But the 8th Goku, the real one, just as he was about to be hit, surprisingly folded in midair, defying the laws of physics. What? Krillin was momentarily taken aback. Goku utilized the airflow from that brief moment to forcibly change his trajectory, slipping into Krillin's blind spot, right above him. Hee. Gotcha. Goku was upside down in the air, his hands pressed against Krillin's bald head, using the force to spring himself, flipping his body, and with his feet together fiercely kicked towards Krillin's back. This move was extremely cunning and entirely improvised. Had it been the old Krillin, he would have definitely been kicked into the dirt. But the current Krillin possessed beast intuition. At the moment Goku touched his scalp, his body had already reacted. His back muscles tensed instantaneously, their hardness comparable to diamonds. Boom. Goku felt as if he had kicked a mountain, instead being knocked back by the impact. Yet in the process of being knocked back, Goku surprisingly used the recoil to awkwardly turn in midair, gathering energy in both hands once more. It's not over yet. He couldn't leverage himself in midair, theoretically unable to unleash a strong Kamehameha. But the next moment an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving Krillin and all the spectators dumbfounded. Instead of using his hands to launch, Goku abruptly pushed against the air with his feet, and 2 waves of ki shot out from under his feet. Using the repulsive force of the ki from his feet, Goku's speed skyrocketed. Like a bullet out of a chamber, head down, feet up, both fists bearing the momentum of a meteor, they slammed down towards Krillin. Is this talent? Krillin watched Goku dive down and felt not a trace of panic, but rather a surge of exhilaration in his heart. Innovating during battle, adapting in dire situations. This was the strength talent he had longed for. Bring it on. Krillin dropped his defenses. He stepped back with his right foot powering through his waist and launched his right fist from his side. Serious Series, the Serious Punch Youth Edition. The moment 2 fists, big and small, stood 10 meters apart, the air pressure began to collide. At that moment, Krillin seemed to see the little boy in front of the television, mimicking Goku's moves, merging with the current self who stood on the arena throwing punches. This punch was for that dream called childhood. Boom. The arena once again emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable weight. Although Klin's serious punch had restrained nearly 99% of its power, the sheer force of the punch still swept forth like a storm. Relying on the momentum from his foot technique, Wukong was unexpectedly held back midair by this powerful punch's wind, as if a waterfall had collided with a giant stone moving against the current. Huh. Wukong gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his iconic crab head being blown back by the wind. He could feel that there wasn't much chi in Klin's fist, but the sheer physical thrust was absurdly powerful. Get down. Klin let out a low growl, increasing the strength of his punch. Bang. Wukong was sent flying into the sky faster than he had come, soaring up into the clouds, quickly becoming a tiny black. Did he fly out? The host tilted his head back and even pulled out binoculars. Contestant Sun Wukong has been sent into the clouds. Will he fall out of the ring? The audience held their breath waiting. Seconds later, the small black dot rapidly grew larger. Kintown. A shout came from high above. A golden cloud unexpectedly emerged from nowhere, steadily catching the falling Wukong. Foul. Foul. The returning turtle hermit jumped up and shouted. Using props during the match is not allowed. The host seemed somewhat troubled. It's fine, let him use it. Klin waved his hand, his voice echoing throughout the arena. Kintown is part of his power and doesn't count as a prop. Wukong stood on Kintown, not coming down immediately. He touched the arm that had just collided with Klin, which was already red and swollen. So painful. So painful. Wukong was blowing on his arm. Klin, are you really made of iron? Or did you secretly stuff steel plates in your clothes? This is muscle, pure and natural muscle. Klin patted his chest, producing a dull thud. So do you want to keep fighting? Your hands must be shaking, right? Gulyulu. Just then a loud sound echoed through the speakers, resonating across the entire arena. The sound was so loud that it even drowned out the sound of the waves. Everyone froze in place. Wukong awkwardly held his stomach, his serious expression instantly crumbling into a look of despair. I'm hungry. That last move took too much energy, and it seems like the grilled fish from this morning has digested. Klin's mouth twitched. Is this what a hot-blooded anime protagonist is like? To falter in a life-or-death battle because of hunger? How about we take a break to eat? Klin tentatively asked. Really? Wukong's eyes instantly sparkled like stars, nearly drooling. I want to eat a whole roasted lamb. And those gigantic buns. Denied. The host shouted, his head full of black lines. This is the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The whole world is watching live. Can you please be a bit more serious? Wukong's head drooped in disappointment. Sigh, cheapskate. But he quickly lifted his head, his gaze becoming sharp again, now with an added urgency. Since we can't eat, let's finish this quickly. Winning means he can go eat. Are you exploding just to eat? Klin shook his head helplessly. What a pure and enviable motivation. Take this. This is a new move I just thought of. Wukong leaped off Kintown. This time he did not charge straight at Klin, but began to spin rapidly around him. The speed increased, and gradually dozens of Wukong's figures appeared on the arena, forming a massive tornado that trapped Klin in the center. Another afterimage punch. Klin frowned. No, it's not just an afterimage. Dozens of Wukong spoke simultaneously, their voices overlapping, creating a peculiar echo effect. Immediately, all the afterimages simultaneously initiated the Kamehameha gesture. Kamehameha. Dozens of blue beams shot towards the center where Klin stood. Fake. Klin instantly discerned that only one was real, while the others were visual deceptions left by the afterimages. However, just as he prepared to block the real beam, something strange occurred. The other dozens of fake beams unexpectedly curved during flight. They converged together, merging with the real beam. What was originally a beam the width of a bowl suddenly expanded to the thickness of a barrel, its color shifting from deep blue to a blinding white. What? For the first time, Klin showed an expression of surprise. This is unscientific. How could an afterimage have energy? System prompt detected that Sun Wukong has used the technique chi retention. While moving at high speed, he retained a small amount of chi at each afterimage's position, ultimately triggering an explosion upon convergence. This is the ultimate manifestation of chi control. Talent Wukong's combat instinct analysis 80. So that's how it is. Leaving chi in the afterimages. Klin was shaken internally. This kid's brain during battle was simply more effective than Einstein's. Faced with this unavoidable all-directional bombardment, Klin took a deep breath. Since he had been shown up in technique, he would crush it with absolute power. Series, ordinary continuous punch. Klin did not punch the energy wave, but instead attacked the air in front of him, throwing out hundreds of punches in a second. Each punch compressed the air, forming high-pressure air cannons. Tat, 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 tat. The dense air cannons met that massive Kamehameha like a Gatling gun. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of energy and air triggered violent explosions, and smoke instantly engulfed the entire arena. Debris flew and shockwaves even blew away the wigs of the front row spectators. Cough, cough, cough. As the smoke cleared, half of the arena had vanished, leaving only a few solitary stone pillars. Krillin stood on one of the pillars, his clothes somewhat torn with some dust on his bald head, but he was unharmed. Wukong, on the other hand, was hanging at the edge of another pillar, breathing heavily. His training outfit was tattered, but the light in his eyes was growing brighter. Krillin, you really are strong. Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and unsteadily climbed up. Krillin looked at Wukong at that moment. Status nearing the limit, Scion bloodline, activating deep potential. The more he fights, the stronger he becomes, and the more injured he gets, the more explosive he becomes. Wukong, this next move, if you can take it, I will treat you to a whole roasted dinosaur. Really? Wukong instantly felt rejuvenated. Really? Krillin slightly squatted, his right fist tucked at his waist. This time he did not plan to use brute force. He intended to attempt to mimic the technique Wukong had just used combined with Saitama's power. This is what I just learned. On Klin's fist, blue light began to condense, but mixed in was a hint of red electric arc. That was plasma generated by the friction of pure physical strength against the air. This is... Wukong's eyes widened. Kamehameha? Serious. Punch. Krillin combined chi with punch force, creating a bizarre move. But the power of this bizarre move caused the entire Papaya Island to tremble. Come on, for the roasted dinosaur. Wukong roared, squeezing out the last bit of chi in his body as he charged forward. The final clash was about to begin. The world was enveloped in pure white light. When Krillin's Turtle School serious fist collided with Sun Wukong's desperate Kamehameha, time seemed to freeze at that moment. There was no immediate explosion. Even the air itself seemed to come to a halt. The audience in the stands gaped in shock, and even the fly that was about to snatch a hot dog from a nearby child hung, suspended in midair. Then came the mournful wail of air being compressed to its limits. Virum. It was not a deafening roar, but a high-frequency vibration that pierced directly into the brain. The stone slab in the center of the arena instantaneously vaporized, transforming into basic particles. The point of convergence of the two forces formed a perfect black sphere surrounded by blue lightning and red plasma sparks. Give me back. Krillin gritted his teeth, his right arm's muscles writhing like a living python. He was controlling it desperately, trying to maintain control. The power of the Saitama template was like a can of nuclear bombs. A slight miscalculation in force could turn not only Wukong, but even the Papaya Island beneath them and half of the earth into cosmic dust. Is this the power of Krillin? Wukong trembled all over. His feet braced against the terrifying pressure pushing back at him. His shoes had long since worn out, and his soles created a burnt smell in the void. In his pure eyes there was no fear, only the ecstasy of witnessing a new world. But he had reached his limit. The potential of the Scion indeed burned wildly at this moment, allowing him a brief touch of power exceeding 10 times his own. Yet in the face of absolute numerical crushing willpower, ultimately could not substitute for strength. Krillin saw Wukong's health bar flashing wildly in red within his view and knew he could not delay any longer. If this continued, Wukong's body would collapse first. It's over, Wukong. Krillin's right arm shook violently, and the restrained force was instantaneously released. Just a sliver. But that 1 part in 10,000 was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Boom. The black energy sphere lost balance, completely swallowing Wukong's energy wave with overwhelming force, like an out-of-control high-speed train crashing into a straw man. A massive mushroom cloud rose above the sea, and the shockwave radiated outward in a circular pattern. If it weren't for Mr. Shun, the celestial being, opening a transparent protective shield at the critical moment to protect the audience, the hundreds of people in the front row would have likely been blown to the other side of the planet. Even so, the entire martial arts venue felt as if it had experienced a level 12 typhoon. The host, along with the microphone, was blown up to the top of a coconut tree, and the wig flew off into the sunset. The sea was forcefully pushed aside, revealing a seabed filled with mud and strange rocks, and a few seconds later it roared back in creating towering waves of 100 meters. When the dust settled, the arena that had witnessed countless battles had completely vanished. In its place was a pit over 500 meters in diameter with seawater bubbling into it. Krillin floated in midair, his pant legs scorched, but otherwise unharmed. He shook his slightly numb right hand and looked at a rock at the edge of the pit. There lay Sun Wukong sprawled out with smoke rising from his body like a freshly baked sweet potato. Cough, cough. Wukong spat out a mouthful of seawater and struggled to raise a hand, giving a thumbs up. Krillin, you are really a monster. After saying this, his hand drooped, and he completely fainted. Ding. Mission accomplished. Successfully defeated Sun Wukong won the championship of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Rating perfect S. You demonstrated overwhelming power without killing your opponent or destroying the earth. Rewards being calculated. The system prompt in Krillin's mind rang out incessantly like a casino slot machine. Congratulations, host, you have gained S-level talent. Sun Wukong's combat instinct. Congratulations, host, all attribute points have been raised to the current storyline version limit. Congratulations, host, charm value increased by 50 points, and you have obtained the title Strongest Bald Head on Earth. Krillin did not rush to deal with those rewards, but first landed beside Wukong. He pulled out a Senzu bean from his pocket. This was just obtained from the cat sage backstage. He pried Wukong's mouth open and stuffed the bean inside. Crack. A few seconds later, the nearly lifeless Wukong suddenly opened his eyes wide and jumped up in a fish-like motion. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Huh. It doesn't hurt anymore. Wukong touched his chest, looking bewildered, then his stomach roared with thunderous protests. Gurgle. He suddenly looked at Krillin, his eyes glinting with green light. Krillin, what happened to the roasted dinosaur you promised? Krillin couldn't help but laugh at the guy whose mind was solely on food. The previous sense of impending doom vanished instantly. Don't worry, there will be plenty for you. Krillin patted Wukong's shoulder, feeling the firm and vibrant muscles beneath his palm. But we need to collect the prize money first, otherwise who will pay for the dinosaurs? At that moment, the host, still hanging in the tree, finally came to his senses. He struggled to peek out from the coconut leaves, using the half-broken microphone to shout hoarsely, The match is over. The arena has vanished. Although contestant Sun Wukong has regained consciousness, he has clearly lost his fighting ability. The champion of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament is Krillin. The entire venue fell silent for a second. Then an overwhelming cheer erupted, strong enough to lift the skies. This was not just because Krillin had won, but because they had witnessed a miracle that transcended human bounds. That bald head, that once insignificant figure who only served as a backdrop in previous matches, had now transformed into a godlike existence. Krillin, Krillin, Krillin. Amidst the tsunami of voices, Krillin brought up his attribute panel. This time the numbers on the panel caused his pupils to constrict, even though he was mentally prepared. Host Lin Fei. Krillin current template Saitama fusion rate 25 reached the critical point for the current storyline stage. Strength 2500 max Earth, arc limit speed 2500 max Earth, arc limit constitution 2500 max Earth, arc limit spirit 2500 max Earth, arc limit skill bar series muscle control genius intellect beast instinct Sun Wukong's combat instinct air dance technique turtle school Kamehameha solar fist chi round slash. System prompt detected that the host's attributes have reached the limit of Earth arc, unable to improve through daily training. If you want to continue increasing fusion rate and attribute limits, you need to complete system random missions or unlock the Scion Invasion chapter. Is it locked? 2,500 points of strength, which means a battle power of 2,500 doubled. If I remember correctly, Raditz had only a little over 1,000 when he came to Earth. So what does that make me? A max-level character slaughtering a newbie village. However, this was exactly what he wanted. He didn't want to be like Krillin in the original story, always just a backdrop, and ultimately blown up into fireworks as a sacrifice. This time, whether it was the Scions or Frisia, whoever dared to run rampant on Earth would know what it meant to be the bald demon king. Hey Krillin, what are you daydreaming about? Wukong waved his hand in front of him. That host with the sunglasses is calling you to collect your prize. Krillin snapped back to reality, looking at the host holding the giant trophy in the distance, then glancing at the blue-haired girl in the stands on the second floor, who was covering her mouth and crying. A trophy? What good is that thing other than taking up space? Wukong, can you collect this trophy for me? Huh? Why? This is the championship. Wukong was puzzled. Because I have a more important reward to collect. After saying this, Krillin slightly crouched down. Bang! The ground exploded in a wave of air, and he launched himself like a golden meteor, ignoring the host's shouts and everyone else's gaze, flying straight towards the second-floor stands. Oh, it seems our champion is quite eager. The host awkwardly held up the trophy at the edge of the ruins, watching as Krillin flew away, forced to save face. He must be anxious to share the joy of victory with the audience. Indeed, it was joy, but it belonged to only one person. On the second-floor viewing platform, Bulma watched the figure flying towards her at high speed, her heart racing as if it might burst from her chest. She had put on exquisite makeup today, specifically applying a light pink lipstick, the very color Krillin had praised last time. The explosion earlier had frightened her so much that she nearly lost her heartbeat, but the moment she saw Krillin safe and sound, that post-catastrophe ecstasy instantly transformed into a more intense emotion. This bastard. Acting all cool. Bulma cursed under her breath, yet her body honestly took 2 steps forward, gripping the railing, her knuckles turning white from the effort. Krillin lightly landed in front of Bulma. He still carried the scent of battle, a primal catalyst of masculine hormones. Around them, pure oolong, and even Master Roshi instinctively stepped back a bit, clearing a space in the middle. Beautiful Miss Bulma. Krillin grinned widely, revealing a row of white teeth. His bald head shone dazzlingly in the sunset. I won. Shouldn't we fulfill our agreement now? Bulma gazed at the face so close to hers. His eyes were deep, confident, filled with aggression. He was no longer that lewd little bald-headed boy, but a man capable of parting the earth with his fists. You idiot. Bulma felt warmth in her eyes as she didn't want to cry lest her makeup smudge, but her voice carried a hint of choking. What was that chaotic move just now? It scared me to death. What if you had died? Don't worry. Krillin took a step forward, closing the distance to Bulma to less than 10 centimeters. He could even feel Bulma's hurried breath warming his chest. As long as you are on Earth, I will not let it explode. After all, Krillin paused, his eyes reflecting Bulma's flustered face. After all, my future wife is still up there. Who is your wife? Bulma's face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato. Even her fiery personality couldn't handle being teased like this in front of thousands. Stop being so cocky. Really? Then who was shouting that if I won I would marry you? Krillin did not give Bulma the chance to act proud. In the system taskbar, the progress bar for completely captivating Bulma had been stuck at 99 for quite some time. The remaining 1 required not combat power but initiative. He reached out, his actions both domineering and gentle as he wrapped his arms around Bulma's slender waist. Bulma gasped, her whole body crashing into Klin's solid embrace. That was muscle honed through countless trials, hard as iron, yet hot as fire. Since I won the championship, I should take something that belongs to the champion. Before his words could finish, Krillin lowered his head, and under the gaze of tens of thousands of spectators, dozens of cameras, and a live broadcast to the entire Earth, he kissed Bulma's red lips profoundly. Bulma's eyes widened, her mind going blank. This kiss was not like the tentative one in the bamboo forest. It was filled with possessiveness and a declaration of ownership. He was telling the whole world that this woman belonged to this bald-headed man. The stand fell into a deathly silence for about 3 seconds. Then the outburst of screams was even crazier than when Krillin had won the match. Wow, they kissed. They really kissed. This is so romantic. Is this the privilege of the strong? Mom, I want to practice martial arts too. I want to go bald. In a corner, Yamcha watched this scene, and the drink cup in his hand exploded with a loud bang. He sighed deeply, a bittersweet smile appearing on his face. I lost. Whether in fighting or in courting girls, it was a complete loss. Pure floated beside him, patting his shoulder sympathetically. It's all right, Pure. Yamcha wiped his face, though his eyes were still a bit moist. At least losing to the world champion isn't shameful. And that guy really is more suited to protect Bulma. On the other side, Master Rose's eyes widened behind his sunglasses, and 2 streams of nosebleed uncontrollably flowed down. Today's youth. They really have no restraint. In such a public place. Hee, but well done. No wonder he is a disciple of the Turtle School. This is youth. Down by the ring, Goku, still holding the trophy and looking confused, scratched his head and asked Tianjin Fan, who was also in a daze. What are they doing? Is that some kind of training method to transfer energy to each other? Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes twitched simultaneously. Goku, you should think about what to eat instead. This kind of thing is too early for you. Oh, then I want to eat dinosaurs. After a long while, Krillin finally let go of Bulma. She was completely limp, or if Krillin hadn't been holding her, she would have slid to the ground. She leaned against Klin's chest, gasping for air, her blush still lingering, her gaze dreamy, no longer possessing even a hint of the Capsule Corporation Eris aura. You rogue. She weakly punched Klin's chest, but the action looked more like a display of affection. Ding. Congratulations, host. Bulma's affection level has broken 100. Undying loyalty. Conquest task completed. Reward granted. Strength skill. Instant transmission. Skill description: no need for energy sensing, as long as there is a clear coordinate or image in mind. Cross-space movement can be achieved. Current level limit: jumping within a galaxy. As mental strength increases, it can transcend the universe. This is the real treasure. Krillin felt the strange coordinate system that had appeared in his mind, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. The divine technique that originally could only be learned on planet Yardrat was now obtained without cost, and it was even an improved version. No need to sense a familiar aura like Goku. As long as he thought of where he wanted to go, he could arrive with just a thought. Bulma. Krillin leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath tickling her. What? What are you doing? This place is too noisy, filled with the smell of sweat and those reporters wanting to interview me. Let's run away. Huh? Bulma was taken aback. Run? Now. But the awards ceremony hasn't. Who cares about that? Krillin smirked and swept Bulma into his arms. Rather than listening to that old man in sunglasses ramble, I'd prefer to spend some time alone with you. By the way, do you have your dragon radar with you? I have it, but are you looking for the Dragon Balls? Bulma instinctively touched her waist pouch. Not just to find the Dragon Balls and make wishes, I also want to take you on a honeymoon to travel around properly. Krillin looked at her, his eyes filled with affection. In the fastest way. Honeymoon. Bulma's brain short-circuited again. Hold tight, this is going to be a ride 1,000 times more thrilling than a roller coaster. Krillin ignored the throng of reporters pushing their way over and the gorging Goku. He placed 2 fingers on his forehead and activated instant transmission. Everyone, this meal is on Master Roshi. See you. Only Klin's hearty laughter remained in the air. The next second his figure holding Bulma vanished into thin air, leaving not even a trace. All that was left were countless flashing lights crazily flickering at the empty viewing platform, and Master Roshi, holding a wallet that had turned pale. What? On my tab. Krillin, you ungrateful disciple. 3,000 kilometers south of the southern capital lies a deserted island. Here the white sandy beach is even more delicate than that of Papaya Island, and the sea is a translucent Tiffany blue. The sea breeze rustled the leaves of the coconut trees, and a few seagulls lazily circled in the low sky. Swish! Without any warning, the air seemed to be torn apart for a moment, and 2 figures suddenly appeared on the beach. Bulma still had her arms tightly around Krillin's neck, her eyes closed, and her eyelashes fluttering slightly. The moment of weightlessness just now was too strange, as if her body had been scattered into atoms and then reassembled. We've arrived. Krillin's voice sounded above her head, calm and composed. Bulma carefully opened one eye, not seeing the noisy martial arts arena, but an endless expanse of ocean. Where is this? She released her grip, her feet sinking into the soft sand, her face filled with disbelief. We were just on the island, how did we? Is this your new technique? Instant transmission. Krillin did not hide it, casually removing the tattered shirt he wore during the fight, revealing his well-defined muscles. He stretched lazily in the sunlight, the joints in his body cracking like popping beans. As long as I want to go somewhere, distance is not an issue. He walked to the edge of the sea, bent down to scoop up a handful of seawater and splash it on his face. The coolness of the seawater eased his tensed nerves slightly. The mental energy consumed by that teleportation was negligible. With his current mental attributes, even if he took Bulma on a few hundred laps around the earth, he wouldn't feel tired. This skill is downright cheating, Krillin sighed to himself. With this, whether it's escaping, providing support, or dating, it becomes a divine technique. Instant transmission. Bulma looked at Krillin's silhouette, her expression complex. This man had given her too many surprises. From his sudden height change, to that world-shattering power, and now to his ability to jump through space. He was like an endless treasure trove, each layer hiding something capable of overturning worldviews. But soon her scientist instincts were overshadowed by her girlish heart. Wait, you said this is a honeymoon trip. Bulma looked at the desolate surroundings, hands on her hips. Although the scenery is nice, there's not even a hotel. Are we supposed to sleep on the beach? And I didn't even bring a change of clothes. That's where your Dragon Ball radar comes in. Krillin turned around, smiling as he pointed to the small bag at her waist. Dragon Ball radar. Are you planning to wish for a villa? Bulma took out the radar and pressed a button, and 7 scattered light dots appeared on the screen. Krillin slowly spoke. Think about it, Dragon Balls are usually scattered in the most hidden corners of the world, either deep in the sea or on snow-capped mountains or in ancient ruins. The process of searching for Dragon Balls is the best kind of global travel, isn't it? He walked in front of Bulma and gently tapped her nose. And I have instant transmission. This means we don't need to travel far, we don't need to take those slow planes. One moment we could be in the polar regions watching the aurora, and the next we could be in West City buying your favorite cake. Then the next moment we could go to the primeval forest to catch and roast a dinosaur. Just like I promised Goku. Bulma was stunned. What kind of divine operation is this? Instant transmission combined with the Dragon Ball radar, turning what was once a challenging adventure into a casual outing. Moreover, Krillin's voice lowered, tinged with temptation. For these few days, it's just the two of us. No Goku that glutton, no lecherous Master Roshi, just you and me. Bulma's face flushed again. This man really knows how to charm. He has completely applied his extraordinary battle power to the oddest places. If you sure know how to talk. Bulma put away the radar, but she couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. However, our first stop must be West City. I need to grab some capsules, take a shower, and change into a swimsuit that will make you nosebleed. At your service, my lady. Krillin saluted comically. Who's your husband? Then, my queen. That's more like it. Krillin laughed as he picked up Bulma again. This time Bulma did not resist, but obediently leaned against him, her fingers tracing circles on his chest. Next stop, the West City Capsule Corporation. With a thought, the two figures vanished once more into the sea breeze. Meanwhile, on Papaya Island, thousands of kilometers away. Achoo! Goku, who was stuffing his face, suddenly let out a huge sneeze, almost sending the roasted pig leg flying from his hands. What's wrong, Goku? Are you catching a cold? Shishi asked, wiping his mouth while looking at him with loving eyes. Did you catch a chill from the fight just now? I told you not to wear those sleeveless clothes. After we get married, I'll make you a warm set. That's not it. Goku rubbed his nose, looking puzzled. I just have this feeling that something really fun is happening without me. Also, when is Krillin going to fulfill his promise of roasted dinosaur? Nearby, Master Roshi was staring at a long bill in his hands, completely petrified in the wind, like a gray-white statue. 3 million zenny. That's just the deposit, sir, the restaurant owner said with a smile, rubbing his hands. That champion, mister, said since it's a celebration, we must have the best. And you've seen the appetite of Son Goku. We've already gone through 3 cows from our stock. Krillin. Master Rose's scream echoed through the skies. Meanwhile, far away in West City, Krillin was lounging in Bulma's ultra-luxurious bathtub, which could fit 50 people, enjoying a full automatic massage. Detecting that the host has exited combat status and entered a rest period. The current main chapter, the world's #1 martial arts tournament, has ended. The next chapter, Scion's Attack, will begin in 5 years. During this time, the system will enter semi-hibernation mode. Please take this time to enjoy life or develop your own new techniques based on this. After all, true strength cannot rely solely on the system. Looking at the semi-transparent blue screen before him, Krillin let out a comfortable breath, grabbing a floating rubber duck nearby and squeezing it. 5 years. For a Scion, 5 years might just be the time for a nap. But for someone with genius intelligence and Saitama template, 5 years is enough to accomplish many things. For example, figuring out how to perfectly blend that serious series with the energy from Dragon Ball to create a true ultimate move. Or perhaps, the bathroom door opened. Through the misty steam, Bulma entered wearing a sheer silk robe, holding 2 glasses of red wine, her face flushed with a hue that could steal one's soul. Hey Krillin, don't you think we should train a bit before going on our Dragon Ball adventure? Krillin looked at the scene before him, feeling a bit hot in the nose. It seemed that the training over the next 5 years would be very fulfilling. You're right. Krillin took the wine, his expression becoming serious, even more so than when he fought Goku. This isn't strength task, I must give it my all. The night in West City was anything but quiet, especially for the heiress of Capsule Corporation. Neon lights bathed this metropolis of technology in cyberpunk hues, while the streaking glows of hovering vehicles traced fleeting silhouettes across the glass facade. But Bulma had no mind to admire her own cityscape. She sat on the circular bed in her bedroom, a bed large enough to accommodate 5 people. Her fingers gripped the silk robe's collar tightly, her toes curled in nervous tension, pressing awkward arcs into the plush carpet. The shower water ceased. Each droplet striking the tiled floor echoed like a hammer blow against her heart. Bulma felt her mind overload, more so than when calculating anti-gravity engine formulas. Had he still been that noseless, bald little boy, she might have teased him with the swagger of an older sister. But now, the bathroom door slid open, releasing a wave of warm white steam. Krillin emerged wrapped only in a towel. His body remolded by the Saitama template, bore muscles sculpted as if by Michelangelo himself. Not the rigid protein-fueled bulk of gym-goers, but sleek explosive lines, fluid as a hunting cheetah's. Water droplets traced paths down his broad pectorals, carved through the valleys of his abs, and vanished at the precarious edge of the towel. Bulma instinctively swallowed, her throat dry. Well, not finished looking yet? Krillin asked, drying his bald head as he approached the bed. His skin carried the clean scent of soap, and beneath it an indelible masculine aura of dominance. Who was looking? Bulma retorted, turning her face away. yet her cheeks flushed the deep pink of ripe peaches. I was merely contemplating new materials for combat suits. Oh, is that so? Krillin tossed the towel aside and knelt onto the edge of the bed. The mattress dipped slightly. Bulma felt as though a mountain had descended upon her. Coincidentally, I have a research initiative titled Human Physiological Limits and Endurance Testing. Would Dr. Bulma be interested in participating, personally? His voice was low-edged with a husky, knowing amusement. He reached out, not to touch her yet, but braced one hand beside her shoulders, enclosing her entirely within his shadow. Bulma felt utterly enveloped. Before her rose his solid chest, beside her pulsed his steady heartbeat. Her vaunted intellect short-circuited entirely. Only primal instinct remained, blaring alarms, or perhaps cheering. You pervert. Her voice softened like melting water stripped of its usual fire. Just won the championship and already acting so arrogant. Championship? Krillin chuckled softly, lifting a stray strand of her blue hair from her ear and winding it gently around his fingertip. That trophy is for outsiders. I told you, the real prize is right here. His finger trailed downward along the silken strand, brushing her feverish cheek, gliding over her slender neck, and finally resting upon the fragile knot of her robe. Bulma shivered violently, as if struck by lightning. She lifted her gaze, her wide sapphire eyes shimmered with mist, shyness mingling with a fierce, surrendering resolve. Krillin, will you love me forever? A cliched question, yet in that moment, it was the most vulnerable bastion of this brilliant girl's heart. Krillin did not answer immediately. He lowered his head, locking his gaze with hers, no longer playful, but startlingly solemn, fiercely possessive. Listen carefully, Bulma. His palm pressed against her back, feeling the tremor of her skin through the silk. In this world, and across this entire universe, no one is stronger than I am. So long as I stand, no one shall ever cause you even a sliver of sorrow. Whether alien invaders bent on Earth's annihilation, or even a god of destruction, none may harm you unless they first step over my corpse. These words held more power than any tender vow. Bulma's heart lurched, as if struck by something profound, and in that instant a profound sense of safety flooded every limb and fiber of her being. Idiot, she sniffled, then wound her arms deliberately around his neck. I don't want you dead. I want you alive. To serve me, guard me, and what? Krillin leaned close to her lips. And love me. The final two words dissolved between their mouths. He stopped holding back. He kissed her deeply, not the territorial declaration of their tournament encounter, but a ravenous, all-consuming fusion, as if seeking to draw her into his very bones. The sash of Bulma's robe slipped silently loose. Light suddenly seemed superfluous. Krillin snapped his fingers. A precise burst of ki struck the switch. Darkness fell, save for fractured ribbons of neon light slipping through the curtain's narrow gaps. A system chime sounded faintly in his mind, detected high-intensity emotional engagement. Affection level assessment complete. Mutual affinity at maximum. Passive skill muscle control has auto-activated gentle mode to prevent accidental injury due to excessive strength. S-Class Talent Beast Instinct analyzing target's physiological responses. Krillin mentally cursed the system's interference and silenced the barrage of notifications outright. In this moment he needed no system, only instinct. For West City, it was merely an ordinary night. For Bulma, however, it was the longest, wildest, and sweetest night of her life. A solitary skiff tossed upon the tempestuous waves Krillin summoned. The brilliant scientist who commanded laboratories vanished, replaced by a woman utterly lost in passion and desire. From initial bashful resistance to eager reciprocation to breathless pleading and soft sobs, Krillin's stamina defied logic. The Saitama template granted not only combat prowess, but boundless vitality, an inexhaustible engine that carried Bulma again and again to dizzying heights. No, I can't. Krillin, are you even human? This is just the beginning. Who insisted on gathering combat suit data earlier? Data volume remains insufficient. I'm sorry, never again. Ugh. Only when dawn's pale light bled across the eastern horizon did this celebratory campaign finally conclude. The room hung thick with lingering intimacy. Torn robes, scattered pillows, and a sheet long since fallen to the floor littered the floor. Bulma curled like a drowsy kitten against Krillin's chest, her skin marked with rosy trails. She lacked the strength to lift a single finger, her eyelids weighed like lead. Krillin leaned against the headboard, one arm cradling her bare shoulder, the other idly twirling strands of her hair. Despite the night's exertions, he radiated vitality, and sensed his inner chi flowing smoother than ever before. A soft chime resonated. Congratulations. Hidden achievement conquering the scientist unlocked. Reward granted all attributes 500. Strength 3000 max, beyond cap. Speed 3000 max, beyond cap. Endurance 3000 max, beyond cap. Spirit 3000 max, beyond cap. Special item acquired capsule blueprint. Gravity chamber enhanced edition. Charisma increased to 120 beyond human limits. Krillin glanced at the interface, dismissed it with satisfaction, and felt Bulma stir with a soft murmur. She forced her eyes open, her voice hoarse beyond recognition. Water. Instantly Krillin turned and fetched the pre-warmed glass from the nightstand, lifting it gently to her lips. After several sips, Bulma felt herself revive. Lifting her gaze to Krillin, memory of the night's intensity flooded back. Her cheeks flared crimson once more. "Are you some kind of beast?" she whispered, burying her face against his chest. "My waist feels broken. You simply lack sufficient training." Krillin grinned mischievously and pinched her cheek. "How about 100 push-ups every morning? With me? Go die." Bulma bit his chest, leaving 2 neat rows of teeth marks. After a quiet pause, her voice grew soft. "Hey Krillin. Last night at dinner with my parents, you said you'd marry me after finding the Dragon Balls. Was that real? Or just something you said offhand?" Though they had crossed the threshold of intimacy, doubt lingered. This man now shone so brilliantly that women across the world would surely throw themselves at his feet with a mere gesture. Krillin's smile faded. He rested his chin atop her head and tightened his embrace. "Of course it's real." His voice vibrated warmly through his chest into her ears, deeply reassuring. "I may jest about many things, but never about matters this grave. When our journey ends, I'll formally ask Dr. Briefs for your hand." And then, he paused, a spark of wistful anticipation in his eyes. "We'll host the grandest wedding imaginable. Master Roshi, Goku, Tien, Shinhan, and your parents will all attend. I'll ensure the whole world knows Bulma Brief's heir to Capsule Corporation is my wife." Bulma lifted her head, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Oolong and Puar must come too." "Agreed. And mountains of strawberry cake." "Bought. And household finances will be under my control. All yours. You need money." "No. Honestly, I've no interest in wealth. Just keep me fed." "You said it yourself." Bulma laughed through tears, rising up to press a quick, decisive kiss to his lips. Sealed with a kiss. No backing out. Never. Dawnlight spilled through the curtains, gilding them both in golden warmth. The next day, beside the ruins of Papaya Island. Although the arena was gone, the organizers of the martial arts competition still set up a farewell point in the nearby open space. At this moment, most of the crowd had dispersed, leaving only the protagonists of yesterday's astonishing battle. Sun Wukong was squatting on a large rock, holding a roasted whole sheep that he had somehow acquired, eating with grease dripping from his mouth. Chi-Chi stood beside him, holding a small bundle, looking at her glutton husband with a mix of happiness and concern. "Wukong, eat slowly, don't choke on it." Chi-Chi took out a handkerchief to wipe Wukong's mouth, her movements so deft, as if she had taken care of this monkey for years. "When we return to Bowsy Mountain, we can't eat like this every day anymore. Although the dowry from Dad is considerable, it can't withstand your appetite like this." Chi-Chi sighed, her brows slightly furrowing. Although she was the daughter of the Bull Demon King, she understood that essentials like rice and oil were expensive. Wukong's appetite was like an endless pit. She was already calculating how many acres of land she would need to cultivate and how many radishes to plant to support this family. It's okay, Chi-Chi." Wukong swallowed a large piece of meat and laughed heartily. "I can go hunting. There are many giant fish and dinosaurs in the mountains." "No way." Chi-Chi immediately put on a stern face. "After getting married, we should live a stable life. What kind of life is it to be fighting all day long? You need to learn to farm and be a good family-oriented man." Wukong scratched his head in confusion. "Farming? Is that a form of cultivation?" Just then the air twisted. Swish! Krillin and Bulma appeared out of nowhere in front of the two. After a night of rejuvenation, Bulma looked radiant, her skin glowing. She had changed into a refreshing pair of denim shorts and a crop top linking her arm, with Krillin, her face full of the sweetness of a newlywed. Krillin, on the other hand, was casually dressed, his bald head shining under the sun. "Wukong, Chi-Chi, are you ready to leave?" Krillin greeted with a smile. Krillin." Wukong jumped off the rock, excitedly circling around Krillin. "That instant transmission you did was so cool. Can you teach me? Then I can instantly go to the forest to catch tigers to eat." "Well, about that we can talk about it when you get the chance." Krillin patted Wukong on the shoulder, then turned to look at Chi-Chi, whose face was filled with worry. He certainly knew what Chi-Chi was concerned about. In the original story, Wukong's family lived in extreme poverty. The mighty universe's strongest being had to rely on Chi-Chi to plant radishes, and was even forced to take a driver's license to work for a living. This also caused Gohan to be distracted during training, and he even suffered from developmental issues due to not being able to afford good supplements. In this life, since I have traveled here, and am the son-in-law of the world's richest man, how can such things happen? Chi-Chi, I heard you are going back to Bowsy Mountain to settle down. Krillin asked knowingly. Yes, Krillin. Chi-Chi nodded politely. Although Krillin had taken the championship, she still had a good impression of this strong, bald friend of Wukong. It's quiet over there, suitable for living. Living well is good, but living well requires money. Krillin said, flipping his wrist to reveal a golden universal capsule in his palm. Take this. Krillin tossed the capsule to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi instinctively caught it and asked, what is this? A wedding gift. Krillin said casually. There's nothing special inside, just 50,000 kilograms of gold, some of the latest home appliances and furniture from West Capital, and a black gold card from the Universal Capsule Company, which will automatically deposit 1 billion yen for living expenses every month. Clang. The bundle in Chi-Chi's hand fell to the ground, and her jaw nearly hit her foot. 50,000 kilograms of gold. Chi-Chi's voice trembled. And 1 billion every month. Even Yamcha and Tenshinhan, who were nearby picking their teeth, were dumbfounded. 50,000 kilograms of gold. How much would that be worth? Did this bald guy rob the treasury there? Krillin. This is too precious. We can't accept this. Although Chi-Chi loved money to support the family, she also had principles and hurried to return the capsule. Keep it. Krillin pressed down on Chi-Chi's hand, his expression becoming serious. This isn't given for free. There is a task involved. Task. Chi-Chi was stunned. Could it be that Wukong was being asked to be a killer? Krillin leaned in between Wukong and Chi-Chi, lowering his voice and speaking mysteriously. This guy Wukong is a martial arts fanatic. Letting him make money is just wasting his talent. This money is to allow him to focus on his training without worrying about livelihood. As he said this, Krillin glanced at Wukong and then at Chi-Chi's belly, a glint flashing in his eyes that only a time traveler could understand. Moreover, I have a very important task to assign to you both. What task? Is it to fight bad guys? Wukong immediately perked up. It's much more important than fighting bad guys. Krillin patted Wukong's chest. After you return, you need to work hard. At making babies. Making babies? Wukong tilted his head and asked. Is it done with clay, eh? Oh, you silly. Chi-Chi immediately understood, her face turning as red as a big apple as she kicked Wukong hard. Krillin held back his laughter and continued to persuade. Listen, well, Wukong, your bloodline is very special. Your child with Chi-Chi will have even greater potential than you. The future peace of Earth may depend on that child. So, Krillin raised a finger. When you go back, don't just focus on eating, spend more time training with Chi-Chi on the ways of being a couple. Aim to let me hold my big nephew this time next year. This is the highest secret mission of Turtle School, understand? Although Wukong didn't fully understand, upon hearing the words stronger than me and training, he immediately nodded seriously. I may not fully understand, but since it can make me stronger, I will definitely work hard. That's right. Krillin nodded in satisfaction. As long as Gohan is born early, or even a few more Saiyan hybrids, would he still need to risk his life fighting Saiyans in Frisia? Just let Gohan handle it. Senior brother Krillin. Chi-Chi was moved to tears. He gave her money and encouraged Wukong to return to the family, even if it was for making babies. This was simply the best brother Wukong could have in this world. When you come to Bowsy Mountain in the future, I will definitely prepare the most sumptuous feast for you. Chi-Chi promised earnestly. Haha, then I will be looking forward to it. After sending off the happily excited Wukong couple, they also bid farewell to Tenshinhan, Jiaozi, and others. Tenshinhan looked at Krillin with a complex gaze, finally saying, I will catch up to you, and flew away with Jiaozi. Yamcha, on the other hand, expressed a somewhat lonely desire to seek a new path in martial arts, actually to heal his emotional wounds. Krillin smiled lightly. Next up is Master Wutian. Sea breeze swept across the shore, lifting several tattered newspapers into the air. Master Roshi sat beneath the still intact sunshade, holding a copy of Playboy, but behind his sunglasses his gaze did not linger on the bikini-clad models. Everyone had left. For 3 years they had gathered at Roshi's house in preparation for the martial arts tournament, the liveliest, most vibrant chapter of his entire life. Each day echoed with Goku's cries of hunger and the bickering banter between Krillin and Yamcha. Noisy, yes, yet brimming with vitality. Now Goku was married, Yamcha had departed, Tan had forged his own path. Even Krillin, the one who had stayed by his side all these years, had become world champion and found love with Bulma. Master Roshi sighed deeply, a long, weary exhalation that carried the quiet weight of age. His shell suddenly felt heavier, as if burdened by decades of solitude. "What's wrong, old man? Why the sigh?" A teasing voice exploded beside his ear. Startled, Rashi jerked. His magazine slipped from his grasp and fluttered onto the sand. He snapped his head up to find Krillin crouching directly before him, grinning mischievously. "Whoa, you little rascal. How do you move without making a sound?" Rashi snatched up the magazine, feigning composure. "Weren't you supposed to be off on your honeymoon with Bulma?" "We did leave, but then I remembered there was still an elderly master left all alone on this island. So I came back to check on you." Krillin plopped down unceremoniously beside Rashi and snatched the sunglasses from his face, slipping them on with theatrical flair. "Who's the lonely elder? I've got my turtles and a television." Rashi bristled, whiskers twitching. "Shoo. Scram. Don't disturb my reading." Krillin didn't budge. He simply gazed out at the endless sea. "Master Rashi, what now? Come with me to West City." Rashi blinked, then waved dismissively. "West City? That's for youngsters, crowded with cars and skyscrapers thick with polluted air. I've lived on this island over a century. This ocean is my home. I cannot leave it." "Are you certain you won't go?" A sly, knowing smile curled at Krillin's lips. "I heard from Bulma that West City just opened Earth's largest water park." Rashi's ears twitched, but he kept his expression stoic. "What's so special about a water park? I've got water everywhere." "Not quite the same," Krillin murmured, leaning in close, like a devil whispering temptation. "That park is filled with young women in the latest swimwear, and Bulma, as heiress of Capsule Corp, holds its ultimate VIP pass." "Which means," Krillin drew the words out with deliberate slowness, "we'll have access to an exclusive private pool area. No outsiders, only elegant attendants, unlimited chilled drinks, and curated adult periodicals. And most importantly," Krillin pulled a photograph from his vest, a meticulously enhanced image of West City's beachfront, crafted entirely by system-generated artistry. "The women there deeply admire martial artists, especially venerable masters like yourself, wise, serene, radiating the aura of true Tao cultivation." Behind his sunglasses, Rashi's eyes widened. Two thin rivulets of blood betrayed his flustered composure. He snatched the photo, fingers trembling. These long legs, this fair skin. "So, shall we go?" Krillin pressed, seizing the moment. "I've reserved a villa with its own pool right next to Bulma's residence. You may bring your turtles. The water quality there surpasses even this base." Rashi swallowed hard, his dignity warring fiercely with primal instinct. "Ahem, ahem." After a long pause, he cleared his throat, gravely tucked the photo into his robe, and adjusted his sunglasses. "Since you show such filial devotion, your master finds it difficult to refuse. After all, having trained you for so many years, my body truly does require, restorative care. However," Rashi's tone shifted sharply, "I cannot reside there permanently. The turtle school must remain guarded. It is the very root of our lineage." "Then how about 1 week per month?" Krillin proposed. "Consider it your consulting fee for guiding our cultivation." 1 week. Rashi stroked his chin thoughtfully, as though calculating precisely how many beauties he might encounter in 7 days. "Agreed, but you cover all travel expenses." "Rest assured, I'll handle everything. No cost to you." Krillin rose, returned the sunglasses, and extended his hand. "Let's go, master. Bulma's waiting. We're due at tonight's swimwear fashion show in West City. Arrive late, and we'll miss it entirely." "Nanny." "Swimwear show." Rashi shot upright from his lounge chair, agile as a youth, utterly defying his 3-century lifespan. In a flash, he dashed inside, hoisted his shell onto his back, and seized his staff. Hurry. Krillin, activate your teleportation device." No dawdling. Watching the frantic hopping elder, Krillin burst into laughter. This was his master, lecherous, irreverent, yet unfailingly steadfast when it truly mattered. Master Rashi, the indomitable pillar of their world. "Hold on tight, old man." Krillin placed one hand on Rashi's shoulder and draped the other arm around Bulma, who stood nearby, stifling giggles. Ding. Mission Rashi's lonely twilight successfully altered. Reward granted, all attributes 500. Attribute panel refreshed, strength 3500 max. Beyond limit speed 3500 max. Beyond limit vitality 3500 max. Beyond limit spirit 3500 max. Beyond limit, West City. We're coming. At Krillin's silent command, their figures dissolved into shimmering light, vanishing beneath the golden sun of Papaya Island. This time no one would walk alone. Far beyond the sky, in the silent vastness of deep space, several spherical vessels carved luminous trails through the stars, homing in on this azure planet. But before that arrival, Earth would enjoy 5 more years of peace, a gentle sunlit era belonging to Krillin, Goku, and all who called this world home. The ice plains of Antarctica shattered beneath his feet, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. The biting cold wind whipped the snowflakes like knives attempting to slice through the intruder's skin. Yet this temperature, which could freeze an elephant, was hardly a discomfort for the man standing at the edge of the glacier's crevice. Krillin wore nothing but a thin Hawaiian shirt, holding 2 steaming mugs of hot cocoa in his hands. He gazed at the figure ahead, bundled in a heavy polar protective suit resembling a white rice dumpling, and couldn't help but smirk. "Hey Missy, even though that suit has a temperature control system, you've been digging there for 10 minutes already." Krillin walked over and handed the hot cocoa to the white bundle. Bulma struggled to turn around, her eyes widening behind her goggles. Her voice came through the speaker, crackling with static and filled with complaints. "Because the radar shows it's right underneath. This is a 500-meter thick layer of ancient ice, and even if I had a laser excavator, it wouldn't be a quick job. Do you think everyone is a monster like you? The term monster is fine for the bed, but it's better to call me dear in everyday life." Krillin mischievously pressed his hand against the ice surface. There was no explosive force, no earth-shattering roar. It was merely a gentle downward push of his palm. Boom! The ice surface within 100 meters was instantly flattened, as if by an invisible giant hand. The ancient ice, as hard as iron, was transformed into sparkling ice powder under the absolute crushing of physical rules. The previously bottomless crevice vanished, replaced by a smooth, mirror-like giant pit. At the very center of the pit lay an orange-eared glass sphere, within which 6 stars shone brightly in the refracted light of the snow. Bulma's mouth fell open, nearly spilling the hot cocoa from her hands. Despite having seen it many times, the sheer illogical power still left her in awe. Krillin waved his hand, and the 6-star ball flew into his palm. The sensation was marvelous. It was not ordinary glass or resin. It felt warm and smooth like jade, yet not cold or hard. Holding it in his hand, he could feel a faint pulsing like the breath of some slumbering life. Dragon Ball. Krillin caressed the surface of the sphere. The wish-granting item he could only see on screen in his previous life was now firmly in his grasp, and the sensation of breaking the dimensional wall momentarily left him dazed. "What are you daydreaming about? Show me that one right now." Bulma ran over, snatched the 6-star ball, and held it up to the sunlight, excited like a child. "With this one, we've collected 4. 3 more to go." Krillin casually wrapped his arms around her waist, and the scenery around them abruptly changed. The biting cold wind vanished, replaced by warm, humid sea breezes and the clamor of crashing waves. They had instantaneously moved to a deserted island near the equator. The sun was scorching and the beach was pristine white. "It's so hot it's unbearable." Bulma hurriedly stripped off her protective suit, revealing the bikini she had already worn beneath. It was Klin's favorite red, making her skin glow luminously. "The radar indicates the next one is in the volcano on this island. But since we've arrived at such a wonderful place, we can put off searching for the balls for a bit." Bulma shook her blue-green hair and glanced at the Dragon Ball radar. She casually tossed the radar onto the beach towel, her gaze turning lazy and dangerous like a cat's, gently tugging at Klin's shirt collar with her finger. "I've been flying around for days and my back feels like it's about to snap. As the strongest martial artist in the universe, you should have some way to massage me right." Krillin swallowed hard. These past few days, rather than searching for Dragon Balls, it was more like a shameless global honeymoon for the two of them. From sunken ships in the deep sea to dense jungles, they had left behind traces of their wild escapades. Krillin swept Bulma into his arms and strode toward the treehouse deep in the palm grove. "Of course I can massage you." Krillin leaned down, his nose brushing against her collarbone. "But my hands are strong. If I can control it, that's talent. If not, you might just have to beg for mercy." Bulma provocatively lifted her chin. "Who will be begging for mercy is yet to be seen." Bald head. 3 hours later, just as Krillin was feeling refreshed, stepping out of the treehouse ready to catch a couple of lobsters for lunch, several sneaky figures emerged from the other side of the jungle. They were men dressed in tattered military uniforms, holding old-fashioned submachine guns with the tattered emblem of the Red Ribbon Army hanging from their chests. Clearly remnants that had wandered here. "Don't move. Hand over your valuables." The one-eyed leader aimed a gun at Krillin, his gaze fierce. "And that woman. I heard everything." Krillin couldn't even be bothered to glance at them. "Hey, I'm talking to you." The bald man. The one-eyed leader ignored and, infuriated, pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The flames erupted, bullets raining down like hail. Krillin stood still, and the bullets stopped just 3 inches in front of him, as if they hit an invisible wall, flattening into copper discs that clattered to the ground. The one-eyed leader's expression shifted from fierce to one of ghostly terror. The Red Ribbon Army. What a nostalgic name. Krillin picked up a deformed bullet and with a gentle rub of his fingertip turned the copper piece into powder. Goku probably forgot to clean up the garbage. Luckily I'm in a good mood today, so we'll send you on your way. He raised his hand, gently flicking his finger at the pirate ship anchored in the bay several hundred meters away. There was no earth-shattering energy wave, just a pure gust of wind from his finger. Bam! The 100-ton iron vessel snapped in half as if hit by an invisible cruise missile exploding into a massive fireball. The waves stirred by the shockwave knocked the remnants unconscious on the beach. The treehouse door opened and Bulma emerged wrapped in a towel, her cheeks still flushed, impatiently asking, "What a racket, are they setting off firecrackers outside?" "It's nothing, just took care of a few mosquitoes." Krillin turned back into the treehouse, casually closing the door behind him. "What were we talking about just now?" "Oh right, you mentioned wanting to try that anti-gravity position." "Get lost. I meant for you to catch the lobsters. Try it after catching the lobsters. We'll see how you perform." In the capital of the West, at the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company, the entire city's traffic system was nearly paralyzed that day. The road leading to Dr. Brief's mansion was jammed with luxury cars, media vans, and various bizarre flying vehicles. The eyes of the entire world were focused here. The daughter of the world's richest man, the genius scientist Bulma, was to marry the newly crowned martial arts champion Krillin, who had just saved the Earth. Inside the mansion, the level of luxury surpassed ordinary imagination. Instead of a traditional lawn wedding, Dr. Brief directly employed high-tech to elevate a massive anti-gravity platform 500 meters in diameter to 300 meters above the ground. Surrounding the platform were artificial rainbows and a sea of holographic flowers with clouds flowing gently beneath their feet. The guest list was astonishing. His Majesty the King personally sent a congratulatory message, while the leaders of major corporations could only sit in the second row, with the front row reserved for a few strangely dressed individuals in Taoist robes. "Wow, this meat is delicious. Better than the wild boar I hunted." Wukong, dressed in an ill-fitting black suit with his tie askew, was stuffing his mouth with a whole roasted lamb, his cheeks puffed up like a hamster. Beside him, Shishi was desperately tugging at his sleeve, her face as red as a ripe tomato. "Wukong, this is a wedding. Mind your image. And don't spit bones on the red carpet." "What does it matter? Krillin won't mind," Wukong mumbled, casually dumping a plate of lobster into his mouth. On the other side, Master Roshi, wearing his signature sunglasses, was trying to place a hand on the shoulder of a blonde hostess. "Little girl, do you know who I am? I am the groom's master, the god of martial arts." Smack! A huge frying pan fell from the sky, smashing down hard on Master Rose's bald head. Bulma floated in the air, holding the deformed pan, angrily shouting, "Lecherous old man. Today is a big day, no embarrassing behavior allowed." Yamcha sat in a corner shaking a glass of champagne. He had cut his hair short, and the scar on his face made him look more rugged. Watching Bulma flirt with Mrs. Brief not far away, the last bit of unwillingness in his eyes faded away. "I never expected that noseless kid would actually do it." Tianjin Han stood behind him, arms crossed, his three eyes filled with fighting spirit. "But that's fine, I can focus on surpassing all of you." Dumpling floated beside him, whispering, "Tianjin, do we need to give a wedding gift? It seems like all our money went to buying rice." Tianjin Han's expression stiffened. "We'll talk about it later." In the backstage lounge, Krillin looked at himself in the mirror. The white custom tuxedo was perfectly tailored, highlighting his muscular lines that, while not exaggerated, contained destructive power. His shiny bald head and that calm, confident demeanor made him look exceptionally handsome. "Are you ready, my champion?" The door opened, and Bulma walked in. Krillin held his breath in that moment. She wore a wedding dress woven from countless tiny diamonds and nanofibers, which seemed to drape the entire galaxy over her. Usually composed or fierce, she had her long hair styled up, her makeup exquisite, breathtakingly beautiful. "Are you stunned?" Bulma approached him, adjusting his bow tie, her eyes slightly red. "Back at the martial arts tournament, you said that if you won, you would marry me. I thought you were just trying to provoke Yamcha." Krillin held her hand, the warmth of her palm grounding him. These hands had crushed meteors and defeated demon kings, yet at this moment, they were incredibly careful, afraid of hurting the person before him. "Although I have no nose, my sense of smell is quite keen." Krillin smiled, his eyes gentle like a calm lake. "I know who is truly the treasure worth my life to protect. Yamcha is blind, but I am not." Bulma laughed through her tears, playfully punching his chest. "Smooth talker." The wedding march began to play. As the two walked hand in hand down the flower-laden sky corridor, countless fireworks erupted, filling the skies over the capital of the West with brilliant colors. The priest, a cat-like figure specially invited, although quite reluctant, stood at the altar, his beard twitching. "Krillin, do you take this? A somewhat hot-tempered but very wealthy woman to be your wife?" Bulma raised an eyebrow, nearly pulling out a gun. Krillin laughed heartily, his voice echoing throughout the venue, filled with unwavering determination and grandeur. I do. Don't say she's hot-tempered. Even if she were the universe-destroying Demon King, I'd still marry her. The applause from the audience thundered. Ryukong clapped while asking Chi-Chi, does getting married mean we can eat delicious food all the time? Chi-Chi leaned gently against Ryukong's shoulder, watching the happy couple on stage. Yes, that's the best food in the world. It's called happiness. At the peak of the cheers, Krillin whispered into Bulma's ear. Are you ready? Bulma was taken aback. What else is there? Krillin pointed to the metal box he had been holding at his feet. There's a big guy waiting to deliver our wedding gift. Until all the guests had left intoxicated, and with their party favors, the lively noise gradually quieted, and the night once again enveloped the expansive courtyard of the Universal Capsule Company. Except for the core few individuals, Ryukong and his wife Master Roshi, Yamcha, Tianjinhan, and Dumpling, the others had all been sent away. The massive anti-gravity platform had descended, and on the grass of the courtyard 7 orange Dragon Balls were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. They appeared particularly vibrant that night, the light within them seeming to break through their glass shells, emitting a deep heartbeat-like hum. Are we really going to summon the dragon? Yamcha swallowed hard, although it wasn't his first time seeing it. The pressure from the high-dimensional being was still fresh in his memory. Krillin, what wish do you want to make? Do you want to grow a nose? Krillin gave him a glance. Not necessary. I have something more important to address. Bulma stood beside Krillin, having changed back into casual clothes, yet still carrying the blush from the wedding. She tightly grasped Krillin's arm, curious, but not asking too much. Along the way, she had grown accustomed to trusting this man. Let's begin. Krillin took a deep breath and stepped forward. He opened his arms towards the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, and in an ancient and solemn tone, shouted the incantation. Come forth, dragon. Grant my wish. As soon as the words fell, the Dragon Balls on the ground erupted in blinding golden light. The light did not spread outwards but shot straight into the sky like a sword, piercing through the atmosphere. Immediately the world changed. What was once a starry, clear night sky turned completely dark within mere seconds. It was not the darkness of clouds obscuring the moon, but a pure, dead silence. It was as if someone had turned off the lights in the sky or stripped this area from the real world, throwing it into a lightless dimension. The citizens of the capital of the West who had just gone to sleep were suddenly awakened by this oppressive atmosphere. What happened? Did the power go out? Why is it suddenly so dark? Even the moon is gone. I feel like I can't breathe. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky. It was a divine pressure that transcended chi and biological instincts. The courtyard was filled with howling winds that forced everyone to squint. It's here. Ryukong excitedly lifted his head, his scion eyes shining in the darkness. Golden lightning raced madly through the dark clouds, the dragon's minions tearing through space. Accompanied by a soul-shaking dragon roar, a massive, indescribable green dragon coiled out from the golden light, wishing for wealth. It was enormous. Its massive head hovered in the air like a mountain, its crimson eyes like 2 burning blood moons coldly looking down at the ants below. Its body twisted above the clouds, seemingly encircling the entire earth. In the face of that sacred, yet terrifying aura, even Krillin, whose strength had surged, felt a sense of insignificance. This was the miracle of Earth, the dragon. Buzz! The dragon opened its mouth, its voice not carried by the air, but resonating directly in each person's mind, filled with an ancient solemnity and an irresistible majesty. Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. Whatever it may be, I can grant it. But only one. Krillin took a deep breath. Is this the dragon that can bring miracles? End of Volume 1. The world's greatest martial arts tournament. Howling gales roared as if determined to uproot the entire Capsule Corporation courtyard. A colossal divine dragon coiled within the inky clouds, its eyes, glowing like crimson lanterns, gazed down with cold indifference upon the insignificant mortals below. The oppressive aura of a higher dimensional being thickened the very air, rendering it viscous and heavy. Every soul in the courtyard held their breath in silent awe. Yamcha crouched behind a pillar, swallowed hard, and whispered to Poir beside him, Hey Poir, what do you think Krillin will wish for? If it were me, I'd wish for endless wealth. Or maybe, for every beautiful girl in the world to fall madly in love with me. That's all you've got. Really? Poir rolled his eyes, still clutching his frying pan. Master Krillin is now the son-in-law of the world's wealthiest man. Does he even care about money? Meanwhile, Oolong stood wide-eyed and mouth agape, clearly preparing to shout something utterly inappropriate, only to be silenced before uttering a single syllable struck squarely on the head by Master Roshi's swift cane. Fool! Don't interfere. This concerns the very fate of Earth. In truth, Rashi's own heart pounded with nervous anticipation. Out of the corner of his eye, he stole a glance at the nearby group of stunning ceremonial attendants and sighed inwardly. How splendid it would be to wish for a pair of X-ray glasses. All eyes converged upon Krillin. He stood at the forefront, his formal attire billowing fiercely in the tempestuous wind. He tilted his face upward. As a transmigrator, he understood this world's rules better than anyone. Wealth. The brief family's fortune alone could sustain him for 10 lifetimes. Immortality. A deceptively sweet trap. Not only might it inadvertently catalyze the birth of the evil dragons, but the mere state of undying would erode a martial artist's hunger for the absolute edge. In this world, only by dancing repeatedly on the razor's edge between life and death could one truly grasp higher realms of power. At least until he possessed overwhelming strength capable of obliterating the evil dragon of the first star, he would never make such a wish. At present, he bore the Saitama template, his strength and defense steadily ascending. Yet he harbored one fatal vulnerability: the environment in which he must survive. Where would the battles of tomorrow unfold? In the upper atmosphere of Namek? In the frigid vacuum of deep space? Or even upon the searing surface of a star? Should Earth explode, or his spacecraft shatter? Even if he could punch Frisia into oblivion, he would still suffocate and perish like a frog gasping its last breath. Indeed, in the original timeline, Son Goku nearly died on Namek for precisely that reason. This weakness had to be eradicated immediately. Shinran. Krillin drew a deep breath, rooted his chi firmly in his dantian, and projected his voice, clear, unwavering, through the storm echoing across heaven and earth. My wish is to unlock a portion of the genetic seals binding all of us here, and grant us the absolute survival physique. Krillin paused, his tone sharpening with resolve. Let us endure as the most tenacious life forms in the cosmos, surviving unaided in absolute vacuum. No need for respiration, immune to cosmic radiation, unscathed by extremes of superheat or absolute zero. Let our very biology be reforged, fit for the boundless expanse of stars and seas. Silence fell, absolute, profound. Only the wind howled. Yamcha's jaw dropped so far it nearly hit the ground. What does that even mean? No breathing. Is this some kind of oxygen-saving trick, or just a ploy to catch fish more easily underwater? Tien Shinhan blinked, all three of his eyes simultaneously. A martial arts fanatic, he sensed something profound, yet found it almost inconceivable. Unlocking genetic seals. Does he believe humanity's biological limits are stifling his growth? Unlocking genetic seals. Does he believe humanity's biological limits are stifling his growth? Even Bulma stood stunned. She'd expected Krillin to wish for her eternal youth and beauty. Never this of brutally pragmatic, astonishingly unconventional desire. Hey Krillin. Bulma couldn't help but call out. Are we planning a space vacation or something? Shinran fell silent for a moment. Its massive crimson eyes flickered faintly, as though parsing the underlying logic of the wish itself. After several seconds, its voice resonated, tinged with genuine surprise. This wish, though it involves rewriting foundational genetic sequences of an entire species, lies well within my capabilities. It is in fact quite simple. At once Shinran's eyes blazed with searing crimson light. Then, a thick warm column of golden radiance descended from the heavens, enveloping every soul in the courtyard. Krillin, Bulma's son, Goku, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, Yamcha, and Shinin Kaiatsu, even Puar and Oolong, were all bathed within that luminous embrace. Ugh! Goku suddenly clutched his chest, letting out a low groan. Strange, feels like countless ants crawling inside my bones. Oh Alala! Roshi dropped his cane, staring in astonishment at his own hands. His withered, age-spotted skin shimmered under the golden light, regaining luster, elasticity, vitality. The heavy, lifelong weight of senescence receded like a retreating tide. Krillin, however, felt it most acutely. He sensed every cell in his body erupting in jubilant resonance. The ancient suffocating shackles long imposed upon his flesh, the so-called racial limitations, shattered silently in that instant. His lungs restructured, a translucent bioforce field spontaneously formed across his epidermis. At that very moment, the long-absent system alert blared incessantly within his mind. Ding. High-dimensional regulatory energy detected. Human genetic seals shattered. Host life tier has ascended. Passive talent acquired, stellar adapter S rank. Description: you are no longer merely an earthling. The cosmos is your garden, the vacuum your playground. All attribute resistances increased by 50, environmental adaptability elevated to maximum. Data updating. The golden light persisted for a full minute before fading. Huh. Krillin exhaled a slow, heavy breath and clenched his fist. Air detonated audibly in his palm. A crisp, sharp report. This was not mere survival enhancement, it was a fundamental expansion of his ceiling. From this day forth, he was no longer confined by the frail label of Earthling. Your wish has been granted, Shinran intoned again, its voice now edged with fatigue. Krillin lifted his gaze, piercing and sharp, scanning the 7 floating Dragon Balls suspended in midair. He discerned it instantly deep within the crystalline amber-hued core of each orb. A minuscule filament of obsidian-black impurity had taken root. Negative energy. Just a trace, but like ink on virgin paper, jarringly conspicuous. A chill settled in Krillin's chest. As expected, excessive Dragon Ball usage accumulates negative energy. Henceforth, these must be used sparingly, reserved only for moments of dire necessity. Then farewell. Shinran let out a thunderous roar. Its colossal form dissolved into 7 streaks of light, spiraling skyward with the Dragon Balls, then scattering across the globe, reverting into ordinary stones. The storm clouds dispersed swiftly. Silver moonlight spilled serenely over the courtyard once more. That's it. Yamcha rubbed his face, then squeezed his fist experimentally. Odd, why do I feel lighter? And why doesn't holding my breath feel agonizing anymore? He tried breath holding again. The old panic, choking, suffocating, was gone. His body had seamlessly shifted into an autonomous internal circulation mode. Bulma blinked, glanced down at her palms, then up at Krillin. I can actually survive in outer space. Seriously, that defies all known science. Krillin turned, met Bulma's bewildered gaze, and flashed a mischievous grin. He stepped forward and swept his arm around her slender waist. Science or not, only one way to find out. How exactly? Bulma instinctively retreated half a step, her pulse quickening at the glint in his eyes. Hold on tight, wife. Krillin murmured softly into her ear. In the next instant, boom. The grass beneath his feet exploded outward. A blinding white shockwave erupted skyward. Cradling Bulma, Krillin shot upward like a meteor, reversing its descent, shattering the sound barrier with raw, unyielding force, and rocketed into the stardust night. Slow down. My hairdo. Bulma's shriek stretched thin in the wind, then vanished entirely into the clouds above. Those left behind exchanged stunned, speechless glances. Goku scratched his head, eyes wide with envy. Whoa, where'd they go? I want to join in. Shishi seized his ear in a firm grip. Join in? Forget it. Home now? Don't forget those gold bars Krillin gifted us. We'll need to budget carefully for proper clothing for you, and absolutely no more public urination. Ow, ow. Shishi, gentle. I've never peed in public. As they ascended with breathtaking speed, the Shiji dew below shrank into a scintillating speck, while the cloud banks like tufts of cotton streamed away beneath their feet. Burma clung tightly to Krillin's neck, eyes shut, as she cried out. By all reckoning, at that altitude and velocity, searing friction and oxygen deprivation should have rendered any ordinary person unconscious, or worse. Yet strangely, she felt no malaise. No sensation of suffocation, no cold. Even the headwind barreling toward them was perfectly kept at bay by a faint veil of chi shimmering across Krillin's skin. Open your eyes, Burma. Krillin's voice did not traverse the air, but rode the vibrations of chi ringing directly inside her mind. Burma tremulously cracked one eye open. The next instant it widened in astonishment. The blackness stretched into an abyssal velvet, so deep and absolute that no pigment could ever hope to mimic the universe's true backdrop. Countless stars no longer twinkled as distant pinpricks. They were crisp, bright, motionless points arrayed like a jeweled canopy that filled her entire vision. Below her, a vast cerulean arc spanned the field of view. It was Daicho, the cradle of humanity. This is... Burma parted her lips, but no sound came forth. They were in a vacuum. Sound could not propagate. Yet in terrifying wonder she realized she was not being strangled. Her lungs had ceased their motion, and yet her blood remained richly oxygenated. It was as if a secret switch had been thrown inside her body, allowing it to siphon infinitesimal energy from the surrounding cosmic radiation to sustain life. This is the power of Shenlong. Krillin's voice echoed again within her mind. Now you are also a human of Daicho, who can survive naked in the void of space. Well then, Burma exclaimed, waving her limbs with the glee of a fledgling swimmer. Scientist, does this wedding gift strike you as unique enough? Cradled in Krillin's arms and beholding that magnificent panorama, Burma's scientific curiosity eclipsed her fear. She tried to speak, her lips opened and closed in silent pantomime, comical and endearing. Krillin regarded her antics and could not help but laugh. of course wordlessly. Out there tens of kilometers above the earth in the deathly hush of vacuum, there was nothing but the two of them. No troublesome reporters, no clamoring guests, no mundane interruptions. Burma. Krillin called to her through telepathic resonance. Burma turned to look at him. In that celestial backdrop, Krillin bore none of the world-shattering aura one might expect. The bald crown of his head even reflected Dickius' faint glow, lending him a sort of sanctity. His gaze burned with intensity and focus, quickening Burma's heartbeat. Since we no longer need to breathe, Krillin said with a mischievous telepathic tone, shall we test the limits of lung capacity in the absence of oxygen? Burma blinked, then understood the implication of his words. A flush bloomed across her cheeks, making her startlingly beautiful against the cold expanse. She scolded him with a coquettish glare, then reached up and looped her arms around his neck of her own accord. 400 kilometers above the surface, in an orbit shared only with satellites and solitude, the two of them sealed their lips in a tight embrace and kissed. It was a long, unwavering kiss. No need to draw breath or pause. Time seemed to lose its meaning. Burma felt as if she were dissolving into that canopy of stars. Though her body required no oxygen, her mind reeled with waves of exhilarating shame and excitement. Dizziness far more intoxicating than any lack of air. Kullin's palm rested against the small of her back, a steady warmth transmitted through her specially tailored gown. That overwhelming sense of security utterly undone her resolve. They lingered until an abandoned satellite drifted past like a lonely lamp, and only then did they slowly pull apart. Burma gasped, an instinctive gesture more habit than need, for she could not actually draw in air, but it did nothing to quench the deep crimson that flooded her face. She glared at Krillin and mouthed the word, pervert. Krillin laughed heartily, scooped her into his arms, and spun once in the emptiness. Come on, my wife. Our honeymoon has only just begun. Next we shall undertake something even more important. More important? Burma peered at him with puzzled anticipation. Krillin offered no explanation. His form simply blurred. Whoosh. The upgraded teleportation engaged. Their figures vanished from that silent orbit as if plucked from the air, leaving only the passing satellite to reflect the sun's lonely glare. Shiji du Dr. Beelifus estate. Night had deepened, the guests had departed, and the servants retired. In the vast bedroom, soft lamplight spilled across a broad round bed. A ripple of space folded, and the silhouettes of Krillin and Burma materialized. No sooner had their feet touched the floor than Burma's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the bed. The weightless disorientation from space, coupled with the dizziness of teleportation, had left her a little unsteady. More than anything, though, she was flushed with an unprecedented exhilaration. This is madness. If I don't put this in a paper, the scientific community will suffer a grievous loss, Burma murmured, loosening the snug collar of her gown. Krillin watched the enticing lines of her form, and his gaze deepened. He stepped to the bedside, looking down at Burma, then suddenly adopted a solemn expression. Burma, I must now announce an grade top-secret mission. Huh? Burma was startled by his gravity and hurriedly sat up. What is it? Have enemies arrived? No. Krillin shook his head and spoke with grave earnestness. To face the cosmic crises that may come, my lone strength may not suffice. Dichio requires more guardians, a stronger genetic legacy. Burma froze, blinking her big eyes. So? Krillin broke into a wide grin, revealing white teeth, the look of a wolf about to tempt a naive rabbit. Therefore, I have decided to launch the Zarin project. By combining your brilliant mind with this body of mine, which has shattered its limiter, we will create the most formidable offspring in the universe. What? Burma reacted instantly. Her face flamed as if bleeding, and she grabbed a pillow and hurled it at him. You lecher. Dressing up making a child sounds so grandiose. Is this your grade mission? Krillin caught the pillow with one hand, and seizing his chance, pounced, pinning Burma beneath him. His voice dropped dark and magnetic. This is for the peace of Dichio Dr. Burma, I insist upon your cooperation with my work. Burma looked up at his face, inches away, assailed by a rush of masculine pheromones that made her limbs go slack. She slid a hand around Krillin's neck, her eyes dancing as she emitted a shy little hum. If it is for Dichio, then I suppose I can reluctantly cooperate. But she leaned close to Krillin's ear and with a teasing breath challenged him. Can you even do it? After such a long flight, aren't you exhausted? Krillin arched an eyebrow as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world. Tired. That word does not exist in my lexicon. System activate infinite stamina mode. The lights went out. The moon outside seemed to shyly veil itself behind clouds. That night promised to be long. Meanwhile, the shock-resistant foundation of the Wanding Capsule Company, specially reinforced, was about to undergo the sternest examination since its construction. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling window, illuminating the chaotic room. The expensive custom dress was tossed over the chandelier, half of the bedsheet dragged on the floor, and the quilt was bundled up like a cocoon in the corner of the bed. Clint opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. This was another hidden benefit brought by the Saitama template: absolute energy. No matter how intense the special training was the previous night, waking up the next day still felt like being a fully charged battery without a hint of fatigue. He glanced at the cocoon beside him. Bulma was still fast asleep with several ambiguous red marks on her exposed shoulder. She was sleeping deeply, her breathing even clearly exhausted from last night's baby-making plan. Clint got out of bed quietly, careful not to disturb her. He walked to the balcony and took a deep breath of the fresh morning air. Although he could survive without breathing now, he still enjoyed the feeling of being alive. Ding. Class mission baby-making plan has been exceeded. Rewards obtained, all attributes 500. Saitama template fusion degree raised to 30. Current panel data: host Krillin, current template Saitama fusion degree 30, strength 4000, max breakthrough limit speed 4000, max breakthrough limit constitution 4000, max breakthrough limit spirit 4000, max breakthrough limit charm 160. Skill list: serious punch, instant transmission, turtle school, martial arts, proficient, divine, healing, sky dance, beast, instinct, genius, intellect, stargazer. Krillin raised an eyebrow. I gained 500 points in strength in just one night. That's faster than training in the gravity chamber. It seems that while this is enjoyable, it also contributes significantly to my strength. What are you smiling about? A lazy voice came from behind. Krillin turned to see Bulma standing by the sliding door, wearing an oversized men's shirt, rubbing her sleepy eyes. The shirt looked baggy on her, giving off a unique kind of sensuality. Her walking posture was a bit awkward, clearly indicating that she was worn out from last night. Good morning, Mrs. Bulma. Krillin walked over and naturally wrapped his arms around her waist. I was thinking about what we should name our child in the future. I've thought about it. If it's a boy, we'll name him Trunks. If it's a girl, I'll think about it later. Krillin thought to himself that this name absolutely cannot be used. She suddenly lifted her head, looking at Krillin with some suspicion. By the way, you mentioned to deal with future crises. What crisis are you talking about? Didn't you already scare off the Demon King Piccolo? With your current strength, who on earth could possibly be your opponent? Klin's smile slightly faded as he gazed at the distant sky, his expression becoming profound. Bulma, do you think we are the only ones in the universe? Of course not. That guy Piccolo is an alien, isn't he? Yes, but there are actually much more terrifying beings than Piccolo, Krillin said solemnly. Goku is actually not from Earth either. Huh. Bulma instantly woke up, her eyes wide like saucers. What are you joking about? Though he has a tail and an enormous appetite and transforms into a giant ape on full moons. Wait a minute. That's right, he is a scion, a warrior race specialized in conquering and trading planets. Krillin spoke startlingly. And in the near future his kin will come to Earth in search of him. Those guys each possess the capability to destroy the Earth. Bulma's expression changed as she tightly gripped Klin's clothing. Then, what should we do? Does Goku know? He doesn't know yet, and you shouldn't tell anyone for now. That silly boy only knows how to eat and train. Let him relax for a while and take a good rest. Krillin patted her back, soothing her. But don't worry, this is why I wish to become stronger and why I train so hard. No matter if they are scions or whatever cosmic rulers, as long as they dare to disrupt my life and harm you, I will crush them to dust with a single punch. Klin's words were filled with absolute confidence, a calm that stemmed from his immense strength. Bulma looked at this man, feeling immensely reassured. This was the man she chose. He seemed unserious most of the time, yet was more reliable than anyone else when it mattered. Since that's the case, Bulma's eyes twinkled, revealing a mischievous smile. She tiptoed and whispered in Klin's ear, since the enemy is so powerful, should we try a little harder for the sake of Earth's peace? Krillin was taken aback for a moment, then felt a soft little hand gently pinch his waist. Ahem, Dr. Bulma, as a martial artist, I must remind you that overexerting oneself is detrimental. Less nonsense. My body has been modified by Shinran, and my recovery ability is very strong. Bulma grabbed his collar and dragged him into the room, exuding a queen-like dominance. We have to leave the strongest genes. One time is not enough for safety. This is also for scientific rigor. Krillin smiled helplessly, but there was more fondness in that helplessness. All right, since it's for Earth. Then let the storm come even fiercer. In the following days, the citizens of West City found that the newly crowned martial arts champion seemed to be completely immersed in the gentle embrace rarely appearing in public. Only Dr. Brief occasionally complained about the astonishing speed at which the household supplies were depleting and that the specially designed bedroom often made strange vibrations in the middle of the night, making him think the earthquake monitoring equipment was malfunctioning. On the other side of the earth at Mount Payos, Goku was training diligently, and the money Krillin provided allowed him to not worry about making a living and focus on his cultivation. Achoo! Goku rubbed his nose, looking blankly at the sky. Strange, is someone thinking about me? Or is it food? Peaceful times are always short and precious. But beneath the seemingly calm daily life, everyone was welcoming the impending grand cosmic era in their own way. Meanwhile, on Krillin's system panel, the countdown for Scion invasion was silently ticking away. The night in the western capital is like a glass of rich red wine. In the luxurious penthouse of the Universal Capsule Company, there lingers a sense of languor and a hint of surrender that follows the smoke of battle. On the massive, round, smart, temperature-controlled bed, the silk sheets are tangled together as if they had just weathered a tsunami. The air is infused with the scent of expensive perfume mingled with a certain indescribable hormone. Stop. Ceasefire. I declare a ceasefire. A pale hand, trembling slightly, reaches out from the cocoon of blankets, clutching a white handkerchief and weakly waving it a couple of times. Bulma wraps herself up tightly, like a well-sealed cocoon. At this moment, only her large eyes, usually filled with wisdom, but now marked with fear, are visible, fixed intently on the bald man sitting by the bed, who is radiant and even doing stretching exercises. Krillin, are you a devil? No, are you a perpetual motion machine? Bulma's voice is thick with nasality and a hint of sobbing, a result of overuse of her throat. This is already the 4th day. A whole 4 days. My back is about to leave home. Krillin turns around, his bare torso glistening under the soft light of the wall lamp, shining with a marble-like hardness. The Saitama template brings not only strength, but also an seemingly endless energy. These days of high-intensity work hardly even count as warm-ups for him. Instead, they make him feel invigorated, with every cell in his body cheering joyfully. Dear, isn't this in response to your so-called baby-making plan? Krillin blinks innocently and reaches to pull Bulma's blanket. Moreover, this deep emotional exchange helps enhance my attributes in all areas. I don't care about any attributes or anything. Bulma shrinks deeper into the bed like a frightened rabbit, utterly despaired. I feel like a rice cake that has been pounded repeatedly. Even a body modified by the dragon can't withstand this frequency of torment. Tonight is absolutely not happening. I want to take a break. Looking at the fatigue in Bulma's eyes that she could not hide and the faint red marks on her neck, Krillin's playful thoughts instantly vanished, replaced by a wave of heartache. His current physique is too overwhelming. Even with the system activated in gentle mode, it remains an unbearable sweet burden for Bulma. Krillin's side retracted his hand, and his gaze softened like water. All right, I won't touch you. He sat back down at the side of the bed, gently patting the trembling cocoon through the blanket. Bulma paused for a moment, secretly peeking her head out from the blanket. She looked at Krillin's noseless face and the genuine concern in his eyes, and suddenly her grievance transformed into a deep guilt. Am I useless? Bulma lowered her eyes, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Clearly, I was the one who provoked you first. Clearly, I am your wife. Yet I can't even satisfy you in this regard. You are now so strong, the strongest in the universe, while I, as the young lady of the Universal Capsule Company and a genius scientist, she is accustomed to being in control of everything. But in front of Krillin's inhuman physique, she deeply felt for the first time the gap at the species level. This sense of powerlessness made her feel defeated, even a bit panicked. Panicked that she would fall behind his pace. Fool. Krillin's fingers gently glide over her cheek, tucking a stray blue hair behind her ear. Such things are meant for joy, for the expression of love, not merely a task. Krillin's voice is deep and powerful, like a certain calming pill. If you feel pain, then my joy loses all meaning. And Krillin deliberately pauses, leaning closer to her with a mischievous smile. And you underestimate yourself too much. To have the strongest man on earth not want to get out of bed for 4 consecutive days is a great achievement in itself, Dr. Bulma. Bulma's face instantly blushed like a ripe tomato. She indignantly reached out her hand and pinched his firm chest, though her hand felt as hard as steel and couldn't make an impact. Smooth talker. I'm serious. Krillin took the opportunity to grasp her hand and kissed it near his lips. Tonight, rest well. I'll help you with a massage using chi to help you unblock your meridians, ensuring that tomorrow morning you'll be that vibrant genius girl again. Is it really just a massage? Bulma looked at him warily. Really, I swear by my bald head. Under Krillin's warm hand and the expertly controlled chi, Bulma's tense and sore muscles gradually relaxed. The comfort of being in a hot spring quickly made her eyelids heavy, and before long, she was breathing evenly and deeply. Krillin looked at his sleeping beloved in his arms, his gaze filled with affection. He gently tucked her blanket in, and then closed his eyes, summoning the system panel. Achievement unlocked. Achieved deep exchange for 4 consecutive days. All attributes 500. My power has increased again. Krillin clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. This feeling of becoming stronger, even while lying down, is indeed addictive. However, this unexploited energy is undeniably a problem. It seems I'll need to find a place to stretch my muscles tomorrow. Krillin glanced at the moonlight outside, a helpless smile creeping onto his lips. The next morning, the sunlight was bright enough to be almost blinding. After a night of Krillin's divine healing technique, Bulma, indeed, revived fully. Other than experiencing some phantom pain in her inner thighs while walking, her mental state is astonishingly good. Krillin, get up. Today this lady is going on a shopping spree. Bulma threw back Krillin's blanket and stood at the head of the bed, hands on her hips, wearing a crop top and hot pants that showcased her figure, her long legs dazzling to the eye. To compensate for my work injury these past few days, you will be my personal mover today. At your command, my queen. Krillin sprang up like a fish, leaping simultaneously, showcasing his perfect abs. The commercial center of the Western capital is the most prosperous place on Earth. Hovering cars crisscross in the air and enormous holographic billboards display the capsule company's latest products. The two walk hand in hand down the street, attracting a gaze rate of 200%. The man is bald and shining with a robust physique and keen eyes carrying a hint of laziness. The woman is fashionably fiery, stunningly beautiful, radiating confidence. This duo is simply a walking magazine. That one, that limited edition bag. These shoes. This is the latest synthetic leather. Wow. The gemstones in this store are actually imported from Mars. Bulma entered into a frenzy of shopping. Meanwhile, Krillin plays the role of an accessory without complaint. His hands, neck, and even elbows are laden with various shopping bags. For someone with a power level of 4,500, carrying these hundreds of pounds feels no different than lifting 2 feathers. Even for fun, Krillin secretly used a bit of levitation technique to make those bags hover, slightly preventing them from cutting into his hands. Krillin, do you think this hairpin suits me? Bulma stopped in front of a jewelry stall, holding up a diamond-studded bow to measure. It suits you. You look good in anything. Krillin replied with a smile, not as a mere formality, but with genuine sincerity. Just as the two were enjoying this rare, ordinary happiness, a screeching sound of brakes and a scream shattered the tranquility of the shopping street. Everyone get down. A voice filled with arrogance and wildness echoed from the end of the street, followed by the roar of a heavy motorcycle engine. Krillin raised an eyebrow, and his gaze instantly sharpened. It seems the entertainment program for today has arrived. At the end of the commercial street, a heavily modified motorcycle charged like a wild bull into the pedestrian zone. The roadside stalls were smashed to pieces with fruits and accessories scattered everywhere. A woman was straddling the motorcycle. Her fluffy, explosive blonde hair shone with a rebellious glow in the sunlight. The dark green crop top accentuated her explosive figure, while she hoisted a rocket launcher thicker than her thigh on her shoulder, chewing gum with a fervent and fierce gaze. This was Lan-Chi, the most unstable bomb from the early Dragon Ball, a bandit with a dual personality. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get out of my way. The armored car ahead is mine. Lan-Chi controlled the handlebars with one hand, while expertly adjusting the rocket launcher with the other, aiming directly at the entrance of the Shidu Bank, not far away. The crowd around erupted in chaos. It's that crazy woman. Run. She has heavy weapons. Where are the police? Where are the police? Screams and cries mixed into a cacophony. Bulma was also startled by the sudden turn of events, dropping the hairpin she was holding to the ground. Really, I finally got out to shop. Bulma frowned, but didn't panic too much as the strongest man on Earth was standing beside her. Krillin, look, isn't that Lan-Chi? Krillin didn't respond immediately, instead watching the blonde woman with great interest. Interesting. A playful smirk appeared at the corner of Krillin's mouth. Looks like my energy has somewhere to be released. Just then, several police cars raced over, attempting to intercept Lan-Chi. Criminal up ahead, listen. Put down your weapon. Shut up. Lan-Chi spat and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom. A rocket covered in menacing graffiti shot forward with a long trail of flames roaring towards the police car. The terrifying speed and impending explosion made everyone close their eyes in despair. It's over. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. The world seemed to have pressed the pause button at that moment. A shadow flickered past too fast for the retina to capture. When the crowd opened their eyes again, a bald man had somehow stood between the police car and the rocket, holding several shopping bags in his left hand. He extended his right hand, holding it out in front of him. The rocket that could destroy an entire street was now obediently resting in his palm. How? How is this possible? Lanky's gum fell to the ground, and her sunglasses slipped to the tip of her nose. She stared wide-eyed at the bald man who had caught the missile with his bare hands, her mind going blank. This was an anti-tank rocket. Even hitting a steel plate would create a hole. Was this guy's hand made of diamond? Krillin looked at the still quivering warhead in his hand and smiled slightly. Is this your greeting gift? Too enthusiastic, don't you think? He suddenly clenched his fingers. Creak. A painful metallic distortion echoed. The high-explosive warhead in his hand was like a lump of soft clay being forcibly flattened and molded. The internal gunpowder erupted due to pressure, letting out a muffled poof, with a few wisps of black smoke leaking between Krillin's fingers, yet not even a smudge appeared on his skin. A few seconds later, Krillin opened his palm. A metal flower shaped from scrap iron and still emitting steam lay quietly in his hand. Here you go. Krillin flicked his wrist, and the iron flower transformed into a streak of light, accurately flying towards Lanchi. Clang! The iron flower lodged precisely into the fuel tank cap of Lanky's motorcycle, sinking deeply and sizzling as the paint sizzled. The scene fell into dead silence. Then a thunderous uproar erupted. Oh my God! Who is that bald man? He's so cool. Catching a missile barehanded. Is this Superman? That's the martial arts championship winner Krillin. I recognize that bald head. Lanchi looked at the iron flower on the fuel tank, her throat constricting. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead. As an intuitively sharp bandit, she instantly realized she had kicked the toughest iron plate of her life. Retreat. Lanchi decisively turned the bike around to flee. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? You've just arrived. Krillin's voice suddenly rang in her ear. Lanchi froze, not having reacted, yet when she felt a grip tightening around her collar. She was lifted into the air with one hand. Krillin held her up as if she were a chick. Let me go, you bald bastard. If you have the guts, fight me, unknown. Lanchi struggled wildly in the air, her long legs kicking out as her submachine gun sprayed bullets at Krillin. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets hit Krillin's face and chest, making a clinking sound like raindrops hitting a steel plate, all bouncing off without leaving a mark. Such weak attacks. Had enough fun. Krillin sighed, lightly tapping Lanchi on the back of her neck. Lanky's body went limp and her gun fell from her hand. Though she was still cursing, she could no longer muster any strength. At that moment, Bulma walked over in high heels. She circled around Lanchi, who was being held by Krillin, her eyes sparkling with the curiosity unique to scientists. Is this the legendary dual personality thief? She looks quite pretty, and her figure is nice too. Honey, how should we deal with her? Hand her over to the police. Krillin asked. What police? Those useless fools can't hold her. Bulma suddenly had a devilish grin as she took out a feather decoration she had just bought. I remember hearing that if she sneezes, she transforms. Lanchi looked at the approaching feather, her pupils contracting violently, displaying an expression more fearful than facing Krillin. Hey, what do you want to do? Don't come over. I warn you. Achoo. A thunderous sneeze erupted. Her golden hair instantly faded, turning into a deep, gentle blue. The once wild and fierce demeanor vanished, replaced by a gentle, delicate, and even somewhat naive aura. Blue-haired Lanchi blinked in confusion, looking at the bald man holding her up, then glancing at the mess around her, timidly asking, what happened? Why am I flying in the air? Oh dear, I think I was going to buy groceries. This extreme contrast was enough to leave Krillin momentarily stunned. Bulma snapped her fingers. Perfect. We just happen to need a maid for cooking and laundry at home. And I heard her combat power in blonde form is pretty decent. She can serve as your practice dummy, saving you from having too much energy and nowhere to vent it. Krillin's mouth twitched slightly. Using Lanchi as a practice dummy. The gap seemed a bit too large. However, there might be some research potential in other aspects. Then let's take her back. Krillin ignored the bewildered expression of blue-haired Lanchi and directly hoisted her onto his shoulder like a sack of rice. Let's go home. The main residence of Capsule Corporation, deep into the night. In a lavish guest room, the blue-haired Lanchi had already fallen into a deep slumber upon the plush, oversized bed. For her, today had been a cascade of bewildering blackouts. Though she had no idea why she'd been granted such opulent lodgings, the blue-haired young woman had assured her it included full board accommodation and wages. Innocent and trusting by nature, Lanchi had accepted without suspicion. Indeed, she even believed she'd stumbled upon a rare benefactor. Moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling across the delicate bridge of her nose. It tickled. She wrinkled her nose instinctively and rubbed it gently. Achoo. That sharp sneeze pierced the hush of midnight with startling clarity. In the next breath, the woman on the bed snapped her eyes wide open. Her once soft gaze hardened instantly, keen, incisive, and razor-edged, while her deep blue hair shimmered before her very eyes, transforming in an instant into radiant molten gold. Golden-haired Lanchi had returned. She shot upright in bed, scanning the room with feral vigilance. A glittering crystal chandelier hung overhead, supple leather sofas lined the walls, and atop the cabinet rested antique ornaments whose value was unmistakably staggering. Lanchi's eyes widened, then gleamed round and gleaming as golden coins. Huh, that dim-witted blue-haired fool actually blundered straight into this den of fat sheep. From beneath her pillow, Lanchi drew 2 compact submachine guns, hidden their Waknawin, and swung herself off the bed. Her movements were lithe, silent, and lethal, like a black panther stalking its prey. I'll strip this place bare tonight. No more worries for the rest of my life. And that accursed bald brute, who dared lift me like a chick. Tonight he'll learn exactly why flowers bloom so crimson. She eased the door open and slipped into the corridor like smoke. Guided by the uncanny intuition of a seasoned outlaw, she swiftly pinpointed the master bedroom, the source of an unsettling, deeply unnerving aura she both recoiled from and respected. The master bedroom door stood ajar. Lanchi pushed it open with infinite care. Inside, darkness reigned. Only the pale moonlight cast fractured, shifting shadows across the floor. 2 silhouettes rose softly beneath the broad expanse of the bed. Humph, sleeping like slaughtered pigs. Gun raised back, bent low, Lanchi crept forward, her objective crystal clear. First seize the hostages, then extract the safe's passcode under duress. Just as her fingers brushed the edge of the bed, and her weapon angled toward the bald man's temple. A hand, warm, powerful, and utterly unexpected. It shot from the darkness, clamping down hard on her wrist. Can't sleep so late. Did you come to warm my bed? His voice whispered beside her ear, low, languid, laced with quiet amusement. Every hair on Lanchi's body stood rigid with alarm. She reacted instantly, whirling without thought, launching a vicious upward kick aimed at his groin, while simultaneously swinging her free hand's weapon around to fire. Bang! Her shin slammed against Krillin's thigh. Jarring force reverberated up her leg, searing pain flaring along her tibia. At the same time, Krillin tightened his grip, just slightly, and Lanchi felt her wrist threaten to snap. Her gun flew from her grasp, embedding itself point first in the ceiling. You? Before the curse could leave her lips, the world tilted violently. Krillin rolled, fluid, effortless, and pinned Lanchi face down onto the thick carpet beneath him. Their posture became dangerously intimate. Krillin wore only loose sleep pants. His bare torso gleamed with defined musculature radiating raw primal masculinity. With one hand, he held both her wrists immovably pressed into the carpet above her head. His legs pinned hers, kicking, thrashing, locking her completely beneath him in absolute, unassailable dominance. Lanchi writhed fiercely, her chest heaving with fury and humiliation, each ragged breath hot and wild against Krillin's face. Fierce though she was still a woman, and this overwhelming, suffocating proximity short-circuited her thoughts entirely. Especially those eyes of his, burning with eerie luminescence in the dark as if they could pierce straight through her soul. Let me go. Kill me if you dare, she snarled, but her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, heat flooding all the way to her ears. Shoo. Krillin lowered his face until their noses nearly touched. Keep your voice down, or Bulma will wake up angry. And when she's angry, well, I won't fare well either. So I'll just have to take it out on you. His voice was deep, resonant, magnetic, each syllable dancing lightly, teasingly across her nerves. Looks like tonight calls for a proper lesson. Krillin gazed down at her face, furious yet breathtakingly beautiful, and a sly, knowing smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Let go, MMPH. As she opened her mouth to curse again, Krillin released her wrists, only to strike with lightning speed, tapping a precise point just above her waist. The acupoint of laughter and paralysis. Ha! You bastard. What are you? Ha! Don't touch there. Her fierce scowl shattered instantly. Her body convulsed. Arching, curling like an electric shock had jolted her spine. Tears of helpless mirth springing to her eyes. The tingling, burning itch was worse than any blade. This is your punishment for assaulting your host in the dead of night. Krillin didn't relent. Instead, he intensified his assault, pressing deliberately, rhythmically into sensitive spots along her abdomen. I'm a robber. Ha! Not a maid. Please stop. Lanchi broke completely, writhing on the floor like a tangled rope, surrendering with zero dignity. No. From this day forward, you are the maid. Krillin ceased his ministrations, settled his weight over her once more, and fixed her with a gaze suddenly grave, radiating the unmistakable chilling authority of Earth's strongest warrior. In that instant, Lan Shi didn't feel she faced a man, but a primordial leviathan. The visceral tremor of life-tier disparity froze her struggle mid-breath. She stared up at Krillin, the defiant fire in her eyes flickering, then fracturing ever so slightly. To this violence-worshipping woman, nothing stirred her heart more profoundly than absolute, unchallengeable power. "Yield?" Krillin asked. Lan Shi bit her lip, turned her face aside, and whispered, voice trembling thin as silk laced with reluctant shame. "Yield. I yield." Satisfied, Krillin released her, rose to his feet, and looked down, calm, commanding, at the disheveled, breathless woman sprawled before him. "Breakfast on the table by 7 tomorrow morning. Fail, and I'll toss you into the gravity chamber for a tenfold weight tickle session." Lan Shi shuddered, snatched her gun from the floor, and fled the room like a startled deer. No threats, no defiance, not even a backward glance. Krillin watched her vanishing silhouette with quiet satisfaction, and sank back into bed. Beside him, Bulma rolled onto her side, draping one leg over his waist, murmuring drowsily into his shoulder. "Krillin, stop teasing. Let me sleep just a little longer." He smiled, and kissed her gently on the forehead. At dawn, in the western city, sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing the colossal hemispherical headquarters of Capsule Corporation in golden radiance. A faint acrid tang hung in the air, charred and smoky, mingling with the rich, earthy aroma of freshly ground coffee. Krillin opened his eyes, refreshed and invigorated. The boundless physical stamina granted by the Saitama template rendered him utterly immune to fatigue. Even after several nights of intense exertion, he required no recovery period whatsoever. By contrast, Bulma clung to him like a sleepy koala. Her nightgown had ridden up, revealing expanses of smooth ivory skin, while her breathing was deep-labored and edged with weary hoarseness. He gently withdrew his arm. Bulma let out a soft grunt, rolled onto her side, buried her face into the pillow, and murmured, "Don't move, my back's broken." Krillin smirked mischievously and gave that astonishingly supple spot a playful pat before rising to dress. Stepping out of the bedroom into the spacious, open-plan dining area, Krillin arched an eyebrow at the sight before him. Launch, her golden waves cascading wildly, stood before the stove, wearing a lace apron far too tight for her frame, her grip on the spatula eerily reminiscent of a soldier clutching a submachine gun. One foot rested atop an expensive rosewood dining chair. Her golden hair swung with each brusque motion, a toothpick jutting defiantly from her lips, her expression screaming, "I am not in the mood." The moment she saw Krillin enter, Launch froze, spatula hovering midair, nearly dropping into the frying pan. That visceral, paralyzing fear, the terror of absolute domination she'd felt the previous night, zipped up her spine like an electric shock. "What are you staring at? Never seen a beautiful woman cook before." Her voice, however, had dropped nearly an octave, thin, unsteady, and her gaze refused to meet his, fixating instead on the bacon sizzling in the pan, as though it had personally wronged her family. Krillin pulled out a chair and sat down, arms folded across his chest, watching her with quiet, amused fascination. "Is this how you address your master? It seems last night's discipline wasn't thorough enough." Launch shuddered violently, her face flushing crimson. Gritting her teeth, she slammed 2 plates onto the table with a sharp clatter. "Eat. Choke on it." Yet the fried eggs were shaped like hearts, slightly scorched at the edges, and the bacon arranged into a grinning smile. This jarring juxtaposition, whimsical plating against Launch's hardened Yakuza matriarch visage, evoked a surreal, darkly comic dissonance. Krillin speared a bite with his fork and raised a surprised brow. "Not bad. So aside from bank robbery, you possess other talents after all." "Duh. Back when I was on the run, I did everything." Launch scoffed, turning to pour coffee. Yet her fingers trembled with nervous tension, spilling a few dark droplets onto the counter. "Sorry." She instinctively reached for her gun, then remembered her current role and frantically dabbed at the spill with her apron. That volatile mix of murderous impulse and forced submission lifted Krillin's spirits immensely. Just then Bulma emerged, yawning. She wore a silk robe, walking with an odd, tentative gait, as if testing the floor's firmness with each step. "Smells delicious." Rubbing her eyes, Bulma stared at Launch, diligently wiping the table, and nearly popped her eyeballs out. "Am I still dreaming? What on earth is that female bandit doing? And what's with the heart-shaped eggs?" Launch, mortified, slapped the rag onto the table, staring much blue-haired weakling. "One more look and I'll gouge your eyes out." "Who are you calling weak?" Bulma instantly bristled, her aura flaring. Heiress to the world's greatest fortune fully unleashed. "Enough, enough." Krillin reached out, drew Bulma onto his lap, and deftly speared a strip of bacon, offering it to her lips. Try it. Our new housekeeper's got decent chops. Bulma chewed skeptically, then brightened only to slump again, cradling her jaw with a sigh. Tasty, yes, but on my lower back. At that moment, Launch's nose twitched. The black pepper dust from the kitchen still hung thick in the air. Achoo! With the sneeze, her golden waves instantly darkened to deep sapphire, and her entire demeanor underwent a metamorphosis. Her swaggering, wide-legged stance softened into a shy, inward-turned posture. Her eyes grew dewy and gentle, like those of a startled fawn. Blue-haired Launch gazed at the chaotic kitchen and at Bulma nestled comfortably on Krillin's lap, her face flushed scarlet, bowing deeply, stammering apologies. I'm so sorry. Have I caused trouble again? I'll clean everything up right away. I truly beg your forgiveness. Flustered yet graceful, she began clearing the dishes, her every movement serene, dutiful, utterly unlike the fierce outlaw moments before. Bulma leaned against Krillin's chest, observing the bustling, blue-haired Launch, her gaze growing steadily more contemplative. She glanced down at her own aching thighs, then back at Krillin, his face radiant, alert, seemingly primed for another 300 rounds of combat. A profound sense of crisis and helplessness washed over her. Though her body had been enhanced by Shenron to withstand vacuum conditions, its endurance remained far below that of Psions, or monsters. If things continued this way, she might well become history's first genius scientist to perish from sheer, overwhelming bliss. Krillin, she whispered into his ear, so softly it resembled the hum of a mosquito. This Launch, her figure really is quite impressive. Krillin, mid-sip of coffee, nearly choked. He looked down at the petite woman in his arms and feigned ignorance. Oh, planning to set her up with a boyfriend. Boyfriend, my foot. Bulma pinched Krillin's thigh hard, though of course it didn't budge. You brute. I mean, since I clearly can't keep up with you anymore, wouldn't it be smarter to secure your loyalty here rather than risk you being seduced later by some sketchy alien woman? She bit her lips, steeling herself for a difficult decision, then cast a calculating glance toward Launch, now washing dishes. After all, she's a rare, dual-personality resource, and the blue-haired one seems so obedient, while the golden one, though fierce, clearly fears you. Bulma murmured to herself, her scientific mind already whirring at full speed. If I can bring her into the alliance, I'll finally get breathing room and share the burden. This is the optimal solution. Krillin listened to her rambling, a wry, knowing smile playing upon his lips. So you said it yourself? After breakfast, Bulma abruptly shed her exhaustion and eagerly intercepted Blue Launch, who was heading out to buy groceries. Miss Launch, I've observed your extraordinary bone structure. You must possess exceptional flexibility, yes. Bulma grinned, a wolf disguised as Little Red Riding Hood. Blue Launch blinked, flustered. Well, yes, I suppose so. I used to climb shelves and scrub ceilings constantly while cleaning. Perfect. I've just developed a dual-gravity yoga system, ideal for someone with your physique. Without waiting for consent, Bulma linked her arm through Launch's. As thanks for breakfast, Krillin will guide us today. He's a martial arts grandmaster, you know. Krillin stood nearby watching Bulma's transparent ruse and chose not to expose it. Instead, his amusement deepened, glinting warmly in his eyes. Since the lady of the house has spoken, I shall reluctantly assume the role of instructor. The underground training facility of Capsule Corporation. Originally Krillin's personal gravity chamber, it had been subtly transformed by Bulma into a yoga studio bathed in intimate warm hues. The floor was covered with expensive non-slip mats. The walls were lined with soft amber and ambient lighting. Even the air circulation system diffused a calming, soothing fragrance. Miss Bulma, do I really have to wear this? Lan Shi, her hair a vivid sapphire blue, stood clad in a custom-fitted yoga suit designed by Bulma, its ultra-elastic fabric sculpting her extraordinary figure with breathtaking precision. Flustered, her entire body flushed faintly pink as her fingers nervously twisted the hem of her top. Of course, it's science. Bulma herself wore a similar ensemble, though hers was bolder, more daring. She patted Lan Shi's shoulder and declared, besides, under gravitational stress, this attire offers optimal muscular protection. Krillin entered bare-chested, the heavy door sealing shut behind him. Ready. Today's session will be rigorous. Krillin strode to the control console, his finger hovering over the gravity regulator knob. Bulma shot Krillin a knowing glance, then feigned preparation for warm-up stretches, only to discreetly retreat toward the lounge nook tucked into the room's far corner. Oh dear, I think I pulled a ligament yesterday. Krillin, why don't you guide Lan Shi first? I'll observe from here. Her intention was unmistakable. Lan Shi, her innocence as unblemished as blank parchment, sensed nothing amiss. only nervous anticipation as she gazed up at Krillin. Mr. Krillin, please be kind to me. If I'm too clumsy, please don't scold me. Don't worry, I'm very gentle. Krillin pressed the activation button. Gravity field 2. 5. 10 engaged. A low hum resonated through the chamber, the air itself seeming to thicken and congeal. For an ordinary earthling, tenfold gravity would shatter bone. But Lan Shi was no ordinary woman. Her physical prowess far surpassed human limits, yet the sudden crushing pressure still threw her off balance. Up! She cried out, knees buckling, pitching forward helplessly. No pain followed. Instead, she tumbled into a firm, feverishly warm embrace. With one arm, Krillin effortlessly cradled her waist, unshaken, immovable beneath the combined weight of her body and tenfold gravity. Are you all right? Krillin lowered his gaze, meeting hers. Their faces were mere inches apart, the raw, potent aura of masculinity enveloping Lan Shi like a living tide. She could even feel the heat radiating from his pectoral muscles seeping through the thin fabric against her skin. No, I'm fine. Her heart hammered violently against her ribs, threatening to burst free. Her cheeks burned crimson as instinct drove her body to press tightly against Krillin for support. In high-gravity environments, breathing must remain rhythmic. His hand did not release her. Instead, it slid slowly, deliberately down her spine, ostensibly to aid chi circulation. Relax, follow my guidance. His fingertips seemed charged with electricity. Each point of contact sent waves of tingling numbness cascading across her nerves. Is this right? Her voice trembled, her eyes grew hazy, unfocused. Just as the atmosphere thickened with rising tension, and Bulma perched in the corner flushed scarlet, while clutching a towel torn between intervention and voyeurism, a single feather drifting inexplicably from nowhere alighted softly upon Lan Shi's nose. Achoo! The sneeze exploded with startling volume inside the sealed chamber, and her sapphire locks blazed gold in an instant. The supple, yielding form that had melted against Krillin's chest now tensed, muscles coiling with razor-sharp definition. Golden-haired Lan Shi blinked open her eyes, only to find herself locked in an utterly humiliating pose, cradled by the bald man, while the air itself weighed upon her like molten lead. You damn baldy! How dare you take advantage of me? She tried to lash out, but under tenfold gravity, lifting a single finger demanded agonizing effort. Pushing away this unfathomably powerful being was impossible. Looks like we've got a new guest. A sharper, more predatory smile curved Krillin's lips. Not only did he refuse to loosen his grip, but he drew her tighter, molding their bodies together without a sliver of space between them. Since we're dealing with fiery Miss Lan Shi, now training intensity doubles. Let go of me. What is this place? Why does my body feel like this? Shock and fury warred within her. This utter helplessness, this visceral sense of being prey, sent her mind reeling. This is a gravity chamber, Krillin replied calmly, a place built to break wild horses. He leaned in, his lips brushing her ear, his voice laced with ironclad authority. Whether blue or golden, you cross this threshold, you obey your instructor. Bulma just entrusted you entirely to me, didn't she, darling? Outside the door, Bulma, suddenly named, buried her burning face in her knees and played dead. With no objections then, let's begin real yoga. Krillin's gaze shed all pretense, blazing with raw, unapologetic hunger. He lifted her effortlessly, defying gravity itself, and pinned her firmly against the cushioned wall. Don't you dare! I have a gun. Panicked, she reached for her hip, only to grasp empty air and the sleek, unyielding contour of her tight-fitting suit. Here, your only weapon is your body. Krillin kissed her, fierce, commanding, silencing every curse before it could escape her lips. Golden Lan Shi thrashed wildly at first, driving her knee upward, but under Krillin's absolute dominance, every resistance softened, curving instead into something dangerously sensual. His primal masculine pheromones crashed over her like a tsunami, obliterating reason. She revered violence. She worshipped strength, and this man was strength incarnate. Gradually, struggle gave way to surrender. Wild instinct surged forth. Her body responded, awkward, yet fervent, igniting the chamber's temperature beyond measure. Gently, bastard, my bones are cracking. That's only tenfold. We've barely begun our journey. Time dissolved, until at last the gravity chamber fell silent. Krillin paused, sweat-slicked and breathless, gazing down at the golden-haired woman in his arms. Her former ferocity vanished, leaving only docile warmth, like a tiger stripped of fangs and claws. Achoo! Another sneeze rang out, and sapphire hair returned. Lan Shi opened her eyes, instantly aware of her body's lingering tremors and the deep, resonant afterglow. She understood completely. Mr. Krillin. Her voice was a whisper trembling with shy delight as she buried her face in the crook of his neck. From now on, please guide me closely. In that moment, her dual nature surrendered, fully irrevocably, to one heart. The door of the gravity chamber slowly opened. Krillin, with one arm around Lanchi, walked out feeling refreshed. Bulma had already sneaked back to the bedroom, sitting on the edge of the bed, holding a book titled Quantum Mechanics and Family Dynamics, pretending to read though the book was upside down. Hearing the footsteps, she abruptly looked up, her expression complex. It was a mix of relief for finally escaping the overwork and an indescribable bitterness. Even though she had planned it herself, seeing her man walk in with another woman still stirred jealousy in her heart like lemon juice. Is it over? Bulma asked dryly. Lanchi, now in blue-haired form, was too embarrassed to look up and hid directly behind Krillin. Krillin released Lanchi and walked straight up to Bulma, snatching the book from her hands and tossing it aside. Wife, you've made quite a big move in this game. Pushing your own husband away, is that the solution of a genius scientist? Bulma's eyes reddened as she weakly opened his hand. It's all your fault. Who told you? That you were so strong. I want to monopolize you, but I need to be alive to do that. I can't really die in bed, that would be too embarrassing. She felt more and more aggrieved, tears welling up in her eyes. Moreover, Lanchi is not a stranger. Rather than letting you find someone whose background is unknown later, it's better to. Fool. Krillin sighed and pulled her tightly into his embrace. I told you, you are my wife and the mistress of this house. No matter how much power I have, this position will always belong to you. Krillin's voice was gentle yet firm, and with the mental boost from his newly acquired schizophrenia resistance, his words seemed to carry a soothing magic for the soul. Lanchi is our family, a partner to share your burdens. This does not conflict, do you understand? Bulma sniffed, her bitterness softened considerably by these words. She was originally an open-minded person in the Dragon Ball worldview. The relationships of strong individuals are relatively open, and with Krillin's comfort, she quickly adjusted her mindset. She peeked out from Krillin's embrace, looking at Lanchi, who was still standing at the door in a daze, and waved her over. Lanchi, come here. Lanchi walked over cautiously like a child who had done something wrong. Bulma took her hand and sighed. From now on, we are family. But it's agreed, I will hold the financial power, and I will have the final say in the family matters. If that guy bullies you, you just sneeze and transform to hit him. Lanchi was moved to tears. Thank you, Miss Bulma. Oh no, sister. I will work hard, whether it's cooking or that. Ahem. Krillin coughed, interrupting this touching family recognition scene. Since everyone has reached a unified family front, shouldn't we celebrate tonight? Bulma and Lanchi exchanged glances, both seeing shyness and anticipation in each other's eyes. Celebration is fine, but we need to set some rules. Bulma raised her finger. Tonight, no using that infinite stamina mode. Be gentle. And before she could finish, Krillin suddenly produced a white feather from behind, as if performing a magic trick. What is that? Bulma looked bewildered. Krillin's smile gradually turned evil as he shook the feather in his hand, looking at Lanchi. To be fair, I think both Miss Lanchi should feel included tonight. This feather is the switch. Bulma froze for 2 seconds, then immediately understood, her face turning red. You pervert. You want to play that? Lanchi also realized, covering her nose in shock and stepping back. No, please don't. Protests are futile. This is simply the ultimate dream of a man. Until the first light of dawn appears, this absurd yet harmonious celebration came to an end. Ding. Task perfectly completed. Establishment of a unified family front. Settlement rewards 1. Multiple thought processing. Passive. The host's brain can perform multiple complex calculations simultaneously, predicting various futures in battle and perfectly handling multiple relationships in life without mishaps. 2. Charm value locked 199. Peak mortal. Current attribute panel updated. Current panel data: strength 4800, max limit break speed 4800, max limit break constitution 4800, max limit break spirit 4800, max limit break stamina. Saitama template trait never exhausted. Charm value locked 199. Peak mortal. Saitama template fusion degree 30. Skills: Saitama series instant transmission, improved divine, healing, beast instinct, genius, intelligence, muscle control, multiple thought processing. Krillin looked at the panel satisfied and closed his eyes. With this multiple thought processing, he could remain calm and unperturbed even in the most complex scenarios in the future. The Scions will arrive in 5 years. Krillin silently calculated in his mind. At this rate of getting stronger, by the time Raditz, that weakling, comes, he might not even be able to withstand my gaze. But for now, sleeping is the serious business. Time flew. Exactly 1 year had passed. In the western metropolis, the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, a building ordinarily brimming with futuristic technological allure, now hung heavy with an unprecedented tension. The source of it all lay in the master bedroom on the top floor. Bulma, its pregnant mistress, her belly swelling with life. The news struck like a seismic bomb, upending not only the Brief family's daily rhythm, but the entire operational architecture of the corporation itself. At dawn, Krillin stepped out of his room to find a squadron of cleaning robots gliding across the floor, delicately wiping it with nanosponge pads, moving with such hushed reverence that even the faintest whisper of friction seemed forbidden. The corridor walls, once adorned with bold artistic metallic fixtures, had been entirely replaced with soft sound-absorbing materials. The air no longer carried the cool metallic tang of machine oil, but instead wafted a custom-blended cosmic-grade nourishing fragrance, personally formulated by Mrs. Brief to soothe the unborn child's spirit. Its scent was an uncanny fusion, strawberry milk layered over the faint sharp aroma of circuitry. "Good morning, Master Krillin." A steward robot glided forward bearing a glass of water precisely maintained at 37.5 C per doctor. Brief's directive: no sound exceeding 40 decibels is permitted within a 100-meter radius, to safeguard both the expectant mother and her child. All meals must undergo spectral analysis to confirm absolute absence of potential allergens. Krillin accepted the glass, then glanced past the robot, where Dr. Brief, wearing an enormous helmet-style scanner, crouched stealthily against the master bedroom door, muttering under his breath. "Vital signs stable, energy fluctuations intensely anomalous. Be still, my dear grandson. Let Grandpa gather just a little more data." Meanwhile, Mrs. Brief stood nearby, cradling a steaming pot of vividly hued broth, her expression radiant with maternal devotion. "Krillin, this is a restorative broth I've brewed using rare healing herbs and energized fruits. It's exceptionally beneficial for the baby. Please urge Bulma to drink it while it's still warm." Krillin stared at the emerald green bubbles rising from the pot, and his eye twitched. This wasn't prenatal care, it was full-scale strategic mobilization. He sighed helplessly, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. Bulma reclined against the pillows, flipping impatiently through a parenting magazine. "Ugh, Dad treats me like a lab specimen. Mom treats me like a nutrient incubator. I'm pregnant, not made of spun glass." Krillin smiled, gently sat beside her, and took her hand in his. "They only act this way because they care deeply. After all, this is our family's greatest event." Then he placed his palm tenderly upon her rounded abdomen, closed his eyes, and slowly channeled a thread of pure refined chi into the life stirring within. This had become his sacred daily ritual, nurturing the nascent soul with his own vital energy. Instantly, his genius intellect activated, expanding his perception into an astonishingly microscopic realm. He could see the tiny being, their cells thrumming with explosive vitality, their genetic strands shimmering like radiant galactic rivers brimming with unimaginable potential. Ping. Target life form detected. Analysis commencing. Potential rating SSS class, Super Earthling. Genetic composition Saitama template, hereditary mutation 3.5, Brief family genius genes dominant. Comprehensive assessment: this individual possesses latent capacity to shatter biological limits and exhibits exceptional scientific aptitude, embodying the perfect synthesis of combat prowess and intellectual brilliance. Krillin's heart stirred. The Saitama template could be inherited, even at only 3.5. It meant his child would enter the world already perched atop Earth's evolutionary hierarchy. As he marveled, he suddenly sensed his thread of chi, gently, almost playfully, touched from within. Then a faint yet profoundly pure current of chi flowed back from the fetus, a delicate instinctive response. It was minuscule yet imbued with innate authority and unmistakable intimacy. Krillin's eyes snapped open, astonishment lighting his face. "What is it?" Bulma startled at his reaction. He's interacting with me." His voice trembled, not with fear, but with awe. This sensation surpassed any triumph over mortal adversaries. It was not resonance of power, but the miracle of blood-bound communion. He felt the infant greedily absorbing his chi, and with newly awakened fragile energy, clumsily imitating and answering him in kind. "Little rascal, you're learning martial arts before you're even born." Krillin teased, his voice rough with affection, his gaze soft as unfurling dawn. From that day forth his nurturing intensified, nearly constant, enveloping Bulma's womb in a gentle protective aura of chi, savoring this singular father-son dialogue. On the day of delivery, the largest private hospital in West City was reserved in its entirety. Outside the delivery room, Dr. Brief-paced anxiously, Master Rashi sat so tense he couldn't even focus on his copy of Playboy. Launch and her twin sister alternated between fervent prayer and polishing their rocket launcher, vowing to reduce the building to rubble if anyone dared let Bulma suffer pain. Wah! Suddenly a cry pierced the heavens, not the thin wail of an ordinary newborn, but a solid concussive shockwave. Boom! Shatter, shatter, shatter. Every pane of glass, from the rooftop skylights to the lobby doors, from examination room beakers to hallway mirrors, shattered into glittering dust in that single resonant instant. Outside DR, Brief's scanner overloaded and died. Master Rashi's sunglasses cracked cleanly in two. All present staggered, dazed and stunned by the sheer force of the sonic blast. Only Krillin, hearing that cry, broke into a proud, radiant smile. The delivery room door swung open, and pale-faced nurses wheeled out the bassinet, staring at Krillin as though he were some mythic anomaly. Krillin lifted the tiny infant into his arms. Unlike himself, the boy was not born bald, but crowned with fine jet-black hair soft as silk. His large dark eyes, wide with wonder, surveyed this new world. Though the terrifying aura he radiated had receded, the very air around him remained thick with latent power. "Give him a name," Bulma whispered, weak yet glowing with quiet joy. "Trunks," she declared swiftly. "That's the name I've chosen." "No," Krillin replied instantly, his voice raw with memory. He could not forget the tragic hero from the future who bore the weight of a broken world upon his shoulders. He wished for his son a life unburdened, sunlit, carefree, unchained by the gravity of a name steeped in sorrow. "Why not? It's lovely," Bulma protested, puzzled. "Sounds like a brand of underwear," Krillin quipped, improvising wildly. "How about Trin? Simple, memorable, strong." "Trin," Bulma repeated twice, then nodded. She was too exhausted to argue with this stubborn man. "Fine, Trin it is." Cradling his son, Krillin felt the infant's plump pink fingers curled tightly around his index finger. A familiar tender current of chi traced its way up his arm. Krillin smiled. With this child's arrival, the world had become infinitely more precious and infinitely more worth protecting. And he, Krillin, had assumed a new identity, irrevocable and sacred father. Ping. Hidden achievement. Birth of the super genome completed. Reward: all attributes 100. Saitama template integration increased to 35. Krillin felt the surge of amplified strength within him and bent low to kiss his son's forehead. "Welcome to the world, Trin. As long as your father stands, no harm shall ever touch you." Another 3 years have passed. At the Universal Capsule Corporation, 500 meters underground, the latest model of the gravity training room shows a striking red number 30G. Under the terrifying gravity, a small figure, just over 1 meter tall, is walking steadily, step by step. Dressed in a black mini nano combat suit, beneath his short black hair a pair of eyes glimmer with an unsettling calmness and cunning that belies his age. He is Trunks, the son of Krillin and Bulma, just 4 years old. "Zero, bring me my juice chilled," Trunks commanded a trembling housekeeping robot in the corner. "Warning, warning, under 30 times gravity, the structural integrity of the body cannot withstand." The robot emitted a stuttering electronic sound. Trunks pouted, revealing a wicked smile reminiscent of Krillin. "Useless." With a flick of his small hand, an invisible force lifted a juice cup from a distant table, accurately flying to him. He tilted his head back and gulped it down, then casually tossed the cup, which was struck midair by a blast from his other hand, shattering it into dust. "Clean it up." He issued his final command to the robot before continuing his gravity walking training. This child perfectly inherited Krillin's cunning, Bulma's intelligence, and the troublesome little tyrant trait that emerged from their combination. At that moment, the door of the gravity room opened and Krillin walked in. "Dad." Upon seeing Krillin, Trunks immediately wore an innocent smile and scampered over. Krillin casually adjusted the gravity to normal and picked up his son. "Today's training is over. We have guests." "Guests? Is there something to eat?" Trunks licked his lips. "Yes, and there's a little friend about your age." When they arrived in the luxurious living room on the ground floor, they found son Goku anxiously sitting on the sofa, holding a huge fruit platter and gobbling it down. Behind him, a neatly dressed little boy with a watermelon hairstyle was shyly hiding, daring to peek at this unfamiliar place with just one eye. He is Gohan, the son of Goku, and Chi-Chi, also 4 years old. "Hey Goku, long time no see," Krillin greeted with a smile. "Krillin." Upon seeing Krillin, Goku immediately put down the fruit platter, joyfully ran over and gave him a bear hug. "Your son has grown so big. He looks very sturdy. Where's Master Rashi? I haven't seen him around." "I don't know, probably went to the beach." Krillin waved his hand, signaling Goku to sit down. Bulma also walked over warmly, taking Shishi's hand to sit and chat. While the adults engaged in small talk, the two children's gazes met in the air. Trunks, like a little host, crossed his arms and looked Gohan up and down. The boy before him wore ridiculous clothes and appeared timid as a mouse. Although he had a strong aura, it was chaotic and messy, like a towel that hadn't been wrung out. Gohan felt uncomfortable under Trunks' gaze and clutched Goku's pant leg tightly, wishing he could hide himself away. "Hey, what's your name?" Trunks spoke first, his tone carrying an undeniable command. "I am Son Gohan." Gohan's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "Son Gohan." Trunks tilted his head. "I'm Trunks. Do you want to fight me?" "Huh?" Gohan was startled and shook his head repeatedly. "No. No fighting. Mom says fighting is wrong. We should be polite, good kids." Upon hearing this, Trunks displayed an expression of extreme disdain that was almost identical to Krillin's when he mocked Yamcha. "My dad says that a man who can't even fight is the most useless, truly a waste." "I am not a waste." Gohan was stung by the word waste, mustering the courage to retort, but his eyes turned red. The adults were also drawn to their attention. Shishi immediately stood up upon seeing her son being bullied, but was held back by Bulma. "Let the kids sort it out themselves," Bulma said with a smile, her eyes glinting with excitement. She had absolute confidence in her son's abilities. Krillin watched with great interest, eager to see what sparks would fly when these two infinitely potential children clashed for the first time. "Not a waste." "Then prove it to me." Trunks didn't give Gohan a chance to react, his small figure instantly vanishing from the spot. So fast. This was the thought of everyone present except Krillin and Goku. Trunks didn't use any chi. He simply unleashed the pure physical strength inherited from the Saitama template. In Gohan's eyes, he only saw a black shadow rushing toward him. The Science battle instinct made Gohan instinctively sidestep to avoid. "Oh, you can dodge." Trunks was a bit surprised, but his offensive became even fiercer. His small fists cut through the air with a whooshing sound, each punch and kick simple and direct, yet incredibly fast, dazzling to behold. Though Gohan was scared, the pressure awakened the bloodline within him. He stumbled to evade, occasionally rolling and jumping, narrowly dodging each attack. His movements were chaotic, relying solely on instinct, yet showcased an astounding talent for combat. Trunks grew impatient. He suddenly accelerated, appearing in Gohan's blind spot and delivering a light chop to Gohan's neck. Thud! Gohan fell to the ground unharmed, but momentarily stunned by the blow. He lay on the ground, observing the gazes of the surrounding adults, and then looking at Trunks, who stood there like a victor. Feelings of grievance, fear, and unwillingness surged within him. "Wow!" Gohan finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. However, with his cries, a massive surge of chi far beyond his usual state exploded from within him. This surge was filled with anger and unwillingness, forming a visible wave of energy that blew the carpet and decorations in the living room askew. Trunks was the first to be caught off guard, pushed back a step by the wave of energy. However, instead of fear, his face lit up with extreme excitement. "Hey, you little guy, turns out you're not just a coward who cries." Trunks licked his lips, his own aura beginning to rise, exuding a similarly domineering presence. "Interesting. Now this is fun." Thus, in the living room of the Universal Capsule Corporation, the two 4-year-old little monsters unveiled for the first time their terrifying potential that could make the vast majority of martial artists on Earth despair. Goku watched this scene, scratching his head with pure joy on his face. "Wow, Gohan is amazing. Krillin, your son, is super strong too." Meanwhile, Krillin gazed at Gohan, who was getting up from the ground, crying and posing defensively, his expression turning profoundly deep. Watching young Gohan sobbing yet defiantly glaring at Trunks, Krillin's thoughts drifted unbidden into the distance. Before him, another scene shimmered into view. It was a ruined future where the sky hung forever in ashen gray. A one-armed youth in tattered Taoist robes stood before two merciless androids, his face etched with a resolute, tragic smile. That was Gohan grown, a man who had bled his last drop to safeguard the final flicker of hope. The vision shifted again to another timeline. Mystic Gohan, his latent power fully unleashed, battered Majin Buu without mercy, the overwhelming might and unshakable confidence that should have been his birthright. Yet hubris led to his absorption, reducing him to ridicule. And then there was the scholar Gohan of superhero, who once let his martial arts atrophy so severely he could no longer even ascend to Super Saiyan. And finally, the beast form awakened, fierce, primal, yet stripped of the blazing heart that once defined his peak. One by one, these iconic moments from Gohan's past animated arcs overlapped with the trembling, tearful 4-year-old before him, timid yet capable of astonishing bursts of latent power at pivotal moments. Krillin's heart churned with sorrow, indignation, and the solemn weight of foresight. This child was destined to be one of the universe's most radiant warriors, his potential even surpassing Goku's. Yet due to upbringing and temperament, he had repeatedly missed his zenith, leaving behind a legacy of poignant, unresolved regrets for countless fans. This time I will not allow it to happen again, Krillin vowed inwardly. He reined in his thoughts and walked over to Goku, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. Goku, come here for a moment. The two stepped onto the balcony. Krillin handed him a can of juice, his expression grave. Your son's son Gohan. His potential far exceeds what you imagine. In fact, it may even surpass your own. Really? That's great. Goku drained the juice in one gulp and laughed heartily. No wonder he's my son. Great. What's so great about it? Krillin shot him an exasperated look. Look at him now. What has Shishi turned him into? Timid, fearful, quick to tears at the first sign of trouble. If this continues, that extraordinary talent will be squandered entirely on arithmetic drills and piano lessons. Goku scratched his head, bewildered. Shishi only wants what's best for him. Being a scholar means no bloodshed. Isn't that ideal? Ideal? Nonsense. Krillin snapped. Goku, don't you see? Peace is forged in battle, not begged for. Who can guarantee no unknown threat will emerge in the future? When it arrives, it won't be mere children's scuffles. It'll be cataclysmic. Can you stand alone against it? And if something happens to you, who will protect Shishi and Gohan? Krillin's words struck Goku like icy water. Though innately optimistic, he was no fool. He recalled the sudden, terrifying emergence of King Piccolo, and his laughter faded. Krillin softened his tone. I'm not blaming Shishi. I understand her. As a wife, as a mother, she fears. She wishes only for her husband and son to live safely. That is neither wrong nor unreasonable. Which woman would want her man and child constantly risking their lives in brutal combat? Those words plunged Goku into quiet reflection. He remembered Shishi's anxious gaze and hesitant silence each time he departed for training. He'd always assumed she simply disliked martial arts. Only now did he grasp the profound love and terror veiled beneath that worry. So what should I do? He asked, troubled. For now, do nothing, Krillin replied firmly. Confronting Shishi Hiden will only deepen her resistance and risk straining your marriage. Leave this to me. In Krillin's mind, a grand design coalesced, the Godfather cultivation plan. His aim was not to wrench Gohan away from Shishi by force, but to nurture change imperceptibly like dew-soaking fertile soil. He returned to the living room and addressed Bulma, who was proudly recounting her company's latest financial report to Dr. Brief. Bulma, it's time to upgrade our gravity chamber. Upgrade? Isn't it already calibrated to 50x gravity? Bulma raised an eyebrow, surprised. Not enough. Krillin shook his head. I need one capable of sustaining at least 100x gravity, starting point only. Its upper limit. There is none. Also expand the interior tenfold and equip it to simulate extreme environments, searing heat, absolute zero corrosive acid rain. Are you insane? Are you building a miniature Earth inside it? Bulma's eyes widened. Then as a scientist, her curiosity and competitive spirit flared brightly. Fascinating. I accept this project. Money is no object. Krillin smiled. Step 1, accomplished. Then he approached Chi-Chi, his expression warm and gentle. Chi-Chi, I've noticed Gohan seems quite fond of our Trunks. Feel free to bring him over anytime. He's welcome to play. Our home is spacious enough for them to run wild. Shishi watched as Gohan and Trunks carefully assembled a robot model together, still somewhat reserved yet no longer paralyzed by fear as he had been upon arrival. She nodded. All right, but only if it doesn't interfere with Gohan's studies. Of course, Krillin assured her readily. He knew perfectly well, the time was not yet ripe. True training would begin only after Goku's death, when Raditz descended, when Goku sacrificed himself to protect Earth, and Gohan. When Shishi witnessed her husband's death and her son's abduction by Piccolo, powerless to intervene. Only then would this extraordinary mother truly comprehend in this unforgiving cosmos. Without strength, one forfeits even the right to choose peace. Only then would Krillin, as Godfather, step forward under the banner of protecting Gohan and honoring Goku's legacy, and Shishi not only consent, but actively support his mentorship. Krillin watched Gohan and Trunks squabble playfully over a pastry, his gaze tender and expectant. He opened his system interface and fixed his eyes on the star countdown displayed there. Time remaining until Scion Raditz's arrival on Earth, 352 days. Time, still ample. Raditz's battle power barely reached 1500. Krillin, as he stood now, could crush him with one hand. 300 nautical miles southeast of Shidu, the epicenter of the Meteorological Bureau's red alert, where a catastrophic typhoon dubbed the wrath of the sea god, raged unchecked. Gale-force winds hurled monstrous waves over 30 meters high, like legions of deranged, deep-sea leviathans clamoring to devour the sky itself. Ominous clouds hung low and suffocating, lightning serpents coiled frenziedly through the thunderheads, their deafening detonations capable of rupturing an ordinary human's eardrums. Amidst this apocalyptic maelstrom lay an eerie pocket of stillness, the eye of the storm. A pristine white beach chair hovered 10 meters above the churning sea, perfectly stable. Beside it floated a delicate bone china tea set, steam curled gracefully from the spout of the teapot. Krillin sat reclined in the chair, legs crossed with effortless nonchalance, holding a newspaper shielded by a localized aura, untorn, unblinking, utterly unruffled, as though he were sipping tea in his own sun-dappled garden. This system's daily quest grows increasingly inscrutable. Krillin lifted his teacup, gently blew away the surface foam, and took a slow, deliberate sip. Daily quest: maintain an elegant posture while savoring tea within a Category 12 Typhoon Eye for 30 minutes. Current progress, 29-30 minutes. At that very moment, a terrified cow, swept skyward by the gale, screamed as it tumbled past the edge of the calm zone, its blackened white hide tracing a tragic parabola across the howling void. With a subtle flick of his finger, Krillin released a gentle pulse of chi, soft yet precise, that cradled the hapless bovine and carried it smoothly to safe ground several kilometers inland. 1 minute remains. Krillin set down his cup and closed his eyes. Though his body performed a trivial task, his mind, augmented by the genius intellect trait, executed trillions of calculations per second. He was simulating the Realm King Fist, a legendary technique taught by the North Ko in the original chronicles. Its principle: instantaneously generate immense internal energy to forcibly amplify strength, speed, and defense. Yet the technique imposed crushing strain on the body. Even Son Goku risked vascular rupture and muscular dissolution when pushing beyond moderate multipliers. My physiology follows the Saitama template, by definition boundless and impervious to collapse. Deep within Krillin's cerebral lattice, the multi-threading mind operated at full supercomputational capacity. Within his mindscape, a radiant golden doppelganger, identical in every detail, moved with blinding intensity. Thread 1: simulating chi pathway dynamics. Compress chi into the dantian, then use the heart as a hydraulic pump, propelling it explosively through limbs and meridians. Thread 2: monitoring physiological feedback. Ordinary meridians shattered instantly beneath the torrent, but Saitama-grade cells regenerated in nanoseconds, locking the chaotic energy in place with absolute fidelity. Thread 3: optimizing output efficiency. If the body bears no limit, caution is obsolete. Where the standard Realm King Fist is overload, what I am forging is sustained overclocking. Within the mindscape, the golden figure's crimson aura underwent a profound metamorphosis. Its once wild flame-like radiance condensed, compressed, refined, until it settled as a sleek obsidian red film clinging seamlessly to the skin. This was no mere amplification of power, it was mastery over chi density itself. Outside, the final minute elapsed. Ding. Quest completed. Reward: 5 free attribute points, 500 G of Supreme Da Hong Pao Ti. Krillin opened his eyes and regarded the reward with mild disdain. 5 years had passed. Such meager rewards had long since lost their luster. Today the tea held more allure than the attribute points themselves. He rose, stretching languidly. Around him the cyclonic wind wall roared like a living titan, but Krillin merely waved his hand casually. Boom. No flourish, no incantation. Only the raw atmospheric pressure generated by a simple arm motion pierced the typhoon's core structure. The oppressive cloud canopy tore open with a thunderous rend, revealing a colossal fissure kilometers wide. Golden sunlight cascaded like liquid fire, igniting the undulating sea below with shimmering brilliance. Time to head home and cook dinner. Otherwise Bulma will complain again about how bland her nutrient meals taste. Krillin's form flickered once and vanished. Only the beach chair and tea set remained, drifting slowly downward as the sustaining aura dissolved and surrendered them to the sea. Outside the gravity training chamber of Capsule Corporation, Krillin materialized just in time to see a tiny boy with jet black hair pressed flat against the blast-resistant glass. His face squished comically as he stared transfixed at a maintenance robot inside. "Trunks, what's got you so spellbound?" Krillin stepped forward and hoisted his son onto his shoulders. Trunks was now 5. Small in stature, yet his sharp, quick-witted gaze was pure Bulma, carved from the same brilliant mold. His compact, densely corded musculature, however, bore the unmistakable stamp of Krillin's genetic legacy. "Dad, you're back just in time. I want to try 50 times Earth's gravity, but Mom locked the controls saying it'll stunt my growth." Trunks pointed emphatically at the chamber's console. "She's protecting you," Krillin said, pinching his son's cheek. "And brute force gravity training alone won't suffice. Your body is still developing. You must master technique first." "Technique?" Trunks scrunched his nose. "But Dad, you always win fights with one punch. What technique is there in that?" Kieran's lips twitched involuntarily. This kid, always aiming straight for the sore spot. "That's called supreme simplicity," Kieran declared, deadpan and utterly unapologetic. "Once you've built a frame like mine, you may fling yourself about recklessly. Until then, you must learn to fly." "Fly." "The flying nimbus technique." Trunks' eyes lit up. "Goten showed me a little last time. He hovered like a drunken duck." "Don't mock Goten. He lacks confidence." Kieran set Trunks down. "Come, let's go to the backyard. Today I'll teach you flight. Fail and no chicken drumsticks for dinner." "Uffed. I'll get it after one look." Trunks puffed out his chest with unshakable certainty. Watching his son's proud miniature bravado, Kieran suppressed a quiet smile. The boy's innate talent was indeed terrifying. Yet he was only 5. Flight demanded exquisite control over chi far beyond raw physical force. "Watch closely." Without preamble, Kieran lifted both feet from the ground, defying physics as he hovered motionless in midair. "Feel your chi, not as explosive force, but as water or wind. Let it flow outward from your soles, lifting you, not thrusting but embracing." As he demonstrated, Kieran activated his genius intellect, distilling the arcane principles of flight into lucid, accessible language. Yet after only 2 sentences, he realized Trunks wasn't listening at all. The boy stood, eyes shut, brow furrowed, arms flailing wildly at his sides, mimicking some half-remembered avian gesture. "Fool, you don't flap with your hands." Kieran hadn't finished speaking when Trunks' body lurched violently. Then, miraculously, his small feet left the grass. Wobbling precariously, he rose half a meter into the air. Already up. Kellen watched Talon hover half a meter above the ground, wobbling like a Rallipoli. The corrective lecture that had formed on his tongue, he swallowed down. In the original tale, Wufan spent considerable time teaching Bidalai the flight technique. Even Wutian only gradually mastered it under Talangxi's sparring guidance. This brat, having only just begun, without even finishing to explain the route of chi, already rose on instinct. "Wow, Dad, look, I'm flying." Talon cried with glee, and in that instant of distraction, the fragile balance of chi he had just established collapsed. Ouch! The little one plummeted headfirst like a weight, his forehead struck the lawn, and he ended up with mud in his mouth. Kellen could not help a snort of laughter. Talon spat out grass, and earth scrambled to his feet, and instead of feeling defeated, only grew more exhilarated. That sensation, it was like swimming through water. Talon's dark eyes shone with a gleam best called intuitive comprehension. "If you push the chi downward, the body will rise right." Kellen's smile faded as he nodded. "The principle is essentially that. But the key is stability. What you did just now was a jet takeoff. Too much thrust, too little control." Again, Talon needed no urging. He closed his eyes once more. This time he did not rush to lift off. He drew a long breath, and a faint veil of white chi flame began to shimmer around his small form. Kellen activated his multiple thought observation mode. Through that perception, he saw Talon's chi self-correcting at an astonishing pace. The earlier failure had not been meaningless. Talon's body appeared to have recorded the sensation of imbalance and was instinctively adjusting the frequency of chi output. 3 seconds later, Talon rose from the ground again. This time he did not wobble. 5 seconds on, he had climbed steadily to meet Kellen's line of sight. 10 seconds later, the boy attempted a somersault in midair. Though he staggered on landing, he did not fall. Is this the worth of the Chi gene? Kellen felt a sting of envy. When he first crossed over, adapting body and chi had been a torment imposed by the system. This child, by contrast, came from the factory with top-tier settings. "Dad, I want to fly higher." Having tasted success, Talon's courage swelled. Ignoring Kellen's protests, he abruptly increased his chi output and shot skyward like an uncontrolled projectile. "Hey, slow down." Kellen sighed, flashing after him. Up high, the wind screamed. For the first time, Talon looked down on his family estate and the whole western city from above. The pure, unbounded sensation of freedom made him laugh aloud. He rode the air in sudden rises and falls, circling clouds one moment, chasing a passing bird the next. Though his movements remained clumsy, often trapped in loops by oversharp turns, an innate aerial combat instinct already shone through. Kellen hovered behind at a measured distance, arms folded. Watching his son streak across the firmament with abandon, his gaze deepened. 5 years. In that span, he had savored the quiet life of father and husband. Aside from fulfilling the system's absurd tasks, he had spent his days with family. Such comfort could easily erode one's fighting spirit. Yet he had never forgotten the countdown. System notice time until Scion Ladizi's arrival on Earth, 3 days. Red warning text flickered across his retina, reminding him that the grand epic of the Dragon Ball world was finally about to open its true curtain. Krillin had enough playing. Kellen's voice sliced through the wind and reached him clearly. Chasing an eagle, Krillin paused, hovering in midair and looking at Krillin with reluctant longing. Dad, just a little longer. I feel like I've completely got it. Completely got it. Krillin arched an eyebrow. Then come catch me. If you catch me, I'll let you have 2 extra dinosaur steaks tonight. Really? You mean it? Krillin eyes lit up. As a devoted eater, his energy spiked instantly. He kicked off with a burst, becoming a purple afterimage as he darted straight at Krillin. Not bad speed, perhaps half the speed of sound. For a 5-year-old, that was monstrous. To Krillin, it was as good as standing still. He barely shifted, simply turned his torso, and Krillin little hand skimmed past his sleeve. Too slow, Krillin commented calmly. Again. Krillin, undeterred, slammed the brakes in midair, used the reaction to flip back, and launched another charge. Once, twice, 10 times. As the sun sank and the sky bled orange, Krillin panted, soaked in sweat, his chi nearly drained. Even maintaining flight grew arduous. Yet Krillin still hovered with folded arms, not having moved so much as a meter. I can't. Dad, you're cheating. Krillin lay starfish-like on the clouds, drifting with the breeze. You really are a monster. Krillin flew over, hooked the back of his son's collar, and lifted him like a kitten. Remember this exhaustion. Krillin watched the sun sink toward the horizon. The playfulness had drained from his voice, replaced by a grave edge. In this world, if you are not strong enough, you won't even have a chance to run. Though Krillin did not understand why his father had suddenly grown so serious, he felt it instinctively and obediently nodded. Let's go home. Krillin accelerated with his son and streaked toward the ground like a beam of light. Back home, Burma had a sumptuous dinner waiting. Seeing them return, she directed the service robots and chided, "Where did you 2 run off to? Krillin is filthy. Your clothes are all muddy." Took him for a special training, Krillin replied with a smile as he set Krillin down. At the scent of the meal, the boy's fatigue evaporated and he bolted for the table. Krillin did not sit immediately. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and stared at the glittering nightscape of Western City. 3 days. Ladizi, the low-class warrior with a power level of only 1500, the man who had ushered in the Scion saga. Krillin reached into his pocket and produced a universal capsule where he stored his senza beans. He checked the supply, ample. Opened the attribute panel. Host Krillin, current template, Chiyu fusion rate 35, strength 5000 max. Cap breach speed 5000 max. Cap breach constitution 5000 max. Cap breach spirit 5000 max. Cap breach stamina, Chiyu template trait never exhaust, charisma locked at 199, mortal pinnacle. Skills list: serious punch, turtle hermit, martial arts, mastered flight technique, beast, intuition, genius, insight, new. Krillin smiled in satisfaction. For 5 years he had kept his aura suppressed at an extremely low level. But in 3 days he intended to flex his muscles a little. After all, the man who never tired of calling him a worthless scrap with a power level of 5. If he did not show him what true despair meant, would it not be a disservice to the experience package that had crossed the star seas to reach him? In the eastern region, a vast expanse of farmland stretches beneath the open sky. A middle-aged farmer with a portly frame and round spectacles sits atop a haystack, a stray foxtail grass stem dangling from his lips, while idly twirling a gleaming hunting rifle in his hands. His name is unimportant. What matters is that across these dozens of miles, everyone simply calls him the farmer with the rifle. This year's wheat is thriving. He murmurs, squinting at the golden waves rippling across the field, already calculating whether a bountiful harvest might finally afford him a new pickup truck. Suddenly, an ear-splitting shriek tears through the heavens, a sound like a rusted colossal saw grinding against glass, sending shivers down the spine. Instinctively, the farmer claps his hands over his ears and looks up, only to see 10,000 meters above a searing crimson fireball rending the atmosphere asunder. Trailing a long, inky plume of smoke, it plummets straight downward with terrifying momentum, as if determined to pierce the very heart of the earth. An asteroid. The farmer drops his grass in shock and scrambles wildly toward his battered pickup. Boom. A deafening explosion shakes the land to its core. A violent shockwave surges outward, laced with blistering heat and choking dust. His newly started pickup flips in Davrand like a child's toy before skidding to a halt. Cough, cough, cough. My back. He crawls painfully out of the shattered window, clutching his lower spine, eyes wide with terror. Where once stood a smooth golden wheat field now yawns a massive crater, tens of meters wide. Its charred floor still exhales faint wisps of white steam. At its very center lies a smooth, spherical metallic object, white, seamless, and utterly alien. It resembles some advanced spacecraft flawlessly polished with only a single crimson pane of glass set into its front. What in the world is that? An extraterrestrial flying saucer. Though trembling, the farmer's innate human curiosity compels him to raise his rifle and advance step by unsteady step. HSSSS. The moment he draws near, the sphere's hatch bursts open with a sharp hiss of decompressing air. A foot clad in brown combat boots steps forth. Then emerges a man, tall and imposing, clad in black-brown armor unlike any earthly design, his impossibly long jet-black hair flowing behind him, a thick furry tail coiled tightly at his waist. Raditz, one of the last surviving Scions, and Kakarot's elder brother. He stands at the crater's rim, arms crossed, scanning the surroundings through the green-lensed battle power scanner embedded in his left eyepiece. A gaze cold, contemptuous, dismissive. So this is Earth? His voice is glacial, arrogant, a cruel smirk playing upon his lips. The air quality is passable, but the gravity is pathetically weak. Was Kakarot truly raised in such soft comfort? No wonder he has yet to complete the cleansing mission. Hey, who are you? The farmer aims his rifle, hands shaking violently. This is private property. Don't move. Raditz tilts his head slightly. The numbers on his scanner begin flickering. Beep, beep, beep. Target native earthling. Battle power 5. Humph. Scum with a power level of 5. He snorts in disdain, refusing even to grant the farmer a proper glance. Such a wretched planet teems with life signs. Kakarot has utterly forgotten the Scion mandate. Don't come any closer. I've got a gun. Paralyzed by terror, the farmer pulls the trigger. Bang. A bullet erupts from the barrel, streaking toward Raditz's forehead. Yet Raditz merely lifts 2 fingers, so fast the eye cannot follow. Tink. The bullet, powerful enough to shatter a wild boar's skull, now rests motionless between his index and middle fingers, still steaming. Wow. The farmer's eyes bulge, his jaw drops slack. To catch a bullet barehanded. Was this even human? Here, take your toy back. Raditz flicks his wrist. Whoosh. The bullet rockets back faster than it had fired, striking the pickup's fuel tank with surgical precision, igniting a small but violent explosion. The farmer screams, then collapses unconscious, thrown backward by the blast. Utterly tedious. Raditz presses a button on the side of his scanner. Let me locate Kakarot. 2 elevated power signatures, in that direction. Meanwhile, in West City Capsule Corporation, Krillin, playing building blocks with Trunks in the living room, freezes mid-motion. Just now, a malevolent, savage aura pierced his awareness, weak on a cosmic scale, yet blindingly intense against Earth's quiet background. It has arrived. Dying. The instant Raditz activates his scanner, a piercing alarm shrieks inside Krillin's mind. Warning. External high-frequency battle power quantification algorithm detected. Data stream captured. Parsing. Compatible battle power assessment framework identified. System initiating adaptive upgrade. Upgrade progress 10. 50. 100. Ding. System interface updated to Scion Arc version. New AR datasite activated. Krillin blinks, and the world shifts. The old, starkly minimalist pale blue system panel vanishes. In its place blooms a sleek holographic interface, projected directly onto his optic nerves. Reality itself transforms before his eyes. He glances at Trunks beside him. Where once he sensed only vague impressions of strength, now a soft green data box floats above the boy's head. Name Trunks, race human with Genos genetic markers, status healthy, excited, battle power 350, 350. Krillin raises an eyebrow. A 5-year-old with 350 battle power. In the original timeline, even Goku and Piccolo, freed from weighted gear, barely surpassed 400 when Raditz arrived. He turns toward Bulma, bustling about in the kitchen. Name Bulma, race human, battle power 4, fluctuates with access to advanced weaponry, special trait, scientific, divinity, charisma max. Finally, Krillin walks to the mirror. There stands a bald man in casual home attire, yet his eyes hold galaxies within their depths. He gazes at his reflection. Name Krillin, race human, limiters in active dissolution, battle power 5000, base state, severely suppressed, true battle power undisplayable, multiple seals and passive abilities detected. Recommend full limiter removal for accurate reading. Stamina, Genos template trait, Never depletes charisma locked at 199 mortal peak. Genos template integration 35. 5000. Krillin runs a hand over his smooth scalp, a sly, knowing smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Raditz scanner tops out at mere thousands, beyond which it would overload and explode. In Raditz's estimation, Earth's strongest warriors barely register in the low hundreds. He believes himself a wolf among sheep, unaware that here waits a tyrannosaurus in lamb's clothing patiently awaiting his delivery. Trunks. Krillin turns voice light and calm. What is it, Dad? Trunks remains absorbed in assembling his Lego castle. Put it away. Go change into your battle suit. Krillin unties his apron and tosses it aside, his eyes alight once more with the fierce, familiar spark of battle. Guests have arrived. Let's go welcome them. The sea breeze carried a salty scent, gently caressing the pink exterior walls of the Kame house. Suddenly the space distorted in a strange manner. Without any warning, Krillin appeared on the beach holding Terran in one arm. Is this instantaneous movement? It's much faster than flying on a plane, though it makes me a bit dizzy. Terran shook his head, his black hair shimmering in the sunlight. He wore a small jacket adorned with the words Badman, a reflection of Bulma's quirky sense of humor, along with loose training pants. Once you learn to sense chi, this technique will just be a matter of thought, Krillin said, casually adjusting his collar. He was dressed quite casually today in a white t-shirt and jeans, looking more like a vacationer than a martial artist. Hey, Krillin, you've made it too. A familiar voice echoed from the sky. A golden nimbus cloud with a long tail trailing behind swooped down from the clouds. Sun Wukong's eternally cheerful face appeared in view, with a small figure wearing a red cap and sporting 4-star Dragon Balls seated in his arms. Wukong, it's been a while, Krillin greeted with a smile, his gaze subtly glancing over at the little Gohan, who was curled up into a ball. The nimbus cloud abruptly halted on the beach, causing Gohan to nearly fly off due to inertia, but Wukong managed to catch his son by the tail. Gohan's here too. He seems quite reserved, Krillin noted as he stepped forward, while Terran stood coolly beside his father, hands in his pockets, gazing at Gohan with that same cool expression. Yet Chi-Chi is strict, always making him study. Although Krillin occasionally takes Gohan out, it's still quite rare, and Chi-Chi worries a lot, Krillin explained. With this thought, Krillin couldn't help but shake his head. Wukong scratched the back of his head and set Gohan down. Gohan, quickly greet Uncle Krillin. Gohan timidly hid behind Wukong's leg, revealing only one eye, his voice as soft as a whisper. You Uncle Krillin, hello. TCH, still so timid, Terran muttered under his breath, just loud enough for Gohan to hear. Gohan shrank back even more. Haha, this child is shy, Master Roshi said as he emerged from the house, leaning on his cane, wearing his signature sunglasses and an unbuttoned floral shirt that revealed a rib-like chest. Krillin, you've gotten stronger in these past few years. I can't even sense your chi anymore. That's to avoid scaring everyone. Krillin shrugged, his gaze sweeping over Master Rose's head as the newly upgraded AR data interface automatically activated. Name Master Roshi came sending combat power 139. By the way, where's Bulma? She didn't come along. Wukong looked around. She's at home working on some research, saying she needs to develop some supportive medicine for Terran. I don't really understand it either. Krillin casually fabricated this explanation. While everyone was enjoying their conversation, Krillin sent out a strand of chi, locking onto a wilderness thousands of kilometers away. There, an evil and violent aura was moving rapidly. In a desolate rocky plateau, the wind howled. Piccolo sat cross-legged on a large boulder, his white cape billowing in the wind. He closed his eyes tightly, small beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he engaged in meditation training. Ever since his defeat by that bald-headed man 5 years ago, the humiliation gnawed at his heart day and night like a venomous snake. Damn it. No matter how much I train, that feeling of insurmountable difference just won't go away. Piccolo suddenly opened his eyes, shattering the rock beneath him with a punch. Just then his keen hearing picked up something unusual. It was neither the sound of the wind nor the roar of a beast. It was a cold, murderous aura approaching at an incredible speed. Who? Piccolo suddenly turned, adopting a fighting stance. In the sky, a figure slowly descended. It was a man with exaggerated long black hair, clad in peculiar armor of brown and black. A fluffy brown tail coiled around his waist like a living thing, while the green lens over his left eye flickered with strange data streams. Raditz landed his boots, crushing the debris beneath him. Oh, there's surprisingly a decent fighter here. Raditz pressed a button on his scouter, a smirk of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. Combat power 322. Is he considered an elite among the scum on this trash planet? Piccolo's pupils constricted. Who is this guy? This feeling of oppression. It's akin to a bipedal Tyrannosaurus rex. Moreover, the look in his eyes was that of someone gazing at a lamb ready for slaughter. Who are you? Do you want to die? Though Piccolo was shocked, the dignity of being the Demon King prevented him from backing down. Who I am is not important. Raditz crossed his arms, not even bothering to give Piccolo a proper glance. What's important is why you Namekians are appearing on such a lowly planet. Are you fleeing too? Namekians? Piccolo was taken aback for a moment, then erupted in anger. Stop wasting time. Die. He suddenly raised his right hand, gathering all his chi into his palm. Explosive demon wave. A massive energy wave shot out, rushing towards Raditz with the intent to annihilate everything. This attack was unleashed by Piccolo without any reservations, capable of leveling a city in an instant. Boom. The violent explosion kicked up clouds of dust with debris scattering like bullets. Panting heavily, Piccolo fixed his gaze on the center of the smoke. Did I hit him? The dust gradually settled. Raditz remained standing in place, not even moving an inch. He merely raised one hand palm, facing outward, and there wasn't even a speck of dust on it. Is that it? Raditz brushed off the dust from his hands as if swatting a fly. Raising this much dust, are you trying to choke me to death? Piccolo was completely frozen. Cold sweat trickled down his green skin, his heart feeling as if gripped by an invisible hand. Unharmed. How is this possible? This was his full power. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Raditz prepared to casually dispose of this green-skinned freak, his scouter suddenly beeped. There's a stronger reaction in another direction. Raditz glanced at the direction indicated by the scouter, which pointed to a small island in the south. Combat power, 334. Now that's more like it. It must be Kakarot. He retracted his hand, which was poised to attack, not even sparing Piccolo a glance, and then took to the air. Consider yourself lucky, Namekian. I have pressing matters today, so will spare your life this time. With that, he transformed into a beam of white light and vanished into the sky. Piccolo's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. That feeling of surviving a calamity brought no relief, but instead deeper fear and humiliation. Monster. That was a real monster. Came house. The sound of the waves continued, but the smile on Krillin's face diminished slightly. It's coming, he whispered. What's coming? Wukong, who was teasing Gohan with a crab, looked up bewildered. In the next moment, a suffocatingly terrifying aura descended from the sky. The previously bright sunlight seemed to be obscured by this aura, and the air became thick and heavy. The seabirds ceased their cries, the sea turtles withdrew into their shells, and even the sound of the waves crashing onto the beach seemed to grow cautious. Thud. A pair of brown combat boots stomped heavily on the beach, leaving 2 deep impressions. Raditz stood there, his long hair flying wildly, the brutal aura emanating from the Scion warrior releasing, without restraint, feeling like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. Except for Krillin and Terran. Krillin remained seated on the beach chair sipping tea, while Terran curiously examined the long-haired monster, even reaching out to tug on the tail. Finally found you. Raditz ignored everyone else, his gaze fixed firmly on Sun Wukong. Kakarot. Kakarot. Sun Wukong pointed at his own nose, utterly bewildered. Are you calling me? My name is Sun Wukong. Raditz let out a cold snort, a sound thick with disdain for such transparent amnesia. He stepped forward, each footfall radiating an oppressive weight that tightened the air itself. Stop pretending. Though you've grown, I recognized you instantly. Your face is carved from the very same mold as our father's. Krillin's hand paused midair, teacup suspended. Father. Bardock. The legendary Super Saiyan. The true myth incarnate. Fragments of memory surged through Krillin's mind, a lone warrior crowned with a blood-stained red headband standing defiant before Friesia's legion of millions, fighting against all odds to rewrite the doomed fate of the Scion race. Though merely a low-class warrior, his unyielding spirit marked him as a rare anomaly among Scions. Tragically, he vanished before ever reaching his full potential, swept away with the destruction of planet Vegeta, cast backward through time itself. I don't know you. Who are you? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and instinctively pulled Gohan behind him. I am your elder brother, Raditz. Raditz spread his arms wide, as if proclaiming a cosmic truth. And you? You are a Scion member of the universe's mightiest warrior race. Your name is Kakarot. Scion. Brother. Sun Wukong scratched his head and turned toward Master Roshi. Grandpa, do I have a brother? Master Roshi had long shed his usual air of playful irreverence. Beneath his sunglasses his gaze was grave, unusually so. With a sigh he leaned on his cane and stepped forward. Son, I'd meant to tell you this when you were older. Then Roshi recounted how Grandpa's son Gohan had found Sun Wukong as an infant. the spherical spacecraft that plummeted from the sky, the furious, beast-like infant, and the profound change in temperament after his accidental fall into the valley. So it was brain damage then. Raditz' expression shifted to one of grim confirmation. No wonder you forgot your mission. We Scions are cosmic exterminators. We slaughter the native inhabitants of fertile planets, then sell those worlds at exorbitant prices to other alien races. That is our purpose. And you Kakarot were sent here to purge this planet. Kill everyone. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. What nonsense. I'd never do such a thing. I'm an Earthling. Obstinate fool. Raditz shook his head, his gaze turning glacial. Look upon our Scion people now. Planet Vegeta shattered beneath a colossal meteor strike. Only 3 of us remain. Myself, you, and 2 others. Kakarot, join us. We need warriors to seize a high-value world. So what? Even if you're my brother, I'll never side with scum like you. Sun Wukong stood his ground, unwavering. Scum. Raditz laughed, as if hearing a child recite philosophy. Might is justice. Weakness is sin. Since you refuse obedience, don't blame me for what comes next. His gaze slid past Sun Wukong, locking onto Gohan, who trembled hidden behind his father. Oh, that brat has a tail. Raditz's eyes gleamed. The bloodline endures. If you won't join us, then he shall take your place. Without another word, he blurred. Lightning made flesh, and lunged for Gohan. Don't touch Gohan. Sun Wukong reacted instantly, intercepting the strike. Yet before Raditz, his speed seemed frozen in slow motion. Thud. A single knee strike sent Sun Wukong collapsing to his knees, clutching his abdomen, too racked with pain even to cry out. An absolute gulf of power. Pathetic Kakarot. Raditz seized Gohan by the collar, lifting him like a hatchling chick. I'm taking the boy. If you wish to save him, bring 200 human corpses to this spot by this time tomorrow. Otherwise, Gohan burst into terrified wails, thrashing helplessly in that iron grip, until a sharp, cocksure voice sliced through the silence. Hey, hairy freak. Put that crybaby down. Raditz froze mid-motion and turned. There stood the black-haired boy, Trunks, hands planted firmly on his hips, blocking his path. The child tilted his chin up, glaring with undisguised irritation. Oh, another suicide volunteer. Raditz amusedly tapped his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. Digits scrambled wildly across the lens, then locked. Power level 350. Raditz blinked. Then his pupils contracted sharply. 350. Preposterous. How could an Earthling brat possess such power? Even Kakarot stands at only 334. But composure swiftly returned. So what if it was 350? Against his own 1500, it remained nothing but trash. Brat, step aside. Raditz lifted his leg and kicked casually, dismissively. Thump. Trunks' small frame rocketed backward, shattering the Turtle School's wall, before vanishing beneath rubble and dust. Trunks. Both Sun Wukong and Master Roshi cried out in unison. Humph. Foolish presumption. Raditz scoffed, and prepared to depart with Gohan. Crunch. Debris shifted within the ruins. Ow, that stung. Trunks shoved aside a splintered timber beam and climbed out, smudged with grime and dust. He brushed off his clothes, inspected his badman jacket, and spotted a torn sleeve. His face fell instantly. Disaster. Mom just bought this. I'll get killed for ruining it. Trunks raised his head and jabbed an indignant finger at Raditz. Hairy freak. You're paying for my jacket, and I'm telling Dad. Silence. Absolute, stunned silence. Raditz's jaw nearly hit the ground. He'd taken a direct kick, and stood there unbroken, unhurt, complaining about clothing. This can't be real. Raditz stared at his scouter, confirming it hadn't malfunctioned. What is this child made of? His father made him. A calm, level voice cut through the stillness. Krillin, quietly sipping tea all along, set his cup down at last. He rose slowly, smoothing creases from his trousers with unhurried grace, as if strolling through his own garden. Raditz whirled around, his scouter instantly locked onto Krillin. Beep. Power level 0. Huh. A beat passed, then Raditz erupted into thunderous, mocking laughter. Ha ha ha. Nearly gave me a fright. Just a 0-level waste of oxygen. What do you fancy yourself a hero to? Krillin ignored the taunt entirely, merely lifting a hand to gently ruffle Trunks' hair, brushing away dust. Son, how did that kick feel? Like a mosquito bite, but with serious impact. Trunks answered honestly. Dad, can I punch him? No, you're not ready yet. Watch closely. I'll teach you something new. Krillin smiled warmly, patting his son's head. Then he turned, facing Raditz squarely. In his previously placid eyes, a flicker of playful mischief ignited. Hey, hairy one over there. Krillin extended a single finger and crooked it, beckoning. You said, who was trash? Raditz felt his intellect had been grievously insulted. A bald man with zero combat power, accompanied by a remarkably durable child, dared speak to him so brazenly. "You're asking for death." Raditz roared, flinging Gohan aside with contempt before blurring into motion toward Krillin. If this bald man wished to die, he would grant that wish without hesitation. Die? Gallic gun. With arms raised high, Raditz gathered two searing pink energy beams in his palms, waves of annihilation crashing downward. Yet at the very instant those beams neared Krillin's bald crown, whoosh, Krillin vanished, not as a fleeting afterimage from sheer speed, but truly physically erased from existence. Raditz's attack struck empty sand, erupting in a colossal plume of seawater. "Where is he?" Frantically, Raditz scanned the surroundings, yet his scouter registered nothing. "Right here." The voice came from behind, intimate, chillingly close. Every hair on Raditz's body stood rigid. He whirled around in shock. There stood Krillin, less than half a meter behind him, hands tucked casually into his pockets, gazing with bored indifference. "You, how could you possibly?" Cold sweat broke across Raditz's brow. Could such speed elude even his scouter? "Don't tense up. I'm just an ordinary earthling," Krillin said with a grin flashing brilliant white teeth. "Next I'll demonstrate a rather mundane martial technique." Slowly, Krillin raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. No aura surged, no light flared, no spectacle unfolded. He swung it forth with utter simplicity, like an elderly woman practicing Tai Chi. An ordinary punch. Raditz tried to evade, but his body locked rigid, ensnared by an overwhelming, terrifying pressure. Thud! The fist landed softly against Raditz's armored abdomen. Time itself seemed to hold its breath. Then boom! A visible shockwave of blinding white energy erupted violently from the point of impact. Raditz didn't even have time to scream. He was struck as if hit by a train hurtling at light speed. His prized scion armor fractured instantly, his eyes bulged grotesquely from their sockets. Whoosh! Raditz became a streaking meteor rocketing straight toward the ocean's surface. Boom! 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 He skipped across the water like a stone, 10 times each impact hurling 100-meter-high tidal waves skyward. Finally, he slammed headlong into the cliff face of a deserted island, shattering the entire landmass before grinding to a halt. Before came how silence fell, thick, absolute, suffocating. Goku's jaw hung slack, dislocated. Master Roshi's sunglasses slid down to the tip of his nose. Gohan forgot to cry, staring dumbfounded at the bald uncle. Only Trunks leapt up, exhilarated. "Wow, that's so cool. Is that what an ordinary punch looks like? I want to learn it too." Krillin retracted his fist. "Sure, keep it low-key. Slight overexertion, perhaps." Far out at sea, rubble exploded upward. Raditz rose unsteadily, bloodied, battered, trembling midair. His armor lay in shards, revealing bruised, mottled muscle beneath, and his once proud tail now dangled lifelessly behind him. Unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. Blood vessels burst across Raditz's eyes, a reason drowned beneath a tide of pure fury and humiliation. He was an elite scion warrior, defeated in one blow by a bald earthling. "I will slaughter every last one of you and reduce this entire planet to cosmic dust." Raditz surged with desperate feral energy, a cornered beast's final terrifying roar. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice chimed within Krillin's mind. Ding. S-rank storyline quest activated. The actor's discipline. Quest description: to confront future adversaries of greater magnitude. Vegeta, Frieza, Son Goku must journey to King Kai's planet to master the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. Prerequisite for travel: death. Quest objective: deliberately underperform in battle. Orchestrate a mutual demise between Raditz and Son Goku. Reward: unlock Namek Saga Map Pack, Trunks Potential Development 5. Krillin sighed, inwardly gazing at the quest interface. So, it had arrived as expected. Though he could crush Raditz with a single finger, doing so would rob Goku of his crucial growth opportunity. Without the Kaioken, without the Spirit Bomb, how would he ever defeat Vegeta? Or Frieza? Could Krillin really intervene every time, playing Deus Ex Machina? What meaning would remain in the Dragon Ball world then? Sigh. Babysitting is exhausting. Even more so when you're also directing the script. Krillin muttered internally, then instantly shifted his expression. His calm, unshakable aura dissolved, replaced by pallor, labored breathing, and the frail tremor of someone who'd pushed far beyond their limits. He clutched his chest, staggering backward twice. Crap, that punch drained every ounce of my ki. I can't move. Goku, go now. Strike while he's vulnerable. Goku. Master Roshi. Trunks, Dad, your acting is so fake. Krillin shot his son a sharp, silencing glare, eyes narrowing. Silence. Or your allowance vanishes. Trunks immediately clapped both hands over his mouth, nodding frantically. I don't know what's happening, but it looks like I'll have to handle this. Though simple-hearted, Goku recognized Raditz' weakened state. Gritting his teeth, he rose and assumed the Turtle School's opening stance. Piccolo, don't hide. You're here, I know it. He suddenly shouted skyward. Clouds parted. Piccolo descended slowly, green skin glinting, face grim. Though reluctant, he knew victory alone was impossible. Humph. Don't misunderstand me, son Goku. I only fight to kill him. Piccolo spoke coldly, yet cast a wary glance toward Krillin, who now leaned heavily on his knees, panting weakly. What is this, bald man? But now wasn't the time for questions. Agreed, we fight together. Goku bellowed, charging the frenzied Raditz. Krillin sank onto a beach chair, lifting his teacup once more, his hand visibly trembling, yet not a single drop spilled. Eyes narrowed, he watched the impending aerial clash unfold above, then let a faint knowing smile curl at the edge of his lips. Walk well, Goku. King Kai's jokes should suit you perfectly. In the heart of the battlefield, the atmosphere had tightened to a breaking point. Since that bald guy is just a useless fool who can only throw a punch, he'll start with you too. Raditz cracked his neck, producing sharp popping sounds. Despite the shattered armor on his body and the blood at the corner of his mouth, the brutal aura belonging to a scion only intensified with the pain, like a ferocious beast awakening. Goku and Piccolo exchanged a glance, their long-standing rivalry achieving a reluctant consensus at this moment. Unknown would be certain death, they could only join forces. Piccolo, it seems we have no choice, get rid of your weights. Goku said in a deep voice. TCH, I don't need you to tell me what to do. Piccolo snorted coldly, but still reached out to remove the heavy white cloak and thick headband weighing dozens of kilograms. Goku quickly took off his specially made weighted vest, wristbands, and boots. Thud. Boom. The heavy equipment crashed onto the beach, producing a loud sound of heavy objects hitting the ground, causing the earth to tremble and kick up a cloud of dust. Raditz's initially mocking expression froze for a moment as he instinctively pressed the cracked, smoking scouter. Beep, beep, beep. The numbers on the lens began to jump wildly. Battle power 322. No, it's still rising. 408. 416. Raditz frowned slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Just by taking off their clothes, they can increase their battle power. This low-level trick. No, it's a genuine increase in energy. Krillin sat at a distance, the AR data interface activated before him, refreshing with a light blue data stream on his retina. Target Son, Goku race Scion, low-class warrior, current battle power, 416, status high, fighting spirit, but physical abilities not fully developed. Target Piccolo race Namekian, fighting type, current battle power, 408, status suppressed, anger, ready to fight to the death. Target Raditz. Race Scion, elite warrior, current battle power, 1500, status light injuries. Angry, underestimating opponents, 400 against 1500, nearly a fourfold gap. Krillin sighed inwardly. This is a chasm that cannot be bridged merely by passion. It's the despairing numerical suppression at the beginning of Dragon Ball. Let's go. Piccolo. Goku shouted loudly, the sand beneath his feet exploding instantaneously as he shot toward Raditz like an arrow released from a bow. Freed from the constraints of his weights, his speed left a trail of afterimages in the air. Piccolo followed closely behind, his unique flexible body allowing him to strike like a predatory snake, flanking from an extremely tricky angle. Too slow. Like a turtle, Raditz stood his ground, not even adopting a defensive posture, a cruel smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. Facing Goku's heavy punch coming straight at him, he merely shifted slightly, his thick brown tail snapping out like a whip. Crack. With a sharp sound, Goku was struck in the side, spinning like a top and crashing heavily into the sea. At the same time, Piccolo's knife hand strike sliced toward Raditz's neck. Without looking back, Raditz delivered a backhanded elbow strike with precision, as if he had practiced it countless times, smashing fiercely into Piccolo's abdomen. Pooh! Piccolo's green face instantly turned a purplish hue, stomach acid mixed with bile erupting forth, his eyes nearly popping out. The gap was too vast. Even without their weights, even with their combined efforts in front of Raditz's 1500 battle power, they felt like two infants just learning to walk, challenging a fully armed Special Forces soldier. Is this the strongest on Earth? Raditz sneered, grabbing hold of Piccolo's antenna and Goku's ankle, who had just surfaced from the water, and smashing them together like ragdolls. Thud! The two let out a muffled grunt, their bones nearly dislocated. Raditz casually tossed them into the air, palms facing up, pink energy spheres instantly gathering. Let me show you some real power. Two pink high-energy ki blasts tore through the sky with a destructive howling sound chasing after the falling duo. Boom. Two massive fireballs exploded in the air, thick, black smoke billowing. Goku and Piccolo crashed onto the beach, their uniforms in tatters, skin covered in burns, the air filled with the scent of charred flesh. Cough, cough. This guy is simply a monster. Goku struggled to prop himself up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes remained bright, showing no signs of retreat. Shut up, I know without you saying it. Piccolo gritted his teeth, having already been defeated by Krillin 5 years ago. He never expected that 5 years later an alien could easily pin him down again, this humiliation nearly driving him insane. Dad, it seems like the Godfather is about to be beaten to death. Tien paused with a chip in his mouth, a hint of worry on his small face. Are we really not going to help? Krillin took a sip of tea, concealing a flicker of pity in his eyes. Tien, you must remember, sometimes a temporary retreat and sacrifice is to stand on a higher ground in the future. Tien nodded, somewhat understanding. Though he did not fully grasp it, he believed in his invincible father. If Goku does not experience this death, he will not learn the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, and in the future, facing even stronger enemies, it would not just be him who would die. Thus, this was also the primary purpose of the system, not allowing Krillin to intervene. At this moment, Raditz slowly landed, looking at the disheveled duo, with disappointment and disdain written all over his face. Kakarot, you are truly a disgrace to the Saiyans. Raditz stepped closer, his boots crunching on the sand. Possessing the strongest combat lineage in the universe, yet mingling with these inferior beings, becoming so weak. If Nappa and Vegeta saw you like this, they would probably tear you to pieces and throw you away as trash. Vegeta. Goku gasped for breath. Even in his severely injured state, his focus remained on the strong. Who is that? He is the surviving prince of the Saiyans, a true genius warrior with battle power far surpassing mine, Raditz sneered. Compared to such a being, I am merely an intermediate warrior. But it doesn't matter, you are going to die here today knowing this is useless. Upon hearing the words, far surpassing Raditz, Piccolo's pupils constricted sharply. If one Raditz had already left them in despair, how could there be someone even stronger? How insane is this universe? Goku, Piccolo suddenly shouted through mental transmission, his voice urgent. Listen, I have a newly developed ultimate technique originally intended for that bald guy, but now it can only be used against this one. Really? Great. Goku's eyes lit up as if he had grasped a lifeline. But Piccolo gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. This technique requires a long charging time, at least 1 minute. You must hold him off for me, even if it costs you your life. 1 minute. Goku glanced at the man opposite him, resembling a demonic god, and chuckled bitterly before his expression turned incredibly determined. Though it's tough, I'll try my best. Leave it to me. Don't die, son Goku. Piccolo shouted, suddenly retreating, his fingers coming together against his forehead, his energy starting to compress and gather wildly, golden electricity swirling around him. That heart-pounding energy fluctuation instantly caught Raditz's attention. Oh, what is that greenskin freak trying to do? Raditz was about to rush over to interrupt when an orange figure resolutely blocked him. Goku assumed the starting stance of the turtle school, drenched in blood but filled with fighting spirit. Your opponent is me. The battle had shifted from one-sided slaughter to a brutal, unrelenting assault. Wukong's vision blurred, his eyes struggled to focus. Yet he clung to Raditz like indomitable, unyielding gum, bridging the chasm of power with sheer flesh and unbreakable will. Annoying fly, get away from me. Raditz roared in fury, driving a crushing fist into Wukong's abdomen. Ugh! Wukong curled inward like a shrimp vomiting bile mixed with blood. Yet even as he hurtled backward, he wrenched his body midair and seized Raditz's ankle with both hands. Don't pass through. Blood filled Wukong's mouth, yet his eyes blazed with terrifying clarity, the fierce, unwavering resolve of one who guards his comrades. Dare to defy me. Raditz stomped down hard on Wukong's fingers, the sickening crunch of shattered bone piercing the air. Each stomp sent tremors rippling across the sand, yet Wukong refused to let go, as if those fingers no longer belonged to him. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away, Piccolo's body crackled with spiraling golden lightning. The light gathering at his fingertips had deepened from blinding white to searing, ominous gold. That annihilating energy had been compressed to its absolute limit, warping the very air with heat, its resonant hum piercing eardrums with agonizing intensity. Is it ready yet, Piccolo? Wukong screamed, his voice raw and ragged. It's ready. Move aside, Wukong. Piccolo's eyes flared wide, veins bulging across his forehead as the long-accumulated killing technique finally erupted. Mekankasapo. An impossibly thin, hyper-concentrated spiral beam tore through the air. a shrieking lance of pure destruction cleaving atmosphere with a razor-edged howl straight toward Raditz. This strike channeled Piccolo's entire essence, spirit, chi, and soul, capable of piercing any barrier in existence. Its velocity was incomprehensible, so swift that Raditz's scouter managed only a single ear-splitting alarm before impact. What? A wave of primal dread surged up Raditz's spine, the instinctive terror of prey sensing its apex predator. He instinctively recoiled, but Wukong's grip held fast. Get off me. In that instant of mortal peril, Raditz unleashed every ounce of his latent power, a vicious kick to Wukong's face using the recoil to wrench his body sideways. Zzz. The beam grazed Raditz's right shoulder, erupting a mist of crimson. Armor, flesh, and bone vaporized instantly, leaving behind the acrid stench of charred meat. The beam did not halt. It streaked onward, striking a towering mountain several kilometers away, piercing it clean through. After seconds of stunned silence, the entire summit collapsed in thunderous ruin, cascading into a torrent of boulders and dust that blotted out half the sky. Gulp. Trunks swallowed hard. The potato chips slipped from his hand and shattered on the ground. That was Uncle Piccolo. Incredible. Krillin nodded, his gaze sharpening. Its pinpoint destructive force was truly terrifying, unmatched in penetration. Pity it missed. That green-skinned fool still needs work on his aim. Raditz clutched his gushing right shoulder, his face, pale, shaken to his core. For that fleeting moment, he had glimpsed the gates of hell yawning wide before him. Damn it all. How dare you wound me? Utter terror now ignited into apocalyptic rage. Raditz abandoned all pretense of sport. He raised his uninjured left hand palm, aimed squarely at Piccolo, who stood frozen in post-attack exhaustion. Die, you verminous insects. Piccolo, drained and defenseless, could only watch death descend, his eyes burning with furious, helpless defiance. Then a blur. Wukong had somehow circled behind Raditz and, summoning his last ember of strength, seized the furry tail, swaying at Raditz's waist. Raditz, moments ago radiating overwhelming menace, crumpled to the ground like a puppet with severed strings. That godlike aura vanished utterly, replaced by utter limpness and exhaustion. The Scion's fatal weakness, the tail. Well done, Wukong. Piccolo's face lit with elation, hope rekindling in his eyes. Hold him. Even if you must bite down, hold on tight. I'll fire again. Let go. Raditz lay prostrate, trembling violently, his voice thick with supplication and fear. Kakarot, brother. I am your elder brother. Wukong faltered, his grip instinctively slackened. He looked down at this man who shared his blood, and for a heartbeat compassion flickered in his heart. We are the last Scions left in the universe. Will you truly kill me? Raditz sensed Wukong's hesitation and instantly squeezed out tears, his voice breaking with theatrical despair. I was wrong. I swear I'll leave Earth immediately and never return. Please, spare your brother this once. I was simply overcome by longing for family. That's why I lost my senses. Really? Wukong hesitated. This was Kin, his sole surviving elder brother in all the world. I swear it, by the honor of the Scions. Wukong, don't believe him. He lies. Piccolo bellowed, spittle flying. That monster tried to kill your son. He is a demon. Far away, Krillin sighed on his beach chair, popping the last chip into his mouth, his expression complex and somber. Here it is, the greatest vulnerability of your uncle Wukong, and also his greatest strength. He has too gentle a heart, even for such villains. Krillin said to Trunks, his tone laced with quiet reverence. It may seem foolish, but it is precisely this mercy that makes him Son Goku. But Dad, isn't mercy toward evil men cruelty to oneself? Trunks frowned. The book says, to eradicate weeds, pull out the roots. You're right, and the price for that mercy is about to be exacted. Krillin shook his head. Indeed. In that very instant, Wukong's heart softened and his fingers fully loosened. Raditz's tear-streaked face twisted into a demonic snarl. Die, fool. Thud. He drove a brutal elbow into Wukong's temple. The blow landed with crushing force. Wukong cried out in agony, hurtling backward like a broken marionette, slamming onto the earth, unable to rise. Raditz granted no respite. He lunged forward, stamping his boot hard onto Wukong's chest, grinding down with savage pressure. Crack, crack. The sickening snap of fractured ribs echoed clearly, chilling to the bone. What a fool. You actually believed that nonsense. Raditz laughed wildly, each footfall punctuating his mockery. Do I look like someone who keeps promises? Lower-class warriors, your minds are as weak as your bodies. This is the price of your soft heart. Aag! Wukong screamed, blood gushing from his mouth, staining the front of his GI crimson. Dad? Gohan, hiding behind the wreckage of the spaceship, watched his father's torment through a narrow gap. His tear-filled eyes widened, pupils contracting as his reason shattered. A crimson aura erupted without warning from the 4-year-old's tiny frame. Beep, beep, beep. Raditz' scouter shrieked anew, its reading skyrocketing. Power level 710. 1000. 1307. What is this? Raditz whirled around in disbelief, convinced his scouter had malfunctioned. Don't you dare hurt my daddy. Gohan roared, and launched himself like a scarlet cannonball charged with raw, shattering fury straight at Raditz. The attack came too fast, too sudden, fueled by pure, unfiltered wrath. Tum! Raditz took the full force of Gohan's headbutt square in the chest. In that instant, he felt as though struck by a falling meteor. His armor exploded inward, his sternum caved, and he blasted backward in a spray of blood, slamming hard against the cliff face. Now, though agony seared his chest, Ryukong knew this was the sole chance his son had bought him. He lunged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around the wounded Raditz from behind. Full Nelson lock. Ryukong's arms locked like iron bands, immobilizing Raditz completely. Piccolo, now fire again. Ryukong bellowed, blood trickling from his lips. Kill us both. It's the only way. What? Piccolo recoiled, then broke into a cruel, exhilarated grin. Ha ha, perfect. I meant to kill him, but eliminating you, my thorniest rival, in the same stroke. A bargain beyond measure. Let me go, you madman. Raditz thrashed wildly, elbowing, head-butting, striking at Ryukong. But Ryukong stood unshaken, a statue forged in resolve. Piccolo, hurry. I can't hold him much longer. Mekanka Sappo. Again, and for the final time. The beam of annihilation blazed forth once more, inescapable, inevitable. A spiraling beam of light pierced through the two entwined bodies like a venomous dragon ascending from the abyss. Ruthless, searing, absolute. The beam tore straight through their chests, leaving behind a bottomless, charred crater on the beach, the surrounding sand instantly vitrified under its scorching heat. Ugh. Oh. Raditz's eyes bulged wide as he stared down at the gaping void in his chest, the last embers of his life flickering out with terrifying speed. He refused to accept it. He was an elite Scion warrior. How could he perish on this backwater planet? How could he fall to two wretches whose battle power barely scraped past a few hundred? Goku spat forth a torrent of blood, his arms collapsed lifelessly at his sides as he toppled backward onto the sand. Agony lanced through him, his vital flame guttering low, but upon his face bloomed a faint, serene smile. At last, victory. Gohan is safe. Piccolo staggered forward, breath ragged, gazing down at the fallen pair, his expression a storm of conflicting emotions. Son Goku, I never imagined you'd truly die for this planet. Piccolo's voice cut cold and sharp as he looked upon the dying warrior. But don't fret. Earth possesses the Dragon Balls. Gather all 7, and the Eternal Dragon shall grant any wish. The words were meant to soothe, or perhaps merely cloaked in Piccolo's trademark prideful reserve. Yet Raditz, who lay motionless, presumed dead, suddenly let out a hoarse, eerie chuckle. Cough, cough. Dragon. Balls. Any wish granted. Blood flecked his lips as he grinned, a mad, fleeting radiance burning in his fading gaze. That is truly magnificent news. Piccolo's face paled. What did you say? Fools, every word you just spoke has already been transmitted via my scouters. A cruel, triumphant smirk twisted Raditz's features. My two comrades, Nappa and Vegeta, they've been listening the entire time. Wow, what? Piccolo froze, struck, numb, his blood turning to ice. Originally, they held no interest in reviving a worthless failure like me. But Dragon Balls that grant any wish, even eternal life. Vegeta will be intrigued. His voice dripped with malice. 1 year, just 1 year hence, they will descend upon Earth, and you will all die for the Dragon Balls. Ha ha. 2 Scions stronger than you. Piccolo's voice trembled. Just how strong are they? Strong? Huh. There is no comparison, only chasm and sky. Raditz's eyes glazed over, yet mockery still clung to his lips. Before them, I am but a gatekeeper. Savor this final year. It is the countdown before hell itself arrives. Despair. Utter suffocating despair. One Raditz had already cost them everything. Mutual annihilation and Goku's very life. And now, 2 monsters far beyond Raditz arriving in 1 year. This was no battle. It was a death sentence. As Piccolo stood paralyzed by terror, a soft, measured tread shattered the silence. Kuririn walked forward hand in hand with Trunks, pausing calmly beside the dying Raditz, his expression tranquil, unshaken, profoundly reassuring. Kuririn, Piccolo watched him warily. What do you intend? Kuririn ignored him entirely, gazing down upon Raditz with quiet, unblinking authority. I had intended to grant you a dignified end, but since you insist on speaking so much, and even seek to doom Earth to greater catastrophe, I shall deliver your final release. Kuririn's voice was soft yet carved with icy finality. Raditz strained to lift his head. The world blurred, all he saw was the gleam of a bald, luminous silhouette. You? Who are you? No earthling could exude such presence. Who I am matters not. What matters is, you are about to die. Kuririn slowly raised his right hand, not touching Raditz, but hovering half a meter away, then gently clenched his fist. An ordinary punch. Boom. An invisible shockwave detonated in midair, silent, yet devastating. Raditz's body convulsed as if struck by cosmic law itself. His last breath vanished, his head lolled sideways. Life extinguished. A warm current surged through Kuririn's limbs, his muscles tightened, denser, more resilient than before. A faint smile curled his lips. This was precisely what he desired. He had no use for scion tails or their volatile rage-fueled genetics. But this, glitch-like, trait, growing stronger upon near-death recovery, paired flawlessly with the limitless growth potential of the Saitama template. Kuririn, Goku. Piccolo pointed urgently toward the motionless figure lying nearby. Suddenly Goku's corpse shimmered with ethereal white light. Then beneath everyone's astonished gaze grew translucent and vanished into thin air, leaving only a dark stain of blood and tattered GI upon the sand. His body is gone. Piccolo recoiled, stumbling backward. Was he utterly vaporized? Calm down. Kuririn waved a dismissive hand, his bearing that of a sage who held all threads of fate within his palm. The kami has taken his body. The kami. Would that ancient relic meddle in such trivialities? And why claim the corpse? Piccolo frowned, his green brow furrowed in deep suspicion. Goku sacrificed himself to protect Earth. Such merit moved heaven itself. The kami granted him special dispensation. He ascends to the netherworld with his physical form to train there. Kuririn spoke with flawless gravitas, his sincerity so absolute it defied doubt. There resides a great sovereign known as King Kai, the divine steward of the North Galaxy, a martial master whose power is unfathomable. Goku shall undergo rigorous training there for 1 year. Upon resurrection, when the Scions arrive, he will return stronger than any nightmare imaginable. Though rooted in canon, the tale flowed from Kuririn's lips as though orchestrated by his own design. King Kai. Training in the netherworld. Piccolo studied. Kuririn, eyes narrowed. How could you possibly know such details, unless this too was part of your grand design? The kami revealed it to me personally. After all, I am in truth half his disciple. Knowing such secrets is only natural. Kuririn tapped his temple, offering a knowing, enigmatic smile. Besides, what demands our urgency now is not suspicion, but preparation, how best to grow stronger within this single year. Piccolo snorted. Though inwardly besieged by disbelief, he found no logical flaw in Kuririn's logic. And Kuririn's effortless midair execution of Raditz, deceptively simple, yet profoundly unfathomable, had only deepened his wariness. Just how much power did this bald man truly conceal? Well then, if matters are settled, it is time we parted ways. Kuririn brushed his palms together, glancing toward the still unconscious Gohan. This child, I'll take him, Piccolo declared, firm, unyielding. Moi. Kuririn arched a brow. What are your intentions? The Scions arrive in 1 year. We stand no chance alone. Piccolo looked upon Gohan, his gaze layered with complexity. The power he unleashed just now, you saw it yourself. His potential eclipses even Goku's, perhaps even mine. I will forge him into a true warrior within this year. He is our sole hope against the Scions. Intensive training. Kuririn stroked his chin, feigning thoughtful deliberation. It was not unreasonable. He himself planned to journey to King Kai's realm, to master the King Kai punch, a technique bordering on reality warping. Gohan, raised indulgently by Chi-Chi, desperately needed Piccolo's harsh wilderness discipline to awaken his primal ferocity. Only through storm and trial could he blossom into the true Super Saiyan Gohan. Yet Kuririn harbored another intention. He would send Trunks along as well, lest his cultivation falter in his absence. Training alongside Gohan would deepen their synergy, and later perhaps unlock a fusion technique unseen in history. What might such a warrior become? Excitement kindled in his chest. Kuririn made his decision. Very well, take him. And take Trunks too. I must visit the kami. I cannot say when I'll return. Vegeta would land on Earth in 1 year. His battle power 180, as a great Saiyaman, a staggering 180. To claim no pressure existed would be a lie. These two boys possess extraordinary potential. Do not push them to death. Should Goku resurrect and seek vengeance, I won't be able to hold him back. He ruffled Trunks' hair gently. Dad, do I really have to go train with this uncle? Trunks tugged at Kuririn's sleeve, eyes bright with innocent curiosity. Trunks, ever bold and fearless, thrilled at the prospect. No homework, no restrictions, only adventure. Kuririn smiled and nodded. Go on, stay safe. I'll come for you. At once Trunks broke into a joyful sprint toward Piccolo. Both of them. Piccolo hesitated, but said nothing more. With a swift motion, he seized Gohan and Trunks launched skyward and vanished into the horizon as a streak of blinding white light. Kuririn opened his system interface, its crimson countdown blazing starkly days until Vegeta and Nappa's arrival on Earth 364 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes. The storm had passed, for now, but a deeper, darker shadow gathered on the horizon. Far across the cosmos, two spherical starships carved through the void, bearing destruction, racing full speed toward this fragile azure world. The wind in the Hall of Gods always carries a faint chill. The old face of the immortal lined with wrinkles twisted in a grimace as he looked at the bald man before him, his fingers gripping the cane, turning white from the strain. Just a moment ago, he was about to carry away the body of Wukong, when Krillin suddenly appeared out of nowhere with that unsettling teleportation, bringing forth a request that raised his blood pressure. You mean you want to bring your physical body to the underworld? The immortal's voice trembled. This was simply unheard of. Krillin, the underworld is the resting place for the dead. The yang energy in a living person is too strong. Not to mention whether the rules permit it, just the erosion of such an environment. Don't look at me like that. Krillin casually adjusted the gravity bracelet on his wrist nonchalantly. You know I can easily beat up aliens in a vacuum. The mere environment of the underworld is no different from a stroll in my backyard for me. The immortal was at a loss for words. Indeed, this guy was a freak. He had witnessed the recent battle. That scion named Raditz was absurdly strong, yet Krillin had swatted him down like a fly. What was even more terrifying was that the trait known as Starfield adaptation allowed Krillin to maintain vital signs in any extreme environment. But Lord Yanwang, the immortal, still had some concerns. The king of hell governed life and death, and his temper was notoriously volatile. If he found out someone was bringing a living person through the back door, he might not keep his divine position. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with that big guy. Krillin patted the immortal's shoulder, nearly shattering the old deity. Let's go, don't keep Wukong waiting. If we arrive late, that guy might already be lost looking for food on the road to the underworld. The immortal sighed, resigned to his fate. He grasped Klin's shoulder, and without the need for incantations, Krillin locked his hand around him. Their figures twisted for a moment, and they vanished from the Hall of Gods. In the underworld before the Hall of Yanwang, the sky here is perpetually a depressing shade of yellow with countless white soul-like clouds lining up in a queue waiting for judgment, like at an airport security checkpoint. At the front of the line, behind a gigantic redwood desk, sat a giant as imposing as a mountain. Yanwang. He wore a perfectly tailored suit with two sharp bull horns protruding from his head, and his purplish-red skin glistened under the lights. At this moment, he was stamping documents with a massive seal thumping down continuously like a pile driver, with each stamp echoing like a seismic shock. Yo, Wukong. As soon as Krillin landed, he saw the orange figure with a halo looking bewildered standing beside the desk and glancing around. Hearing the voice, Wukong turned around, his eyes instantly brightening, with surprise written all over his innocent face. Krillin, you died too. That's awesome. I thought I was the only one here. That horned uncle was so fierce. The immortal beside them broke into a cold sweat, wishing to cover Wukong's mouth. I'm not dead. I'm here to accompany you on a trip. Krillin smiled as he approached, examining Wukong from head to toe. The halo above his head looked quite unique, resembling a fluorescent tube. Not dead. Wukong scratched his head, clearly struggling to process such complex logic, but he quickly dismissed the thought, asking excitedly, by the way, Krillin, how are Gohan and Tien? What about Piccolo? Don't worry, although Piccolo's face is a bit sour, he's still pretty tough. Krillin recalled Tien's eager expression before leaving the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Tien and Gohan have been taken for special training. When you are resurrected in a year, you will see two remarkable little warriors. Really? That's amazing. Wukong was so happy he wanted to jump up, but soon his spirits drooped. But that guy named Raditz said a more powerful scion would come in a year. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up. That's why I'm taking you to find King Kai. Krillin pointed ahead. At that moment, a terrifying sense of oppression enveloped the three of them. Yanwang lowered his documents, his eyes as big as bronze bells fixating on Krillin with visible white steam billowing from his nostrils. The temperature in the entire hall plummeted to freezing point, making the souls in line shiver in fear. Immortal. Yin Wang's voice boomed like thunder, causing the immortal's eardrums to ache. As the god of earth, do you not know the rules? Bringing a dead person is one thing, but why is there a living person? Do you think this is a market? The immortal was so scared that his legs went weak, nearly kneeling down as he stammered an explanation. Why, Yin Wang, this is also for the future of Earth. This young man possesses extraordinary strength. I don't care about any future. Yin Wang slammed the desk, causing the ledger of life and death to jump half a meter high. Rules are rules. Living people go back to the realm of the living. Otherwise, don't blame me for tossing you into the hellish frying pan to be turned into tempura. His overwhelming presence was undeniable. After all, he was the master of both realms. Yet Krillin remained unperturbed. He stepped forward, blocking the trembling immortal, wearing a professional fake smile that would make Yin Wang want to punch him. Lord Yin Wang, please calm down. Working so hard can lead to liver fire, Krillin said, flipping his wrist to pull out a beautifully packaged photo album from his system space. On the cover, several voluptuous blonde ladies were running on the beach in minimal swimwear under the sunlight, the image quality reaching 8K, with even the water droplets clearly visible. This is the latest limited edition of Hot Beach, published in West City from the magazine under that spendthrift Bulma, with only this one batch in the entire universe. This is a little local specialty I brought for you. I heard you have a busy schedule and occasionally need to cultivate your sentiments and relax your mind. Krillin unobtrusively pushed the album toward the giant hand. Yin Wang's originally wide-open eyes contracted sharply the moment they caught sight of the cover. The air suddenly fell silent for 3 seconds. Yin Wang's purplish-red face instantly turned the color of pig liver. He furtively glanced left and right, then with an incredible speed, his enormous hand swiftly covered the album and slid it into the drawer. The smoothness of the action was breathtaking. Ahem. Yin Wang cleared his throat, the earlier menacing atmosphere vanishing, instantly replaced by a kind demeanor akin to an elder looking at a younger. Well, since it's for the peace of Earth, some rules can be bent. After all, special situations require special handling. The immortal watched in shock, nearly dropping his jaw. Is this the iron-faced Yin Wang? Just a swimsuit photo did the trick. Immortal, you did well. You know how to discover talent. Yin Wang praised seriously, though his gaze occasionally darted toward the drawer. In that case, I will make an exception and allow you to pass. However, the snake path is very long. If you fall, you won't be able to return. Thank you, Lord Yin Wang. Krillin smiled as he cupped his hands. Go on, go on. Yin Wang waved his hand in a gesture to send them off, clearly eager to cultivate his sentiments. The three stepped out of the hall of Yin Wang, and the immortal was still questioning life. Krillin, on the other hand, was in high spirits. Krillin, what was so delicious in that book? That uncle seemed to really like it. Yukong asked curiously as he leaned in. Krillin looked at this martial arts enthusiast and life idiot with pity. That is a form of spiritual nourishment for adults. You'll understand when you become enlightened. Let's go. The snake path is waiting for us. Ahead, a winding, seemingly endless yellow stone path floated above the vast sea of clouds extending to the horizon. The serpent path, said to stretch 1,000,000 kilometers long, resembles a giant dragon sleeping amid the clouds, winding and coiling, with the yellow-scaled stone path appearing particularly lengthy under the dim light of the underworld. Below lies an unfathomable sea of yellow clouds, the entrance to hell, where it is said that those who fall into it will lose their souls forever. Wow, it's so long. Wukong stood at the serpent's head starting point, shielding his eyes from the sun as he looked into the distance, excitement evident on his face. Is this the serpent path? If I run to the end, I'll get to see the king of the realm, right? That's right, but I've heard that it takes ordinary people several years to run it. Even you would probably need half a year. The celestial being beside him gave a final reminder. Wukong, remember not to fall down, and for heaven's sake, do not eat the food here. It's a trap. Got it, celestial being. Why are you so nagging like Chi-Chi? Wukong stretched his limbs, did a few high knees on the spot, then assumed a starting position. They'll head off first. Krillin, let's race to see who gets there first. Whoosh. Wukong dashed off like a wild monkey. I must say, after the battle with Raditz, although he died, his foundational qualities are indeed formidable, kicking up a wind as he ran. Krillin remained stationary, watching Wukong's turtle speed silhouette, shaking his head helplessly. Half a year. I can't afford to waste time here like that. Krillin turned to the celestial being and waved his hand. Old man, you can go back now. Keep an eye on things over on Earth, and don't let Tulls demolish your temple. With that, Krillin pushed off the ground. Boom. A deafening sonic boom erupted at the beginning of the serpent path. The celestial being felt a wild gust of wind hit him, nearly toppling him over. When he opened his eyes again, Krillin had already vanished, leaving behind only the rippling white shock waves. A few kilometers away, Wukong was huffing and puffing, suddenly feeling a tightness at the back of his collar, lifting him off the ground. Huh. Hey, Krillin, what are you doing grabbing me? You're too slow. At this pace, by the time we reach King Kai's planet, the vegetables will be cold. Krillin was carrying Wukong as if he were a little chick. He was enveloped in a layer of white energy, a sign of his full power of the flight technique. Hold tight, we're about to accelerate. Accelerate. Wukong hadn't even processed it before the scenery turned into lines. Boom. Krillin directly broke through the sound barrier, and not just at 1 or 2 times the speed of sound, but dozens of times over. The maintenance guards on the serpent path were dozing on the clouds. Suddenly feeling a gust of wind rush overhead, they barely had time to see what it was before being swept down by the violent air current, their spears flying who knows where. What just passed by? A meteor? The guards crawled out from the clouds, their hats askew, faces filled with horror. Meanwhile, high above, Wukong's face was being distorted by the wind, his mouth inflated like a balloon, making only muffled noises. Krillin, slow down. I'm going to throw up. Endure it. With Chi-Chi not here, if you throw up on yourself, you'll have to clean it up. Krillin showed no signs of slowing down. The template from Saitama not only provided immense power, but also an abnormal physical strength that disregarded air resistance. 2 days later, halfway along the serpent path, an ancient and elegant palace suddenly appeared by the roadside. As the two landed, the crimson palace doors seemed to sense the male presence, silently sliding open. A sweet and warm, fragrant breeze rushed at them. It was not an ordinary floral scent, but a unique aroma mixed with musk and an unknown orchid, causing a slight intoxication upon inhalation. This serpent path has been cold for hundreds of years. Today it finally welcomes 2 warm breaths of life. Accompanied by a soft and enticing giggle, 2 rows of maidens dressed in delicate translucent veils slowly walked out with palace lanterns. Behind them, a graceful woman gracefully approached. She was the serpent princess. Today she was not dressed in elaborate court attire, but wore a purple cloud-patterned robe with a plunging neckline, revealing large areas of smooth skin and exquisitely sculpted collarbones. Her waist was loosely tied with a ribbon, and with each step her long fair legs peeked out from the slit of her skirt, each movement seeming to tread on the hearts of men. Gentlemen, the journey is long. Oh, why not come in for a drink and refresh yourselves, eh? The serpent princess' doe-like eyes swept briefly over Wukong, seeing just a naive young lad. She quickly moved on, ultimately locking her gaze firmly on Krillin. What a handsome, well-built man. Although he was bald, the confidence and aura emanating from him, along with the solid muscle lines hidden beneath his robe, made him the finest ingredient in this realm. Is there food? Awesome. Wukong cheered, completely ignoring the seductive atmosphere around him, charging toward the dining table deep in the palace and snatching a whole roasted pig to devour. Krillin glanced at the serpent princess and activated his AR data vision. Target: serpent princess, race beast, combat power 1500, evaluation A, snake wanting to eat swan meat, beautiful but lacking strength. Krillin did not move, merely standing still. Seeing this, the serpent princess' lips curled into a charming smile full of confidence. She waved her hand and the palace doors slammed shut, the originally bright lights instantly dimming into a sultry, haze-pink mist filling the air as the sound of silk and bamboo became languorous and intimate. She did not rush to approach, but instead walked slowly around Krillin. Dear brother, why don't you come in? The serpent princess' voice became ethereal, as if coming from all directions, or as if directly caressing Klin's eardrum. Walking behind Krillin, she extended a long finger painted with rouge, gently placing it on his shoulder. Her fingertip traced down along his trapezius, making circles on his spine through the robe. This serpent path is long and lonely, filled only with the sound of the wind and the cries of ghosts. The serpent princess' body pressed closer. Krillin could distinctly feel an astonishing softness and warmth against his back, the unique curves of a woman. She slightly raised herself on tiptoe, resting her chin on Klin's shoulder, her warm, moist breath spraying across his ear and neck, sending shivers down his spine. Here I have 30-year-old daughter's red. Want a soft couch woven from cloud silk? And she turned around, sliding into Klin's embrace like a boneless water snake, her hands wrapping around his neck, her entire form nearly hanging off him. Those captivating eyes were mere inches away, and amidst their gaze words of longing seemed to flow in silence. And I have this burning heart, don't you want to warm it? The serpent princess spoke as she grasped one of Klin's hands, pressing it against her heart. The sensation felt delicate and silky, accompanied by a vigorous heartbeat. The strong implication was enough to make any man with wavering resolve surrender instantly. The surrounding maidens also approached. Some held wine cups, others carried grapes, giggling as they flitted around Krillin, the sheer fabric brushing against his cheek, fragrant breezes wafting, as if he were in a paradise of feasts. "Stay with me." The serpent princess leaned in close to Klin's lips, their mouths merely a hair's breadth apart, her breath fragrant, and her voice becoming husky with magnetism. "As long as you nod, this palace is yours, this serpent path is yours, even my hundreds of years of cultivation are yours. You could be the king here, living in melody day and night, never again needing to worry about cultivation or saving the world. Leave that troublesome work to that foolish boy, won't you?" The serpent princess' fingers gently unbuttoned the top button of Klin's robe, her fingertips gliding over his solid chest muscles, her gaze hazy and alluring. "Look, your body is also quite honest. It craves rest, craves pleasure." The entire palace seemed to transform into a vast web of seduction, the pink hallucinogenic atmosphere thick enough to drip. Krillin lowered his head, looking at the woman before him, who was doing everything to seduce him. "I have to admit, the serpent princess is indeed a beauty." This seductive technique, refined over hundreds of years, combined with the enchanted atmosphere, would have likely caused the previous naive little monk Krillin to bleed from his nose and beg for mercy. But now, Klin's mind flashed with Bulma's face, proud, yet filled with wisdom and vitality, an aura befitting the wealthiest in West City. Then flashed to the wild image of blonde Lanchi wearing a tank top and shouldering a machine gun, calling out to his primal instincts, and the gentle figure of blue-haired Lanchi busy in the kitchen wearing an apron. The delicious food at home and the wild food outside all felt cheap in comparison. "Are we done?" Krillin suddenly spoke, his calm voice instantly shattering the carefully crafted atmosphere. The serpent prince's hand, which was undoing the buttons, abruptly stiffened, the perfect expression of intoxication on her face showing a crack as she looked up, bewilderment flashing in her eyes. What?" Krillin showed no pity, extending a finger to tap the serpent princess' smooth forehead, then disdainfully pushing her half a meter away. He then leisurely buttoned up his robe again, patting his shoulders and chest, as if something dirty had clung to him. First, Krillin glanced at the surrounding maidens, posing provocatively, his eyes revealing a detached indifference. "Your illusion is too low-level. This cheap perfume is giving me a headache, and that so-called roasted pig is probably just a stone turned into food, right? Only Wukong, that taste-deaf fool, could eat that." As Wukong stuffed his mouth with what he thought was food, he looked up, chewing on half a stone with a bewildered expression. "Huh. Krillin, what did you say? This meat is indeed a bit tough, quite hard on the teeth." The serpent princess' lips twitched violently. Second, Krillin scanned the serpent princess again, his eyes filled with sincere, condescending pity. "You say that everything here is mine. Pardon my bluntness, but the entire palace combined isn't even as big as my bathroom at home. Your assets aren't even worthy of carrying my wife's shoes. Just a single hair from her leg is thicker than your waist. Oh no, I mean thicker than your financial power." Third, and most importantly, Krillin leaned closer to the serpent prince's face, which was turning green with anger and her features starting to twist, raising his thumb toward himself, a mocking smile curling at his lips. "My wife is the world's richest woman and an unmatched beauty. She eats the finest delicacies daily. Do you think I would be interested in a plate of leftover food that's been sitting for hundreds of years? You, an old hag relying on illusions to maintain your beauty, should spare yourself the embarrassment. Your foundation is already caking up." Boom. The serpent princess felt as if a thunderbolt had struck her forehead. "Old hag. No money. Ugly. Leftovers." Each word was like a poisoned dagger, accurately piercing her most sensitive spots, twisting it mercilessly. You. The serpent princess trembled with rage, her originally stunning face twisting into a grotesque mask. The pale skin revealed faint blue scales, and her pupils shrank into slits filled with resentment and murderous intent. "Ungrateful, stinking man. You're asking for it. I will chew you up and swallow you whole. Wukong, let's go. Stop gnawing on rocks." Krillin did not give her a chance to transform, turning around and grabbing Wukong, who was still battling the stone, as he stomped down hard. Boom. The air surged, and the two instantly became a streak of light, breaking through the palace dome and soaring into the sky. I will kill you." The shrillest scream of the serpent princess echoed behind them. The once magnificent palace collapsed in an instant, transforming into a massive blue python that thrashed and roared through the sea of clouds, but the two figures had long disappeared at the end of the serpent path. Krillin smirked in midair, glancing back at the massive python. Seriously, what a waste of time. Nowadays, even monsters should have a bit of self-awareness. They should inquire who I am. Wukong, feeling disoriented in the wind, said, Krillin, what you just said. Was it too hurtful? To deal with a monster that wants to eat you, you must completely crush her spirit. Krillin replied calmly, and everything I said is the truth. After a while, at the end of their vision, a small planet finally appeared. It floated in the void, smaller than a town on Earth, yet emitted a strange gravitational wave. We've arrived. King Kai's planet. Wukong shouted excitedly. Krillin slammed on the brakes, coming to a steady halt above King Kai's planet. Prepare for landing, be careful. The gravity here is a bit different. The two descended slowly. As soon as they touched down, Wukong felt as if an invisible hand had slammed down on him, kneeling with a thud, his face smashing into the grass. It's so heavy. My body feels so heavy. Wukong struggled to get up, but his limbs felt as if they were filled with lead. Every movement consumed tremendous energy. In contrast, Krillin landed lightly, even bouncing a couple of times as if breaking in new shoes. Is it just 10 times gravity? It feels a bit light, comparable to Turles' daily training. He glanced at Wukong, who was sprawled on the ground, calculating that when they returned, he should have Bulma send Wukong a set of the 100 times gravity room that was still in development. Scions as a species need extreme gravity to tap into their potential. Is there anyone here? Wukong struggled to prop himself up, drenched in sweat. Yes, and he's a very interesting fellow. Krillin looked at the small round house ahead, a smirk forming on his face. Wukong listened carefully. To learn martial arts from King Kai, you must pass his test. Test? Do I have to defeat him? No, it's something much harder than that. Krillin said seriously. King Kai is a joke aficionado. You must tell him a joke that will make him roll on the ground laughing before he agrees to take you on as a disciple. Tell a joke. Wukong was dumbfounded. Fighting was his forte, but telling jokes, that was harder than killing him. Don't worry, I have a surefire plan. Krillin leaned toward Wukong's ear and whispered. The grass on Planet King is lush and green, the air is fresh, and aside from the somewhat oppressive gravity, it is an excellent place for retirement. Wukong is still struggling against the gravity, wobbling like a duck, just learning to walk. Krillin, on the other hand, has already started doing morning exercises, performing stretches and chest expansions with movements so precise that he resembles a fitness instructor, showing no signs of the tenfold gravity environment. 1 2 3 4 2 2 3 4. Krillin observes this small planet while exercising. There are only a few trees, a circular road, and a vintage red convertible. Krillin, that joke. I remember it now. Wukong walks over, drenched in sweat, his expression one of desperation. But it's really cold. Why didn't that elephant bring toilet paper? Don't ask why, it's art. Krillin pretends to be serious. Remember, your expression should be solemn and your tone sincere. That's the essence of a cold joke. At that moment, the door of the domed small house opened. A short, stout blue figure walked out. He was wearing sunglasses, had 2 antennae on his head, donned a black robe, and held a broom. It's North King. He first glanced at the monkey Bickering bouncing on the grass before noticing the 2 uninvited guests. Oh, what a rare guest. The king pushed up his sunglasses, his voice laced with a hint of irreverence. To think you could run all the way here from Snake Way. It seems that old man Yama didn't misjudge this time. Lord King. Wukong immediately stood at attention, even though his legs were still trembling. I am Sun Wukong, and this is Krillin. We are here to learn martial arts from you to defeat the Scions who will invade Earth in a year. Scions. The king walked over, hands behind his back, circling around the 2. Indeed, a big problem. However, becoming my disciple is not so easy. He suddenly stopped, leaning his face close to Wukong, and a strange light flickered across his sunglasses. Can you tell jokes? Huh. Wukong froze, realizing that Krillin had hit the nail on the head. It's too boring here. Aside from Bickering, there's no one to talk to. The king sighed, his face filled with loneliness. If you want me to teach you, you first need to make me laugh. If you lack even this level of humor, how can you save the world? This logic is impeccable. He'll go first. Krillin raised his hand, stepping forward confidently. The king crossed his arms, displaying a critical expression. Bald kid, you look quite cheerful. I hope your joke isn't too cold. Krillin cleared his throat, adopting a ghost storytelling expression. Once upon a time, there was a little white rabbit lost in the forest. It arrived at a fork in the road and saw a little gray rabbit, so it hurriedly asked, Brother Gray Rabbit, I'm lost, can you tell me how to get home? The little gray rabbit scrutinized the little white rabbit, grinning mischievously, and said, Want to know the way? Then you need to make me happy. Krillin made exaggerated facial expressions, his tone becoming suggestive. The king's mouth twitched slightly as if he sensed something. The little white rabbit had no choice but to comply. Then the little gray rabbit pointed to the left path. Not long after they encountered another fork, this time with a little black rabbit. Krillin paused for a moment before continuing. The little black rabbit also made the same request. Want to know the way? You have to make me happy first. The little white rabbit, in order to get home, could only agree with tears in its eyes and chose the left path. What happened next? The king couldn't help but ask, already being drawn into the story. Eventually, the little white rabbit made it back home. Before long, it gave birth to a litter of little rabbits. Krillin looked at the king mysteriously. Lord King, guess what color these little rabbits are? Gray, black, or spotted? Do you want to know? Krillin suddenly revealed a mischievous grin reminiscent of the little gray rabbit, pointing to himself. Then you need to make me happy first. Silence. A deathly stillness. 3 seconds later. Puff, ha! The king suddenly erupted into an earth-shattering burst of laughter. He held his stomach rolling on the grass, his sunglasses askew, legs flailing. Oh no, I can't take it. Make me happy. Ha ha ha. You're such a naughty boy. Too naughty. The king laughed until tears streamed down his face, pointing at Krillin while pounding the ground. This joke has flavor. So much flavor. Pass. You passed. Krillin shrugged, stepping back, giving Wukong a look that said, now it's your turn. Wukong took a deep breath. Although he still didn't quite understand the punchline of the previous joke, he knew it was his turn to perform. He walked up to the still tearful king with a serious expression. Lord King, I want to tell a story about a rabbit too. Oh. The king got up from the ground, rubbing his aching belly. Go ahead, I hope you won't disappoint me. Wukong widened his eyes, speaking in a tone as if reporting military intelligence. One day, an elephant was pooping in the forest. The king. This opening is explosive. After the elephant finished, it realized it didn't have any paper, and just then it saw a little white rabbit eating grass nearby. While Wukong spoke, he gestured with his hands. The elephant asked Little White Rabbit, do you shed fur? The little white rabbit shook its head and said, no, I don't shed. Then the elephant picked up the little white rabbit to wipe its backside and threw it away before leaving. The king's mouth twitched. The imagery was too vivid. The next day, Wukong suddenly raised his volume. The elephant was eating something, getting grease all over its mouth and hands, and still had no paper. At this moment, it saw a little gray rabbit and asked again, Little Gray Rabbit, do you shed fur? The little gray rabbit also said no. The elephant was very happy and picked up the little gray rabbit to wipe its mouth. At this point, Wukong paused, mimicking a tone of grievance and anger. Then the little gray rabbit spoke up, Big brother. I'm the little white rabbit you used to wipe your butt yesterday. Puff. The king, having just stabilized himself, instantly burst out laughing again. This time he laughed even more exaggeratedly, bouncing on the ground like a blue ball, his face turning purple with laughter. Ha ha ha. It changed color. It actually changed color. Ha ha ha. Help. This elephant is so ruthless. The king laughed so hard, he was gasping for breath, finally lying on the ground with his 4 limbs in the air, exhaling without inhaling. So wonderful. The king weakly raised a hand, giving a thumbs up. You two are simply geniuses. I haven't laughed this hard in hundreds of years. Wukong scratched his head, looking at Krillin. He's laughing so exaggeratedly. Is it really that funny? That's the power of humor. Krillin suppressed his laughter, speaking seriously. All right, get up now. The king finally regained his composure, straightening his disheveled robe and adjusting his sunglasses. Although tears were still in the corners of his eyes, his expression had become slightly more serious. You have passed the test. From today onwards, you will be my disciples of North King. However, the king pushed up his sunglasses, his gaze sweeping over the two. If you wish to learn, you must be prepared to endure hardship. Especially you, Krillin. I can sense an incredible power within you, but your skills are still too crude. And Wukong, although your physical foundation is good, it's still not enough under this gravity. First, you need to catch Baburus. The king pointed at the gorilla that was making faces at them from the tree. Catch a gorilla. Wukong rubbed his fist. That sounds fun. Krillin smiled slightly, releasing the restrictions of his gravity bracelet, a suppressed aura instantly dissipating. Then let's get started, Lord King. Our time is precious. The gravity of King Kai's planet clung to every inch of skin like thick, viscous glue. Son Wukong staggered across the grass like a monkey whose tail had just been stepped on, desperately chasing a nimble gorilla named Babulus. The gorilla moved with athletic grace, twisting and darting between the few scattered trees while pulling grotesque faces. Every now and then he tossed a banana peel, landing it with uncanny precision to send the future strongest being in the universe crashing face first into the dirt. Damn it. Don't run. Wukong wiped mud from his face, breathing heavily. Tenfold gravity was still a challenge he needed time to adapt to. Nearby on a reclining chair, Krillin sat with one leg draped over the other, leisurely sipping an inexplicably chilled fruit juice as he watched the spectacle unfold. Wukong, lower your center of gravity. Don't rely on brute force, Krillin said, taking another sip, sounding like a retired elder. You're trying to catch a gorilla, not competing to see who has the harder skull. Krillin, aren't you training? Wukong shouted over his shoulder amid the chaos. Lord Kai said no food until we catch it. Catch it? Krillin glanced idly at the smug ape. In the next instant he vanished. Babulus, about to sneer at the bald man, suddenly felt a crushing grip tighten around his neck. Krillin had materialized behind him without a whisper, lifting the gorilla by the scruff like a hatchling chick while casually shoving a banana into its mouth with his free hand. Mission accomplished. Krillin dropped the dazed gorilla unceremoniously before Lord Kai. Let's eat. Lord Kai pushed up his sunglasses, their frames nearly slipping off his jaw. This was tenfold gravity, and this bald man hadn't broken a single drop of sweat. That doesn't count. You cheated. Lord Kai protested indignantly. This is foundational physical training. Foundational training. Krillin tapped his gleaming scalp. I don't do 100 push-ups every day for nothing. Lord Kai, stop wasting time. Let's get to the real training. Meanwhile, far away on Earth, the desolate dinosaur plains howled under a gale that whipped sand stinging across exposed skin. Piccolo hovered midair, arms crossed, his gaze cold and unyielding as he surveyed the two small figures below. 4-year-old Gohan, clad in his signature Son Kanji shirt, trembled behind a boulder, shivering uncontrollably. Tears and snot streaked his face as he sobbed, Daddy, Mommy. Nearby, 4-year-old Trun, wearing a tattered jacket, clutched a scavenged femur like a weapon, his eyes sharp and watchful, scanning the barren horizon. Listen well, brats, Piccolo's voice cut like glacial wind. That bald man entrusted you to me. I won't hold back. Survive this wasteland. I'll return in 6 months. If you die, it's simply your fate. With that, he dissolved into a streak of white light, vanishing beyond the sky. Wah, I want to go home. Gohan wailed louder, curling himself into a tight, trembling ball. Shut up. Trun snapped, his youthful face hardened with an unnerving ferocity far beyond his years. Keep crying, and you'll summon wolves. What a crybaby. You're supposed to be a Scion's son. Trun, though frightened, carried within him Krillin's cunning, Bulma's razor-sharp logic, and a faint, inexplicable spark of confidence inherited from Saitama's genetic legacy. Dad always said fear stems from insufficient firepower, Trun declared, brandishing his bone club. If we knock out everything that wants to eat us, we're safe. Gohan lifted his tear-streaked face, blinking up at his shorter companion, eyes wide with terror and bewilderment. At that moment, the ground trembled violently. A 10-meter Tyrannosaurus Rex emerged from behind the rocks, its foul-smelling maw dripping saliva as it locked onto the two tender, defenseless morsels before it. Yikes! Gohan shrieked, instinctively scrambling to flee, only to collapse, legs too weak to bear him. Trun didn't flinch. He locked eyes with the dinosaur, and deep within him a faint pulse of ki began to stir. If Dad were here, one punch would end it. Trun gritted his teeth. So can I. With a deafening roar, the T-Rex lunged, its blood-drenched jaws engulfing them both in shadow. Moved, Trun slammed into Gohan, hurling him aside, then rolled backward with desperate momentum. The T-Rex's jaws snapped shut on solid rock, shattering it into flying shards. Seizing the beast's upward recoil, Trun launched himself like a cannonball, raised his bone club high, and focused every ounce of his nascent ki into a single point, slamming it down onto the dinosaur's big toe. Snap! A sickening crack echoed, though vastly outmatched, his strike carried the monstrous strength of Saitama's genetic imprint. The T-Rex bellowed in agony, staggering off balance. Now's our chance. Crybaby, run! Trun yelled, but Gohan stood frozen, stunned, staring blankly at his friend. Enraged, the T-Rex whipped its colossal tail sideways. Midair, Trun had nowhere to brace, about to be pulverized into pulp. No! Gohan's pupils contracted sharply. In that instant, terror shattered, and pure incandescent fury erupted. Boom! A shockwave of raw ki exploded from Gohan's core. Veins bulged across his forehead as his body blurred, reappearing instantly before Trun's arms locked firm against the thunderous impact of the whipping tail. Thud! Both children were hurled backward, slamming into the cliffside with a deafening crash, dust and rubble billowing outward. Moments later, the debris shifted. Trun crawled out, grimy and bleeding, spitting a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. He turned toward Gohan, unconscious but unharmed, then cracked a lopsided, weary grin. TCH. Not bad after all. Trun fished out his last compressed biscuit, broke off most of it, and shoved it into Gohan's mouth. keeping only a sliver for himself. Eat this, and from now on we're brothers. This wasteland belongs to us. Back on King Kai's planet, Wukong finally captured Babulus on the third day, and spent the next 5 days thoroughly pummeling a cricket named Gregory. Excellent. Foundational training is complete. Lord Kai stood hands clasped behind his back, observing his 2 disciples, one bruised and battered, yet burning with fierce resolve, the other immaculate. Not a crease disturbed, even having assembled a portable barbecue grill to roast fish beside him. Next I shall teach you the ultimate technique, the Kaioken. Lord Kai's expression grew solemn. It multiplies your internal ki exponentially for a brief duration. Strength, speed, and defensive resilience all surge in tandem. But Lord Kai paused, his gaze, sharp and unwavering behind his sunglasses, locking onto Wukong. The strain on the body is immense. Lose control, and your body will disintegrate under the overwhelming surge of energy. For Wukong's current physical capacity, doubling your power is the absolute limit. As for Krillin, Lord Kai glanced at the bald man who was calmly sprinkling cumin over his sizzling fish, and felt a flicker of uncertainty. This man's physiology remained stubbornly inscrutable. Open interface, Krillin murmured, flipping the fish in his mind. Host Krillin race human earthborn. Saitama template integration 35 combat power 6/0 steadily increasing. The battle had shifted from one-sided slaughter to a brutal, unrelenting assault. Wukong's vision blurred, his eyes struggled to focus. Yet he clung to Raditz like indomitable, unyielding gum, bridging the chasm of power with sheer flesh and unbreakable will. Annoying fly, get away from me. Raditz roared in fury, driving a crushing fist into Wukong's abdomen. Ugh! Wukong curled inward like a shrimp vomiting bile mixed with blood. Yet even as he hurtled backward, he wrenched his body midair and seized Raditz's ankle with both hands. Don't pass through. Blood filled Wukong's mouth, yet his eyes blazed with terrifying clarity, the fierce, unwavering resolve of one who guards his comrades. Dare to defy me. Raditz stomped down hard on Wukong's fingers, the sickening crunch of shattered bone piercing the air. Each stomp sent tremors rippling across the sand, yet Wukong refused to let go, as if those fingers no longer belonged to him. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away, Piccolo's body crackled with spiraling golden lightning. The light gathering at his fingertips had deepened from blinding white to searing, ominous gold. That annihilating energy had been compressed to its absolute limit, warping the very air with heat, its resonant hum piercing eardrums with agonizing intensity. Is it ready yet, Piccolo? Wukong screamed, his voice raw and ragged. It's ready. Move aside, Wukong. Piccolo's eyes flared wide, veins bulging across his forehead as the long-accumulated killing technique finally erupted. Mekankasapo, an impossibly thin, hyper-concentrated spiral beam, tore through the air, a shrieking lance of pure destruction cleaving atmosphere with a razor-edged howl straight toward Raditz. This strike channeled Piccolo's entire essence, spirit, chi, and soul, capable of piercing any barrier in existence. Its velocity was incomprehensible, so swift that Raditz's scouter managed only a single ear-splitting alarm before impact. What? A wave of primal dread surged up Raditz's spine, the instinctive terror of prey sensing its apex predator. He instinctively recoiled, but Wukong's grip held fast. Get off me. In that instant of mortal peril, Raditz unleashed every ounce of his latent power, a vicious kick to Wukong's face, using the recoil to wrench his body sideways. Zzz. The beam grazed Raditz's right shoulder, erupting a mist of crimson. Armor, flesh, and bone vaporized instantly, leaving behind the acrid stench of charred meat. The beam did not halt. It streaked onward, striking a towering mountain several kilometers away, piercing it clean through. After seconds of stunned silence, the entire summit collapsed in thunderous ruin, cascading into a torrent of boulders and dust that blotted out half the sky. Gulp. Trunks swallowed hard. The potato chips slipped from his hand and shattered on the ground. That was Uncle Piccolo. Incredible. Krillin nodded, his gaze sharpening. Its pinpoint destructive force was truly terrifying, unmatched in penetration. Pity it missed. That green-skinned fool still needs work on his aim. Raditz clutched his gushing right shoulder, his face, pale, shaken to his core. For that fleeting moment, he had glimpsed the gates of hell yawning wide before him. Damn it. Damn it all. How dare you wound me? Utter terror now ignited into apocalyptic rage. Raditz abandoned all pretense of sport. He raised his uninjured left hand palm, aimed squarely at Piccolo, who stood frozen in post-attack exhaustion. Die, you verminous insects. Piccolo, drained and defenseless, could only watch death descend, his eyes burning with furious, helpless defiance. Then a blur. Wukong had somehow circled behind Raditz and, summoning his last ember of strength, seized the furry tail, swaying at Raditz's waist. Ah! Raditz, moments ago radiating overwhelming menace, crumpled to the ground like a puppet with severed strings. That godlike aura vanished utterly, replaced by utter limpness and exhaustion. The Scion's fatal weakness, the tail. Well done, Wukong. Piccolo's face lit with elation, hope rekindling in his eyes. Hold him. Even if you must bite down, hold on tight. I'll fire again. Let go? Raditz lay prostrate, trembling violently, his voice thick with supplication and fear. Kakarot, brother. I am your elder brother. Wukong faltered, his grip instinctively slackened. He looked down at this man who shared his blood, and for a heartbeat compassion flickered in his heart. We are the last Scions left in the universe. Will you truly kill me? Raditz sensed Wukong's hesitation and instantly squeezed out tears, his voice breaking with theatrical despair. I was wrong. I swear I'll leave Earth immediately and never return. Please, spare your brother this once. I was simply overcome by longing for family. That's why I lost my senses. Really? Wukong hesitated. This was Qin, his sole surviving elder brother in all the world. I swear it, by the honor of the Scions. Wukong, don't believe him. He lies. Piccolo bellowed, spittle flying. That monster tried to kill your son. He is a demon. Far away, Krillin sighed on his beach chair, popping the last chip into his mouth, his expression complex and somber. Here it is, the greatest vulnerability of your uncle Wukong, and also his greatest strength. He has too gentle a heart, even for such villains. Krillin said to Trunks, his tone laced with quiet reverence. It may seem foolish, but it is precisely this mercy that makes him Son Goku. But Dad, isn't mercy toward evil men cruelty to oneself? Trunks frowned. The book says, to eradicate weeds, pull out the roots. You're right. And the price for that mercy is about to be exacted. Krillin shook his head. Indeed. In that very instant, Wukong's heart softened and his fingers fully loosened. Raditz's tear-streaked face twisted into a demonic snarl. Die, fool. Thud. He drove a brutal elbow into Wukong's temple. The blow landed with crushing force. Wukong cried out in agony, hurtling backward like a broken marionette, slamming onto the earth, unable to rise. Raditz granted no respite. He lunged forward, stamping his boot hard onto Wukong's chest, grinding down with savage pressure. Crack! Crack! The sickening snap of fractured ribs echoed clearly, chilling to the bone. Ha! What a fool. You actually believed that nonsense. Raditz laughed wildly, each footfall punctuating his mockery. Do I look like someone who keeps promises? Lower-class warriors, your minds are as weak as your bodies. This is the price of your soft heart. Aag! Wukong screamed, blood gushing from his mouth, staining the front of his GI crimson. Dad! Gohan, hiding behind the wreckage of the spaceship, watched his father's torment through a narrow gap. His tear-filled eyes widened, pupils contracting as his reason shattered. A crimson aura erupted without warning from the 4-year-old's tiny frame. Beep! 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 Raditz's scouter shrieked anew, its reading skyrocketing. Power level 710. 1000. 1307. What is this? Raditz whirled around in disbelief, convinced his scouter had malfunctioned. Don't you dare hurt my daddy. Gohan roared, and launched himself like a scarlet cannonball charged with raw, shattering fury straight at Raditz. The attack came too fast, too sudden, fueled by pure, unfiltered wrath. Tum! Raditz took the full force of Gohan's headbutt square in the chest. In that instant, he felt as though struck by a falling meteor. His armor exploded inward, his sternum caved, and he blasted backward in a spray of blood, slamming hard against the cliff face. Now, though agony seared his chest, Wukong knew this was the sole chance his son had bought him. He lunged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around the wounded Raditz from behind. Full Nelson lock. Wukong's arms locked like iron bands, immobilizing Raditz completely. Piccolo, now fire again. Wukong bellowed, blood trickling from his lips. Kill us both. It's the only way. What? Piccolo recoiled, then broke into a cruel, exhilarated grin. Ha ha, perfect. I meant to kill him, but eliminating you, my thorniest rival, in the same stroke. A bargain beyond measure. Let me go, you madman. Raditz thrashed wildly, elbowing, head-butting, striking at Wukong. But Wukong stood unshaken, a statue forged in resolve. Piccolo, hurry. I can't hold him much longer. Mekanka Sappo. Again, and for the final time. The beam of annihilation blazed forth once more, inescapable, inevitable. The night sky of King Kai's planet is always so clear, even though there is no true darkness here. Krillin raised his hands high as if surrendering to the heavens. Feel the essence of the grass and trees, feel the essence of the wind, feel the essence of the planet. King Kai patiently guided from the side. Do not forcibly seize with your own essence, but rather request and call upon it. A glimmer of light gathered from all around, coalescing into a glowing orb the size of a fist in Krillin's palm. Too slow. Krillin frowned and dispersed the orb directly. Slow. King Kai suddenly jumped in anxiety. This is borrowing power from all things. It requires politeness. Do you think it's robbery? In battle, who would give you a few minutes to stand there like a target? By the time I borrow enough essence, the earth would have already exploded 100 times over. Krillin unceremoniously retorted. That's a lack of skill on your part. No, it's an issue with the mechanism of this skill. Krillin stroked his chin, his brain working at full capacity under the influence of the genius intellect. The essence ball's nature is a collection of high-dimensional life energy. In the original work, Wukong always treated it like a one-time nuclear bomb to throw out. If it hits, it's a divine technique. If not, it's just fireworks. Moreover, the wind-up is too long and can easily be interrupted. What if I don't throw it out? A glint of brilliance flashed in Krillin's eyes. Not throwing it out. Then why are you holding it? As a streetlight? King Kai asked in confusion. Since my body is an endless pit, why not just absorb this essence? Krillin's idea was quite insane. Though gentle, the essence is still foreign energy, and forcibly inhaling it could easily lead to energy chaos or even result in an explosive death. But who is Krillin? He is the man with the Saitama template. His cells are best at devouring and adapting. Let's give it a try. Krillin raised his hands once more. Whoosh. The surrounding essence no longer drifted slowly but surged towards Krillin as if drawn by a black hole. Hey, what are you doing? Don't act recklessly. You'll explode if you absorb it like that. King Kai was startled. Krillin was deaf to the warnings. When the essence ball gathered above his head to the size of a basketball, he did not throw it, but instead clapped his hands together, slamming the light ball directly into his chest. Crazy. King Kai covered his eyes. Buzz. As Krillin forcibly pushed the high-density essence ball into his chest, the data stream on the system panel refreshed wildly like a waterfall. A red warning box flashed frantically in the corner of his retina, eventually replaced by a line of golden prompts. Warning: high-dimensional energy injection detected. Attempting assimilation. Assimilation successful. Saitama template unrestricted responding. Energy conversion rate 100. A sacred, pure, yet infinitely majestic white light erupted from within Krillin. Krillin's skin became translucent as if carved from white jade. On his bald head, where there was originally no hair, a massive halo formed behind him made of pure white energy due to the overflow of high-density essence. His eyes lost their pupils, turning into a vast expanse of pure white, yet not appearing hollow. Instead, they radiated a cold indifference and compassion, looking down upon all beings. The originally violent energy of the 20 times King Kai fist vanished, replaced by an unfathomable tranquility. It was like a living Buddha. Yet anyone who approached could feel the turbulent power that could shatter stars surging beneath that tranquility. Krillin slowly clenched his fist. He could sense that the essence not only enhanced his strength, but also formed an absolute defensive essence armor around his body. Moreover, in this state, his stamina and recovery rate were nearly infinite, as he was constantly drawing energy from the environment. Conceal the essence, enhance the flesh, and form the body of dominance. Krillin's voice became ethereal, carrying a reverberating effect. I shall call it. He paused, a trace of a dissonant, wicked smile curling his lips, disrupting the sanctity of the moment. Series, saintly Buddha form. What it means is to fight while transcending. Krillin waved his hand casually, and a white energy wave instantly flattened a distant hill, leaving a cut as smooth as a mirror. This is simply reckless. This is simply blasphemous. Although King Kai scolded with his mouth, his eyes behind the sunglasses were filled with shock. This guy actually altered the essence ball, and it transformed into a permanent transformation state. If he masters this, he could stand still in a fight and let others hit him, and just a slap back would unleash an essence ball to the face. The originally stable combat power of 6,000 after training under King Kai's gravity began to rise exponentially in that instant. 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, 10,000. The numbers continued to fluctuate, but Krillin no longer focused on that simple numerical value. This feeling. Krillin raised his hand, looking at his jade-like palm, while the pure white halo behind his head slowly rotated, emitting a heart-pounding wave. It's not just an increase in power, but the rules have changed. The system interface popped up a detailed skill enhancement analysis, host Krillin status, saintly Buddha form, essence body combat, power, normal 10,000. Due to the environmental constraints of King Kai's planet essence concentration, is insufficient eruption state. Current status duration, saintly Buddha form 175,180 seconds. Krillin canceled the state, the white light dissipated, and the halo vanished. The feeling of exhaustion had not even had time to appear before his body was instantly restored. The gravity on King Kai's planet is too low and the essence is not dense enough. Krillin expressed some dissatisfaction. Without gathering enough essence, the duration of the saintly Buddha form is not long enough, and I cannot attempt to combine it with the King Kai fist. Training here is too slow. Only a combat power of 10000. Although it is significantly stronger than in the original work for Krillin, the growth rate over the past 6 months felt like a leisurely stroll. Too low. King Kai felt as if he had been shot in the knee. This is 10 times the gravity. 10 times that of Earth. Wukong. Krillin looked at Wukong, who was still struggling with the gravity. I need to return to Earth first. Huh. So soon. Wukong exclaimed in surprise. But the scions will arrive in half a year. This place has no challenges left for me. Krillin pointed at the sky. I need to go back and ask Bulma to build me a training room with 300 times the gravity. Moreover, those 2 kids on Earth should have finished their special training by now, though I need to go check their progress. In truth, Krillin was dissatisfied with the poor food here and the absence of his wife. 300 times. King Kai no longer wished to speak. He felt that his role as a god was quite redundant. Then you should head back, Krillin. Wukong's eyes ignited with fighting spirit. I will continue to work hard here and will definitely not lose to you. All right, I will wait for you on Earth. Krillin walked behind King Kai, placing a hand on his shoulder. King Kai, lend me your back as a springboard to send me back to Earth. Hey, I am a god, not a taxi. King Kai protested. Next time I come, I'll bring you a complete set of Playboy limited edition. Over there in that direction. King Kai immediately pointed his attitude, making a complete 180-degree turn. Krillin smiled, slightly pressing 2 fingers to his forehead. That little brat Tien. He has gotten quite stronger. It seems that Krillin is indeed good at raising kids. Whoosh. Krillin's figure vanished instantly from King Kai's planet. King Kai looked at the empty space beside him, let out a long breath, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Finally got rid of this plague. Now my lawn can finally grow. He turned to look at Wukong, and found him gazing in admiration at the direction Krillin had vanished, beginning to do push-ups with even more effort. 10,000. I want to get stronger too. King Kai nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, he still had 1 normal disciple. Although he was a glutton, at least he wouldn't randomly try to destroy his planet. On the desolate Gobi wasteland, wind scourged grit across bare rock like whips. This was one of Earth's harshest no-man's lands, and the very training ground Bieka had chosen. 2 tiny silhouettes collided at high speed in midair. Dong Dong waved. Telang's childish voice carried a cunning that belied his years. He used his small stature to his advantage, folding his body in midair with uncanny agility as a yellow beam shot from his fingertip toward his opponent's knee. Mo flash. Though Sun Wufan looked somewhat timid, his battle instincts made his reaction astonishingly fast. He thrust his hands over his head and slammed them down. A thicker chi wave met the attack heat. Boom. The 2 energies detonated, and the rising dust instantly swallowed both figures. Krillin hovered 10,000 meters above, arms folded, watching the scene below with keen amusement. He deliberately concealed his presence so well that even Bieka did not notice him. Watching the 2 children's skirmish, Krillin's mouth twitched into a smile. TSK, telling that brat's just like his mother, sly and always aiming low in a fight. Who taught him that? Before the dust had fully settled, Teluing wriggled out like a loach. Rather than attacking again, he used the blast shockwave as cover and instantaneously slipped behind Wufan. Haha, crybaby, you lost. Teluing held a fistful of sand he seemed to have plucked from nowhere and was about to fling it into Wufan's eyes. Huh. As if sensing the danger behind him, Wufan's gaze sharpened. He erupted his chi, forming a circular halo of light. Bang! The sudden burst sent Teluing flying. He tumbled twice in the air before barely righting himself. That hurts. You're so strong. Teluing rubbed his backside and grimaced. You cry at bugs, but in a fight you go mad like a feral dog. You don't call me a mad dog. Wufan's face flushed scarlet as he assumed Beak's fighting stance. Uncle Bieka said mercy to an enemy is cruelty to yourself. Krillin opened his AR data interface in midair. Target Teluing. Race Earthling, contains trace Chi factor. Power level 520 base. Assessment extremely high, combat IQ adept at exploiting rules, constitution unusually resilient. Target Sun Wufan. Race Earthling. Power level 515 base burst state. Emotional volatility extremely high. Assessment potential unfathomable. Currently in a passive counterattack phase lacking initiative for proactive offense. Just over 500 at base. Krillin murmured, rubbing his bald head in thought. Not bad. Both have improved markedly. Although that is far below the 1,000+ shown in the original at this stage, that figure was a post-Latizi burst and cannot be used as a measure of base strength. There are 6 months until Baijita and Naba, the two scions, arrive. The foundation is already solid, very good. Just as the two youngsters were about to begin a second round, a cold voice cut through. Enough, 10 minutes rest. Bieka crossed his arms and drifted out from behind a rock, his white cloak snapping in the wind as his keen eyes swept over the children. Telling you rely on too many cheap tricks. Against absolute force, tossing sand will only get you killed faster, Bieka admonished coldly. In Wufan, your reflexes are too slow. If Telling had a knife just now, you'd have lost your head. Wufan hunched his neck defensively. Sorry, Uncle Bieka. Huh. Winning is winning no matter the method. Telling pouted in defiance, but at Beak's murderous glare, he quickly shut his mouth. Well said. Victory is victory. A teasing voice rang abruptly behind Bieka, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He whirled about, a vein throbbing at his temple. Someone had closed to within 3 meters of his back without being noticed. Who? Krillin waved with a beaming smile. Yo, Bieka. Thanks for babysitting. Are those two still restless at night? Dad. Uncle Krillin. The two children cried in delight. Telling flung himself at Krillin and clung to his leg like a koala. Dad, you're finally back. This green-skinned uncle is abusing children. He won't give me meat and makes me eat sour wild fruits every day. Beak's eye twitched. Shut up. Those are Shindo substitutes. They restore stamina. He watched Krillin warily, his pointed ears trembling. Half a year earlier, the power that bald man displayed had already driven him to despair. Now, he found he could not read Krillin at all. Krillin stood there like an ordinary man with no visible aura, but Beak's instinct told him it was never that simple. Why have you come back? Bieka snorted. There are still 6 months before the scions arrive. Are you here to right our wills? On the contrary, I'm here to give you an edge. Krillin ruffled Tellering's black hair, and his expression grew serious. Bieka, training here is too inefficient. Another month might only raise your power by a few hundred points. Against those two who can kill you in an instant, such gains are meaningless. Then what do you suggest? Though Bieka protested with words, he knew Krillin spoke the truth. Come with me, Krillin said, thumbed over his shoulder. To Shidu, the Capsule Corporation. Burma built a clever device, and I have a new technique. Want to learn it? No interest. Bieka turned away with a prideful huff. Kellen's lips curled into a mischievous smile. The air suddenly grew viscous. Krillin did not unleash an earth-shattering aura, only the surface of his skin took on a faint ruby-like shimmer. One-fold Kyokan Jia Wang Quan, normalized. It was released for but an instant. Bieka felt his heart as if seized by an invisible crushing hand. It was a pure, qualitatively overwhelming pressure. If his chi was a rushing river, what Krillin had displayed in that moment was a fathomless ocean. Cold sweat slid down Beak's cheek. What kind of technique is that? He croaked. Jia Wang Quan, Krillin replied. A method that can instantly double your combat power, or multiply it by dozens, if your body can endure it. Krillin let his chi subside and smiled like a salesman. If your body can bear it, the theoretical ceiling is limitless. So Great Demon King Bieka, interested in a Demon Clan version of Jia Wang Quan. Bieka was silent for 3 seconds. Since you ask, he'll reluctantly take a look. He flicked his cloak aside. But fair warning, if it's worthless trickery, it'll kill you on the spot. All right. Glad you're pleased, Krillin replied, unbothered. Krillin scooped up the still goofing Tellering with one hand and grabbed Wufan's shoulder with the other. Hold tight. We're off to fetch a few more people. Whoosh. He activated instant transmission. In the next moment, the Baron Gobi had been replaced by a temple wrapped in drifting mists. At the heavenly temple, Tianjin, Fan Jiaozi, and Yamucha were engaged in tedious sparring. They wore heavy-weighted suits and sweated profusely. Huff. Can this level of training really face the scions? Yamucha collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Even Wukong was killed in an instant. Don't be defeatist. Tianjin Fan wiped his brow, his 3 eyes glinted with resolve. Even if we die, well, die on the battlefield. Well said. That's the spirit. Kellen's voice suddenly rang out, startling Yamucha so much he nearly toppled from the temple's edge. Kellen, the others cried. Tianshan hobbled out from the depths of the temple. Upon seeing Bieka beside, Krillin, his expression shifted briefly before settling back to calm. Krillin, you returned from Jiwang? Tianxin asked. Yes. Consider it further study, Krillin replied without waste, looking to Yamcha and the others. Everyone, time is short. The temple training is fine, but it is too gentle for opponents at the science level. I have a harsher, more efficient, and certainly more painful training method. Who's in? Tianjin Fan studied Krillin, his upright eye narrowed slightly. He could sense the barely perceptible composure on Krillin, a confidence born only of mastering absolute power. I'm in, Tianjin Fan said without hesitation. They'll go too, Jiaozi followed. Yamcha hesitated, glancing at his knuckles. If I don't go, I probably won't even deserve to be cannon fodder, will I? Yamcha gave a bitter smile and rose. Count me in. I want to see what that hellish training is like. Good. Krillin snapped his fingers. All present. Next stop, Shidu Capsule Corporation. Prepare for rebirth. He glanced at Bieka, who snorted and looked away. He looked to the two rascals, Telling and Wu Fan, who peered excitedly at the sea of clouds below. He extended his hand, signaling everyone to climb onto his shoulders. Hold on tight, and no vomiting. Whoosh. Their forms vanished above the temple, leaving behind a dumbfounded Bobo and a solemn Tianxin. The fate of Earth will be entrusted to these young people. Tianxin sighed and cast his gaze toward the distant horizon. West City Capsule Corporation. When Krillin and a large group of people suddenly materialized on the immaculately manicured lawn, the garden maintenance robot watering the grass short-circuited in shock, its hose spraying Yamcha from head to toe. Tui, what kind of welcome ceremony is this? Yamcha wiped water from his face, only to freeze in stunned silence. The Capsule Corporation headquarters, already brimming with futuristic elegance, now resembled an impregnable steel fortress. Massive hemispherical energy shield generators rose along the perimeter walls, while swarms of micro-drones hummed softly as they patrolled the skies. This is Bulma's house. Tien Shinhan blinked, dumbfounded. It looks like we're preparing for interstellar warfare. To guard against those two alien monkeys, Bulma spared no expense. Krillin explained casually, warmth blooming quietly in his chest. This was all for the sake of protecting their home. Mom, we're back. Trunks wrenched free from Krillin's hand and shot forward like a tiny cannonball toward the main building. The automatic sliding doors parted smoothly, revealing two figures stepping out, the first being Bulma. She wore a crisp white lab coat over a form-fitting purple bodysuit, her silhouette still fiercely voluptuous despite motherhood. In one hand, she held a holographic tablet. Beneath carefully applied makeup, dark circles betrayed her exhaustion, but the undercurrent of anxiety remained unmistakable. Behind her stood Launch, her blue hair cascading down her shoulders as she clutched a feather duster, until the moment she saw Krillin, when it slipped from her fingers and clattered onto the floor. Trunks. Bulma caught her son midair, planting a fierce kiss on his cheek. Then her gaze swept past the crowd, locking unerringly onto the bald man standing among them. The air seemed to thicken, suspended in silence for a breathless moment. You actually had the nerve to come back. Bulma thrust Trunks into Launch's arms and strode forward, resolute as a storm front. Piccolo instinctively stepped back. He'd rather face Raditz than face Bulma in full fury. Yamcha shrank behind Tien Shinhan, vanishing from view. Krillin spread his arms wide, wearing a disarmingly sheepish grin. Honey, I came back early. Thump. Not a slap, but a suffocating, bone-crushing embrace. Bulma crashed into his chest, arms locking around his neck with desperate, ferocious strength, as if trying to fuse herself into his very being. If you dare die out there, I'll have Launch turn Yamcha into Swiss cheese. Her voice cracked with raw emotion muffled against his chest. Yamcha utterly blindsided. Krillin gently stroked Bulma's signature blue hair, feeling the tremors running through her frame. The Saitama template granted him invincible power, but only this embrace reminded him he was still flesh and blood, still human. Don't worry, I'll survive even if the universe collapses. Krillin murmured softly, then lifted his eyes toward Launch, standing nearby. Blue-haired Launch blushed deeply, hesitating, her fingers twisting shyly at her sides. Achoo! A breeze swept across the garden, carrying pollen into Launch's nose. Instantly, her golden locks flared outward, and her gentle gaze sharpened into something wild, electric, and razor-edged. Golden-haired Launch drew a compact submachine gun from beneath her skirt and snapped the bolt home with a sharp metallic clack. Baldy, you finally deigned to crawl back. Cursing under her breath, she marched forward, pressing the barrel hard against Krillin's chest, then seized his collar with her free hand and kissed him fiercely. MMPH. Silence fell absolute and total. Gohan covered his eyes, yet peeked through his fingers. Trunks whistled low and long. Piccolo turned so green he vanished, launching himself straight onto the rooftop to avoid the spectacle entirely. At last they broke apart. Golden-haired Launch licked her lips, eyes glazed with intoxicating ferocity. Tonight I'm inspecting the goods. Missing even an ounce, and you're dead. Ahem. Krillin flushed faintly. Though thick-skinned by nature, even he felt his cheeks warm under such public scrutiny. He glanced at Yamcha and the others, stunned into speechlessness. Why don't you all go rest? Dr. Briefs has arranged your rooms. The gravity chamber is on level 5 underground. Feel free to use it anytime. No need to stand on ceremony. We're leaving now. This place reeks of nauseating romance. I can't take it anymore. Yamcha dragged Tien Shinhan away in full retreat. Night descended, studded with countless stars. Bulma's bedroom had undergone extraordinary modifications, its walls lined with sound-dampening material salvaged from Namekian spacecraft, and its bed, a custom-forged ultra-alloy levitating platform engineered to withstand Krillin's superhuman impact forces. Bathed in soft light, Bulma slipped into a semi-transparent lavender silk nightgown, holding 2 glasses of red wine. Her gaze shimmered with sultry liquid allure. Do you have any idea how terrified I was these past 6 months? She handed Krillin a glass, her fingertips tracing the ridges of his firm pectorals. Scanners classified Raditz as merely a low-tier warrior, yet 2 stronger ones are coming. Every night I dreamt of Earth exploding. Krillin took the glass and drank it in one smooth motion. As long as I'm here, Earth won't explode. Setting the empty glass aside, he pulled Bulma close and whispered into her ear. Compared to Earth, I think your current body temperature is far more dangerous. Naughty. Bulma playfully tapped his chest, her cheeks blazing crimson. Just then the bathroom door opened. Golden-haired Launch emerged, wrapped in a towel, damp golden strands clinging to her shoulders as droplets traced paths down her collarbone into the deep valley beyond. She twirled a sleek Browning pistol idly between her fingers, eyes gleaming with challenge. Hey scientist, our deal stands. First half is yours, second half is mine. Don't try hoarding him all to yourself. Golden-haired Launch plopped onto the edge of the bed, legs elegantly crossed. Who said we had a deal? Bulma shot her a sharp glare. This is my house. TCH. And that Baldy is my man. Launch retorted without flinching. Krillin gazed at the 2 women before him, so different in temperament, yet bound by identical, unwavering devotion. Deep within him, the Saitama factor stirred, humming with latent power. Enough arguing. With a casual wave, Krillin extinguished the lights, leaving only moonlight spilling across the floor. Children make choices. As the strongest being in the cosmos, I claim all of it. You greedy Baldy, you jerk. Don't think I'm scared just because you've mastered the Kaioken. Look out, here comes the gun. MMPH. That night would become the ultimate test for Capsule Corporation's legendary soundproofing system. Krillin employed no techniques, relying solely on his limit-shattering physique to demonstrate what true, boundless stamina truly meant. System alert: host detected engaging in high-intensity life harmonization activity. Passive skill: absolute mastery activated. Precise neuromuscular control ensures optimal partner experience. Intense, transcendent, and completely injury-free. How long passed no one knew. Only that dawn's pale light began bleeding across the horizon. Krillin leaned against the headboard, refreshed, revitalized, even contemplating 100 push-ups on impulse. He opened his system interface. Host: Krillin race, human limit breaker in progress in status, sage, interval simulated in combat, power 850, base enhanced by elevated mood and stamina, Saitama template trait. Unending in charm locked at 199 peak human attainment. Saitama template integration 36 end skills, serious punch, ordinary rapid fist flight technique, divine rank energy disc, / incomplete, divine healing art S rank serious series, Saint Buddha, form special talents, stellar adaptation growth, through near-death scion factor, conversion in new achievement, unlocked harmony of 2 hearts S rank. Reward: acquired skill chi resonance, subtle combat power enhancement for partners via dual cultivation. Krillin glanced at the 2 sleeping women, then scanned them with his data vision. Bulma's combat power rose from 4 to 8. Launches surged from 150 to 300. Well, this beats training hands down. Krillin shook his head, bemused. Looks like I'll need to train more often. Gently tucking the blankets around them, he slipped into his training GI and glided noiselessly from the room. A lover's haven may be a hero's tomb, but also the very reason he draws his sword. Next up, it's time to train them. Standing on the balcony, Krillin watched the sun rise, his gaze sharpening into cold, incisive resolve. Vegeta, Nappa, I hope you don't cry too hard when the time comes. On the 5th underground level lies the core restricted zone of the Universal Capsule Company. The massive gravity training room is divided into 7 independent chambers, each equipped with top-tier medical pods and food synthesis machines. Listen carefully, everyone. Krillin stood before the central control console with a gigantic holographic screen behind him displaying each person's current physical data. There are still 6 months until the Scions arrive. During these 6 months, there will be no rest days, no entertainment. Aside from eating and sleeping, you will be training. Krillin's voice echoed in the vast hall, carrying an undeniable authority. The gravity system here can be adjusted up to 300 times. But I suggest you start at 2 times, don't flatten yourselves into pancakes. Yamcha swallowed hard. 300 times. Are you saying that the gravity on King Kai's planet is only 10 times? We are not facing ordinary Scions. We are battling the elite among them. Krillin pointed to the data on the screen. Yamcha, your ki is too scattered and your flashy techniques are too many. From today, you will practice just one technique, Spirit Bomb. But the Spirit Bomb has limited power. Yamcha weakly retorted. That's because your previous training methods were incorrect. Krillin interrupted him. What I want you to do is to integrate the explosive principle of the King Kai Fist into the Spirit Bomb. It's not about your body enduring the King Kai Fist, but rather having your Spirit Bomb endure the King Kai Fist. Use King Kai Fist for the Spirit Bomb. Yamcha was stunned as if a new world had opened up. A glint of sharp light flashed in Krillin's eyes. Exactly. Compress and compress further until it becomes an unstable miniature nuclear bomb. As long as you can control it so it doesn't explode in your hands with this shot, even Babidi will have to kneel. Yamcha's eyes lit up. If successful, he would no longer be the background character who could only use Wolfang Fist. Krillin turned to Tien. Tien, your physical quality is the best among everyone except Piccolo. Your Kamehameha is powerful, but its side effect is the consumption of life force. I want you to learn how to use the return ki technique to offset this consumption during this month. In simple terms, it's like bleeding while transfusing blood. Tien nodded thoughtfully. I understand. As for Piccolo, Krillin looked at the green-skinned proud creature standing in the corner with his arms crossed. Your special beam cannon takes too long to charge. In this gravity chamber, I will have Trunks and Gohan take turns harassing you. You must complete the charge while moving at high speed and getting hit. Piccolo snorted coldly. Humph, I wouldn't want it any other way. Krillin glanced at the blonde Launch who was cleaning a gun. He thought it might be better to find something for her to do, although he didn't expect her to help much. Launch. Guns are useless against those with combat power over 100. They're no different from water guns. Krillin gathered a ball of ki in his hand, wrapping it around a coin and flicking it casually. Boom. The coin instantly pierced through 3 layers of special steel plates, leaving a molten hole with a crimson edge. Wrap your ki around the bullets, and even use ki to replace gunpowder for propulsion. Krillin said, I want you to become a demon bullet shooter. As long as your ki is strong enough, your gun will become an anti-material sniper cannon. Launch's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Sounds exciting, Baldy. Over the next 6 months, the basement was filled with cries, explosions, and the humming of the gravity machines. Oh, my waist is going to break. This was Yamcha trying to control the rampaging Spirit Bomb under 10 times gravity. Trunks, you little brat, don't kick my butt. This was Piccolo being ambushed by Trunks while charging. Tatata. This was Launch in a frenzy, each bullet trailing a blue flame, obliterating the training targets. Krillin was also busy. He was in the 300 times gravity chamber performing what seemed to be the simplest yet most tedious training, basic punches and kicks. He was attempting to perfectly merge the absolute power of the Saitama template with the techniques of ki. System notification, simplified version of King Kai Fist principle analysis, progress 100. Skill generated, normal state, overclock passive. Effect maintains body cells in an active state of low multiplier. King Kai Fist. 25 times, requiring no outburst, no obvious side effects, only consuming additional stamina. The host's stamina is unlimited, thus consumption is ignored. Time flew by. There was only 1 day left until the Scion's arrival. The door to the training room slowly opened. Everyone stepped out. Their clothes were tattered, their bodies marked with scars, but the eyes of each person had undergone a profound transformation. Yamcha toyed with a spirit bomb the size of a ping-pong ball, but the space around this small sphere was slightly distorted, emanating a heart-stopping high temperature. Spirit Bomb King Kai version completed. Yamcha confidently wiped his nose. Tien's aura had deepened and become more reserved, resembling a towering mountain. Piccolo's cloak had been torn into strips, but he stood there like a sword drawn from its sheath. Trunks and Gohan followed behind him, their innocent eyes now replaced with the resolute determination of warriors. System scan all participants. The data stream in Krillin's eyes refreshed rapidly. Piccolo Combat Power 3500 Normal Burst. Tien Combat Power 2800 Yamcha Combat Power 200 Spirit Bomb Burst Power. Can reach over 400 Gohan Combat Power 180 Normal Rage Value Bonus. Not calculated. Trunks Combat Power 190 Krillin Combat Power 180 Normal. Overclock Mode Saint Buddha. Form not activated. Very good. Krillin looked at his transformed companions with satisfaction, nodding. This data completely overwhelmed everyone in the original story except for Goku. Even if Babidi Combat Power 400 came, he might still be taken down by the current Yamcha. Everyone, tomorrow is the day when those two aliens arrive. Krillin stepped forward, clenching his fist. They think Earth is a lamb to be slaughtered, a planet to be traded at will. But tomorrow we will tell them. Krillin's lips curved into a cruel and excited arc, his bald head shining under the light. This is hella welcome. Oh! Everyone shouted in unison, their fighting spirit breaking through the basement and soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, in the distant space, two spherical spaceships sliced through the darkness, trailing long tails of flame as they rapidly descended toward this blue planet. The Earth is plunged into an unprecedented frenzy. The signals of major television stations are forcibly cut off, replaced by emergency evacuation notices issued by various governments. The red subtitles scrolling at the bottom of the screen are shocking. Unidentified flying objects are approaching expected impact location East City. This is not a drill. Order has completely collapsed in the streets. Supermarket shelves have been stripped bare, with even expired dog food being fought over. The highway is choked, a long line of cars honking in despair. Some abandon their vehicles and flee, while others kneel by the roadside, praying for mercy from the impending doomsday judgment. Fear spreads like a plague, instantly infecting billions around the globe through waves and networks. However, at the Universal Capsule Company in West City, the atmosphere is entirely different. It feels like a tranquil island in the eye of a storm. A massive protective shield isolates the chaos from the outside world, while the central air conditioning blows a constant cool breeze at 24 degrees Celsius, filling the air with the aroma of freshly baked cookies. Bulma sits in a genuine leather swivel chair in the control room, holding a steaming cup of black coffee. In front of her is a wall-sized holographic screen densely packed with data streams refreshing frantically. Orbital calculations complete. Error correction 0.001. Bulma sips her coffee, her fingers dancing swiftly across the virtual keyboard. These two guys really know how to pick their spots, heading straight for the most densely populated East City. It seems they are not just here to find someone, they are also here to assert their dominance. She glances at the countdown in the bottom right corner of the screen, 3 hours 12 minutes, until impact. Such precise landing predictions, no one but me could achieve this. Bulma stretches lazily, showing no signs of anxiety despite the impending disaster. After all, her bald husband had sworn last night in bed that even if the Earth exploded, he would find a way to piece it back together for her. Meanwhile, on the second floor in the children's room, the atmosphere is almost excessively warm. Under the soft, warm yellow light, Krillin sits cross-legged beside Trunks' small bed. Holding a picture book titled Encyclopedia of the Universe, he is conducting what he calls a pre-war mobilization. Dad, who is that uncle that looks like a hedgehog? Trunks points to a hand-drawn man with a towering hairline in the book. Oh, this one. Krillin strokes his chin, seriously making up a story. This is an unfortunate fellow. His name is Vegeta, a proud little prince. His greatest hobby is boasting about being elite and then getting rubbed into the ground by others. What about this bald giant? Trunks points to a nearby muscular man. Is he as strong as Dad? Krillin makes a face of disdain. Don't compare this kind of trash to your father. This guy is called Nappa, a big oaf who only knows how to use brute force. His bald head is due to follicle failure, while your dad's is because he is just too strong, you understand. That's a fundamental difference. Trunks nods, somewhat understanding. Then why are they coming to Earth? Because they are looking for trouble. Krillin closes the picture book and tucks his son in. Sleep now, son, I'll take you to see a show tomorrow. I want to go too. On the adjacent small bed, Goten pops his head up, his eyes sparkling. After 6 months of special training, the child is still a bit shy, but the inherent scion combativeness within him has been activated quite a bit. Go ahead, all of you go. Krillin smiles, ruffling Goten's hair. After putting both little ones to sleep, he tiptoes out of the room. At the end of the corridor, Bulma leans against the door frame, holding the radar detector. Are the Dragon Balls ready? She asks. Yes, they are all in the basement. Krillin nods, his expression becoming slightly more serious. Goku should be done training with King Kai by now. Although he may not be needed to save the day now, it feels lacking without the main character in such a grand scene. The two head to the underground vault. 7 orange spheres lie quietly in a shockproof box, emitting a warm glow. Krillin looks at these Dragon Balls, a hint of worry flashing in his heart. After the last wish to remove the genetic locks, he clearly felt that some murky energy had accumulated within the Dragon Balls. That is the embryonic form of negative energy. System, check the status of the Dragon Balls. Scanning. Target Earth Dragon Balls status: negative energy accumulation value 12. Warning: excessive use may lead to the premature birth of an evil dragon. It is advised that the host wishes cautiously. Only 12, there's still room to spare. Krillin feels reassured. He returns to the surface and chooses a more open spot. He takes a deep breath, spreads his arms. Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish. Rumble. The previously clear night sky is suddenly filled with dark clouds, golden lightning tearing through the heavens. A massive green beam of light shoots up from the backyard of the Capsule Corporation, transforming into a serpentine dragon. Its enormous body blocks out the sun, and its crimson eyes look down upon the tiny humans. This is Shenron. No matter how many times one sees it, the sense of oppression from a higher dimensional being still inspires awe. Gatherer of the Dragon Balls, state your wish. Any wish can be granted once. Shenron's voice rumbles like thunder, making the window glass buzz. Krillin looks up at the massive dragon head and shouts loudly. Shenron, please revive Goku. Shenron pauses for a moment, his eyes flashing red. That wish is very simple. As soon as the words leave his mouth, far away on King Kai's planet in the other world, the halo above the hedgehog-headed man instantly dissolves into light points. The wish has been granted. Shenron lowers his head. Then farewell. The giant dragon transforms into 7 beams of golden light, flying towards different parts of the world. Krillin does not attempt to intercept. He does not need such measures to maintain his sense of security now. He checks his task panel. Current task: Scions are coming. Countdown 2 hours 58 minutes. My normal battle power is 1800 now. Krillin clenches his fist, feeling the tumultuous power surging within him. That guy Vegeta's battle power when he came to Earth was only 1800. That means I can match him even without using the Kaioken. If I use the Kaioken, he can't help but chuckle. In the netherworld on Planet King. This is a small planet with a diameter of only a few hundred meters, yet its gravity is 10 times that of Earth. The ground features only a circular track, a dome-shaped hut, and a few sparse trees. Wow, my halo is gone. Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly, doing a somersault on the grass. Great news, Lord King. I have been resurrected. The Dragon Balls worked. Next to him, the short and plump North King stood with his hands behind his back, his pair of antennae twitching slightly. He pushed up his sunglasses, his tone becoming somewhat serious. Wukong, although you have been revived, the situation is dire. Those 2 Scions will arrive on Earth in less than 3 hours. You need to rush back immediately. Even if you run desperately through Snake Way, it may be too late. Huh, what should we do? Wukong was dumbfounded. I forgot to calculate the return trip time. The king sighed, preparing to say something grand and farewell-like, when suddenly a strange fluctuation passed through the air. Swish! A figure appeared out of thin air between Wukong and the king. The person wore an orange martial arts uniform, his bald head shining under the sunlight of Planet King, with a signature harmless smile on his face. Haha, Wukong, Lord King, good morning. Krillin raised his hand in greeting as casually as if he had just returned from grocery shopping and encountered a neighbor. K. Krillin. Wukong's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. How did you get here? Weren't you on Earth? The king was equally shocked, his sunglasses askew. Hee, just a little trick. Krillin pointed at his forehead. Instant transmission. As long as you can sense the chi, you can reach any corner of the universe in one go. Instant transmission. The king, being well-informed, quickly reacted. Is that a technique of the yard rats? No wonder last time. Wait. Their instant transmission requires special poses and preparation time. Why does yours seem different? Krillin smiled without speaking. As a joke, the skill book from the system wasn't for nothing. His instant transmission had long removed the delay, transforming into a true divine skill. All right, we can reminisce later. Krillin grabbed Wukong's shoulder. Wukong, those 2 Scions will arrive in just over 2 hours. We need to prepare a surprise for them. Oh, okay. Although Wukong was still a bit dazed, he immediately grasped Krillin's arm out of trust. Lord King, we're off. Wukong waved at the king. Thank you for your care. Wait. The king was about to remind them about the prohibitions on using the king fist. Swish. The 2 vanished instantly, leaving only a faint sound from the air being compressed. This kid, what does he think Planet King is? Just coming and going as he pleases. The king was so angry he was jumping up and down, but then he sighed helplessly. However, with him around, perhaps Earth can really be saved. The power contained within that bald head. Even I couldn't detect it. On Earth outside East City, this was a rolling mountain range only a few dozen kilometers from the bustling East City urban area. Originally a beautiful tourist area, it had now been designated a military-restricted zone. Swish! Krillin and Wukong appeared out of nowhere. Wow, we really are back. Wukong looked at the familiar blue sky and white clouds, taking a deep breath of the earthy air. Earth's air smells the best. Stop reminiscing, look over there. Krillin pointed toward a mountain ahead. Over there several powerful auras were gathering together. Piccolo was seated cross-legged on a large rock, meditating, his white cape fluttering in the wind. Beside him Gohan and Trunks were tossing stones at each other. Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha stood in a row solemnly gazing at the sky. Everyone! Wukong shouted excitedly and flew over. Wukong! Upon seeing Wukong return, everyone felt a surge of confidence and rushed over. Kakarot, you finally came back. Piccolo opened his eyes, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Your power level has increased quite a bit. Hee Piccolo, you've also gotten much stronger. Wukong scratched his head, then looked at the others, his expression suddenly becoming strange. He stared at Yamcha for a long time, then glanced at Tien Shinhan, and finally focused on the blonde launch who was cleaning a heavy sniper rifle. Did I walk into the wrong scene? Wukong looked bewildered. Yamcha, why does your chi feel so dangerous? Like a bomb that might explode at any moment. Wukong, don't underestimate me. Yamcha proudly puffed out his chest, playing with a condensed energy ball. Rolling around in hell for half a year was not for nothing. I'm now a man who can kick scions like balls. Alright, enough reminiscing. Krillin clapped his hands, redirecting everyone's attention. He looked up at the sky. At this moment, two fireballs were visible in the originally azure sky. These were two spherical spaceships entering the atmosphere at high speed, the intense friction making them appear like two burning meteors. They're coming. Krillin's voice was calm, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. Target locked, Scion spaceships X2 expected landing point East City Central Square. These two bastards really planned to crash right into the city center. Krillin sneered. He turned to his companions behind him. Everyone, let's teach our distant guests a lesson. Understood. Tien Shinhan was the first to act. He formed a triangular shape with his hands, aiming at the fireball in the sky. Kamehameha. Boom. A square golden beam shot into the sky, accurately striking the side of one of the spaceships. Immediately following Yamcha's energy ball, Piccolo's demon wave, and even Launch's specially made armor-piercing bullets exploded in the air like fireworks. The two meteors that were originally descending straight down deviated from their trajectory under this barrage of concentrated firepower, heading towards the deserted mountains. Now this is how to treat guests. Krillin crossed his arms, nodding in satisfaction. Prepare for impact. Though the two spherical spacecraft veered away from the city center, their kinetic impact upon descent remained terrifyingly immense. Shrouded in dark red exhaust trails and shrieking sonic booms, they plummeted like twin colossal hammers onto the mountain range encircling the East Capital. Boom! Earth trembled as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Two enormous mushroom clouds erupted skyward, hurling shattered rock and soil thousands of meters into the air. A once lush mountain peak vanished in an instant, flattened into barren ash. The blast wave surged outward like a titanic bulldozer, uprooting every tree within several kilometers. Even dozens of kilometers away, countless windows across the East Capital shattered. Thick plumes of smoke billowed upward, blotting out the sun and plunging the land into twilight. Cough, cough. Is this commotion really necessary? Yamcha waved dust from his face, his words laced with complaint, yet his body coiled tight. As a drawn bowstring, his gaze locked unblinkingly on the two colossal impact craters. So these are Scion vessels. Remarkably durable, they held together despite all our attacks. Tien Shinhan's three eyes narrowed simultaneously, beads of cold sweat glistened across his brow. As the smoke gradually thinned, the two white spherical ships lay motionless at the scorched bottoms of their craters. Their hulls still crackled faintly, radiating waves of suffocating heat. Hiss-hitch-hitch. With a hiss of pressure release, both crafts' hatches slid open. A nauseating aura, thick with bloodlust and savage ferocity, surged forth, engulfing the entire battlefield. This was not mere energy intensity. It was an oppressive weight born of higher life-tier dominance. First to step forth was a burly, bald warrior, broad-shouldered and unyielding. Clad in ochre battle armor, his muscles bulged like granite. A mocking grin played across his face. Nappa. Moments later, from the second vessel emerged a shorter man. His hair blazed upward like roaring flame, his expression was icy and severe. A brown serpentine tail coiled tightly around his waist. Arms crossed, he surveyed the assembled fighters with the detached, chilling gaze of one already counting corpses. Prince Vegeta of the Science. So this is Earth. Nappa cracked his neck, the sharp pop-pop echoing across the silence. Gravity so light it feels like cotton, air thick with the stench of weakness. He tapped the scouter mounted over his left eye, and numbers flickered wildly across its lens. Beep, beep, beep. Nappa swept his gaze across Krillin and the others standing atop the distant ridge. His sneer deepened into open mockery. Hey Vegeta, look at this trash. Nappa pointed and roared with laughter. Power levels 980, 1,200, 1,500. Only that Namekian shows even marginal promise. The rest aren't worth comparing to low-tier Scion grots. Vegeta cast a glacial sidelong glance. Don't grow careless, Nappa. Raditz fell to these trash. They've mastered some technique, allowing instantaneous power surges. TCH. Technique means nothing before absolute strength. Nappa casually cracked his knuckles. Let me swat these flies first, then we'll retrieve the Dragon Balls. Atop the ridge, Krillin activated his AR combat interface. Penetrating vision laid bare the two arrogant invaders. Target Nappa. Race Scion Elite Warrior. Power level 4000 base, 7500 full power burst. Abilities Mouth, Energy Blast, Destructo, Disc Rampage Barrage. Assessment, a muscle-bound brute devoid of strategy. Recommended target, for humiliation. Target Vegeta. Race Scion Royal Bloodline. Power level 1800 base, 2400 Gallic Gun Burst, 1800 Great Simon Transformation. Abilities Gallic Gun, Artificial Moon, Dirty Fireworks. Assessment, an arrogant prideful prince, currently the final boss. If his Great Simon Transformation isn't halted, catastrophic consequences will follow. Is that truly all? Piccolo scoffed, and with a sharp motion shed his weighted cape. Tum! The cape struck the ground, cratering solid rock beneath its impact. Piccolo's aura exploded outward, not yet invoking the Kaioken, yet the razor-edged presence unique to Namekians triggered Nappa's scouter into urgent alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Power level 3500. Nappa froze mid-sneer. Impossible. It was only 1200 seconds ago. That's how Earthlings fight, fool, said 10 Arms akimbo beside Krillin, flashing Nappa a defiant grin. Your junk scanner needs new batteries. It can't even read properly. Brat, what did you say? Nappa's temples throbbed with bulging veins. A 4-year-old's taunt had pierced his pride like a dagger. Nappa, stand down. Vegeta spoke calmly, but his eyes burned with colder, sharper malice. If they're so eager to die, let's indulge them, just a little. But killing them outright would be too dull. From his vest, Vegeta withdrew a small vial and poured 6 seed-like objects onto the blackened earth. Rise, Cybermen. Seeds sank into the soil, emerald fluid seeped outward. Then, cracks split the ground. 6 grotesque flower-crowned monsters erupted from the earth, shrieking in shrill, discordant unison. Teach these earthling vermin a lesson. Vegeta commanded. The rules are simple, unknown to the death. A game. Krillin watched the 6 Cybermen, a sly, knowing smile tugging at his lips. In the original timeline, these Cybermen had indeed inflicted grave peril upon the Z-Fighters, Yamcha perishing in their self-destructive blast, giving birth to one of history's most infamous scenes. But now, Krillin glanced sideways at Yamcha, whose eagerness shimmered almost visibly in his eyes. Uncontainable electric fierce. Yamcha stepped forward, assuming the opening stance of the Wolf Fang Fist, yet crimson energy flickered faintly, haloing his form. Hey, bald giant. Yamcha pointed straight at Nappa and raised his middle finger. Don't insult us with these rotten potatoes and foul birds' eggs. You want a game? Fine, I'll take all 6. Come at me, together. Silence fell, absolute stunned. Even Vegeta paused, then let loose a low, contemptuous chuckle. Foolish insect. Kill him. At the command, the 6 Cybermen shrieked and lunged as one toward Yamcha. Krillin stepped back half a pace, arms folded, watching intently. Go Yamcha, Krillin murmured inwardly. Reverse that legendary moment. Make it yours. Across the desolate Gobi Desert, howling gales hurled grit, like countless tiny blades slashing against human skin. A suffocating tension hung thick in the air, the static charge preceding the imminent collision of 2 utterly opposing auras. Standing atop a rear boulder, Krillin stood with his hands tucked casually into his pockets while his system interface flashed furiously, a cascading torrent of data streaming before his eyes. Target profile, Yamcha status, standard overclock, simulated King Kai fist, stable output, active in combat, power assessment, 210 baseline suppression. threshold of burst activation, and Krillin silently scoffed inwardly. Yamcha, if you can't even handle these rotten sweet potatoes, I'll lock you in a 300x gravity chamber with that little monster Trunks for an entire month. As if sensing Krillin's gaze, sharp with mischievous intent, Yamcha's spine prickled faintly. He drew a deep breath, and the chi within him surged violently along the unique meridian circuit Krillin had taught him. 6 bio-cultivators struck in the blink of an eye. Blazing with impossible speed, they fractured into 6 emerald afterimages, sealing off every escape route front, back, left, right, and directly overhead. Claws shrieked as they tore through the air. Corrosive acid rained down like venomous hail. In the original chronicle, this moment marked certain death, but today it was nothing more than a cruel jest. Too slow. Yamcha's voice was soft, yet cut cleanly through the battlefield's roar. NVWRRR. Na radiant crimson aura erupted into the air. This was Krillin's refined, contained chi circulation method, locking the explosive force of the King Kai fist deep within the body, minimizing visual spectacle while maximizing impact efficiency. Snap! And the first bio-cultivator lunged straight at Yamcha, its claws halting just 1 centimeter from his nose. Its grotesque maw gaped wide, jaws primed to sever his throat. Yet in the next instant, its skull exploded like a ripe watermelon struck by a sledgehammer. No flourish, no wind-up, only a raised hand, a single punch, and immediate retraction. His fist moved so swiftly that not even a trace of motion remained. No afterimage, no blur, as though it had never stirred at all. Nappa's cruel smirk froze solid on his face. Nanny. Before Nappa could react, Yamcha vanished from his spot. Whack-a-mole begins. And like a phantom, Yamcha materialized above the heads of 2 bio-cultivators to his left. With palms clenched into hammers, he brought them down in a casual, effortless strike. Boom. Both bio-cultivators vanished beneath the earth before a cry could escape their throats. The unyielding stone surface collapsed inward, forming a deep crater. 2 green bodies buried headfirst, chests crushed flat, life extinguished in an instant. Then came the 4th. Yamcha spun. A razor-edged side kick lashed out. The creature, mid-spray of acid, snapped clean through its spine and flew hundreds of meters, slamming into a distant cliff face with such force it embedded itself deep into the rock, immovable even by brute strength. Each movement flowed seamlessly, brutal, precise, and terrifyingly elegant. The final 2 bio-cultivators, possessing rudimentary biological intelligence, sensed the horror before them. With a shrill screech, they attempted to flee. One's body flared crimson, its core energy destabilized violently. It prepared to detonate, dragging Yamcha into oblivion with it. One, a self-destruct. A cold, confident curve lifted the corner of Yamcha's mouth, the smile of an unshakable master. He recalled those desperate days in Capsule Corp's basement, chased relentlessly by Krillin's energy disk / explosions blooming at his heels. Compared to that relentless, soul-shattering training, this self-destruct sequence felt like a sluggish, slow-motion replay. Chi channeling blast, twin dragon play, whoosh. With a flick of his wrist, Yamcha launched 2 intensely compressed azure energy spheres. No ordinary blasts, but upgraded variants infused with spiraling, cutting torque. They carved eerie arcs through the air, like 2 agile cobalt dragons, dodging defenses with uncanny precision. Both bio-cultivators dropped instantly, their skulls pierced cleanly. The would-be suicide bomber's core never ignited, obliterated before ignition. Its body convulsed twice, then slumped into a steaming pool of viridian sludge. All 6 bio-cultivators annihilated. Yamcha stood amid the carnage of green, remains calmly brushing dust from his GI. He turned toward a stunned, speechless Nappa, and slowly raised his right hand. Then inverted his thumb, pointing it downward. Is this the elite bioweapon of your scion race? Can't you send something with even a modicum of durability? And I haven't broken a sweat. Silence. An absolute tomb-like stillness settled over the battlefield. Even the wind ceased. Only the distant clatter of falling rocks rang with jarring clarity. Goku stood frozen, a senzu bean dangling from his open palm, his mouth stretched wide enough to swallow an ostrich egg. And whoa, Yamcha's aura. It's become so sharp. That technique. Compressing chi into a single point for instantaneous release, then withdrawing it just as fast. I haven't fully mastered it myself. Entian Shinhan's 3 eyes narrowed simultaneously, fine beads of cold sweat glistened across his brow. He actually did it. In integrating the explosive power of the King Kai fist into standard combat. This is what Krillin meant by perfect mastery. For the Scions, however, this spectacle shattered their very cosmology. Vegeta's mask of icy composure finally cracked. His left eye battle scanner had spiked wildly in that instant, then emitted a final dying whine. Beep. Beep. Impossible. Vegeta ground his teeth, fingers pressing hard on the scanner's reset button, his knuckles whitening with strain. This must be a malfunction. How could a lowly Earthling's combat power surge from 1400 to over 400 in an instant? Even that pathetic fool Raditz couldn't have executed such total annihilation. Nappa's face twisted, shock curdling into ashen fury, then erupting into blind, incandescent rage. Damn you. Damn you. With a furious yank, he tore off his ochre battle cape, revealing muscles chiseled like granite. Veins pulsed like writhing earthworms across his forehead. Golden aura detonated around him, pulverizing the bedrock beneath his feet into fine dust. I'll rip you limb from limb. I'll tear that foul mouth from your face. Roaring Nappa advanced like an unstoppable armored tank, each footfall shaking the earth. Every step resonated with seismic force, his full 400 combat power unleashed, compressing the very air into a viscous, suffocating weight. Nappa's fury had coalesced into something tangible. As a noble scion warrior of aristocratic lineage, he had waged war across the cosmos for years alongside Prince Vegeta, annihilating countless planets. When had he ever endured such humiliation? 6 bio-warriors, each equivalent to a combat power of 1200. Each was priceless, yet this Earthling had swatted them down like flies. What enraged him further was that this Earthling dared to regard him with the contemptuous gaze reserved for refuse. A look Nappa and Vegeta themselves had once wielded upon others. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Nappa's muscles swelled and shards of stone around him levitated, trembling under the pressure of his surging aura. With every step he took, the earth cracked beneath his boots, leaving deep, jagged footprints. I'll tear you limb from limb, rip that foul mouth from your face, and make you understand the fate of those who enrage a scion. Yamcha's eyes narrowed. Though the earlier battle had seemed effortless, he knew full well the chasm separating bio-warriors from true scion warriors. Nappa's aura now surged with more than double its former intensity. Yamcha drew a sharp breath, bending his knees slightly, preparing to activate the triple Kaioken for this desperate clash. At that very moment, whooshed, a tiny pinkish-purple figure darted sideways, like a sprung rubber ball, landing squarely before Yamcha. Uncle Yamcha, take a rest. Those green-skinned monsters were too ugly, made me queasy. But this bald giant looks relatively clean. I'll handle him. He was only 5 years old, clad in a pink jacket emblazoned with the word Badman. His black hair bristled wildly in the wind his back, small, soft, undeniably cherubic. Trunks turned, winked at Yamcha, his large eyes, genetically inherited from Bulma, twinkling with mischief. Dad said you're a technical fighter. A brute force bald fool like this. Perfect sparring partner for me. I even want to see if I can send him flying with one punch. Yamcha froze, nearly losing his gathered ki, and sighed wryly. Trunks, don't be reckless. He's got a combat power of 400, and he's gone berserk. It's dangerous. It's fine, it's fine. Trunks pivoted, facing Nappa, a mountain towering 5 or 6 times his height, and fearlessly flicked his finger, posture mirroring Krillin's own cocky defiance. Hey, bald giant, you're fighting me now. His voice, high-pitched and childlike, carried the audacious bravado of a calf confronting a lion. Nappa halted, peering down at the toddler barely reaching his knee. He laughed, a hollow, distorted sound, as his features twisted grotesquely. Ha ha ha. Are there no Earthlings left? You send a milk-drinking infant to die. He pointed at Trunks, laughing until tears welled, then turned toward Vegeta and shouted. Vegeta, look at these fools. They've sent a child to oppose me. Is this mockery? Vegeta watched coldly, not laughing but frowning deeply. His instincts whispered warning something was off about this child. No tail, no scion hybrid blood, but that aura, unervingly steady, impossibly mature for one so young. Far away, Krillin leaned against a boulder, making no move to stop his son's recklessness. He even pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds and began cracking them with quiet relish. System scan. Trunks, current status. Name Trunks. Race superhuman, Earthling, Saitama, limit breaker factor 3. 5 brief, family genius gene. Combat power 200 base. Burst. Talents, strength amplification upon challenge inherited from superhuman Earthling lineage. Nascent one-hit kill technique inherited from host. Brat. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you oblivion. Crush you into paste. Nappa had lost all patience. He would hear no more of Earthling nonsense. Boom. Nappa vanished, then reappeared instantly above Trunks. His fist, larger than the boy's entire head, descended with crushing force, enough to pulverize a tank. Unrelenting, merciless. Trunks, dodge now. Piccolo roared from a far body, instinctively surging forward. But in the next instant, the world froze. Thud. A deafening, muffled impact, like a sledgehammer striking solid steel. Dust billowed, the ground collapsed inward, carving a 10-meter-wide crater. At the crater's center, Trunks hadn't shifted a single step. He simply raised one small hand, casually, almost lazily, and pushed upward. That tiny palm, still plump with baby fat, steadily bore the full weight of Nappa's mountain-shattering blow. Rocks beneath Trunks' feet shattered completely. His bare feet sank half a foot into the earth. Yet his youthful face betrayed no pain, only a faint, curious furrow of confusion. That's it. He blinked, his wide eyes pouting in disappointment, voice dripping with disdain. So weak, softer than when Dad gives me massages. Big guy, did you skip lunch? Want a piece of chocolate? Nappa's pupils contracted violently, his entire worldview crumbling. He hadn't held back fully, but even at half-strength that punch should have overwhelmed the very earthling who'd slain the bio-warriors. What in the universe is this brat made of? Steel. Nappa felt not flesh, but an indestructible cosmic alloy beneath his knuckles. Recoil surged up his arm, jarring his bones, numbing his entire right forearm. I refuse to believe it. I refuse. Nappa roared, shame igniting pure madness. His left fist lashed out in a hurricane of blows. Thump, 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 thump. A staccato barrage, like pile drivers hammering bedrock. Nappa raged, fists wreathed in golden aura, each strike capable of leveling a hill. Trunks initially blocked with one hand, then grew bored, crossing both arms over his head and letting the storm fall freely. Eek! So dirty. Mom bought this new jacket. It's expensive. Really expensive. He complained loudly amid the tempest. All this dust. Rude, bald man. Mom will scold me, and Dad too. Vegeta's expression had darkened to near obsidian severity. Impossible. Vegeta stared, fingers grinding almost hard enough to shatter his armored vambrace. That child's physical resilience surpasses even Frisia's cybernetic soldiers. How could Earth harbor such a monster? Goku watched, eyes sparkling with exhilaration, gripping Krillin's shoulders. Wow, Trunks is even tougher than Gohan. Krillin, what do you feed him? I want Gohan trained like this too. Krillin spat out a sunflower seed husk, calm and unruffled. Nothing special, just daily push-ups under 30-fold gravity, plus some nutrient solution whose composition even I can't decipher. Of course, mostly it's good genes. At the battlefield's heart, Nappa finally staggered to a halt, panting, drenched in sweat, eyes wide with raw terror. As dust settled, Trunks stood unmoved, hair slightly tousled, jacket smudged with dusty footprints, otherwise unscathed. Trunks brushed off the dust, his expression shifting, suddenly serious, jaw set tight. Are you done? You ruined my clothes. I'm going to get angry now. Whoosh. Trunks vanished, pure physical speed, silent, without even a ripple in the air. Nappa saw only a blur. Then agony exploded in his abdomen. Irk! Eyes bulging, Nappa curled inward like a shrimp. Trunks' tiny fist sank deep into his rock-hard abs, cracking the reinforced armor on his back. The sheer force launched Nappa's 200-pound frame skyward. Not finished yet. Trunks bent his knees, hands folding at his waist, petal-like precise. Ha. A brilliant azure beam erupted, striking Nappa midair with surgical precision. Crockum. Nappa's battle armor detonated into fragments. He became a blazing meteor hurtling backward, slamming headlong into a distant mountainside. Dust billowed thickly as shattered stones flew in all directions. Nappa's massive frame was embedded deep into the mountainside, drenched in blood, his once imposing battle armor now reduced to tattered plastic shreds clinging limply to his body. One eye swollen shut like a walnut, blood frothing at the corner of his mouth. He looked utterly humiliated, a broken wreck of his former self. Cough, cough, cough. Nappa struggled free from the rubble, his entire body trembling, not just from searing pain, but from incandescent rage. Shame. Unprecedented, unbearable shame. As an elite warrior who had fought across the cosmos alongside Prince Vegeta, how dare he, be hurled through the air like a kicked football by a mere earthling child? And worse still, by nothing but raw, unadorned brute force. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Blood vessels burst across his eyes. Reason had long since been consumed by the wildfire of fury. His gaze locked onto Trunks in the distance, grinning, sticking out his tongue, slapping his own backside in mockery. Murderous intent erupted like a flood, drowning all restraint. Vegeta's orders, the Dragon Balls. None of it mattered anymore. There was only one thing left in his mind to erase that insolent brat, and this accursed planet along with him, utterly irrevocably from existence. I will reduce all of you, to ashes. Nappa threw his jaws wide open, aiming directly at Trunks. A low, resonant hum began to build. Terror coalesced within his maw. The air warped and crackled with static electricity as golden light flared brighter and brighter. This was his ultimate technique, the ultra-explosive wave. It was no ordinary energy blast. It was a hyperdense beam forged from the total depletion of his life force, capable of obliterating East City in an instant or even piercing straight through the planet's crust. Die, you stinking brat. Boom. A colossal column of molten gold erupted from Nappa's throat, a torrent of annihilation hurtling toward Trunks with apocalyptic momentum. Where it passed, the earth was gouged into a bottomless chasm, boulders vaporized instantly, the very air igniting in its wake. Trunks, still young and inexperienced in combat, stood frozen. His earlier Kamehameha wave, though devastating, had sapped much of his stamina. Now caught mid-recovery, rigid, breathless. He had no warning, no time to react to such a sudden, overwhelming assault. Faced with the onrushing beam of pure destruction, Trunks froze, his small face draining of all color. The searing heat alone, hot enough to melt steel, triggered primal terror. Instinctively, he raised his hands to block, but his limbs felt leaden, paralyzed by dread. Trunks, Piccolo, and Gohan screamed in horror, lunging forward. But the beam moved faster than sound itself. A rescue was impossible. In that suspended heartbeat before annihilation, time itself seemed to freeze. No explosion roared. No shockwave rippled. Not even the wind dared stir. Trunks' tightly shut eyes slowly parted, just a sliver, and there, less than half a meter before him, stood a broad, unwavering back. Tall and resolute, clad in an orange turtle school gi, his bald head gleamed under the surging energy, a beacon of calm amid chaos. In that moment, to Trunks, that silhouette loomed larger than any mountain, sturdier than any fortress, unshakable, absolute, divine. It was Dad. Krillin extended only his right hand, fingers casually splayed. The raging energy beam struck his palm and vanished as if swallowed by the sea. The wave convulsed violently in his grip, compressed with terrifying ease, its diameter collapsing from meters wide to the size of a tennis ball, writhing like a caged storm. It spun furiously in his palm, shrieking with impotent fury, yet could not breach the thin barrier of his skin. This is impossible. Nappa remained frozen, mid-roar, eyes bulging from their sockets, as if they might burst forth. A phantom hand seemed to clamp shut his throat. His own energy recoiled violently inward, choking him into ragged, crimson-faced coughs. He caught it with one hand. Vegeta's pupils contracted to needle points. Oh, every hair on his body stood rigid. Without even raising his ki. Pure physical strength. That's impossible. Even I couldn't absorb a full power blast so effortlessly. Krillin paid no heed to their disbelief. His expression remained eerily serene, calm as deep water over abyssal currents. He glanced down at the orb cradled in his palm, the city-shattering force now docile as a child's toy, humming softly in submission. His fingers gently closed. Puff. A soft, almost delicate pop, like bursting a soap bubble. The sphere of annihilating energy dissolved into nothingness, leaving not even a wisp of smoke. Slowly, Krillin turned, first toward Trunks, behind him, scanning his son with quiet intensity to confirm he was unharmed, merely shaken. A quiet sigh escaped him. Gently, tenderly, he reached up and ruffled Trunks' hair, then turned back toward Nappa. And in that instant, his eyes changed. Those warm, ever-smiling eyes dropped to absolute zero. No shout, no aura flare, yet his presence alone became a gravitational singularity. He stood, not as a man, but as the axis of the cosmos, radiating a pressure that made souls tremble. You struck my son. His voice was soft, so soft it resembled a neighbor's casual greeting. Yet each syllable struck Nappa's heart, like a hammer blow, ringing in his ears with deafening resonance. Did you ask for my permission first? Boom. With those words, an indescribable aura exploded outward from Krillin, engulfing 100 miles in an instant. It carried no malice, only pure transcendent power, shattering biological limits. Clouds shredded into oblivion, revealing the starless void of deep space above. The earth groaned in protest, countless pebbles lifted against gravity, then disintegrated midair, pulverized by sheer oppressive force. Nappa's knees buckled. He collapsed, kneeling helpless, not from weakness but from soul-deep terror that erased even the instinct to flee. Before him stood no earthling, only a primordial leviathan, ancient, awakened, inevitable. Silence fell. absolute, suffocating, sacred. Every breath ceased. Every eye fixed upon that bald, orange-clad figure standing atop the ruins, fingers still curled as if crushing nothing at all, leaving only one thought echoing in every mind. This man is impossibly, incomprehensibly strong. Krillin stood before Tien, his orange turtle school GI rippling gently in the still air. His hands hung loosely at his sides, and the polished dome of his head gleamed under the searing sun. Huh. Krillin exhaled softly. In that instant, a radiant white shockwave erupted from him in perfect concentric rings, blasting outward in all directions. For years he had deliberately suppressed his power, keeping it around 5,000, to preserve Earth's fragile ecology and to give the Z-Fighters room to grow. But now all restraints were lifted. Boom! The entire East City trembled violently. Distant mountain ranges crumbled into dust, clouds shredded apart mid-ski, revealing the fathomless black void of deep space. Beep, 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 beep. A shrill, agonized alarm shrieked from Vegeta's new battle scanner embedded in his left eye, a sound as piercing and brittle as a violin string stretched to its breaking point. The numbers on the lens no longer flickered. They tumbled wildly, spinning so fast that even the retina could not register them. 5000, 8000, 12000, 18000. This is impossible. Vegeta shot upright, his face ashen cold, sweat pouring down his temples. He slammed his thumb hard against the scanner's side button, desperate to reboot what he was certain must be a catastrophic malfunction. A glitch, absolutely a glitch. How could a barren backwater planet like Earth possibly harbor such a reading? Reality answered with a thunderous slap. Crack! With a sharp report, the elite Scion's pride, the pinnacle of alien technology, shattered into jagged fragments, spitting acrid smoke and slicing a thin crimson line across his cheekbone. The final reading froze at 2200, and that was merely the instantaneous value of Krillin's aura as he began to release it. At the battlefield's heart, Nappa stood utterly paralyzed. A battle-hardened Scion elite, he had slaughtered indigenous populations across countless worlds and faced warriors of every caliber. Yet never, not once, had he felt such absolute, soul-crushing despair. The bald man before him was no mere earthling. He was the abyss. Nappa tried to move, to flee, even to beg for mercy. But terror locked his limbs in place. His legs felt as though fused with 10 million tons of liquid mercury rooted immovably to the earth. Not a single finger would obey his will. This was primal biological dread. Like a snow-white rabbit frozen beneath the unblinking gaze of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, trembling, helpless, awaiting annihilation. What are you? Nappa's teeth chattered violently, his voice splintering like a broken bellows. Krillin did not answer. Slowly, deliberately, he raised his right fist, the motion languid, almost meditative, like an elderly master practicing Tai Chi in a quiet park. Yet to Nappa it moved faster than time itself, sealing every possible path of escape. Krillin's lips parted, uttering just 3 words, an ordinary punch. In the next heartbeat, Krillin vanished. Then, there, he stood inches before Nappa, his right fist drifting weightlessly into contact with the Scion's granite-hard abdominal muscles. Snap! A crisp, clean sound. Nappa's massive mountainous frame did not recoil. He simply detonated outward from the abdomen, flesh and bone disintegrating before any expression of pain could form. Boom! The devastating force did not radiate outward upon impact. Instead, it plunged inward, coiled, compressed, then detonated inside him with cataclysmic precision. Nappa's eyes bulged grotesquely, the horror still raw in their depths, before his entire body dissolved into a crimson mist. Then the shockwave blasted through his vaporized form. The entire mountain range behind him, and the ocean stretching thousands of meters beyond, was carved by the blast's aftershock into a vacuum channel over 100 meters wide, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Seawater flashed into steam, bedrock vaporized into nothingness. Only seconds later did the delayed sonic boom tear across the heavens, rattling eardrums and shaking the very bones of every witness. Nappa, the noble Scion warrior elite combatant with a power level of 7,500, was gone. Not a single intact fragment of bone remained. Only a slow, grisly rain of blood and viscera fell upon the scorched earth, sizzling faintly as it struck the blackened soil, each drop whispering a sickening, acidic hiss. Silence swallowed the battlefield, thick, suffocating, absolute. Every mouth hung agape, eyes bulged from their sockets. Yamcha swallowed hard, his atoms, apple bobbing, shakily, knees trembling beneath him. Is this Krillin's true strength? All those training sessions with us, how much water was he holding back? Tien's three eyes lost focus simultaneously. Cold sweat traced a glistening path down his jawline and into his collar. Just one punch, not even a ki blast. His energy vanished instantly. Piccolo stared fixedly at Krillin's back, his green skin pale with grim awe. His fists clenched so tightly his nails bit deep into his palms. So this is the gap. I thought half a year of rigorous training might let me glimpse his shadow. Now I realize I lack even the right to look up at him. Tien leapt into the air, tiny arms flailing wildly. Dad's awesome. That's the move. I want to learn it too. One punch and the big bad guy turns into fireworks. Krillin stood amid the falling crimson rain, yet not a single droplet stained his clothes. Every trace of gore deflected, effortlessly repelled by an invisible barrier of aura 3 inches from his skin. He drew his right fist back slowly, then gave it a casual, dismissive shake, as if he'd just swatted away an irksome gnat. Then he turned, his gaze locking onto Vegeta, who stood petrified in the distance. Next, his voice was soft, but carried with crystalline clarity across the entire battlefield. Vegeta jolted, snapping out of stunned disbelief. He glanced toward where Nappa had stood moments before. Only a smoldering crater remained, wisps of gray smoke curling skyward. The air hung thick with coppery blood and charred flesh, the sole testament to his fallen comrade. Vegeta's sweat evaporated instantly from his brow. In its place bloomed something wilder, twisted, feverish, ecstatic. Ha! Ha ha! He threw his head back and laughed, a sound raw with manic exhilaration. Fascinating. Utterly fascinating. With a sharp tug, he tore off his tattered battle cloak, bearing his powerful, battle-scarred torso. Golden aura roared to life around him, hurling shattered rock and debris in all directions. I'd assumed this trip to Earth was little more than a routine sanitation sweep, beneath my dignity. Never imagined such a monster lay hidden on this forgotten, derelict world. Vegeta's eyes burned with incandescent battle lust, fixed unblinkingly on Krillin. Over 20,000, perhaps far higher. Such power would rank among the elite, even within Frisia's own legion. Excellent. Only by defeating a foe like you can I truly affirm the honor of the Scion Prince. Vegeta dropped into a battle stance, every muscle coiled like a drawn warbow, humming with lethal potential. Come on, Baldy. Let's see whose fist is harder, or whose royal Scion bones are tougher. Just as Vegeta prepared to launch himself forward, a faint, imperceptible curve touched Krillin's lips. His demonstration of dominance was complete. Now it was time to yield the stage to the true protagonist. After all, if he cleared every opponent himself, what would become of Goku's 6 months of King Kai's Ultra Spirit Bomb training? Moreover, according to canon, this clash between Goku and Vegeta marked the genesis of their complex, fated bond. Too much interference risked unraveling the delicate tapestry of future events, including the pivotal arc on Namek. And so, like air escaping a punctured balloon, the overwhelming, suffocating pressure radiating from Krillin vanished without a trace. His posture slumped instantly, no longer a towering pillar of indomitable will, but a weary man suddenly undone. Oof! He doubled over, clutching his lower back with theatrical agony, groaning loudly. Nope, I'm done. On my back. That punch was way too much. I pulled something. Age catches up, you know. Osteoporosis, plain and simple. The entire battlefield fell mute, stunned silence. Vegeta, already lunging forward, stumbled mid-stride, nearly crashing face first into the dirt. He stared, veins throbbing darkly at his temples, speechless with incredulity. What kind of joke is this? That level of power? How could you possibly throw out your back? Krillin ignored Vegeta's furious roar entirely, pounding his lower back with exaggerated vigor while retreating backward. He even produced a small bottle of eye drops from his GI, squeezing 2 drops into each eye, feigning tears of exhaustion. Goku, I'm out. I'm passing this one to you. Perfect chance to test your progress under King Kai. Meanwhile, I need to take Tien aside for some rest and some much-needed fatherly reassurance. He was terrified just now. With that, Krillin vanished, reappearing instantly beside Tien, scooping up his dazed son and vanishing again behind a distant boulder, where he promptly opened a bag of sunflower seeds and began cracking them with practiced nonchalance. Tien blinked, chocolate still half melted in his mouth. Dad, your acting is so over the top. Shut up and eat your chocolate, Krillin murmured low and dry. At the center of the battlefield, Goku watched the scene unfold, scratching his head with a familiar, easy grin. Krillin, always pulling stunts like that. His ki hasn't even wavered. Goku cracked his knuckles, planted his boots firmly, and strode forward, step by measured step, toward a Vegeta teetering on the edge of apoplectic rage. Well, since Krillin's handed me this opportunity, I won't say no. He halted, his gaze sharpening, focused, unwavering, alive with purpose. His aura began to rise. Not the crushing, oppressive force Krillin wielded, but something purer, fiercer, the blazing, untamed spirit of a warrior born to fight. You're the scion named Vegeta, right? Goku assumed the classic turtle school opening stance, his crimson sash fluttering in the wind. I'm Son Goku, and also Kakarot, the scion who grew up on Earth. I may not share your philosophy of conquest and slaughter, but as a martial artist I'd be honored to test just how strong the legendary Scion Prince truly is. Vegeta studied the man before him, his features bearing a faint, unsettling resemblance to Raditz. The fury in his eyes dimmed, slightly replaced by a deeper, colder disdain. Kakarot, a low-class warrior dispatched to a primitive planet, daring to speak so boldly before me. Vegeta sneered, lifting effortlessly into the air, hovering high above Goku with imperial contempt. That bald fool possessed real strength. But you? I've reviewed Raditz's transmission data. Your power level then was less than 500. Even resurrected, you can't have grown that much stronger, can you? Then let's find out. Goku's lips curled upward, and from his body erupted a brilliant, blinding white aura. Huh,